Chapter 1. Before the Draft. On June 28, 2006, Madison Square Garden in New York City buzzed with excitement. Huang Song sat calmly on a chair, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd, his mind engulfed in confusion. He pondered whether he was truly awake or ensnared in a dream. An orphan, Huang had grown up in an orphanage, where the director informed him he had been brought there on the morning of December 7, 1985, that his early life was unremarkable, resembling that of most children in China, revolving around school and more school. Through diligence and innate talent, he gained admission to Beijing Sport University 4 years prior, specializing in basketball coaching due to his exceptional basketball IQ. Fearing difficulty in securing employment after graduation, he also minored in Spanish, which he mastered through rigorous study. Just a few days ago, he had completed his graduate thesis defense and, along with a few friends, embarked on a trip to Mount Tai to witness the sunrise. His memories were vividly etched until that night spent atop the mountain, where he distinctly recalled, in a bid to save money, he and his friends camped at the summit. In the dead of night, while rising to relieve himself, he instinctively turned right, only to find himself plummeting seemingly off a cliff. That was the last memory he had. When he regained consciousness, he was horrified to discover himself sprawled on an unfamiliar wooden bed in a strange room. Beside him lay a stunning blonde, and he had transformed into a foreign black man. After a painful pinch to himself, Huang reluctantly accepted he was awake, yet he found himself utterly bewildered by this body and the circumstances he faced. Regaining composure, he approached a mirror to scrutinize his new self. Gazing at the seemingly affable black man reflected back at him, he increasingly felt this individual resembled someone he once knew, a renowned dunking prodigy, James White. In that fleeting moment when the name James White surfaced in his mind, it felt as if something alive surged into his consciousness. With a painful scream, he succumbed to a dazzling blackout, vibrant enough to draw blood from his orifices and cause his eyes to roll back. When he awoke again, it was in a hospital, inhaling the distinct scent of antiseptic. Disoriented, Huang sat up in a pristine single hospital room, his gaze falling upon his dark skin beneath the hospital gown, sending a shiver down his spine. On a nearby table lay a calendar, pristine and beautiful, indicating the date, April 15, 2006. Huang vividly recalled that the day he climbed Mount Tai was June 5, 2012. There was no doubt, for the very next day, June 6th, marked the birthday of a girl he secretly admired. The girl was his fellow townsman, and she accompanied them on their ascent of Mount Tai. He had intended to confess his feelings to her at sunrise on June 6th. Indifferent to whether she reciprocated his affections, as they were about to part ways, he resigned himself to the notion of enduring this unrequited love. Little did he anticipate. Upon awakening once more, he discovered that he possessed fragmented memories pertaining to James White. In his state of confusion, he questioned his own identity, uncertain if he was Huang Song or James White. For over 2 months, the tumultuous memories tormented Huang Song to the brink of despair. In a state of helplessness, he isolated himself within the confines of a basketball gym, compelling himself to focus on basketball rather than the burdensome question of his identity. As a result, Huang Song's innate basketball talent harmonized with the extraordinary physique of James White. 2 months of intensive training enabled him to fully master this new body. Yet this isolation also cost him the opportunity to participate in pre-draft training with the team. To make matters worse, news of James White's hospitalization had somehow reached the media. Coupled with his reclusive nature and lack of communication with the outside world, the media frenzy escalated, rife with speculation. Several tabloids adamantly claimed that James White had sustained severe head injuries due to reckless driving, citing his former girlfriend, the woman who had awoken in his bed. That die as a witness, a third-rate celebrity. It is worth noting that after James' hospitalization, his prospects for the draft became increasingly bleak. His ex-girlfriend, having heeded the advice of her so-called basketball expert cousin, resolutely abandoned her chance to leverage her association with James White for her own gain, opting instead to profit from disseminating false information to promote herself. That foolish woman is truly an imbecile. This was the sole commentary from Kevin Garnett, White's friend and brother figure, regarding that silly woman. What astonished Huang Song most in these past 2 months was not merely James White's extraordinary physical prowess, but rather the revelation that this individual was a close friend of the legendary Kevin Garnett. This was something he had never anticipated. Throughout these 2 months, Garnett had visited him several times. No one could fathom the shock Huang Song felt upon encountering the Wolf King for the first time. As he beheld the fierce and untamed figure of Garnett standing before him, he reluctantly accepted the reality of becoming James White. "Hey, James, what are you thinking about?" Garnett asked, patting White's shoulder with a smile. Are you feeling nervous? No need to suppress your emotions, buddy. This is a momentous day for us. You must understand that in just a few minutes, you will become a new millionaire. Just think about it, buddy. It's exhilarating. As he spoke, Garnett enthusiastically patted White's shoulder, his excitement palpable. White managed a wry smile as he extricated himself from the Wolf King's exuberance, simultaneously awakening from his reverie, as Garnett recounted, when he personally experienced the fervent atmosphere preceding the draft. An exhilarating thrill surged within him. Despite being acutely aware that he would merely be a second-round rookie, and knowing that upon being selected by the Portland Trail Blazers, he would swiftly be traded to the Indiana Pacers, only to be discarded like refused by Pacers head coach Jim O'Brien, he could not suppress his ardor. After all, he was about to step onto the coveted stage of the NBA, a dream cherished by all basketball enthusiasts. White sat beside Garnett, observing the NBA stars he had only ever seen on television, his heart swelling with ambition. And no longer was he the dunking king with negligible basketball IQ. He was now a future superstar endowed with a genius mind. As he watched prominent figures like Steve Nash, Stephon Marbury, and Paul Pierce engaging effortlessly with the media, White inhaled deeply, feeling his heart race as if it might leap from his chest. I never anticipated such a multitude of superstars would attend the draft, White exclaimed, striving to contain his excitement. Indeed, one can never predict what may transpire during the draft. Should your preferred selection be snatched away by another team, the team manager and the star player must hastily confer to identify the most suitable athlete to address the team's needs, Garnett explained while greeting a few acquaintances. White nodded, contemplating the 2006 draft before suddenly inquiring, Kevin, is your team considering selecting a guard named Brandon Roy in the first round? Garnett was not particularly surprised the athletes entering the hot zone, and their draft rankings have been extensively predicted by various media outlets. He smiled and affirmed, yes, he's a fellow who, like you, has completed college. However, his physique is even more frail than yours, and neither Randy nor I hold him in high regard. A pang of concern struck White, and he quickly asked, so, are you planning to trade him? To whom? The Blazers? Garnett was taken aback by White's question, for such clandestine maneuvers regarding player trades were kept under wraps by the upper echelons of each team, and even the media was often left in the dark. That he exclaimed, how do you know? Hey, buddy, am I speaking in my sleep again? No, I only learned about this yesterday. Indeed, White sighed heavily, his expression turning grave. Kevin, trust me, do not trade him. Brandon Roy is a capable player. If you keep him, you will undoubtedly reach the finals in 2 years. Garnett regarded White's serious demeanor with amusement, as the young man appeared older than LeBron, despite being barely 24. His countenance seemed to bear the weight of 30 years. Seeing Garnett break into a wide grin, White could only smirk in resignation. What situation this is? If it weren't for the fact that you're my brother, I wouldn't bother to remind you that it is essential to recognize that allowing future Rookie of the Year and All-Star guard Brandon Roy to slip through their fingers during the 2006 draft was undoubtedly the Minnesota Timberwolves' gravest blunder and a source of ridicule. Damn it, Kevin, you can't possibly doubt me? White felt a surge of irritation, his brow furrowing tightly, as if 2 caterpillars were writhing upon his forehead. Upon noticing this, Garnett erupted into hearty laughter. All right, my friend, don't be upset. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that your serious expression reminds me of my grandfather. Are you truly 23? In response, White rolled his eyes dramatically. Cursed be this old visage. He was thoroughly dissatisfied with this aged face after his reincarnation. In his previous life, he had always thought this face possessed too much comedic talent. In the entire NBA, aside from Greg Oden and LeBron James, he was probably the only one who appeared so aged. Fortunately, he consoled himself by believing he was considerably more handsome than the two. How infuriating it was to bear such an old face. How could he charm the ladies? Was he destined to become the creepy uncle? All right, I'll stop laughing. Haha, I mean it, no more laughter. Garnett, sensing White's mischievous gaze upon his neatly tailored suit, quickly composed himself, fearing that White might engage in some behavior that would attract the attention of the paparazzi. You must understand, my friend, the Timberwolves are no longer what they used to be. I no longer possess as much influence within the team. Moreover, who knows if I will remain in Minnesota for another 2 years? As Garnett concluded, a shadow of melancholy crossed his features. Departing from a team he had served for 12 years was not a matter to be taken lightly. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that in 2007, he was indeed traded to the Boston Celtics, forming the formidable Big Three with Ray Allen and Paul Pierce, ultimately clinching the championship in the 2007-2008 season. He glanced at the truth Paul Pierce, who was animatedly speaking before the cameras, and White, feeling a twinge of envy, grimaced. Damn it, Next year you'll benefit from this, you snag the MVP award. For a moment, the two exchanged silent glances, both at a loss for words. By the way, Kevin, why hasn't that guy Bryant shown up? White attempted to break the tension. As one might expect, the Bryant he referred to was none other than the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. Garnett shrugged. You know that guy well enough. His team is struggling even more than ours. Yet he somehow leads his team to a championship. Why would Kobe show up where he isn't needed? Besides, the Lakers don't even possess a lottery pick. Following Garnett's gaze, White turned to see a towering figure among the throng of reporters. Laughing heartily, it was Shaquille O'Neal, the dominant force who had ruled the league for a decade. White shrugged in response. Kobe's absence was of little consequence, perhaps even preferable. Kobe was a close friend of Garnett, and since he was also a dear companion of Garnett, their acquaintance was hardly surprising. However, Kobe has never held White in high regard. Perhaps due to White's previous lackluster skills that failed to capture the attention of the basketball deity. But a few days ago, upon discovering that he was acquainted with Kobe, I initially anticipated that my fervent admiration for him would lead to excitement. To my surprise, when Garnett mentioned Kobe, a tinge of distaste unexpectedly welled up within me. I was taken aback. It seemed White's memory had a profound impact on my sentiments. Clearly, my connection with Kobe was not as significant as I had imagined. The draft is approaching, truly exhilarating, Garnett remarked, glancing at his watch with a smile. White took several deep breaths, his expression impassive as he gazed at David Stern, who had just taken the stage. NBA, here I come. James White has arrived. LeBron James, here I come. James White has arrived. Wealth and beauty, here I come. James White has arrived. Draft. On the evening of June 28, 2006, at precisely 7 o'clock, the NBA draft commenced. Following Stern's opening remarks, we officially entered the selection phase, with all the rookies, including White, anxiously observing Stern's aged visage. With the first pick of the 2006 NBA draft, Stern announced, holding a sealed envelope while smiling at the visibly tense rookies below, yet he remained silent. Despite knowing that he was not a contender for the first round, White's heart brimmed with anticipation and nervousness. As he watched Stern's professional smile, he couldn't help but mutter in Chinese, "Damn foreigner, what's with the theatrics? Just announce it already. Who doesn't know that the first pick is that damned Bargnani? Poor Raptors, how could they select such a soft player? It serves them right for being at the bottom of the Atlantic Division." Those around White looked at him in astonishment, puzzled by the excitement emanating from the dark-skinned lad. Those familiar with White shook their heads, secretly agreeing with the tabloid rumors that he had suffered some sort of brain injury. Only a yellow-skinned female reporter seated 2 rows away from White appeared delighted by his outburst. Just as Garnett was about to inquire about White's earlier remarks, Stern finally opened his mouth, feigning delight as he announced, the Toronto Raptors select Andrea Bargnani. From Italy, Bargnani stood up, his face beaming with joy, embracing friends and family before waving exuberantly to the crowd. Watching his ecstatic reaction, White genuinely worried that the young man might succumb to the pressure and faint, becoming the first #1 pick in NBA history to collapse. During the draft, White joined the applause, disdainfully remarking to Garnett, "Kevin, I wager that this white beanpole will prove to be a bust. He's likely to be as disappointing as Kwame Brown. If he ever dares to challenge the other 2 center picks, Yao Ming and Howard, he will undoubtedly be utterly annihilated." "Hey, buddy, I concur with your assessment. Haha, you're absolutely right." A voice resonated from behind White, accompanied by a pair of large, dark hands patting his shoulder. White felt a tingling sensation in his shoulders and inwardly lamented that his physique was far too slender to ascend to the status of a globally renowned superstar in the NBA. He first needed to elevate his weight to 220 pounds. He and Garnett turned their heads, only to be greeted by a jovial face. "Hey, Dwight, what brings you here?" Garnett laughed heartily. Seated behind them was none other than the illustrious center, Dwight Howard, famously known as the Superman. White, having been focused ahead, had not noticed Howard's presence, adorned with sunglasses. Howard removed his sunglasses and chuckled. "Kevin, James, good to see you. Since our Magic team doesn't have a first-round draft pick this year, what purpose do I have in coming forward?" Although James White had yet to join the NBA, he had already gained fame as a prodigious talent across America, making it unsurprising that Howard recognized him. Also, a remarkable dunker. Regrettably, while Howard had entered the NBA draft straight out of high school as the first overall pick, White had lingered in college for year upon year, emerging not only with little knowledge, but also with his confidence and potential considerably diminished. I have perused the profile of this individual, and I must say, he falls short of expectations. It baffles me how the Raptors could have selected him as the first overall pick. Although he is touted as the second coming of Nowitzki, he pales in comparison to Dirk in more ways than one. Howard scoffed disdainfully. Garnett turned to glance at the podium. where Stern was engaged in hushed conversation with a self-satisfied Bargnani, the big screen showcasing Bargnani's remarkable goals in the Italian league. He too curled his lip and remarked, "Just look at his nickname, the second Nowitzki. What resemblance does he bear to Dirk aside from that same softness? Choosing this pale fellow would have been a lesser choice than selecting LeBron. After all, both are duds as top picks. Why not keep the bounty within our own ranks? Right, LeBron?" White looked at the laughing Garnett and Howard with a bemused expression, utterly at a loss for words. Considering White's previous skills, being selected as the first overall pick would undoubtedly have earned him the label of a bust. However, the essence of a Cuba prodigy now resided within him, rendering him incomparable to his former self. Recognizing the jest, he refrained from expressing anger and could only manage a wry smile, remarking, "Well, perhaps they are aiming to expand into the European market, as Italians are known for their affluence. Moreover, the Raptors already boast the talented power forward Bosch. A supportive presence in the paint suffices. Just look at the talent available in this year's draft for big men. The Raptors are in a difficult position, indeed." Per Raptors. Upon hearing White's words, Garnett and Howard nodded in agreement. Both being elite big men, they held little optimism for the incoming rookie class in the paint. Media sources echoed this sentiment, suggesting that this draft year was lackluster, with a dearth of exceptional talent participating. As the NBA draft proceeded, Stern announced the second overall pick. The Chicago Bulls selected LaMarcus Aldridge from Texas State University at Austin. A tall, handsome young African-American stood up to wave and made his way to shake hands with Stern. "What do you think of this kid?" remarked Howard, noting that in the past decade, the NBA had seen little talent emerge from the second pick, save for the commendable Steve Francis. Having found merit in White's earlier comments, Howard deliberately sought to test him, curious to discern whether White's assessment of Bargnani stemmed from genuine insight or a tinge of jealousy aimed at undermining a rival. White pondered for a moment and remarked earnestly, were it not for the positional overlap with Bosch, this individual would undoubtedly be the prime candidate for the number 1 pick. Aldridge possesses remarkable physical attributes and a natural basketball talent, coupled with immense potential. It is worth noting that he shares a significant trait with Duncan, an exceptional tactical execution. He will prove to be a valuable ally to coaches and an excellent support to leaders on the court. I would wager that he will undoubtedly secure a place on the all-rookie first team this season. Observing the skeptical expressions of his companions, White shrugged and added, "If you doubt me, let us wager. I shall gladly accept any stakes." He could hardly comprehend the folly of the Raptors' management for overlooking Aldridge, a formidable force in the NCAA, in favor of Bargnani, who had yet to prove himself on the American stage. Seeing White's unwavering conviction, Garnett and Howard began to take an interest in Aldridge. The third pick in the NBA draft, the Charlotte Bobcats selected Adam Morrison from Gonzaga University. Stern continued to read with his customary formulaic smile. Noticing the glances from Garnett and Howard, White scoffed, "The third pick has historically yielded talent. But it depends on who wields it. Mr. Jordan excels as a player, yet his drafting skills leave much to be desired. Morrison possesses an exceptional will to play, yet his physical attributes are merely mediocre. Keep in mind, the NBA is a battlefield. No one will extend you leniency due to your ailments. The Bobcats' selection of Morrison is a squandered opportunity. The NBA will always be a stage for tough warriors, and Morrison will struggle to survive here." A look of regret clouded White's eyes. He wished that the draft position could have been his, for his own sake and for Morrison's as well. At the very least, it would have spared him from bearing such immense pressure. Garnett and Howard nodded in agreement, perhaps skeptical of White's remarks regarding Aldridge, yet finding merit in his observations about Morrison. In the NBA draft, the Portland Trail Blazers selected Tyler Thomas from Louisiana State University with the 4th overall pick. White disdainfully remarked, "This is utter rubbish. I have heard that Portland struck a deal with Chicago, exchanging Thomas and a second-round draft pick for Aldridge. What an exceptional bargain. Chicago will have to pay for its short-sightedness." White, oblivious to the astonished gazes of his two friends beside him, continued speaking. With the 5th pick in the NBA draft, the Atlanta Hawks selected Helton Williams from Duke University. Just as Garnett was about to interject, White preemptively asserted, "That's utter nonsense. He simply cannot acclimate to the tempo of the NBA. I fail to comprehend why the Hawks owner has an affinity for such dubious tall players. Is he unaware that quality interior players like you two have become a rarity in recent years?" Garnett had initially intended to counter, but upon hearing White's final remark, he and Howard nodded vigorously in agreement. With the 6th pick in the NBA draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves chose Brandon Roy from the University of Washington. White gazed in awe at the bashful young white man as he ascended the podium, exclaiming, "Roy is undoubtedly the finest player of this draft class. He is destined to become an all-star caliber guard, while the Timberwolves possess the most inept front office of this draft, having foolishly relinquished such a prodigy to their rivals. Mark my words, Roy is the quintessential choice for the first overall pick. He is akin to Bird and Duncan, players who excel by employing their intellect on the court. And he embodies the qualities of a premier leader on the hardwood." Garnett, currently embroiled in a contentious dispute with the Timberwolves management, paid little heed to White's disparagement. Rather, he felt a flicker of satisfaction. Yet, he remained skeptical, pondering, is this slight fellow truly as formidable as they say? He trained with our team, and his performance was rather unremarkable. White shook his head and said, "No, Kevin, you are all deceived by appearances. I know Roy very well. He is the kind of player who thrives on growth. He possesses a humble yet fervent heart that refuses to settle for mediocrity. He is the type of leader who can inspire his teammates to forge ahead without resorting to shouting, much like Duncan. Observing him play may seem unremarkable at first glance. Yet his effectiveness is undeniable. Just look at your tryouts. What are you evaluating? Who can leap the highest? Who can bench press 180 kilograms? Or who can sink three-pointers unguarded?" Humph. White gazed intently at the beaming Roy and continued, "Brandon Roy lacks explosive athleticism, formidable physicality, and even remarkable speed for penetrating defenses. However, his 4 years in college have honed him into a player of considerable experience, one who excels in the cerebral aspects of the game. This individual possesses exceptional ball handling skills, adeptly controls his pace during drives, and primarily scores through acrobatic layups and mid-range jump shots, all the while boasting a lethal clutch ability. He is bound to be a nightmare for many." With a sigh, he reminisced about his own experiences on the Cuban courts. In truth, their spirits were quite similar. Both were geniuses who understood the game intellectually, though White was currently endowed with remarkable physical prowess. Engaging in idle chatter with Garnett and Howard, White was suddenly struck by the realization that he felt no anxiety regarding the draft. After all, he was well versed in all the particulars of this draft class. Why should he fret unnecessarily? Ultimately, he would be overlooked by the Pacers, only to be signed by the Spurs, where he would accompany Duncan in securing a championship ring. "Hey, kid, you speak brilliantly. Who the hell said you lack intelligence? Those so-called experts are fools." A voice, reminiscent of a quacking duck, boomed around the trio, startling White, who had just regained his composure. Had someone been eavesdropping? It seemed Howard had company. White turned to scan the area, but found no one aside from Howard, who resembled a clumsy bear. "Hey, where are you looking?" "I'm right here." The voice belonged to a small figure perched on a stool, whose appearance was somewhat reminiscent of a QQ sausage, defiantly gazing up at the three. It was none other than Nate Robinson, the 2006 slam dunk champion. Standing at a mere 175 meters, this little dynamo appeared rather comical amidst three towering figures, akin to a child hiding among adults. The dim lighting made him difficult to spot unless one paid close attention. One might even liken him to a landmine concealed in the shadows. "Hello, Nate." "The illustrious dunk champion." "Hello, Brand," he replied, his demeanor softening in response to White's friendly greeting. Robinson extended a strong hand, exchanging hearty shakes with the trio. Garnett, chuckling, inquired, "Hey, Nate, when did you arrive? Why didn't you say hello sooner?" Robinson, with a playful grimace, retorted, "You guys didn't even notice me? I've been here for quite a while." White, "I must say, your observations are spot on. Roy is indeed the kind of player. Are the Timberwolves really considering trading him?" He gazed expectantly at Garnett and inquired. Garnett shrugged and replied, "Perhaps. Who knows what the Timberwolves are capable of these days? Maybe one day they will trade me away too." Noticing Garnett's mood darkening, White shot an irritable glance at Robinson and deftly changed the subject, saying, "What do you think my draft position will be? I can hardly wait." Robinson shook his head with a furrowed brow, perhaps disappointed that his friend would not have the opportunity to collaborate with an elite power forward in the NBA. Upon hearing White's words, Howard chuckled and remarked, "If I were one of those managers, I would select you in the next round without hesitation. I've realized you are not as foolish as the media portrays you to be. White, I can't help but want to challenge you. Back in high school, they always compared me to you and LeBron." With a chuckle, White declared with unwavering determination, "I shall astonish all those who doubt me and make every team that overlooks me regret their decision." The three companions nodded appreciatively, finding solace in their friend's confidence. Suddenly, Nate interjected with a mischievous grin, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, There was a female reporter eavesdropping on your conversation just now, right here. The trio was taken aback, after all. White's earlier commentary had not only praised Aldridge and Roy but had also disparaged several top draft picks and criticized the upper echelons of various teams. If such remarks were to be reported, White would undoubtedly become a pariah throughout the league, both among players and teams alike. They turned to look behind them and indeed spotted a young female reporter with yellowish skin busily jotting down notes. As she noticed the four faces directed at her, she sheepishly raised her head and said, "Hello, I am a reporter from the Chinese Sports Daily. I apologize for interrupting you." The lighting was somewhat dim, preventing White from clearly discerning her features. However, her voice was melodious, akin to the sweet song of a lark. Given the publication's name, she was presumably Chinese. Just as White was about to speak, Garnett interjected, "Miss, we do not care what your name is. Please hand over what you just recorded. Furthermore, this is a private conversation, and all content must remain confidential. If you leak any information, we will have no choice but to resort to legal action." "Mr. Garnett." The young woman began, but Garnett fixed her with an icy glare and asserted, "No further discussion is necessary. Hand over the notebook." The reporter lowered her head, muttering a few words before reluctantly passing her notebook to Garnett. He nodded, maintaining his frosty demeanor as he stated, "Miss, I trust you will refrain from publishing any falsehoods in your newspaper. Otherwise, I will pursue legal action against your publication. It would be in our mutual interest to avoid any conflict between the NBA and your newspaper." White took the notebook, smiled gently, and patted Garnett on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, let it go, Kevin. Don't be so uptight. Be a gentleman towards the lady. You frightened her." Garnett, displaying a knowing expression, scoffed, "White, you're merely a rookie. You haven't faced the big leagues. When Allen first entered the league, he was ensnared by these guys, and they turned him into the league's pariah, leaving him to endure a barrage of insults alone." Upon hearing Garnett's mockery, the female reporter lifted her gaze to survey the four of them, shouted a few words, and then vacated her seat. Garnett and his companions looked at the reporter in confusion, uncertain of her agitated exclamations. Did she take offense at his remarks? After all, he merely spoke the truth. Observing their bewilderment, White erupted into laughter. The reporter, indeed of Chinese descent, had concluded with a phrase in her native tongue, "Wretched imperialism. Despicable old men, so ugly yet so arrogant." This was merely a fleeting episode. The four resumed their conversation, albeit in hushed tones, evidently more cautious now. Nate Robinson, known for his loquaciousness, joined in, while White, recalling his pre-transmigration memories, offered a relatively objective assessment of the current rookies. In contrast, Robinson derided the newcomers, vowing to dunk fiercely upon them in the upcoming season. As the first round of the draft neared its conclusion, Garnett and his companions expressed their dissatisfaction at White not being selected, with Howard erupting into an expletive-laden tirade. Meanwhile, White sat patiently on his bench, awaiting the commencement of the second round. In the second round, with the first pick, the Portland Trail Blazers selected James White from the University of Cincinnati. As the resounding voice of NBA Vice President Rod Thorne echoed, White felt a wave of relief wash over him. The world had not shifted with his arrival, and history continued on its predetermined path. He had feared that his hospitalization and the 2-month hiatus from workouts might lead the Blazers to forsake him. But it seemed his worries were unfounded. History remained unchanged. However, this was merely a temporary state. White believed that with his presence, the NBA would no longer adhere to the simplicity of the past. The Blazers would not emerge as the biggest victors of the 2006 draft. For James White was no longer just a mere dunker. As Thorne concluded his announcement, Garnett and his companions erupted into laughter, rising to applaud. Nate Robinson, clapping vigorously while whistling loudly, seemed eager to expel his lungs in excitement. Although they had known each other for a short time, both shared a boisterous and candid nature, as he perceived it, and Robinson had already embraced White as a friend. Taking a deep breath, White stood proudly. After embracing his parents, he shared a hearty hug with Garnett, Howard, and Robinson. As the only rookie in this draft backed by a renowned star, all reporters were keenly interested in him. Countless cameras flashed behind the four, as journalists eagerly captured the moment. White raised his right hand high, suppressing the overwhelming excitement within him as he approached the podium. He clasped hands tightly with Nerod, feeling in that moment that Nerod's aged visage had never appeared so handsome. "Welcome to the NBA family, my child. I believe the NBA is ready to embrace you, are you? Whether it was mere pleasantry or not." Nerod's words undoubtedly resonated deeply with the rookie White. "Sir, in the name of God, I shall dedicate my life to the NBA. I will showcase all that I am upon this grand stage," White declared earnestly, standing on a platform just a meter above the ground, feeling his blood surge with fervor. Gazing at the array of star players in the audience, White felt a surge of ambition. He knew his time had come. As he surveyed the crowd with an air of dominion, a burly African-American man shook his head dismissively, muttering, "I can't fathom how the Blazers would choose such a fool. Just look at his performance in the NCAA, poor in defense, lackluster in passing, feeble in driving, and devoid of the will to win. What else can he do besides dunk?" "Mr. Pierce, was that your assessment of this rookie?" inquired a bespectacled man adorned with the Washington Post insignia. Beside him, a blonde ESPN reporter watched with curiosity, her ample bosom drawing attention. Paul Pierce, startled by the presence of reporters, hesitated to deny his statement. Yet, upon glancing at the reporter's striking physicality, he reconsidered. As a prominent player for the Celtics, he felt it would be contemptible to backtrack. After all, he was merely speaking the truth about a second-round rookie. What was there to fear? He cleared his throat, adopting an air of grandeur. "Indeed, that is precisely my assessment. Please convey to him, rookie, that the NBA is not the streets. Dunking here is merely a display of brute force. Right, LeBron?" To validate his viewpoint, Pierce enlisted the presence of the newly crowned king, LeBron James. Internally seething, LeBron thought, "What the hell are you saying? Can you say that in front of people? Who doesn't know I'm the league's premier dunker? No wonder Kevin always berated you for your lack of common sense. It's infuriating." However, as both were elite stars of the league, LeBron refrained from publicly countering him. Instead, he maintained a solemn expression and replied, "I haven't competed against him, but I respect the Blazers' choice. Perhaps they need an exuberant young man to rejuvenate their fan base." To be honest, LeBron was indeed talented when it came to dunking. With that, he scoffed and departed from the controversy, eager to avoid being dragged down by the weight of misguided opinions. At this moment, White was unaware that he had just encountered his first adversary in the NBA. He was merely exhilarated as he donned the Portland Trail Blazers cap, despite knowing that in mere minutes he would be traded to the Indiana Pacers as a mere addition to the deal. Garnett and two others surrounded him, lavishing him with extravagant compliments. Nate Robinson had brought along his college teammate, Brandon Roy, but Roy, unfamiliar with the trio, stood by with a bemused smile, unsure of what to say. "Hello, Brandon. I'm your new teammate, James White. It's an honor to share the court with you," White exclaimed, pushing aside a grinning Howard to shake Roy's hand with palpable enthusiasm. "Hi, James. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nate says we're going to be great friends," Roy replied with a smile, embodying the innocence of a good-hearted child. Upon hearing Roy mention himself, the ever-eager Robinson exclaimed, "The NBA's Big Five have gathered. Watch us sweep the league." He then added, "By the way, Brandon, White holds you in high regard, claiming you would have been worthy of the first overall pick." Garnett mimicked White's tone and expression as he relayed this praise, emphasizing his commendation of Roy. Who would relish kind words? Especially since Roy had seldom received such accolades since he began playing basketball. Despite being drafted 6th overall, skepticism overshadowed affirmation. In particular, leading up to the draft, he had been criticized for lacking explosive speed and athleticism, with many scouts relegating him to the role of a supporting player. Hearing White's almost fawning admiration left him feeling euphoric. After Garnett finished his recitation, White noticed Roy still gazing at him in disbelief. He then tightly embraced his new friend's shoulders, declaring, "Brandon, you are one of the finest players from this draft class. You must believe in yourself. You will be the one the Trail Blazers need most, and you shall become the leader of this team. I know many doubt you, and even more doubt me. We must strive to prove them wrong and demonstrate the magnitude of their error. Let us go." Roy, equally fired up, nodded fervently. After hearing Garnett's retelling, he embraced James White as a friend, for White's perception of him resonated perfectly with his self-image, especially when Garnett noted that while Roy might lack astonishing explosiveness and overpowering physicality, his 4 years of collegiate experience had honed him into a savvy player. Comparable to the formidable Larry Bird, an addition from Garnett himself, Roy felt his mind buzzing. He recalled speaking similar words to his teammates and coaches in the past, only to be met with ridicule, with even those who refrained from mockery offering only perfunctory responses. No one had ever understood him like White did. Roy grasped White's shoulder in return, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. Nearby photographers hastily captured this moment, immortalizing the fervent camaraderie between the two. This photograph later became the quintessential promotional image for the 2007 Rookie Showcase, aptly titled The New King. As Stern departed the podium with a smile, the 2006 draft concluded. Executives from various teams left Madison Square Garden, some elated, others dissatisfied, with the quality of their chosen rookies to be evaluated only through their performances in the forthcoming season. However, it was evident that all managers possessing lottery draft picks were eagerly anticipating the emergence of these future stars. Post-draft, a flurry of player trades ensued. Though such matters were of no concern to the distinguished individuals present, Garnett and his entourage of 5 jovially rose to depart the raucous venue. But as they took a few steps, they heard a melodic "Please stay, gentlemen," with the draft now behind them. The previously dimly lit Madison Square Garden was illuminated as brightly as day. The 5 turned, somewhat taken aback, to see 2 elegantly dressed women approaching. Garnett, mistaking them for journalists seeking an interview, smiled and politely declined, saying, "Ladies, it is now our free time, and we must decline any interviews. If you have inquiries, please return tomorrow for a dedicated players' press conference. I believe these young men would be more than willing to address your questions then. Good night, ladies." The 2 women were indeed striking, particularly the lead figure. Her lustrous black hair shimmered under the dazzling lights, framing a pair of enchanting eyes and sensuous, full lips. With a finely sculpted nose and flawless cheeks, she possessed a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, her statuesque figure was accentuated by a form-fitting blue work outfit that highlighted her curves, particularly her alluring legs clad in sheer, nude-hued stockings, which captivated the attention of all the gentlemen present. The woman behind her, while slightly less alluring, exuded an air of purity without losing any charm, her porcelain skin evoking envy among Western women. Yet, within her dark, clear eyes lay a hint of panic and helplessness. Garnett turned, glaring icily at the 2 women, and curtly stated, "I have made myself abundantly clear. Please leave. My brother is tired and declines any interviews." Chin Zian, bewildered as she observed James White, suddenly heard Robinson and Garnett's remarks. Indignation surged within her as she retorted, "Mr. Garnett, please mind your tone. We are not here to conduct an interview. We are here to seek justice. What have you done to my friend? Please return our notebook." The 5 were momentarily stunned, realizing that the innocent girl before them was indeed the journalist who had been seated behind them moments ago. White glanced at the visibly anxious Yi Sishua and offered a faint smile. In the astonished gaze of 6 onlookers, White handed his notepad to Chin Zian. "Well, they are all compatriots, and besides, it is not a matter of great significance." Observing White in a daze, Robinson raised his hands in exasperation and exclaimed, "No, no. Dear James, you have committed a folly. Do you wish to oppose all the newcomers? You, who are so beguiled by beauty, must understand that these damned journalists can write anything." White shook his head and suddenly, without any preamble, stated, "Hello, girl, is there anything I can assist you with?" Noticing Chin Zian's astonished gaze directed at him, he awkwardly extended his right hand and added, "My name is White. It is truly a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Chin Zian parted her delicate lips, clearly perplexed by the situation at hand. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "Hello, I am Zian Chin. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is my dear friend, Cuye. However, first, excuse me, sir, are you all right?" Before White could respond, Howard rubbed his eyes and chuckled wryly, exclaiming, "Oh, good heavens, look at my friend. What is he, a madman or a romantic?" He exchanged a puzzled glance with Roy, and they both shrugged in confusion. After they shook hands, silence enveloped the 7 individuals, creating an atmosphere that was both peculiar and profoundly awkward. Earlier, upon hearing that her friend had been bullied, Chin Zian had rushed over in a fit of indignation to seek justice. Now, however, having regained her composure, she realized how reckless her actions had been. Had it not been for the rather unimpressive rookie's inexplicable antics that rendered the atmosphere so uncomfortable, she could hardly fathom what might have transpired next. "Kevin, what are our plans moving forward?" White tossed the topic to Garnett. Garnett shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "What plans? Either I take you to see a psychologist or to a nightclub. You can choose one." Howard and Robinson burst into laughter, with Robinson casting a mischievous glance at the 2 Eastern beauties. His curiosity piqued. He wondered why White was behaving so awkwardly in front of these slender women. Unable to comprehend why such an attractive black man would be drawn to them, he preferred women with fuller figures, finding the Eastern ideal of beauty rather lacking in sensuality. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation from the 4 men's scrutinizing gazes, Zian and Yi found that the tension among the 7 had finally begun to dissipate. Garnett, with his impressive reach, pulled White aside and said earnestly, "You, like Yao, are of Chinese descent, correct?" When the two women nodded, he continued, "Then I hope you are as wise as he is. Remember, refrain from writing anything scandalous. Focus on the positive. I would prefer not to have security escort you away during our next interview." Qin Zian inwardly fumed, thinking, what a detestable fellow. Why not encourage your friend to say something more favorable? She had vaguely heard her friend mention that this rookie was rather arrogant and skeptical about the earlier draft picks. However, her irritation was soon replaced by delight as she inquired, "So, Mr. Garnett, does this mean you might be open to an interview with us in the future?" Garnett hesitated, about to clarify that he had not meant that, but White interjected, "No problem, miss. That's absolutely fine. Kevin is a wonderful guy. How about we leave this place for now? Standing here is drawing too much attention." Robinson noticed White deep in thought, struggling to conceive a suitable destination. Unfortunately, he was entirely unfamiliar with New York, and being a traveler from China only compounded his confusion. Robinson, with a playful glint in his eye that suggested camaraderie, encouraged him to relax, and said, "My home is not far from here. Come, let us go to my place. I have many delightful things to share." White looked at Qin Zian and smiled. "What do you think? Would you like to conduct an interview at the player's residence?" Noticing the hesitation of the two women, he spread his hands and chuckled. "Come on, can we not trust the character of our players? Surely, we would not engage in any unlawful activities. Keep in mind, there are at least 1,000 witnesses who will see you leave with us." Qin Zian exchanged a glance with Yi Sixue, both showing signs of intrigue. The former softly uttered a phrase, to which the latter nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Qin Zian's words, White couldn't help but smile slightly. Although the other four did not comprehend, he understood perfectly. Qin Zian had cleverly expressed the sentiment, one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. As the match commenced, the two women soon realized they had indeed entered the tiger's lair. On their way out, their group encountered the young emperor, who was clearly distressed by the harassment from Brother Truth. Upon seeing Howard wave at him, he inquired about their intentions and, without further ado, drove his colossal steel beast, the Hummer, right behind them. White enviously watched as James stepped into the Hummer, and Garnett comforted him, saying, "Hey, buddy, don't worry. You'll have a vehicle like this before long." White shook his head, stating that he held no envy for his car. Observing his physique and muscular build, he wondered how it was achieved. Garnett shrugged, casting a more envious glance at James, murmuring something unintelligible. In the United States, taking photographs without the consent of others during private interactions is considered quite impolite. After inquiring with several individuals, Qin Zian acquired permission to take pictures. The young emperor assumed these two Eastern beauties were friends of Howard and felt reluctant to refuse them, while Howard and his companions were there to assist White in his romantic pursuits. God knows how they came to believe that White had developed an affection for the two women, yet they were indeed correct in their assumption. Upon arriving at Robinson's luxurious mansion in New York, it was the first visit for Garnett and the others, although their own residences were more opulent. The novelty of the occasion left them equally intrigued as Qin and Yi. Robinson personally served drinks and invited everyone to play video games. Howard and James were eager to join, but the others displayed little interest. "Can we not engage in activities more befitting adults?" White lamented, perplexed as to why these burly men were so captivated by video games. Upon hearing White's words, the 5 men looked utterly bewildered, while the 2 women cast disapproving glances at what seemed to be a band of miscreants. Robinson wore an expression that conveyed a mix of admiration and mockery, chuckling in amusement. Realizing that his words had been misconstrued, White quickly clarified, "What I meant was, let us forego the video games and pursue something more thrilling, like a bullfight." A spontaneous idea had struck him. Howard was the first to voice his dissent. "Hey, buddy, are you out of your mind? A bullfight? Who's even wearing sports gear? You? Surely you can't expect Nate's wardrobe to contain something suitable for me?" Following a series of rhetorical questions, he cast a mischievous glance at Robinson, who was significantly shorter than himself. Initially, Nate had intended to oppose the suggestion, but upon Howard's scrutiny, he felt a pang of indignation, as if he were being belittled. Discontentedly pouting, Robinson decisively stated, "All right then, we shall play together. You all wait here. There's a Nike store just outside, and I'll fetch you some jerseys." Before James and the others could voice any objections, Robinson swiftly departed the hall with a gait reminiscent of a bowling ball. The young emperor exchanged glances with Roy, both sighing in unison. Had we known it would unfold this way, we might as well have remained to endure Pierce's harassment. It must be said, in America, tall individuals are rather commonplace. In a modest street vendor store, there was indeed an ample selection of oversized jerseys. Nate returned with both clothing and shoes without consulting the others, merely stating, "There's a basketball court in my backyard," before hastily retreating to his bedroom to change into the jersey. Seeing the remaining 4 men glaring at him, White meekly replied, "I'll go change as well," and scurried away, hoping to avoid incurring their wrath. Frustrated, he thought to himself that he had merely made a suggestion. Why was Robinson taking it so seriously? The 4 individuals, feeling helpless, had no choice but to leave the hall to change into their jerseys, leaving behind the 2 girls who giggled softly while sipping their beverages. The drinks were indeed delightful, imbued with a subtle hint of alcohol and fragrance, sweet and smooth to the palate. Robinson led his 7 companions into the gymnasium located in his backyard, which boasted a private basketball court. Qin Zian and Yi Shishui gazed enviously at the opulent, somewhat extravagant villa, their hearts lamenting the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy. In a street-side 3vs3 half-court basketball match, White teamed up with Robinson and Garnett, while the other 3 formed a separate team. White stood at the center court, initiating the play by passing to Robinson, while Garnett and Howard exchanged light-hearted banter as they positioned themselves in the paint. James assigned the duty of guarding White to Roy, both being rookies occupying similar positions. Feeling a swell of pride at being defended by the Cavaliers' leading star, Robinson remained unfazed. It is crucial to note that in a formal game, he would not typically face such high-caliber defense. Observing James, who loomed a meter away with a keen gaze, Robinson grinned, lowered his center of gravity, and with the ball in his right hand, made a decisive drive into the paint, darting past James's left side. James, amused internally, thought to himself, "Though my prowess in the league does not rely solely on speed, it is relative. My quickness surely surpasses yours." He extended his hand to brace against Robinson's slight frame, swiftly shifting his legs to shadow the young player's movements. Robinson, accelerating to his maximum speed, pressed his left shoulder against James's muscular chest, then abruptly halted. With a deft maneuver, he switched the ball to his left hand and spun around like a whirlwind, evading James's right flank. Weighing nearly 250 pounds, James had a greater inertia than Robinson, necessitating a retreat of 2 steps to mitigate the impact on his joints as he braced for the encounter. Against an ordinary adversary, Robinson would have successfully evaded his opponent. However, he was up against LeBron James, widely regarded as the finest first overall pick in the past 2 decades. Despite his backward movement, James demonstrated extraordinary lateral agility, fortified by his remarkable musculature and commendable knee stability, maintaining his position in front of Robinson. Robinson attempted several feints and directional changes, yet he could not break through James's formidable defense. Reluctantly, he was compelled to retreat the ball beyond the 3-second area. He raised his gaze to survey his teammates, spotting Garnett sprinting out of the paint. Just as he prepared to pass, Howard shadowed Garnett closely. It was well known that Garnett's mid-range shooting was as renowned as his dominance in the paint. Suddenly, Robinson's attention was drawn to White, who cleverly utilized Garnett and Howard's bodies to set a screen, shaking off Roy's defense to dash into the paint. Without delay, Robinson yanked back, creating a half-meter distance from James, and lofted the ball high into the air. As soon as White caught sight of Robinson's physique, he recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Having completely familiarized himself with his own body, he slightly bent his knees and, with a sudden burst of energy, leapt sideways towards the hoop. In midair, he received the high pass from Robinson with both hands, yanked the ball back with his right hand, and soared towards the basket like a glider, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed Qin Zian and Yi Shishui simultaneously, both captivated by the intense offensive and defensive exchange between James and Robinson, and utterly amazed by White's formidable leaping ability and hang time. Roy, feeling frustrated, gazed at James hanging on the rim, perplexed as to how this seemingly one-dimensional dunker from the NCAA could have the insight to utilize a teammate's body for a screen to shake him off. Robinson passed the ball to White and then led James towards the 3-point line. Although it was merely a single encounter, Roy quickly grasped that the gap between his one-on-one skills and James's was substantial. It would be disingenuous to claim that Roy underestimated White's capabilities during defense, for he had faced him in the NCAA and was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. Positioning himself defensively about 1.5 meters away from White, he aimed to thwart any attempt at a drive. In his memory, White's shooting accuracy from long range had always been somewhat unreliable. Noticing Roy keeping his distance, White smiled. He feigned a drive before suddenly elevating for a jump shot, bending his arms to nearly a 90-degree angle, his left hand supporting the basketball while his right hand gently flicked it. The ball arced gracefully through the air, descending directly into the hoop with precision. As all 5 players stared in astonishment, White shrugged and chuckled. "Don't be surprised. Take your time. I'm here to showcase everything I've learned in college." Turning to Brand, he added, "You'd better be cautious. I won't be as modest as I was in the college league." Roy's lips twitched in disbelief, torn between laughter and frustration. "Did you perhaps have a hidden talent in college?" he retorted, maintaining his composure with a smile. "Well then, bring it on, my friend. I shall also abandon my earlier modesty." White received the ball once more, his left hand grasping it with an elegance reminiscent of McGrady, extending his arm backward. With a subtle gesture of his right hand, he signaled Garnett to draw Howard out of the paint, indicating his intent to engage in a one-on-one against the former Rookie of the Year from the 2006 to 2007 season. Crouching slightly, White maintained possession with his left hand, fixating his gaze on Roy as his body gradually shifted inward. Roy, equally focused, extended his left arm to thwart any advances from White's left side. Carefully observing the shoulder of his opponent, he lowered his body subtly, shifting his center of gravity to an optimal position for defense. With a subtle smile, White abruptly jerked his left shoulder as he dribbled, catching Roy off guard. In an instant, the ball transitioned from his right hand to his left, and he leaned forward as if to take a large stride past Roy. As Roy retreated to establish his defense, White swiftly pulled the ball behind his back, and with the ferocity of a bison, he barreled past Roy's right side, his body piercing the defense like a javelin. Roy, the reigning champion of the 2006 draft, firmly braced himself against White, spreading his arms wide to seal off any gap through which White could maneuver. He lunged forward, closely pursuing White. His right hand waved incessantly, disrupting White's rhythm and further obstructing his line of sight. However, if such tactics could thwart White, it would render his exceptional athletic prowess meaningless. As the two entered the paint, White, still in an accelerated state, suddenly halted, catching Roy off guard, who took a half-step back. Just as Roy had barely managed to create a sliver of space between them, White launched into the air like a soaring arrow. Within what seemed like half a second, White's eyes aligned parallel to the rim, his hands raised high before he executed a powerful downward arc, slamming the ball through the hoop before descending. James and the others watched intently as White landed, and Howard, uncertain, remarked, "Is this truly the White the media has been touting? How did he get past just now? A crossover, perhaps? Oh my God, how could such a talent be selected in the second round?" Garnett, visibly exhilarated, took the ball and passed it to White, exclaiming, "Hey, James, what other surprises do you have in store for us? Your performance is astonishing." Over the past 2 years, Garnett had been preoccupied with the Timberwolves' affairs and had not fully grasped White's capabilities. In his memory, this friend, possessing an even more extraordinary physique than his own, seemed to fit the external narrative of being unrefined and lacking skill. Yet today, it appeared he had gravely misjudged the situation. Looking at the smiling Chinesian, White sighed internally, reflecting that all these offensive techniques were learned for her sake. He playfully wagged his finger at DV with a mysterious smile, then declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, the game has only just begun." For the ensuing moments, White unleashed a relentless barrage on both the interior and exterior of the opposing team's defense. Roy, physically outmatched and technically inferior to White, crumbled under the onslaught. To preserve Roy's confidence, LeBron James contemplated stepping in a few times, but ultimately refrained, recognizing that they were merely having fun and could see that White was not even exerting his full strength. Among the 6, Roy was the most frustrated. He could not fathom how White, who struggled to secure a starting position on a weak NCAA team, could be so formidable in this matchup. Defeat was defeat, and victory was victory. Roy admitted he was no match for White, who, like himself, was an athlete with a well-rounded skill set. Moreover, his physical condition was markedly inferior to that of his opponent. Not only was his adversary ferociously offensive, but his defense was also commendable, capable of thoroughly stifling him when he focused. After nearly an hour and a half of exhilarating play, White reveled in the game, executing dunks, blocks, three-pointers, and steals with fervor. Were it not for his currently frail physique, he would have dearly wished to challenge LeBron directly. He had previously entertained this notion. But during one of LeBron's layups, when he attempted to block, he was unceremoniously shoved aside by the king. Consequently, he resolutely abandoned any plans to face LeBron one-on-one, acknowledging the gap that still existed between himself and the young monarch. The only regret White harbored was his failure to showcase his exceptional passing and organizational skills during the match. Unfamiliar with Garnett and Robinson's offensive styles, he refrained from making reckless passes, aside from a few flamboyant ones intended for entertainment. During the break, Sheen and Yi, the two ladies, enthusiastically interviewed the 6 NBA players. They not only inquired about their expectations for the upcoming season, but also sought their opinions on the impending FIBA World Cup for the Japanese men's basketball team. Yi Siju diligently filled her notebook, while Chin Zian rotated her camera to capture moments. The 6 players enjoyed each other's company and were less dismissive during the ladies' interview than usual, revealing insights they typically wouldn't share. From White's memories of his past life, it seemed that the two senior sisters had faced significant setbacks in America in 2006, leading to Chin Zian's subsequent return to Beijing Sport University for her graduate studies. To prevent a recurrence of such tragedies, White, undeterred by the potential backlash from the American basketball team, revealed his predictions for the World Cup, suggesting that due to the American team's arrogance in the rapid evolution of global basketball, they might face a disheartening defeat in the tournament. Before the 7, White candidly asserted, although the United States has assembled its most formidable young guard lineup to demonstrate seriousness in the competition, they underestimate the capabilities of European and Asian nations. LeBron, Dwight, and Dwayne are among the pinnacle of athletes globally, yet they are still quite young. The national team's configuration is exceedingly imprudent. Coach K is indeed a premier mentor for young players in America, yet we must recognize that our opponents are not entirely composed of youth. Noticing the skeptical gazes of LeBron and the others, he continued, what is the average age of our team? Below 25, and we will only train together for a month. What about our opponents? They are seasoned veterans who have been playing together since 1997. Competing against them will not be easy. Achieving dominance in the first 7 matches will be a considerable challenge. Just as Howard was about to retort, White waved his hand and continued, in my view, a remarkable team necessitates a remarkable leader. However, LeBron is merely 21. We cannot expect him to wield supreme authority within the team. While Wade possesses a championship ring, he often loses his composure. Kirk Hinrich excels defensively on the perimeter, yet frequently disrupts his own rhythm. Although Anthony strives to lead the team, he has yet to evolve into a true leader. And as for Dwight, he is merely a rookie in the 2nd grade. In the end, he concluded that the American team requires a formidable big man to guard the paint, thereby liberating LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony, or Chris Bosh and Dwight Howard. Nonetheless, we must acknowledge the potential of this American team. The youth merely need time. Initially, James and Howard were inclined to dispute this assertion, but ultimately they had to concede that the rookie possessed a point. Garnett nodded, expressing his agreement with James' perspective, yet he cautioned that without tangible outcomes, one cannot hastily draw conclusions. Perhaps Mr. K harbors some extraordinary abilities to lead them to the pinnacle of the world. James silently nodded, pondering that indeed. At merely 21 years of age, although he is a leader with the Cavaliers, would he maintain such supremacy in a team composed of prodigies? If he is unqualified to be the leader, then who possesses that right? It is worth noting that unless Jordan himself were present, he would not defer to anyone. Observing the gleeful expressions of the 2 senior players, White graciously waved his hand and said, you may publicize this, stating it was Kevin and I who made the prediction. Garnett shot him a stern look and replied, hey, don't you wish to remain in the good graces of America? Besides, what does this have to do with me? I have no desire to become the enemy of the American people. James, you need to watch your words. Be cautious, lest you find yourself in trouble. Nate Robinson chimed in, embellishing the conversation. I also made a similar prediction with Brand. Kevin, you don't always have to be so cautious. This prediction is not misguided. Just consider James' previous assessment of Brand. Was it incorrect? It was entirely accurate. Indeed, although Brand Roy found himself at a disadvantage in the recent confrontation with James White, it did not diminish the quartet's regard for him. Garnett felt remorseful. He even contemplated contacting the front office to cancel the trade with the Blazers. Yet, upon reflecting on his uncomfortable position within the team, he surmised that the Timberwolves were preparing for a rebuild. Ultimately, he decided against alerting the management. Perhaps the trade had already been finalized. Upon hearing Robinson's comments, Roy furrowed his brow in resignation, yet he did not oppose the notion. The rookies needed some discourse to elevate their visibility. With recognition comes greater influence within the team. After conversing for a while longer, Roy excused himself to return to his hotel, as his parents had already urged him twice, fearing that his association with the troublesome Robinson might lead him astray. White returned the 2 ladies to their hotel, while he, along with Garnett, Howard, and James, took residence in Robinson's home to facilitate their attendance at the party that Robinson was hosting the following day. Robinson, seizing the opportunity presented by the presence of numerous stars in New York, decided to hold an impromptu soiree, inviting his friends for a bit of merriment. The entire next day, White felt somewhat disoriented. Robinson and Roy were preoccupied with the evening's gathering, one making calls to contact guests and the other busy arranging the venue, leaving little attention for him. Meanwhile, Howard and James were engrossed in video games. Garnett, on the other hand, was affectionately conversing with his wife over the phone, frequently uttering sweet nothings like "my dear," "I love you," and "I miss you," which made White feel quite nauseated. After a moment of contemplation, White took out his phone, staring at the screen that displayed the phone numbers he had requested from the two ladies the previous night, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing Garnett's infatuated demeanor, White gritted his teeth, reflecting that as a time traveler, he should not be intimidated by the presence of the senior sister he had long yearned for, who was now so close yet remained unpursued. What kind of man was he, really? White dialed Qin Zian's phone number, his heart racing with both anxiety and excitement as he awaited his beloved's response. After a few beeping tones, a delicate voice reached his ears. "Hello, is this Mr. White?" "I am Qin Zian." White, indifferent to whether the other party could see him or not, nodded slightly and shyly said, "Yes, that's me. Actually, you can call me James like Kevin and the others do. My friends address me that way. May I call you Yen? Is that how Americans would refer to you?" He initially wished to be called Huang Song, but uncertain whether another Huang Song would enroll in Beijing Sports University next year, he decided to keep his Chinese name hidden for a while longer to avoid unnecessary complications. A melodious laugh echoed from the phone, and White instantly recognized it as the voice of Yi Sixua. He didn't need to guess. He knew that she was probably teasing Qin Zian on the other end of the line. After chatting for a while, White finally mustered the courage to ask, "Yen, Nate is hosting a dinner party at his place tonight. Would you and Chue like to join us?" Qin Zian hesitated and replied, "I'm sorry, James, but we have an interview assignment tonight. Our director is leading the team personally, and we cannot take leave. I truly apologize." "Oh, that is fine," White said, his mood slightly dampened. After hanging up, he clutched a basketball and, disregarding Nate's loud calls from behind, ran alone to the court to practice his three-point shots diligently. Nate observed Roy with a serious expression and remarked, "It's quite evident that James is yearning for companionship. As his friend, I must find him a partner for tonight." He continued, "Roy, could you reach out to Dean Talon Bay? His father is a director, and I'm sure he can connect us with plenty of attractive women." Roy nodded, agreeing with his friend's reasoning. Reflecting on the fact that he himself already had children while his friend had yet to find a girlfriend was indeed astonishing. After all, one could only imagine the vitality associated with black athletes, considering the likes of LeBron and Wade, although Howard was an exception. The disappointment brought by Qin Zian soon dissipated as White immersed himself in shooting hoops, and night gradually descended. After showering, he changed into the suit he wore during the draft and stood with Garnett, listening attentively as Garnett imparted his wisdom on navigating the NBA. Being a novice at such gatherings, White felt somewhat out of place. He was merely a rookie, a second-round pick, and thus not many approached him to greet him. Garnett, however, was a different story. Revered as the big ticket, a true hero of Minnesota, he was in high demand for conversation. After an afternoon of practice, White began to feel hungry. He distanced himself from the crowd surrounding Garnett and found an empty table, enjoying his meal with gusto. Just as he was relishing his food, he suddenly noticed a tall beauty approaching him. Shy and reserved, White swallowed his snack while stealing glances at the enchanting woman beside him. She appeared to be in her 20s, her long, raven hair cascading casually over her slender, alluring shoulders. Her starry eyes sparkled, and her lips were as red as fire. With long lashes playfully curling upward and the corners of her mouth turned up in a teasing smile, she captivated his attention entirely. Draped in a form-fitting black gown that clung to her exquisite figure, the dress featured a plunging neckline that revealed a profound décolletage, igniting a tumult of emotions within White akin to a cat scratching in flames. As his gaze traveled down the gown, an exaggerated yet graceful S-curve unfolded before his eyes, a testament to the creator's wondrous artistry. Beneath the alluringly high and voluptuous snow-white curves, two elongated legs encased in flesh-toned, crystal-clear stockings captivated all attention. The entire ensemble exuded a blend of sensuality and elegance. However, upon discerning the beauty's visage, White was taken aback. In his astonishment, the delicacies he had been savoring were hastily swallowed without proper chewing, causing a morsel to lodge uncomfortably in his throat and render him momentarily speechless. Observing White's distress, The woman promptly extended a glass of beverage to him while gently patting his broad and sturdy back. Once he managed to swallow the obstruction, the enchanting beauty introduced herself with grace. "Hi, I'm Fox, Megan Fox." Upon recalling White's earlier predicament, she couldn't help but chuckle, a sound that made White's heart flutter. Uncontrollably, he murmured in Chinese, "A single smile can evoke a myriad of charms, rendering the beauties of the harem colorless." Noticing the bemusement on the future goddess's face, White quickly elaborated, "What I just expressed was an ancient Eastern poem, signifying that your gentle smile blossoms like spring flowers, captivating all hearts and eclipsing the allure of every well-groomed woman in America. Oh, my apologies for not introducing myself earlier. I am James White. Feel free to call me James," he added. "Thank you for your compliment. It is the most beautiful praise I have ever received. Eastern poetry is indeed marvelous. I never imagined you to be not only a sporting prodigy, but also a person of remarkable literary depth," Fox replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Though inwardly she had already categorized him among the lecherous sorts. White dabbed the remnants of his drink from the corner of his mouth and, with a gentlemanly smile, expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate your kind words, and I must extend my heartfelt thanks for the life-saving favor you just rendered. That drink you offered has quite literally salvaged the future of an NBA superstar. For this, I convey my gratitude on behalf of American basketball and all its fans." With that, he lifted a glass of red wine and drank deeply, exuding a robust and carefree masculinity. Fox chuckled again, secretly thinking that although this fellow was a rogue, he was a charming and generous one. Noticing Fox's sweet smile, White sighed inwardly, reflecting that had he told his old friends in a past life that one day he would make the enchanting Megan Fox giggle uncontrollably, they would have likely committed him to a psychiatric institution. At that moment, Megan Fox radiated the same dazzling allure she possessed during her time in Transformers. Glancing at the strikingly beautiful Fox, Nate expressed his dissatisfaction to a lewd-looking blonde man beside him. "Hey, Dean, you rascal. With such a beauty around, why didn't you give me a heads up? She is truly the woman of my dreams. What is her name?" "Ah, dear Cupid. I have been struck by your arrow." Roy smiled modestly from the side, yet his keen, wolf-like eyes betrayed the thoughts of this exemplary husband. The lewd man, Dean Tyranbay, glanced at Fox and chuckled. "Are you referring to her? Her name is Megan Fox. You know, my father just took over the Transformers script last year and plans to start filming this year, but he hasn't secured a leading lady yet. She is one of the contenders, though merely a second-rate actress without much fame. My father isn't too optimistic about her." With a shrug, he lamented, "It's a pity. They say she is a lesbian. I made an effort to approach her, but I got nothing out of it. And instead, my father misunderstood, thinking I had done something with her. She is not a simple woman. She is, much like her name suggests, a fox." Nate shook his head in disappointment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Let us toast to James, hoping he can conquer these spirited wild mares." Dean smirked and replied, "Hey, buddy, don't set your expectations too high. You must realize that even a handsome guy like me didn't succeed, so what chance does that guy have? Who possesses nothing but height?" He speculated maliciously. "I bet that Fox girl is just using this rookie to create some buzz for herself before she ultimately drops him like a hot potato." Dean's unfounded conjecture earned him a pair of exasperated eye rolls, for White and Fox were engaged in a lively conversation, entirely uncharacteristic of two individuals who had just met. "Megan, I have seen your films, and your performances are exceptional." White deftly shifted the topic back to Fox. "Indeed." Fox appeared pleasantly surprised. "Really? Which one did you see? You must know, I have only played some inconspicuous supporting roles." As she spoke, her complexion grew somewhat dim. White raised his glass and said, No, Megan, your performance was magnificent, although your lines were few. I believe many were captivated by you even more than by the leading lady." He paused and continued, "For instance, I am one of them." Noticing Fox's skeptical shrug, he mysteriously brought the crystal glass filled with red wine to his eyes and declared, "You know, I am actually a seer." "Truly, I would not deceive you." Fox, grinning, looked at White and replied, "Then, oh great seer, what do you foresee at this moment?" White, with his thick, dark fingers delicately poised, lifted his gaze to the star-studded night sky, murmuring incantations under his breath. He then declared with utmost seriousness, "Based on my celestial observations and years of experience, Miss Fox, it is evident that you are currently vying for a film role." Feigning astonishment, Fox replied, "How extraordinary, great seer. From which tabloid did you glean this information?" Upon hearing her words, White retorted with displeasure. Megan, could you please be a bit more earnest? We are engaged in a prophecy here. Kindly omit that last remark. I distinctly acquired this information from a reputable Los Angeles newspaper. Unable to suppress her amusement, Fox laughed lightly. Oh, White, I believe if you were to retire from sports, you could easily pursue acting. Your performance leaves me in awe. Seeing Fox's spirits lifted once more, he smiled and said, Megan, have confidence. I swear before the Almighty, you shall undoubtedly star as the leading lady in Transformers, and you will rise to fame, illuminating the sky with your brilliance. Fox's enchanting eyes twinkled like a crescent moon as she clinked her glass with White's, exclaiming, let us celebrate and advance the birth of Hollywood's new queen, as well as the emergence of the NBA's second super king. White pursed his lips in feigned nonchalance, exclaiming, cheers. The two exchanged knowing smiles as they savored the exquisite wine in their glasses. Years later, during an interview with a journalist, the now global icon Megan Fox would sweetly reminisce. At that moment, I truly couldn't fathom that my words would manifest into reality. I was merely seeking joy in the company of James. Subsequently, he has continually drawn inspiration from my words, empowering me to confront every challenge I encounter with courage and to ultimately realize my dreams. However, in that moment, one was a second-rate Hollywood star while the other was a rookie, chosen only in the second round, and the novice was soon to face difficulties. Cece, let us go. Observing James White, who was playfully bantering with Fox, Chin Zian felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Usiju looked at her friend with a teasing smile, deliberately saying, why leave? We've just arrived. Was it not you who urged me to skip the interview arranged by the director to attend this soiree? She narrowed her large, watery eyes, glancing between White and Chin Zian. Are you out of your mind? Little girl, have you been itching for trouble since I haven't dealt with you lately? Chin Zian maintained her composure, turning to cast a mischievous look at Yi Siju. Indeed, why was she even upset? She had only known the man for 2 days. Although he had assisted her with the interview, she held no particular feelings for him. On the contrary, it seemed he harbored feelings for her. The two playfully approached White. As they were not well acquainted with many others present, Garnett and the others were preoccupied with conversing with those around them, leaving White's vicinity relatively serene. Hi, James. The two women greeted him with smiles. Upon seeing the unexpected presence of the two ladies, White felt a mix of astonishment and delight, albeit accompanied by a nervous sensation akin to being caught in an affair. What was he even thinking? After all, he and his senior were merely ordinary friends. White chuckled joyfully. Yin, Shui, allow me to introduce you to the esteemed oracle before us. With an elegant flourish of his left hand, he gestured towards Fox. This enchanting lady is named Megan Fox. As a friend, I must advise you to seize the opportunity to interview Miss Fox while you can. It won't be long before she becomes the darling of Hollywood. Trust me, he continued, observing the playful laughter of the three women. And these two exquisite Eastern ladies are named Zian Chin and Siyi. Both are exceptional journalists who just yesterday conducted interviews with NBA superstars Howard, James, and Garnett. I am certain that once they release the information they hold, they will swiftly ascend to become the true darlings of Eastern media. Watching White's feigned confidence and authoritative tone, the three women found themselves irresistibly drawn to his words amidst their laughter. The four engaged in lively conversation, while at a distance, Nate Robinson, the bashful Roy, and the rather unsavory Dean looked on, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue, as the three women erupted into fits of laughter. Their stunning figures accentuated by their mirth, it was clear to see the effect they had on the men nearby, who were bent over in conversation. James truly is an enigmatic figure. Their taste is rather lacking, Robinson muttered, a blend of jealousy and admiration etched across his face. Dean nodded in agreement, his gaze lingering on the ethereal beauty of Chin and Yi, reminiscent of a classical muse. In a wicked moment of thought, he recalled a Japanese woman from the crew, noting that her similar complexion could serve as a satisfying distraction. As the evening progressed, White grew increasingly relaxed in the presence of Zian Chin, his smooth conversational skills drawing the four into a delightful exchange. However, as the event neared its conclusion, Roy approached with a somber demeanor, unusually refraining from admiring the trio. He expressed his dissatisfaction to White. Hey, buddy, as you mentioned, I've been traded from the Timberwolves to the Blazers. How ridiculous. I was planning to dress sharply for a promotional event with the Timberwolves tomorrow. Those wretched Timberwolves will not be forgiven. Over time, Roy had developed a close friendship with Garnett, who acknowledged his talent. Had he successfully joined the Timberwolves, with Garnett's support alongside his own skills, they would have formed a formidable duo. Indeed, since 2008, Both had been all-star caliber players. Upon hearing this news, White felt a pang of discomfort. Roy had a new team to join, while he himself faced the prospect of being cast aside by the Indiana Pacers. After the draft, the Blazers swiftly arranged a trade with the Pacers, and White was acutely aware that he was being exchanged as a mere afterthought. Although fully aware that the NBA operates as a business, one cannot help but feel disheartened when subjected to transactions that treat individuals as mere commodities, even for someone as open-minded as White. White comforted Roy by embracing his shoulders, saying, "Buddy, there's no need for such distress. You ought to express gratitude to the Timberwolves. After all, the Trail Blazers are in a rebuilding phase and are in dire need of a leader. I have high hopes for you, so give it your all. Once we enter the league, we must showcase our utmost potential, leaving those teams that overlooked us in tears, making all the managers of the teams that passed on us rue their decisions." Roy nodded resolutely, responding coolly, "In the future, I will be the one to choose my team. I want all those damn front offices to covet me. For a prodigious talent, particularly one with lofty aspirations." The sudden realization of being traded was undoubtedly a bitter pill to swallow. Unlike his future self, who would accept all adversities, including being sidelined, White felt a pang of sympathy for Roy. However, this discomfort was swiftly cast aside as a newfound clarity, or perhaps a sense of indignation, washed over Roy, who mischievously remarked, "All right, James, revel in your good fortune, but you best tread carefully. A king with 3 queens is not a privilege bestowed upon just any man." With that, he patted White's shoulder with an air of wisdom, adding earnestly, "We have to shoot promotional clips for the NBA tomorrow. Take care of your back." With that, he hurriedly departed. Though Roy's voice was not loud, it was just audible enough for the 3 women to hear clearly. Looking at them with a tearful expression, White was at a loss for words. To make matters worse, Fox suddenly leaned her alluring figure closer to him, exclaiming, "Wow, a 4-way." She then playfully extended her delicate pink tongue to gently lick her fiery red lips. With a sudden warmth in his lower abdomen, White could only bend down, his face a blend of amusement and exasperation as he gazed at the frostily narrowed eyes of the 2 women, Sheen and Yi. The congenial atmosphere that had been deliberately crafted at last night's gathering was utterly shattered by Roy's singular remark. Aside from receiving a flirtatious glance from Fox, White garnered nothing else. Ultimately, as the soiree concluded, when White offered to drive the 2 ladies to their hotel in Garnett's beloved modified Rolls-Royce Phantom, they regarded him with wary expressions before graciously declining the invitation, leaving White in a state of despair. Disheartened, he turned down Robinson's invitation and returned to the hotel with Garnett and Fox, though it should be noted that the 3 occupied separate rooms. Upon arriving at the hotel, Fox immediately retreated to her room, not affording White even a moment to bid her good night. Before dawn had even broken, White was jolted awake by a series of insistent knocks at his door. Reluctantly, he opened the hotel door, only to be met with an anxious Fox, who promptly thrust a copy of the New York Chronicle into his hands. White rubbed his dreamy large eyes, eagerly hoping to catch a glimpse of something risque from Fox. Unfortunately, Fox possessed a deeper understanding of men than White did. Thus, despite the early hour, she was impeccably dressed. A light purple t-shirt was paired with cropped denim trousers and chic high-heeled shoes, exuding a simplistic yet youthful charm. Observing White's unabashed scrutiny of her, Fox found herself at a loss between indignation and amusement. With a wry smile, she exclaimed, "Oh, esteemed future superstar, do take a look at this newspaper. All the newcomers are criticizing you. They have united in their stance, determined to ensure you endure a challenging time on the field." White stared incredulously at the newspaper in his hands, where the first 4 pages were filled with photographs of himself and those so-called elite rookies. Moreover, the pages were laden with the author's evaluations of White's draft prospects, alongside the scathing critiques and provocations directed at him by various newcomers. White could scarcely believe that the senior he trusted had committed such an act. They should have been aware of the repercussions that such news would entail. His mind was in disarray, filled with a tumult of anger and sorrow, but predominantly a sense of despair stemming from betrayal. He had tirelessly scoured for opportunities to assist them in securing interviews. Why had they treated him in this manner? Before White could finish reading the newspaper in his hands, Garnett burst in with fervor, slamming a stack of newspapers onto the floor and exclaiming in anger, "I knew those 2 vixens would resort to such actions, the fools. It was utterly foolish of me to allow them to take the shorthand notebook. I was completely out of my mind." In the past, had White heard anyone dare to insult the 2 senior sisters as vixens, he would have unhesitatingly confronted them. However, now he could only maintain a stoic expression as he perused the papers scattered on the ground. most of which contained scathing remarks about his interactions with several team managements and the subsequent backlash from the higher-ups of those teams. Fox let out a sigh, tossing her neatly arranged ponytail behind her, her brows furrowing as she said, "Kevin, this is not the time for self-reproach. We need to devise a strategy to help James restore his reputation. Do not be naive, young lady. Now that the situation has been exposed, there is no room for redemption," Garnett replied darkly. "Moreover, we are not acquainted enough for you to call me Kevin. Perhaps referring to me as Mr. Garnett would be more appropriate." Garnett had always been cautious in his interactions with those so-called Hollywood starlets, never allowing himself to be entangled with women who would only bring trouble, while his good friend White seemed to be quite the opposite. White chuckled amusingly as he observed the glum expression on Fox's face, tossing the newspaper aside with a hearty laugh. All right, don't dwell on it too much. After all, I speak the truth. Just wait and see. Within a single season, no one will dare to criticize me. Instead, they will extol my discerning vision. Soon." He found solace in this thought. After all, who could he blame? In his heart, Qin Zian and Yi Shui were undoubtedly his most cherished individuals, yet in their eyes, he was merely a stranger from a different race. Dressing himself, he retrieved his phone and powered it on. In his previous life, he detested being disturbed while sleeping. Hence he would turn off his phone during slumber. Upon turning it on, the service screen indicated that he had a staggering 50 missed calls. A glance at the numbers revealed they were all from Qin Zian and Yi Shui. White exhaled in relief, having feared that those he had reprimanded were attempting to threaten him. Perusing the call log, White hesitated for a moment before dialing back. He simply could not believe that the innocent and kind-hearted sisters would engage in such unprincipled actions. As soon as the call connected, before he could utter a word, he heard Qin Zian's crisp yet anxious voice. "James, listen to me. The article published in the newspaper, oh dear, it's too complicated to explain over the phone. Please tell me your address. I will come to find you. James, please trust me. Things are not as you perceive them." As White uttered the address, he heard Qin Zian's voice greeting Yi Shui on the other end of the phone, followed by the rapid click of high heels against the floor. Garnett, with a sullen expression, sat on a sofa, while Fox stood by the window, stretching languidly. Sunlight streamed through the glass, enveloping her in a warm glow, casting a captivating curve on the floor. Rarely did White refrain from stealing a glance. His mind was occupied with Qin Zian's hurried voice, checking the still-connected phone. He shrugged and smiled faintly. When Garnett learned that the two women were coming, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he longed to give White a good thrashing. Did this fool not realize the trouble those two troublemakers would bring him? Without a second thought, Garnett tossed his suit jacket to White, gritting his teeth as he said, "James, today you are going to shoot a promotional video with those damned rookies. Hurry up and come with me. I'll help you get acquainted with the surroundings." Not allowing White to utter a word, Garnett continued with irritation, "Kid, I'm going downstairs to get the car. If I don't see you within 5 minutes, then it's over between us. You can forget about having me as your brother." With that, he turned and left, offering White no chance for explanation. White glanced at the equally displeased Fox, a bitter smile escaping his lips. He was aware of the misunderstanding between the two women, Qin and Yi, and had never believed that such venomous articles could have been penned by them. Yet, he could not forsake his good friend. Since his rebirth, it had been Kevin Garnett who had cared for him the most. Shaking his head, he donned his suit with a pained smile and accompanied Fox downstairs, simultaneously informing Qin Zian of their destination, instructing her to head directly to the filming site. The hotel where Qin and Yi resided was closer to Madison Square Garden than where White and the others were, so upon alighting from the car, he spotted the two women waiting outside the arena. Clearly, Garnett, towering 10 centimeters above White, had a broader perspective and noticed the anxious and tense expressions of the women almost immediately. However, much to his chagrin, when he prepared to confront the two foolish women, White had already stepped forward to greet them. Upon seeing White, Qin Zian hurried over, her voice infused with urgency. "White, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault that you've faced so much criticism. Please believe me, the initial article was not written by us. It was our editor. He perused my and Cece's interview notes without permission yesterday. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." By the end, her expression turned somber, her enchanting bright eyes glistening with unshed tears. Observing the furious Kevin Garnett in the distance, Qin Zian murmured in Mandarin, "I am truly foolish, unable to do anything right. I finally made a friend, and now I have ruined it." Unbeknownst to her, White comprehended her words. Gazing at the dejected Qin Zian before him, he was reminded of his despairing senior sister from that snow-laden night. To claim he harbored no resentment would be a lie. After all, Qin Zian bore undeniable responsibility in this incident. Yet, witnessing her remorseful demeanor before him softened his heart. Wasn't it true that in his past life, his seemingly mature and alluring senior had always been prone to small blunders? It's all right, Yin. Do not be too hard on yourself, White reassured, a seemingly nonchalant smile gracing his lips. You must remember, we are in a land of free speech. I cannot be accused for expressing my thoughts, and besides, I am merely a rookie, craving the media's attention. As they entered the arena, White explained the situation to Garnett, attributing all blame to that foolish editor. Upon stepping into the venue, he immediately sensed the hostile glares directed at him from the other rookies. Come and see who has arrived. Is this not the illustrious #1 draft pick? A sarcastic voice echoed as they entered, belonging to Taylor Thomas, the 4th selection by the Portland Trail Blazers, a star guard from Louisiana State University. However, his performance in the NBA has been rather unimpressive, with an average score that barely reaches double digits. In comparison to the Trail Blazers star power forward, Aldridge, the disparity is as vast as the sky and the earth. As he noticed the gaze of the crowd upon him, Thomas felt a surge of excitement and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Mr. Dunk Champion, I heard you were just cast aside by the Trail Blazers to the Pacers. Is that true? Oh, what a pity." With that, he burst into a fit of gleeful laughter. White cast a disdainful glance at him and coldly retorted, "Aren't you the one who was cast aside by the Bulls? Poor fellow, go play the eternal substitute for Ben Gordon." In his previous life, White was never one to shy away from conflict. Having been an orphan since childhood, he deeply understood the adage that those who are kind are often taken advantage of, just as good horses are ridden. Naturally, his status as an orphan also cultivated a heightened sensitivity within him. When someone treated him with kindness, he returned it 100-fold. Yet when met with ill treatment, he would retaliate 1,000 times over. No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 black men approached, led by a stocky fellow who shot White a frosty glance and contemptuously remarked, "James, if your talent matched even half of your big mouth, you might have made it into the lottery. Please be mindful not to tarnish the reputation of us NCAA athletes." The speaker was Marcus Williams, White's former team captain, who had intentionally suppressed White during their school competitions, as no one seemed interested in his performance. The audience was solely captivated by White's acrobatic dunks. Behind Marcus stood Josh Boone, selected by the Nets, and Rudy Gay, drafted by the Rockets but traded to the Grizzlies. All 3 hailed from the University of Connecticut. Rudy Gay frowned in discontent and interjected, "Hey, Marcus, don't say that. James is still one of us. We should be more united. Besides, he hasn't said anything about you." Gay defended White not out of friendship, but because White had previously lavished praise upon him, asserting that with his skills, he could easily secure a spot among the top 3 in the draft. Furthermore, his relationship with Marcus was somewhat strained. He believed himself to be the rightful leader of the team, possessing superior skills and charisma compared to Marcus, yet the team was firmly under Marcus's control, which had always left him feeling disgruntled. White exchanged a friendly smile with Guy, who merely responded with a perfunctory grin that suggested indifference rather than joy. Upon hearing Guy's persuasion, Marcus snorted dismissively and turned away. Josh Kahn cast a frosty glance at White, choosing silence as he made his way to the production crew. In his eyes, White was scarcely worthy of rebuke. Qin and Yi, the 2 women, glanced apologetically at the cold-faced White, who offered them a comforting smile before proceeding towards the shooting area, ready to partake in the promotional video shoot. Garnett, seated on a chair, scoffed, remarking that he was relieved the Italian softy hadn't shown up. Otherwise, White would have faced insurmountable difficulties leaving the arena, as the swarm of Italian journalists trailing that fellow would have easily overwhelmed him. It was evident that Garnett remained enraged over the 2 women's disclosure of White's words, and their chances of earning his forgiveness this year seemed bleak. Roy was absent, and the other rookies not only ignored White but refrained from even considering confronting him. Alone in the rookie circle, White stood desolate, eliciting a mix of guilt and discomfort in Qin Zian and Yi Sixue. Just as preparations for the promotional video were underway, a staff member approached, awkwardly whispering a few words into the director's ear. The burly director appeared taken aback and then turned to White, stating, "Mr. White, I regret to inform you that you cannot participate in today's recording of the promotional video. Unfortunately, the Indiana Pacers have just announced that you have been waived." White was taken aback. According to his recollection, he had been waived by the Pacers only before the commencement of the regular season. Yet, why was he being cast aside so prematurely? Reflecting on the negative media coverage surrounding him, he discovered the answer. Although he had long anticipated his dismissal, the actual moment of receiving the news was still profoundly disheartening. As he observed the surrounding rookies mocking him, a surge of indignation welled up within him. It was only then, in the midst of grappling with his genuine emotions, that White truly acknowledged he was no longer the yellow-skinned college student, but rather a young African-American man who had aspired to enter the NBA since childhood. White lay helplessly on the hotel bed, his vacant gaze fixed upon the pristine white ceiling. He found himself bewildered. For although he was aware that the Spurs would soon sign him, he could not comprehend why he felt such profound sorrow and fear at this moment. Recalling the events of the morning at the arena, White closed his eyes. Ultimately, it was Rudy Gay, a former teammate, who approached him to offer a few words of comfort. The others, however, resorted to mockery with whatever words they could muster, particularly the circle of reporters surrounding the rookies. Their cameras trained on him, relentlessly captured every moment. One bald middle-aged man, claiming to be from the Philadelphia Cavalry Report, had the audacity to bluntly inquire if his dismissal was due to the Pacers owner fearing that his loose lips might bring trouble to the team. Lost in contemplation, he was abruptly roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. With a sense of resignation, White glanced at the caller ID, initially assuming it was his two senior sisters seeking to apologize. To his surprise, it was a call from LeBron James. White answered the phone, mustering his spirits as he said, "Hello, LeBron. What can I do for you?" From the other end, the rough voice of the young emperor came through. "Hey, James. How are you? I heard on television that you were released by the Pacers. Is that true?" White lamented, "I wish it were false, but alas, it is not. In fact, I have been cast aside by those damned Pacers for over 2 hours now." LeBron, "I hope you did not call merely to remind me of this sorrowful affair." James chuckled heartily. "Certainly not. Let us extend our gratitude to the foolish decision-makers of the Pacers. They truly are a bunch of imbeciles, discarding you without even giving you a chance. What on earth are those fellows thinking all day?" Before White could respond, he continued, "James, come to the Cavaliers. Cleveland welcomes you with open arms. Come on. There is ample opportunity for you to shine with the Cavaliers, and together we can make those who underestimated you regret their decision." To be honest, the suggestion was indeed quite appealing to White. Following Stern's prodigy, the Little Emperor, could be an enticing endeavor. Yet, contemplating the championship that the Spurs were poised to claim this season, he realized that joining the Cavaliers would mean not only serving as the eternal subordinate to His Majesty, but also incurring a debt of gratitude. After much reflection, he politely declined LeBron's proposal. Hanging up the phone with James, White slammed his fist against the edge of the bed, cursing, "Damn my pride. Oh God, what have I just done? I actually turned down the invitation of the Emperor. Oh, I'm truly a fool. A complete fool." Before he could fully indulge in his regret, another call came through. Upon checking, he was astonished to see it was Howard. He quickly answered. And before he could utter a word, Howard exclaimed, "Dear James, I have heard you were abandoned by the Pacers. This cannot possibly be true, can it?" White chuckled bitterly. "I regret to inform you, Dwight, that it is indeed true. I have been discarded by the utterly inept Pacers. It is truly lamentable." Upon hearing his words, Howard quickly responded, "Oh, how unfortunate. I mean, the Pacers. To pass on signing a future superstar is quite the misfortune. They have certainly overlooked a remarkable talent this time." A flicker of emotion stirred within White, prompting him to respond, "Dwayne, I appreciate your comforting words. I am no longer sorrowful. If your sole intention was to console me, I must say you have succeeded. However, I find myself a bit fatigued, as my slumber last night was less than restful." Indeed. Upon hearing his words, Howard hastily interjected, No, my brother. My aspirations extend beyond mere consolation. I have come to share with you some splendid news. My friend, come join us in Orlando. Come to the Magic, and let us forge a grand spectacle together, reminiscent of the days when the great Shaquille O'Neal and Mr. Penny, an epithet for the illustrious Anthony Hardaway, a prodigy who could rival the likes of our master and was also a cherished idol of McGrady, struck fear into the hearts of the entire league. White stared in astonishment at the phone in his hand, feeling a profound sense of confusion. When had he become so popular? It seemed that he had attracted the attention of the illustrious Little Emperor and the two sensational stars of the league, all because of a rather playful match. It was worth noting that during the game at Robinson's house just 2 days prior, none of the players had truly committed to defense. Otherwise, White would not have been able to dominate the court, reminiscent of Jordan in his prime, leaving Roy utterly defeated, unable to make sense of it all. He chose to set aside his thoughts for the moment and politely declined Howard's invitation once again. After all, He had already turned down James. And if he were to now join the Magic, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to their relationship. Moreover, in his heart, he believed that James had far greater potential. One was the favored son of NBA's Emperor Stern, while the other was merely a cub of the beast. If he were to choose a mentor, he would much prefer to align himself with the little emperor. The realization that he had suddenly become a sought-after player filled White with exhilaration. He leaped out of bed with a burst of energy and rushed out the door, eager to share this delightful news with Garnett. However, upon entering, he found Garnett speaking into his phone with a peculiar expression. Upon noticing White's arrival, Garnett waved his hand, signaling for him to remain silent. Upon closer inspection, it was Howard, the one who had previously called him, engaged in a conversation with Garnett. Garnett's hearty laughter resonated as he reassured Dwight, "Rest assured, I will certainly persuade LeBron, but whether he will choose Orlando remains uncertain." You must understand. It is but a small city. The two continued their exchange, devoid of any substantial topics, merely indulging in boastful banter, both firmly believing that their respective teams would triumph in the upcoming season. Once Garnett concluded the call, White was about to express his satisfaction when his phone rang again. Garnett answered, "Hi, LeBron, what brings you to call me?" The content of their conversation mirrored the previous one, as LeBron sought Garnett's assistance in advocating for White's inclusion in the Cavaliers, offering empty promises in advance. After Garnett hung up once more, White shrugged. Garnett had already grasped the purpose of his visit without him needing to elaborate. After a brief discussion, Garnett ardently encouraged him to join either the Cavaliers or the Magic. Had it not been for his irreconcilable differences with the Timberwolves' upper management, Garnett might have even attempted to recruit White to Minnesota. Unfortunately, White was resolute, unwilling to alter the course of history, and prepared to await the summons from the venerable Popovich. Aspiring to follow in the footsteps of the legendary Duncan to secure a championship ring, once he achieved that coveted ring as a key player, he would relish the sight of those venomous media outlets struggling to attack him, as few could boast of winning a championship in their rookie season. Seeing White's unwavering determination, Garnett, feeling disheartened, ceased his persuasion. The draft had only just concluded, and there remained ample time before the commencement of the new season. A wait would do no harm. Moreover, with both LeBron and Howard imploring him for assistance, it would be unjust to favor one over the other. Thus, he resigned himself to a stance of neutrality. In the afternoon, with nothing pressing to attend to after his meal, White purchased several newspapers to scrutinize the media's assessment of him. As he perused the articles, a blaze of fury ignited within him. How could they so viciously twist his casual remarks into attacks? Particularly egregious were the publications from Indiana and Portland, which demeaned him to a mere shadow of worth. Consider the Portland Tribune's remarks. Nate McMillan is a shrewd coach. Under his guidance, the team acquired the prodigious guard Brandon Roy and the NCAA's skilled power forward Aldridge. However, his crowning achievement was trading away the second-round rookie James White, sparing the Trailblazers from the rookie's ignorance. Now, let the foolish Indiana dwellers grapple with the rookie's folly. The Indiana NBA line report was equally scathing. "I fail to comprehend why Mr. Jim O'Brien would trade for that brainless rookie to enhance the Pacers. A player like James White, who relies on his mouth rather than intellect to play, has no place in the NBA. I suspect this is merely the Portlanders attempting to dupe us." Fortunately, he was discarded at the first opportunity. Thank the heavens. This is a stroke of luck for the Pacers. The subsequent articles echoed similar sentiments, with the venomous language employed only escalating in severity. White rubbed his bald head, suddenly realizing that he seemed to be the first player among the 2006 rookies to acquire a nickname, albeit one as unflattering as Big Mouth Rookie. Infuriated to the extreme, White found an unexpected sense of calm. As an observer, he perused the newspaper, occasionally erupting into a carefree laugh, mocking the uninformed pundits and the deluded executives of several teams. From the perspective he had gained in his previous life, this year marked the weakest draft in the NBA in a decade. Excluding the Portland Trailblazers, who secured Brandon Roy, and the Boston Celtics, who drafted Rajon Rondo, the rest of the teams were losers. Of course, the Memphis Grizzlies, who acquired Rudy Gay, also fared well, at least securing a key player. When Fox and Sheen, along with Hugh Ayer, entered White's room after lunch and heard his joyous laughter, they felt a pang of concern, fearing that White might have succumbed to the pressure and lost his sanity. Noticing the concern in the eyes of the three women, White felt a warm glow in his heart. He patted the spacious bed, inviting them to sit, before returning to his newspaper. The three women exchanged glances, and it was Cheen Zian who broke the silence first. "White, you shouldn't be too disheartened. The Pacers aren't the only strong team around. Being in such a team doesn't guarantee a bright future. In fact, you have plenty of options. Playing in Europe could be a great opportunity as well. Upon hearing Qin Xian's words of consolation, Fox and Yu Shui rolled their eyes in unison. They found her attempt at comfort rather lacking. Fox leaned over to tidy up the newspaper and then said, "White, I have a friend who knows Mr. Isaiah Thomas of the New York Knicks. Would you like me to reach out and see about a tryout with the Knicks? With your talent, you would undoubtedly be selected." White lifted his head from the newspaper, poised to speak, but was immediately captivated by the provocative sight before him. There lay Fox, her t-shirt collar dramatically lowered, revealing a pair of enticingly ample breasts that soared high, partially concealed beneath the delicate veil of her white undergarment. Through this sheer fabric, White discerned the outline of two black, nearly transparent cups snugly enveloping her voluptuous form. He couldn't help but swallow audibly, momentarily forgetting his intention to explain. Fortunately, his moment of distraction was brief, sparing him from detection by the three women present. He resolutely averted his gaze from the alluring figure and, forcing a composed expression, declared, "I'm fine. Being overlooked is no great matter. You should know that LeBron and Dwight both called me earlier, inviting me to join their teams. Although I haven't signed anything." Despite the three women's congratulatory words, their skepticism was palpable, leaving White feeling dissatisfied. Could he not be trusted? He retrieved his phone, saying, "Look, I even have their missed call notifications right here." The women exchanged awkward smiles, secretly thinking that the calls were merely consolation and that he was being foolishly naive. "Well, that puts us at ease," Qin Xian sighed, feigning delight. "You should just sign with any team. Wouldn't he playing for those two be better?" "Uft. I wouldn't care for that," White replied with bravado. "I have no desire to play second fiddle to those two whom I could easily outplay. What is the point?" Just then, his phone rang. White glanced at the unfamiliar number, hesitating over whether to answer, recalling that several reporters had previously called for interviews. Of course, interview was a euphemism. In reality, they were eager to extract juicy tidbits from the outspoken rookie, hoping to find a reason to undermine him. Ultimately, White decided to answer the call. It wouldn't cost him anything. "Hello, this is James White," he said, suspecting the call was from those pesky paparazzi and thus adopting a brusque tone. "Hello, I am Greg Popovich, the head coach of the Spurs," came a steady, authoritative voice over the line. White's initial impatience swiftly transformed into a nauseatingly sycophantic smile as he insidiously remarked, "Good afternoon, Mr. Popovich. How fortunate I am that you have taken the time to call a mere nobody like me. It is truly exhilarating. No wonder I have heard that you are the most dedicated coach in the league." Upon hearing White's words, the three women exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing a profound understanding of White's shifting demeanor, while collectively raising an imaginary middle finger in their minds, accompanied by a palpable sense of tension and anticipation. With a sense of intoxication, White, along with Garnett and the three women, attended a training camp for the San Antonio Spurs, where he ultimately received an invitation from Popovich to join the team, signing a non-guaranteed contract worth $1.2 million for 1 year. The negotiations were facilitated by Fox, who, having originated from the film industry as a minor actress, lacked the funds to hire an agent. All her deals were negotiated personally with the company, which, over time, endowed her with some experience at the bargaining table. Upon signing the contract, Popovich instructed White to commence training with the team the following day in preparation for the upcoming summer league. Following a hurried lunch, the five of them quickly rented an inexpensive apartment near the arena for White's accommodation. For the next year, White would be a member of the Spurs, residing in the quaint city of San Antonio. Despite having recently secured a lucrative $1.2 million contract, he remained economically disadvantaged. As it is customary in the NBA for teams to operate on a weekly payment system, disbursing salaries every weekend once the season commences. Since White had yet to play a single game for the Spurs, the team had not yet compensated him. The three women assisted White in organizing his new living space, while Garnett took him shopping for appliances and furniture. Although White signed a contract with the Spurs, he harbored no desire to remain in San Antonio for long, as the city belonged to Duncan, not to him. His primary motivation for joining the Spurs was the aspiration of acquiring a championship ring. Consequently, he made few purchases in the marketplace, merely selling a few pieces of furniture. Even so, by the time the five of them had organized the house, it was nearly evening. Originally, White intended to treat the four to a grand feast, both to celebrate his entry into the NBA and to mark their new home. Unfortunately, White found himself financially constrained, with his meager $4,000 already allocated to rent the house. leading to Garnett stepping in to cover the expenses. Presently, Kevin Garnett found himself in a position of considerable fortune, save for the absence of a championship title. In 2003, he re-signed with the Timberwolves, securing a 5-year contract worth $100 million. He had claimed the title of rebounding champion for 3 consecutive seasons and had dominated the player efficiency ratings for 4 years since the 2002-2003 season. He was named the NBA regular season MVP for 2003-2004 and the All-Star MVP for 2002-2003. Today, with his younger brother entering the NBA, Garnett was filled with joy, even forgiving Sheen and Ye Earn for what he had deemed unforgivable. He invited the four to the Hilton Hotel in San Antonio. Upon arriving at the hotel and listening to Garnett's introduction, White learned that the founder of the Hilton Hotel, Mr. Hilton, was born in the small town of San Antonio. It was evident that the hotel staff were quite familiar with Garnett, which was hardly surprising, as the Hilton Hotel served as the designated accommodation for the Timberwolves during their games in San Antonio. As the captain and the sole superstar of the Timberwolves, Garnett had naturally developed a rapport with the hotel's management. With a snap of his fingers, he ordered a bottle of 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild and a selection of Italian dishes to celebrate his brother's joyous occasion. White elegantly raised a crystal goblet filled with red wine, gently inhaling its bouquet before revealing a look of rapture. With unwavering confidence, he proclaimed, "This is the 1982 vintage of Lafite." Observing the astonished and admiring expressions of the 3 women, White chuckled triumphantly, clearly pleased with himself. However, his moment of joy was short-lived, as Garnett, with a dismissive smirk, remarked, "That's obvious. I spoke so loudly when I ordered the wine. Who wouldn't know this is the 1987 vintage of Bordeaux?" A smile froze on White's face as he awkwardly glanced at the 3 women. His bald head scratched lightly as he chuckled. "Cheers, haha, come on, let's toast." His childlike antics elicited laughter not only from the 3 women, but even from the attendant standing nearby. This time, Garnett refrained from undermining him. The 5 of them raised their glasses and exclaimed cheers, after which White gallantly downed the remaining half of his glass of red wine. After wiping his lips with a self-satisfied air, he turned to the 3 women with a smile, only to find them gazing at him in astonishment. Sheen Zian even subtly pursed her lips, clearly unable to suppress her amusement. Puzzled, he looked at Garnett, who slapped his forehead with a pained expression. Garnett, with a tone of resignation, remarked, "James, even if you've never tasted red wine before, surely you've seen others drink it in movies? Is it customary to down it in one go like that?" White disdainfully curled his lip and remarked, "Do you think I, James White, lack such common knowledge? I am merely in high spirits today. Kevin, let us raise a toast in celebration of my entry into the NBA." With that, he filled his wine glass with red wine and raised it towards Kevin Garnett, proclaiming, "A toast to honor." Observing the peculiar gaze of the server, Garnett shook his head. Feeling utterly humiliated today, he lifted his glass and resolutely downed half of the red wine in one gulp. White let out a hearty laugh and addressed the waiter. "Do you have Erdwo too?" "No, I misspoke. I meant Mount I. Do you have the renowned Chinese liquor, Mount I?" The waiter paused for a moment, then confidently replied, "Sir, our Hilton Hotel boasts a collection of the finest wines from around the globe." White curled his lips in amusement. "All renowned liquors? What a jest. It seems your definition of fine spirits is merely those you can name, isn't it? However, today is a splendid day. I have finally entered the NBA, a realm I once dared not dream of, and I find myself amidst the championship powerhouse, the San Antonio Spurs." Hence, he merely wished to revel with his friends, having no time to engage in trivial disputes with the waitstaff. With a snap of his fingers, he languidly commanded, "Bring us 2 bottles of Chinese Mount I." Upon hearing White's words, the waiter did not spring into action immediately. Instead, he cast a glance of astonishment towards Garnett, fully aware that the bill would be settled by this gentleman. Garnett, taken aback for a moment, nodded in agreement, signaling the waiter to comply with White's request. He was familiar with Mount I and had tasted it before. He recalled that this potent spirit was no less fierce than vodka. What astonished him was how well James White seemed to know this liquor. In Garnett's memory, his youthful understanding of the East seemed limited to the artistic endeavors of a certain island nation. White set down his wine glass, observing the server's series of minor gestures with keen interest. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no irritation, after all. He was the guest of honor at this gathering, and the server's demeanor was decidedly disrespectful, knowing he would remain in San Antonio for at least a year. He had ample time to settle the score with this individual. Nonchalantly, White glanced at the server's name tag, Ty Salter, a name that etched itself into his memory. The charming hotel attendant, blissfully unaware, had unwittingly offended the most sensitive man in San Antonio while attempting to impress three enchanting ladies by personally serving them Matai, the renowned liquor flown in from China. Once the server completed his task, Fox, with the most captivating smile, ushered him out of the private room. The five of them engaged in lively conversation, relishing a rare moment of leisure. Indeed, the dining table proved to be an excellent venue for fostering camaraderie. After sharing a few jokes, while Garnett had yet to resolve his grievances with Chin and Yi, his demeanor towards them had notably softened. At this moment, however, the Wolf King had indulged a bit too much, finding everyone around him rather agreeable. As for the reputed James White, known for his legendary drinking capacity, he was now slumped over the table, his vision clouded by inebriation. After consuming a mere 1.5 glasses of Matai, the three women appeared largely unaffected. While this towering figure of nearly 7 feet had succumbed to a child's drunken stupor, Chin Zian cast a disdainful glance at the giggling White, pursing her cherry lips before taking another small sip of liquor. Yet, she was mistaken in her assessment of White. In his previous life, he was quite the drinker. While the claim of being impervious to intoxication may have been exaggerated, downing a pound of liquor without a change in countenance was certainly within his capabilities. Regrettably, having assumed the body of James White, it remained a mystery whether it was due to this man's inherently low tolerance or the body's unfamiliarity with Chinese spirits. Regardless, 1.5 glasses had rendered the former drinking sage utterly incapacitated. White rested his head upon the table, his ears attuned to the laughter and banter of the four companions. It felt as though his mind had been submerged in a basin of thick paste. His body was both heated and numb, and his heart pounded like an overburdened engine, causing him considerable discomfort. No, he could not drink any further, if he continued. He would surely become the first time traveler to succumb to intoxication. A sliver of awareness cautioned White, yet the numbed nerves compelled his unwieldy mouth to exclaim, "Another drink." "Please, I am not drunk." White blinked vigorously, repeatedly admonishing himself that he must not, under any circumstances, drink alcohol again. To prevent himself from being overwhelmed by the allure of liquor, he resolved to occupy his mind with some task. Yet, what could he possibly do? As he turned over the gears of his nearly exhausted brain, he found himself at a loss for any suitable activity. Lowering his gaze to the floor beneath the table, he was suddenly captivated by the sight of 6 long, elegant legs. For White, who had harbored a slight foot fetish in his previous life, these 6 sumptuous, elongated limbs were undeniably more enticing than fine wine. Gazing at the legs of the 3 women, he couldn't help but break into a silly grin. The most striking legs belonged undoubtedly to his senior, Chin Zian. In his recollection, Chin Zian stood an impressive 1.76 meters tall, a considerable height advantage over Yi Siju and Fox, who were both under 1.70 meters. Bathed in the glow of the bright lights, his senior's legs, encased in black stockings, shimmered with a radiant sheen. She adorned her feet with a pair of black high-heeled sandals, the dark straps accentuating the delicate whiteness of her petite feet. A row of charming little toes were neatly arranged, their pink polish gleaming atop her jade-like feet. Meanwhile, the younger sister, Yi Siju, donned flesh-colored stockings that also showcased her enticing legs. Although she shared a similar height with Fox, Yi Siju possessed a unique delicacy of skin and a soft complexion that was rare among American women. Beneath the sheer stockings, her well-proportioned legs resembled the finest jade from Landian, reflecting the light as if even the illumination itself was enchanted. Fox, today dressed in a crisp manner, revealed her smooth, plump thighs beneath the hem of her fitted short skirt. Her slender calves were sleek and proportional, while her bare feet, enticing in black sandals, exuded a flirtatious charm. With toes painted a striking shade of red that radiated an astonishing allure, White chuckled as he admired the exquisite legs of the 3 women. With the effects of alcohol surging through him, he found an unexpected courage to tremblingly caress the delicate leg of Yi Siju. So smooth, so tender. The moment his large hand made contact with her skin, a wave of delightful sensation coursed through his nerves. Alas, before he could savor the moment, Yi Siju recoiled as if bitten by a serpent, swiftly retracting her leg beneath her skirt, managing to stifle any cries. Her face flushed as she cast a wary glance at the 2 men present. Garnett, meanwhile, had both hands on the table, animatedly gesturing and boasting about his embarrassing tales to the 3 women, while White leered at her with a lascivious grin, the source of his intentions unmistakable. Once Yi Siju withdrew her leg, White could only feast his eyes upon her. Seated beside him was the formidable Garnett, whose hairy legs were even more repulsive than his own. I think I've had too much to drink. I'm sorry, Kevin. I must take my leave, Yusishiwa declared, sensing that it was prudent to distance herself from this den of iniquity. Her face was a deep crimson, a testament to her embarrassment, and her gaze was somewhat dazed, revealing her incapacity to handle alcohol. Garnett, too, was aware of the precariousness of the situation. White had just arrived in San Antonio to sign a precarious contract, and should news of his drunken escapades in a hotel surface, it would spell disaster. In his view, those insufferable paparazzi could stoop to anything. Garnett, unsteady on his feet, rose and mumbled a few farewells before assisting the disoriented White out of the room. Fox, noticing the two struggling, bid the women a friendly farewell and stepped forward to help Garnett steady the still glancing White. Yusishiwa and Qin Zian, unable to simply walk away, joined in to assist, guiding White into Garnett's vehicle. White settled into the passenger seat while the two women took their places in the back, with Megan Fox at the wheel. Garnett, having indulged a bit too much, could no longer drive. In America, being caught driving under the influence, regardless of one's celebrity status, results in fines and mandatory community service. Moreover, Garnett had already booked a hotel room. After helping White into the car, he departed to rest. Though Qin and Yi were not intoxicated, they lacked driving licenses as they had come to America solely for an interview. Thus Fox was the only one able to drive. Fortunately, while she may not ride motorcycles, she was well acquainted with cars, after all, which American adult isn't. They made it back to White's rented home without a hitch, where the three women collectively helped him inside, unceremoniously tossing him onto the bed without any attempts to clean him up. As White's bleary eyes opened and he beheld the three women before him, he excitedly exclaimed, for P. Naturally, the three women heard his words clearly, and with their faces aflame with embarrassment, they felt no need to linger and promptly exited the room. Fox felt indifferent, merely smiling as he saw the two women off in the taxi. Observing their departure with a sense of ownership, he reflected on the fantasies of intimacy with White. While Qin Zian sensed that something significant was destined to unfold that evening, the morning in San Antonio was far from tranquil, for it is one of the three major cities in Texas. Since moving into this apartment, White had ceased to expect a restful night's sleep. Yet he never anticipated that on his very first day, he would be jolted from a blissful dream. It is worth noting that this was no ordinary dream. In it, an enchanting beauty lay in his arms, allowing him to indulge in unrestrained passion, a fantasy most exquisite. White, still in a state of confusion, sat up and rubbed his eyes before rising from the bed. He casually draped a piece of clothing over himself and proceeded to open the door. The neighbors here are truly warm-hearted, White murmured to himself. Suddenly, two piercing screams erupted. A pervert. The commotion startled not only the elderly couple who had risen early for their morning exercise, but also left White, standing at the door, utterly flabbergasted. What is happening? He wondered as the fresh air rushed in, revealing an uncomfortable chill below. White gasped in shock, his gaze shifting from the enchanting beauty before him to his own state, and he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. The haze of sleep dissipated as he realized, to his horror, that he had indeed slept in the nude last night. It was a consequence of habit. In his previous life, he had been accustomed to sleeping bare. Having recently settled in America, he had been maintaining a more respectable sleeping routine, but last night's intoxication had unveiled his true self. Nudity was not the issue. The real predicament was that he had exposed himself in front of a woman, a rather unfortunate situation, considering that she was not just any woman. As he caught sight of the distinct endowment of the black man swaying beneath him, a sense of despair washed over him. James? Who was screaming? Go to sleep. You kept me up all night, came a sultry and husky voice, unmistakably that of Megan Fox. Oh, for goodness sake. Just let me die was the sole thought occupying White's mind at that moment. Facing the lethal glares from the two women, he wanted to utter something, but he quickly realized that the utmost priority was to don his clothes. If journalists were to capture his current humiliation, his prospects in San Antonio would be utterly ruined. With athletes like Duncan setting the standard, any scandalous behavior would lead to an irrevocable farewell. White hurriedly dashed into the room and donned a loose-fitting nightgown, a garment that had been chosen for him by Qin Zian the previous day. Observing the two women, whose expressions were as frosty as the winter chill, alongside the alluring beauty draped seductively across the bed, White spread his arms in a gesture of dismay, lamenting, "Please do not misunderstand. We were merely discussing the intricacies of life in bed. This has nothing to do with us, Mr. James. Shui and I merely came to bid you farewell. We are returning to China today. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again in the future." Qin Zian's demeanor gradually calmed. After all, White was not particularly significant to her, so why should she exhibit such sensitivity? They were merely acquaintances, having known each other for only a few days. Exchanging a glance with Yisishue, the two women turned in unison and departed. Left standing foolishly at the door, White pondered whether he should pursue them. Yet, he reminded himself that he was James White now, not the junior disciple Huang Song, which left him momentarily bewildered. Hey, aren't you going to chase after them? Fox asked, propping her delicate arms beneath her chin, observing White with an ambiguous smile. In the soft light of the morning, Fox, half awake and half asleep, was undeniably enchanting. Absent were the deep purple eyeshadow, the bold red lip gloss, and the heavy perfume. Instead, she possessed a hazy yet sensual gaze, elegantly curled lashes, and full, rosy lips. Damn it. How can one not relish the presence of such beauty? White closed the door and impulsively tore off his nightgown, throwing himself onto the bed. At that moment, Fox's complexion flushed a delicate crimson, her skin as smooth as jade, with her softly curled black hair cascading over her shoulders, embodying a mature beauty that was both alluring and irresistible. Undoubtedly, her figure was the most exquisite he had ever encountered. Her slim waist bore no excess flesh. Her bosom proudly elevated, and her long, delicate legs showcased a stunning curve, truly a breathtaking masterpiece crafted by the hands of fate. Oh, darling. Are you not going to pursue those two Eastern beauties? Fox lay languidly on the bed, her face akin to a blossoming peach. White embraced Fox, his fingers deftly parting her delicate folds as his substantial member thrust inward. Ah, gently now, oh darling. This is utterly intoxicating. The morning sunlight streamed into the sensually charged room, as if unveiling the overture to this carnal symphony. White savored the sensations he had not experienced the previous night. Fox, standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, felt like a mere doll in his embrace, especially considering that James White towered over 2 meters. As he observed Fox struggling and screaming like a little girl in his arms, he was suddenly reminded of a past life when he had witnessed the center of his school team indulging in self-pleasure with an inflatable doll in the dormitory. Here he was, holding one of Hollywood's future top 10 sex symbols, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Though White had a playful disposition, his character mirrored that of many other Chinese individuals, relatively conservative. Engaging with Fox was not merely a fleeting dalliance, especially given her admirable appearance, figure, and personality. Therefore, his attitude towards her transcended mere frivolity. During his first week in San Antonio, there was no obligation to participate in team training, as Popovich intended for White to familiarize himself with this magnificent city. Seizing the opportunity for leisure, he, along with Garnett, explored San Antonio thoroughly while also assisting Fox with her promotional endeavors. During this time, a delightful episode unfolded. Superstars from the 2006 World Championship, including LeBron James and Dwight Howard, repeatedly lauded White on camera, proclaiming him to be a miracle in the draft history and the most formidable rookie of the year. The San Antonio media and citizens welcomed this renowned dunker with open arms. The Spurs, while formidable, had often lacked excitement in their games. Now, with the arrival of James White, hailed as the most gifted dunking prince since the legendary Michael Jordan, the team's offense was surely poised to become far more dazzling. However, one cannot deny that from a previous perspective, the citizens of San Antonio had miscalculated. While James White's dunks were indeed awe-inspiring and brilliantly executed, his skills beyond dunking were lacking, resulting in minimal playing time during official matches and, consequently, no opportunities to showcase his spectacular dunks. Yet, the current White was no longer the naive player of yore. He had evolved into a well-rounded athlete, possessing not only the ability to drive and shoot but also an exceptional court vision. The title of the best point guard in Cuba was not bestowed lightly previously. It was the intellect and precise understanding of the game that allowed the slender 1.7-meter-tall Huang Song to thrive in Cuba. Now, the synthesis of Huang Song's acumen with James's physical prowess would yield a chemical reaction far beyond simple arithmetic. Future events would undoubtedly reveal that it was not merely 100 plus 100 equating to 200, but rather 100 multiplied by 100 resulting in 10,000. Currently, these matters remain unknown to the residents of San Antonio. They are only aware that this controversial rookie is in a relationship with an extraordinarily attractive girlfriend, reportedly a Hollywood starlet, though she is yet to grace the screen in any film. At the request of White, Garnett found himself promoting Megan Fox far and wide. Under the relentless barrage of calls and texts from White, Robinson and Roy felt compelled to pressure their friend Dean Tyrell to influence his father, Michael Bay, Given that Michael Bay, having fathered a child later in life, naturally dotes on his troublesome son, he was inclined to consider Dean's support for Megan Fox as the leading lady. Ultimately, Fox was indeed cast as the lead in Transformers, as a particular investor specifically requested her for the role, this investor being none other than the renowned James White. White borrowed $5 million from Garnett and leveraged his own worth to secure a $20 million loan from the bank, ultimately emerging as the film's third-largest investor. Fox was undoubtedly aware of all this. Her feelings towards White were steeped in contradiction. Initially, she merely sought to utilize White's status for self-promotion and later entertained the idea of a fleeting affair. However, she soon realized that White was unlike the men she had encountered before, distinctly different from the ordinary young African-American men. He possessed an extraordinary sense of responsibility and harbored genuine affection for her. It appeared that he might indeed be an excellent choice, as Fox gazed into White's eyes, filled with tenderness. White's investment in Transformers was not solely for Fox. In his recollection, the film had achieved monumental success in his previous life, grossing an impressive $700 million worldwide, leading to the production of a sequel. Naturally, he would not overlook such a lucrative opportunity. He had even extended an invitation to Garnett to invest in the film, but unfortunately, Garnett showed no interest, lacking confidence in its prospects. Currently, White has learned that Transformers is not well regarded in the United States. The inability to attract A-list actors speaks volumes, as renowned movie stars believe the film will meet with dismal failure, despite the proclaimed multi-million-dollar investment and grandiose scenes. Is not every Hollywood film presented in such a manner? Moreover, the animated series Transformers has not garnered popularity in America. A week later, White and Fox, this newly formed couple, were compelled to part ways. Fox needed to prepare for the film's shooting, while White had to attend the team's pre-game training in anticipation of the upcoming warm-up match in Las Vegas. Ultimately, over the weekend, White accompanied Fox aboard a lavish flight to Los Angeles, ostensibly wishing to spend more time with her. However, Fox perceived this energetic individual as merely seeking a romantic escapade in Hollywood. Throughout that week, Fox found herself thoroughly exhausted by James. She never anticipated that this seemingly lean African-American could possess such formidable endurance and passion in bed. While she was no novice in intimate affairs, having indulged in her first experiences during high school, those previous partners paled in comparison to White. She had once thought that claims of men lasting 2 hours with women were mere exaggerations, yet White had transformed that belief into reality. Each night, he would ravage her for 2 hours, leaving her to rise only in the afternoon. White had previously heard rumors about the endurance of black men. However, now he reflects on his own situation. 2 hours had passed, yet he felt he had not exerted himself fully. Did he truly embody the legendary figure of virility? In his recollections, the former James White was not known for such endurance. Being able to last half an hour was a cause for gratitude. Yet, what had transpired now? It was hard to say whether he felt joy or concern as he pondered over his future. Alas, Fox was far away in Los Angeles, and he feared that he would only enjoy a hearty meal when playing against the Lakers. But that opportunity came only 3 times a season. Observing the contemplative expression on White's face, Fox secretly wondered why this once notorious womanizer was behaving so demurely today. They were seated in first class, surrounded by flight attendants, each more beautiful and alluring than the last. Yet, White remained seated, not even casting a glance towards these uniformed sirens, a truly peculiar sight. Based on Fox's experiences, this man would usually become quite aroused at the sight of a woman clad in stockings and high heels, and he had an insatiable love for the allure of uniforms. Little did she know, White was lost in melancholy thoughts about his future and earnestly contemplating how to navigate life without Fox by his side. For fans, a player's journey in the NBA season is typically marked by the preseason, regular season, playoffs, and finals. However, for players, especially those on the fringes, their journey comprises internal team competitions, summer training camps, and preseason matches. Only those who earn the coach's trust through these avenues can hope to see playing time during the regular season. Otherwise, they risk becoming mere custodians of the water cooler for the entire season. James White certainly did not wish to endure another season as a water cooler attendant, only to be released and subsequently relegated to the NBDL. Thus, after spending a leisurely weekend in Los Angeles, James White reluctantly departed from the enchanting city. Fox, concerned about any potential mischief he might stir upon returning to San Antonio, diligently kept close to him during those 2 days, readily acquiescing to his every request. Their escapades had marked every corner of their motel room, from the living area to the bedroom and even the bathroom, with one adventurous encounter in the hallway. The delightful weekend soon faded away. As White spiritedly boarded the Boeing 757 back to Texas on Sunday afternoon, Fox sighed deeply, feeling a mix of relief for her body, getting a reprieve, and disappointment for her efforts being in vain. Observing the unmistakable longing in White's gaze directed at the flight attendants, it was evident to anyone that he was currently unsatisfied. At 7 o'clock on Monday morning, White forced himself out of the expansive bed. The absence of a woman made the night unbearable. He lamented as he hopped onto his bike, racing towards the T Center, home of the Spurs, eager to avoid being late for his first training session. The San Antonio Spurs, having joined the NBA in 1976, experienced significant transformations in the 1990s with the arrivals of two #1 draft picks, David Robinson and Tim Duncan. Their presence catalyzed two remarkable leaps in the team's prowess, establishing a formidable twin tower strategy that solidified the most stable and powerful interior in the league. Historically, under the legendary George Gervin, the Spurs gradually emerged as a formidable contender in the NBA, showcasing exceptional offensive capabilities and reaching the Western Conference Finals in both 1982 and 1983, only to be thwarted by the Los Angeles Lakers, led by Magic Johnson. After enduring a prolonged 2-year wait, the Spurs welcomed the return of their #1 draft pick, Admiral David Robinson, from military service in 1987. The team subsequently claimed the top spot in the Midwest Division for 2 consecutive years, with the rookie Robinson rightfully earning a place in the Western All-Star roster. This exceptionally versatile center was selected to the NBA All-Star team 10 times and was named to the All-NBA and All-Defensive teams on 7 occasions, ultimately becoming one of the 50 greatest players in NBA history. However, injuries plagued Robinson, leading to a dismal 1996 to 1997 season with a record of merely 20 wins against 62 losses. Yet, as history often reveals, calamity may pave the way for fortune. In 1997, the Spurs selected Tim Duncan, another 4-year college veteran, coinciding with the appointment of renowned coach Greg Popovich. The 1999 NBA season was marred by a labor dispute, resulting in a shortened schedule of 50 games. Nevertheless, the Twin Towers led the Spurs to their inaugural championship, with Duncan surpassing Robinson to claim the Finals MVP title. As the 21st century dawned, the acquisitions of Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili further solidified the Spurs' status as one of the league's most dominant teams. In 2003, the Spurs triumphed over the Lakers, led by the formidable duo of Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, in the Western Conference semifinals, and subsequently defeated the Nets 4-2 to secure the championship. Furthermore, in 2007, the Spurs swept the Cavaliers in the finals, capturing their 4th championship in 9 years. Filled with excitement, James White parked his bicycle in front of the arena, acutely aware that only by standing before an NBA stadium could one truly grasp its grandeur and magnificence. Gazing up at the AT&T Center, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. Uncertain of what to make of it all, he recognized his status as merely a beneficiary of the venue, a humble figure at the bottom of the hierarchy. Yet, he vowed to one day become its master, ensuring that his name would resonate through the annals of history alongside this great arena. In later years, a sports journalist recounted an interview with White, mentioning that a janitor had revealed that Mr. White appeared to be lost during his first visit to the AT&T Center. At that moment, White felt an overwhelming urge to weep, pondering how the paparazzi could uncover such personal missteps from his rookie days. Fortunately, at that moment, White experienced a spark of realization. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "No, I am not lost. You see, it was my inaugural visit to this magnificent basketball arena, and I was overwhelmed with excitement, for it marked my successful entry into the NBA, joining none other than the formidable San Antonio Spurs. I was absolutely elated, indeed. Utterly elated, wandering blindly through this arena until a gentleman reminded me that I was in a basketball facility, here to train. Otherwise, I fear I would have continued my aimless exploration indefinitely. To be candid, compared to this grand arena, the basketball courts I had encountered in my previous life seemed like mere tents. After meandering for 10 minutes, White had to concede that he appeared to be lost within these walls. Fortunately, with the guidance of a janitor, he sought out the directional signs and ultimately discovered the team's training facility. Contrary to the fans' imaginations, training sessions were not held on the official NBA game court. Just think about how loudly one would need to speak in a venue that accommodates 20,000 people. Upon entering the training room, which was similar in size to an ordinary basketball court, White curiously surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, the arena was eerily quiet, as it seemed that his teammates had yet to arrive for practice. White set down his backpack and wandered about the gymnasium, stepping into the hallowed training grounds of world basketball. How could he not take in the surroundings, especially as a deity had bestowed upon him this opportunity? Approaching the training board that chronicled the exercises, White finally comprehended the reason for the gym's tranquility. During the off-season, the team's internal training commenced only at 9 o'clock. Having absorbed this scene, White meandered into the training room, filled with enthusiasm to engage in a rigorous workout. Though his physique was robust, he recognized the inadequacy of his muscle mass. Facing off against the likes of LeBron and Wade, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Recalling the exercises etched in his memory, White began to earnestly train his upper body strength. The pent-up passion from the previous night found its release through his workouts. While it could not quite match the exhilaration experienced during his intimate moments with Fox, the training undeniably allowed him to vent the simmering frustrations within. Clad in the training attire purchased for him by Fox, White was fervently sweating it out in the gym, oblivious to the fact that every move he made was being meticulously recorded by the multitude of cameras installed throughout the training facility. On the very first day of their arrival at the team, the footage captured by these cameras would receive special attention from Coach Popovich. By 8 o'clock, the team's trainers and assistant coaches had already gathered at the facility. Upon witnessing White drenched in perspiration as he maneuvered the cumbersome equipment, the assistant coaches exhibited expressions of keen interest, evidently pleased with White's dedication to training. Initially, they had harbored concerns that the second-round rookie selected by the coach might be one of those individuals who merely talks a big game without putting in the work, an archetype regrettably common in the NBA. However, White's performance on his first day had left a favorable impression. Seizing the opportunity, while the players had yet to arrive, the trainer conducted a physical assessment of White. Although the test encompassed a variety of components, it was completed efficiently, and within 20 minutes, a physical report began circulating among the assistant coaches. At 8:30, as Mr. Greg Popovich ambled into the office with his aging legs, the report was promptly submitted for his review. Name: James Hwang Song. White. Report details: height, 2.01 meters, 6 feet 7 inches, weight, 82 kilograms, 181 pounds, wingspan, 205 centimeters, muscle-fat ratio, 2. Standing reach, 3.39 meters, vertical jump, 1.26 meters, running vertical jump, 1.68 meters, standing long jump, 4.08 meters, triple jump, 12.1 meters, bench press, 120 kilograms, 12 repetitions, shuttle run, 9.22 seconds, 34-yard sprint, 3.2 seconds, 100-meter sprint, 10.8 seconds, dribbling across court, 5.51 seconds. What is this? Popovich was flabbergasted upon reviewing the data report, shaking his head in disbelief. No, George, you must be joking. God knows, with these numbers alone, a player who can shoot would undoubtedly land in the lottery during the draft. Assistant coach Tyron George smiled wryly. Sir, I had the same thought. But this data was compiled under my direct supervision. Popovich rubbed his forehead, aware that this young man was exceptionally diligent. While his ability to direct a game might be lacking, his work ethic was undoubtedly commendable. My God, Popovich murmured, is today April Fool's Day? How can such a monster appear before me? He paused briefly, then instructed George, fetch me James College physical report. Have I grown senile? I distinctly recall things not being this way. Meanwhile, George rummaged through the files as the training ground buzzed with activity. Hello, White. A tall African-American stood beside White, who was taking a break, wearing a broad smile. This imposing figure, with his robust physique and a face that seemed perpetually adorned with a grin, prompted White to hurriedly rise to his feet. Extending his hand, he exclaimed, "Good day, Mr. Horry. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. You must know that in the hearts of true basketball aficionados, you are an indisputable superstar." The towering man chuckled heartily, clapping White on the shoulder. "No need for such formality. Just call me Horry, as my friends do." This individual was none other than Robert Horry, the pivotal figure behind the Spurs' multiple championship victories, renowned for his clutch performances. As the game approached its climax, the ball found its way into Horry's hands. A three-pointer swish. This moment encapsulates my indelible impression of Horry. His remarkable ability to shine in critical moments earned him the moniker Mr. Clutch from my friends and me. This is the assessment of Horry from his former teammate, the illustrious Shaquille O'Neal, who was also a #1 draft pick that same year. O'Neal, known for his fierce competitiveness, always spoke of Hori with a sense of admiration. Perhaps never able to forget the fifth game of the 2002 Western Conference Finals, where the Lakers faced the Kings. The score stood at 100-99, with the Lakers trailing. After Kobe's missed layup, Hori sees the rebound deflected by Divac and, with only 0.5 seconds left, sank the three-pointer, rescuing the Lakers and securing their third consecutive championship. Hori seemed unfazed by the sweat-drenched training attire that clung to White's body. With a playful nudge of his arm, he laughed. "Hey, kid. I heard someone outside calling you Big Mouth, but I refuse to believe you're that sort of person. Come on, train hard, and when the game starts, deliver a resounding slap to those naysayers to silence them." White gazed upon this figure, who resembled an elder brother, with a heart full of admiration. Unlike Garnett, whose bond with White was forged over many years of companionship since childhood, Hori exuded an innate warmth that drew White closer. Being near him, White couldn't help but reminisce about the seniors from his previous life, those robust figures who possessed kind hearts and had earnestly extended their help to Hwang Song. White nodded emphatically. At times, speech becomes a burden, and actions speak far louder than words. "Come, let us practice," Hori exclaimed, picking up a basketball from the cart. He tossed the ball to White and assumed a defensive stance, evidently eager to engage White in some practice. White smiled faintly as he removed his sweat-soaked training attire, standing bare-chested with the ball facing Hori. This marked his inaugural battle on the NBA stage, and his opponent was the clutch player who had once instilled fear in the hearts of all adversaries. "You will become a nightmare for all your opponents," he thought as he confronted Hori's unwavering gaze. White gently elevated the basketball in his hands, mimicking Jordan's signature move before a drive. Hori's expression tightened, instinctively shifting his weight upward. Seizing the moment Hori adjusted his balance, White swiftly dribbled and surged toward the paint. Beneath the basket, Hori extended his arm, preparing to brace himself against White's waist to thwart any attempt at a powerful takeoff. However, White executed a forward leap before Hori could react, rising directly into the air as he faced Hori. Instead of leaping forward, he propelled himself upward from a standstill, delicately flicking his wrist as the ball traced a graceful arc toward the hoop. Suddenly, a large, dark hand emerged before the basketball, forcefully swatting it away. It was Hori. He had not been deceived by White's feint, timing his jump perfectly at the moment White took flight. White looked at Hori in astonishment, utterly surprised that his signature move from Cuba had been so effortlessly deciphered by this seasoned veteran. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that his opponent was not some inexperienced rookie. Hori had battled in the NBA for 14 years. He had seen every feint imaginable. A black man observing from the sidelines retrieved another ball from the basketball cart and tossed it to Hori. "Robert, you're taking advantage of the newcomers." White immediately recognized the identity of the man, a former All-Star for the Mavericks, Michael Finley, who was of a similar age to Hori. Hori let out a hearty laugh and then passed the ball to White, saying, "Come on, kid, let's see what you've got." White took a deep breath of fresh air and, with the grace of a cheetah, skillfully maneuvered the ball, darting left and right in front of Hori. Hori smiled subtly, pressing his waist tightly against White, ensuring that no matter how White twisted his body, Hori remained steadfastly close. Like any young player frustrated by an unproductive attack, White seemed to grow impatient. He leaned forcefully against Hori, attempting to drive toward the basket, while Hori shuffled his feet, maintaining his position, his waist firmly against White to thwart any leap. White collided forcefully, but Hori stood his ground, while White appeared to be thrown off balance, stumbling outward. "Robert, jump now." A sharp voice suddenly rang out. In that instant, White's body, which had been tilting outward, halted abruptly. With a lightning-fast retreat, he created space between himself and Hori. Facing the crouching figure of Hori, a faint smile flickered at the corners of White's mouth. In a surprising move, he leaped into the air, twisting his body mid-flight, aligning himself with the basket, and released the basketball. With a loud clap, an enormous hand emerged, swatting the ball down to the floor before it could reach its apex. "A retreating step jump shot," Finley exclaimed, astonished, gazing at the helplessly smiling White. Is it possible that a young player still knows this technique? A slender, mustachioed African-American who had just entered the room nodded in agreement. Indeed. It's the signature move of the legendary smiling assassin. This man was the one who had earlier prompted Hori to jump. Without his timely reminder, Hori would have undoubtedly failed to block that attack. Once more, feeling embarrassed that his years of practice on the retreating step had been thwarted, White sensed a blow to his pride. Just moments ago, he had confidently vowed to deliver a resounding slap to those who looked down upon him on the court. Yet here he was, thwarted twice by a veteran nearing retirement. An utter humiliation. Reaching for the ball, White narrowed his eyes slightly, methodically dribbling as he circled Horry. Moving with an unhurried grace reminiscent of a snake charmer facing a giant python, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Horry, his expression serious, closely monitored White's movements. Pivoting in tandem with him, White took a large step to the left corner at a 45-degree angle, prompting Horry to follow suit. Just as Horry's left foot landed, White swiftly executed a pass, stepping out with his right foot, his hands intertwining, the basketball transitioning from his left to his right like a sprite dancing in the wind. At that moment, they were separated by half a body length, just enough. White forcefully planted his left foot on the floor, his knee bending with power, and suddenly leaped upward. Horry, realizing the impending danger, hurriedly shifted his feet to position himself against White's approach. It was too late. The slender black man let out a soft sigh. Indeed, it was over. White's explosive power was simply overwhelming. He leaped ahead of Horry, showcasing the astonishing agility that his exceptional physique afforded him. White ascended like a helicopter, surpassing Horry's center of gravity. As he approached the apex, he transitioned from holding the ball with both hands to a single-handed grip, using his body to firmly press against Horry. With a sudden, sweeping motion of his right arm, he unleashed a powerful downward strike. Boom. All personnel present, whether trainers or assistant coaches, halted their tasks, captivated by the sight of this seemingly frail individual in comparison to Horry, dominating Horry with an elegant, mesmerizing arc of the ball, forcefully slamming it into the hoop. Damn, was this kid really selected in the second round? The slender black man's expression darkened as he stared at White, who appeared to hover in midair. If a second-round rookie could exhibit such prowess, one could only wonder what talents the first-round picks possessed. Were they all akin to Michael? The other newly arrived players also gazed in astonishment at White, now grounded. His explosive power, astonishing speed, and extraordinary vertical leap, coupled with his remarkable physicality, were truly formidable. This dunk, seemingly simple, was, in fact, immensely challenging. Firstly, one must swiftly change direction to deceive the opponent, a daunting task for taller players due to their elevated center of gravity and sluggish acceleration. If one's maneuver is too slow, the opportunity to break through is lost. Additionally, once space is created, a quick reaction is essential. One must leap before the defender can respond and achieve sufficient height or risk being fouled. After taking off, one must possess enough physicality to suppress the opponent, preventing them from leaping, thus creating the necessary space for the arm's rotational motion. All three elements are indispensable and must be seamlessly integrated to produce such a creative dunk. Finley, in disbelief, observed White as he apologized to Horry. This guy is truly terrifying. If such a talent is relegated to the second round, what kind of geniuses must those in the lottery be? There seemed to be no other prodigies. And it was no wonder that this individual vehemently criticized the league's front office as inept. Indeed, they were foolish to overlook such genius in favor of selecting lesser talents. Bruce, like you, is a historical oversight, Popovich remarked, standing behind the slender black man. His demeanor was calm, yet his thoughts were tumultuous. This was a genius, a true genius. He had initially been waiting for George to retrieve the data records, but after observing the first round of the contest between Horry and White through the electronic eye, he could no longer remain seated. Ignoring the data sheets, he hurriedly made his way to the training ground. Bruce Bowen, an undrafted defensive prodigy from the 1996 NBA draft, entered the league without being selected, yet emerged as one of the finest perimeter defenders in the past decade. He was a crucial element of the Spurs' defensive lineup, which secured 4 championships in 7 years and was once hailed by Duncan as the most selfless and greatest perimeter defender. The man with the little mustache, of course, was Bruce Bowen. He turned to Popovich behind him and remarked, "Mr. Greg, where did you discover this genius? Even God must commend your discerning eye." Selecting Manu and Tony was already a miracle. Now bringing in White, who was overlooked by all teams, is truly a miracle among miracles. Overlooked? Popovich replied with an enigmatic smile. If no one wanted him, how could I have signed him? With his training gear draped over his shoulder, White offered an apologetic smile to Horry, saying, "I apologize, Robert. I was just a bit hasty earlier. I meant no offense, and certainly did not intend to insult you. You know, even though," Horry, laughing heartily, interjected, "no need for explanations, my friend. You did nothing wrong. In fact, you performed admirably, White. You are a genius. And one day your opponents will tremble before you. That day is not far off." Finley nodded in agreement, stepping forward to embrace White. Michael Finley, at your service. Your teammate. White reciprocated the embrace, warmly stating, James Huang Song White, your admirer and now your new teammate. Finley chuckled, realizing that this young man was far from the boisterous persona portrayed by the media. Just as Bowen was about to speak, White had already enveloped him in a hug, exclaiming, Bruce Bowen, the greatest perimeter defender of the '96 draft, the steadfast bulwark of the Spurs. Bowen, with a proud smile, nodded in agreement, replying, James Huang Song White, the finest rookie of '06, the hope for the Spurs' future. They exchanged knowing glances and erupted into hearty laughter. Popovich observed the harmonious quartet with a smile, secretly pleased. This young man possessed not only exceptional skills, but also a genial character. He would undoubtedly leave every team's front office regretting their decisions. He gathered all the players present, noting the absence of Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker, who had returned home, as well as Duncan, as the team had granted them a break. A dozen towering athletes stood behind Popovich, attentively listening to his explanation of the day's training regimen before commencing their warm-up exercises under the guidance of assistant coaches. Among this group, aside from Horry, Finley, and Bowen, the rest were either rookies or marginal players from the previous season, preparing for the summer training camp. Ultimately, this 12-man squad would be trimmed down to 8, with the remaining 4 facing either release or demotion. After completing their warm-up, the group enjoyed a 10-minute respite. White, sipping his drink, queried Horry, Hey, Horry, why aren't you taking a break? After a grueling season, even Iron Man deserves some rest. Although the film Iron Man had yet to commence shooting in the United States, the comic had already ignited considerable excitement. Horry gazed at the massive Spurs logo on the wall and replied thoughtfully, I'm 36 this year, and I sense that my retirement is not far off. Opportunities to battle alongside these old friends are dwindling, so I want to savor every moment on the court. Noticing White's gaze directed at him, Finley chimed in with a smile, I too am aging, but my reason for training isn't merely that. I aspire to secure a championship ring before I retire. I refuse to leave this battlefield empty-handed. If the team requires my contribution, I am determined to assist. I intend to maintain my form through training, to help our team clinch the championship in my best condition. Observing the deep contemplation in Finley's eyes and the slight smile on Horry's face, White felt a profound respect for these two players who exemplified the essence of the sport. In contrast to today's youth, who often play for monetary gains, they had not forgotten the true spirit of basketball. With earnest conviction, White declared, Mr. Michael, I wager in the name of God that our team will undoubtedly secure the championship this year. It is a certainty, odd years are the Spurs' destiny. Observing White's earnest expression, the other 3 nodded in appreciation. Such spirited and responsible young men are becoming increasingly rare. All right, gentlemen, you've had enough rest. Let us commence with the second training activity of the day, an intra-squad scrimmage, announced assistant coach George, brandishing a stack of forms before the group. Following Coach Popovich's directives, White teamed up with Horry, Finley, Bowen, and a White power forward named Fabio Alberto, all clad in red jerseys. The opposing team, donned in yellow, comprised Jackie Butler, Francisco Elson, Devin Molly, Michael Dunn, and Jest. It was evident that White's team possessed a slight advantage, as he had heard of his teammates from previous encounters. However, he had no recollection of his adversaries, suggesting they were not particularly formidable. This impression stemmed from Huang Song's lack of attention to the Spurs in his previous life, as both Jackie Butler and Francisco Elson were notable reserves for the team, with the latter even having served as the starting power forward last season. Assuming Duncan played the power forward position, in which case he would be the starting center. The other 3 members of the yellow team were no ordinary players either. Devin Molly and Michael Dunn were pivotal figures on their NCAA teams, albeit overshadowed by their underperforming squads, which garnered little media attention. Jest, a player demoted to the NBDL last season, was recalled this year due to the team's dire need for fresh talent, indicating a scarcity of options for the Spurs. James White, eager to showcase his prowess, could hardly contain himself as he sized up his opponents. Hey, fellas, no need to rush, our referee has tea arrived yet. Bruce Bowen remarked, twisting his neck while stretching, noticing White's keen gaze fixed on the opposition. Bowen was reminded of his younger self, a time when he too was fearless and eager to challenge the prominent figures to prove his abilities. Observing George jogging on the court, White inquired, Isn't George our referee? Horry, draping an arm over White's shoulder, replied, but a match requires 2 referees. Calm down, my friend, I assure you. The wait will be worth it. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and a tall blonde woman hurried in. Apologies, Everyone. I was caught in traffic. God knows. The roads in San Antonio are dreadful. White gazed upon the exquisite visage and alluring form of the woman before him, finally comprehending the meaning behind Hori's words. I assure you, your wait will be worthwhile. The lady appeared to be in her early 20s, her silky golden hair cascading elegantly beneath her golden locks. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and brilliance, framed by finely sculpted features. Although her cheekbones were slightly pronounced, they accentuated her straight and commanding nose, lending her an extraordinary charm. Her delicate brows arched gracefully towards her temples, while her cerulean eyes radiated an enchanting allure. The contours of her face were reminiscent of a masterpiece chiseled from stone, exuding a rare sculptural beauty found among Caucasian women. Not only was she enchanting, but her figure was also irresistibly enticing. On this warm day, she donned a fitted tank top that accentuated her curves. The fabric clung to her, revealing the undulating waves of her bosom, with a pronounced cleft nestled between them. Underneath the top, her shoulders were smooth as jade, her skin luminous and soft, radiating a captivating glow. Her lower half was adorned with a denim miniskirt, which hugged her ample hips, creating a perfect, soul-stirring silhouette. Her slender legs, akin to delicate ivory, extended gracefully beneath the hem, flawless in their elegance. Her name was Nora Cynthia, also known as the Flower of San Antonio. Hori introduced her, clearly noting the fiery gaze that White cast upon her. Oh, White responded nonchalantly, feigning indifference as his eyes roamed over her figure. What is the big deal? My fox isn't any less impressive than her, though this girl is truly spicy. His words were delivered with an air of casualness that seemed exaggerated, as no one speaks so loudly under normal circumstances, including Popovich. And the peculiar attention of those in the cramped training room converged upon White. Hori quickly distanced himself from White, joining Finley and others in feigning ignorance. Nora Cynthia evidently overheard White's remarks. She cast a surprised glance in his direction, seemingly recognizing him as the much-talked-about rookie with a penchant for bold statements. With a look of disdain, she regarded him, evidently categorizing him among those tiresome individuals who rely on eccentricity to engage women. White sensed that his voice had risen a tad too high. He flashed a grin, rose from the ground, and pretended to engage in warm-up exercises to evade the gaze of the onlookers. However, he couldn't help but notice the scornful glance that Cynthia directed his way, stirring a twinge of irritation within him. You are rather audacious, he thought. Popovich offered Cynthia a reassuring smile and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that all was well. George handed her a whistle and informed her about the forthcoming intra-team exhibition match. White turned to Bowen beside him and remarked, Oh my God. Have we truly been waiting for this fiery girl? Is it really necessary to delay the scrimmage for her arrival? Bruce Bowen shrugged and replied, James, you ought to appreciate her dedication. Nora has sacrificed her own leisure time to train with us. She is the captain of our cheerleading squad. White glanced at the thigh exposed beneath the hem of her skirt and remarked, I had no idea that the Spurs cheerleaders included such beauties. Bowen smiled, indicating to his teammates that it was their turn to take the court. Cynthia appeared to be well acquainted with the players. She tossed her golden locks and adorned her long neck with a whistle, greeting each team member in turn. When White reached mid-court, she cast a half-hearted glance in his direction and said, Do your best, rookie, and be cautious not to embarrass yourself too much. White winked at her and remarked, This joke is rather unamusing. I believe you do not truly understand me. Cynthia, puzzled, gazed at the reluctant Devin Malley, who stood beside White, evidently bewildered by the expression of discomfort on his face. The other 8 individuals, upon hearing Cynthia's words, erupted into laughter, leaving her in a state of confusion. As the game commenced, the tip-off was contested between Oberto and Francisco, both men in their mid-30s. Consequently, when the ball was tossed into the air, they exerted minimal effort, merely leaping in a symbolic manner. The ball was deftly directed by the tall and long-armed Francisco into the hands of Michael Dunn, clad in a yellow jersey. Dunn, a small forward, faced off against Bowen, who was known to be one of the most formidable perimeter defenders in the NBA. Although his reputation was, to some extent, bolstered by his rough playing style, there was no denying Bowen's prowess as a defender. Standing at the three-point line with arms outstretched, Bowen focused intently on Dunn, who appeared somewhat intimidated by him, causing Dunn to hesitate and refrain from driving towards the basket. In light of this, the other 2 perimeter players had no choice but to venture out to offer him support. White followed Miley at a leisurely pace, always maintaining a distance of 1 body length. After drawing White to the perimeter, Miley suddenly executed a sharp cut, shaking off his defender and sprinting towards the paint. Seeing Miley slip past White brought a smile to Dang's face. He tossed the ball into the air and charged forward, pushing against Bowen. As the orange basketball soared over Bowen's head, Miley felt a surge of excitement, just as he prepared to leap for the catch. A flash of red soared in front of him. With a swift motion, the ball was intercepted. Cynthia gazed at White in astonishment, unable to fathom that this rookie possessed such remarkable speed. When the ball was tossed, Miley had already gained approximately 3 meters on White. Yet as the ball reached its apex, White accelerated and caught up to Miley's side. George, upon seeing White leap, quickly retreated to the backcourt, mindful of the ball's trajectory as the referee. "Fast break," White shouted, seemingly poised to dash back, observing his crouch and the fervor in his voice. Several perimeter players from the yellow team raced back desperately, fearing the humiliation of conceding a fast break. However, once the yellow team's perimeter players had frantically returned to the backcourt, they realized they had been deceived. White not only refrained from a fast break but was deliberately controlling the ball towards the midcourt, evidently waiting for the elder statesman Horry and his seasoned teammates. After all, aside from White, the other 4 members of the red team were all over 33 years old. A fast break? What a jest. These veterans could not afford to squander their energy. With a cunning smile, White ambled back alongside Bowen. Popovich chuckled softly, inscribing the word cunning next to White's name on his list. Once Horry and Oberto settled into position in the paint, White unleashed his signature move against Horry. He lifted the ball, and as Miley adjusted his weight, White surged past him on the right. At this moment, both Bowen and Dang had jogged over to Miley's right. And upon witnessing White break through, Dang hurriedly trailed to provide support. Without a glance at Dang behind him, White surged toward the paint, clearly intent on scoring with a layup. "Not so fast," Dang barked sharply, closely trailing him, evidently aiming to deliver a formidable block. Noticing White's unwavering focus on the hoop, Miley abandoned his pursuit of Bowen on the perimeter and followed suit into the fray. White still had no intention of passing. He charged into the paint, fully aware that he was about to be encircled by Miley, Francisco, and Dang. Suddenly, he leapt from the free throw line, and in the midst of the trio's tight defense, he deftly flicked the ball behind him to the unguarded Bowen. Swish, the basketball sailed through the net with perfect precision. White clapped his hands with Bowen, then turned to Miley and Dendau, saying, "My skills extend beyond mere dunks." The ball found its way into Jester's hands, who pursed his lips as he dribbled it across half-court. White appeared to be filled with pride after securing an assist. He carelessly abandoned his defensive assignment on Miley and, alongside Finley, applied pressure on Jester. Upon noticing White advancing slowly, Jester's eyes sparkled with delight as the basketball in his hands transformed into a fiery orange arrow, hurtling towards the unguarded Miley. Just as Miley grasped the ball, a deep crimson arrow swiftly intercepted his path. White had once again utilized his uncanny speed to seize the moment. Miley, in despair, watched as the rookie positioned himself once more in the trajectory of his reception, the basketball firmly caught by White. "Fast break," he exclaimed, though this time he glanced at his teammates still stationed in the paint before shouting. Jester and his companions, trusting in the possibility yet wary of the improbability, launched themselves towards the backcourt. Upon reaching the halfway line, they realized they had fallen for White's ruse. He was smiling at his teammates, prompting the trio to exhale in frustration and collectively halt their sprint. In that fleeting moment of their pause, White surged forward. His acceleration was astonishingly swift, leaving them no time to react. Just as the 3 of them came to a stop, White darted through their ranks like a race car igniting its engine. This time, it was indeed a true fast break. The trio could only watch in disbelief as White raced down the court with the ball, now unable to catch up. White surged through the trio, and before him lay an expansive space. With just a single step into the three-point zone, he found himself at the free throw line. There, he stamped his feet forcefully upon the floor, propelling himself toward the hoop like a rocket engulfed in black flames. Bang! Whoosh! The sound of the basketball colliding with the rim mingled with the exuberant cheers of the spectators. In the brief span of 2 possessions, White had utterly decimated the morale of the yellow team. Awesome! At this moment, a group of youths present at the arena erupted into loud cheers for White. In NBA training sessions, the presence of citizens observing is not only permitted but also regarded as a delightful initiative promoting camaraderie between the NBA and the public. James switched teams with McLeod, Popovich calmly noted in his record book after observing the rapid pace and acute awareness on display. He discerned that if the game continued in this manner, there would be little left to contest, as the fighting spirit of the yellow team had nearly crumbled. White cast a mischievous grin at Cynthia as he donned a yellow shirt, synchronizing his change of attire with Miley. Although it was White who scored, due to his prior affiliation with the red team, the goal still counted for the yellow team. Deng, observing White slip into the yellow jersey, breathed a sigh of relief. This fellow was formidable, possessing both exceptional skills and cunning, truly not an adversary to be trifled with. White received Deng's serve, and this time his defender was replaced by Bowen. Observing Bowen's serious demeanor, White did not rush into an attack. Instead, he winked at the young spectators surrounding him. Wow. White, the gliding bomber. White, flight number 75. A few blonde youths exclaimed excitedly as they watched White make faces at them. White waved his hand, unexpectedly surprised that someone here still remembered his high school nickname. With a smile, White skillfully dribbled the ball past the half-court line, addressing Bowen with a grin. Hey, Bruce. Don't be nervous. Come on, take a guess at where I'll break through. Will it be the right side or the left? As he uttered the last word, the bright orange basketball suddenly struck the ground, transferring from his right hand to his left. White's body twitched, his left hand poised as if to dash forward. Yet Bowen remained unfazed, steadfastly watching his shoulder. With a swift motion, White kept his shoulder steady, flicking his wrist as the basketball soared off the floor, evading his opponent. Jester. Simultaneously, after releasing the ball, he surged towards the paint, closely trailing Bowen. The latter, despite his age, quickly shifted his footing to stay on White's heels. The disparity in their years was palpable, with a decade separating the two, one a rookie from '96 and the other from '06. Bowen's footwork struggled to keep pace with White, forcing him to cling closely to prevent an easy catch. It must be noted that Bowen's strategy proved effective. As Jester received the ball, he was instantly confronted by Finley. Attempting to return the ball to White, he suddenly realized that at the other end of the passing lane stood the perimeter defender, Bruce Bowen. A high throw. White shouted urgently, aware that Bowen's leaping ability paled in comparison to his own. A high arc would be entirely unchallengeable. Jester hesitated for a moment, but his hands moved swiftly, sending the basketball soaring towards their direction. Just as White was about to leap, he felt someone tugging at his clothing. It was evident that Bowen was employing underhanded tactics. However, White, being in the prime of his youth, was not easily restrained by such feeble attempts. White leaped into the air with a powerful jump, snatching the ball from above Bowen's head before he could react. Upon landing, he swiftly pivoted past Bowen and charged towards Horry. As White approached, Horry extended one hand to block Jackie Butler behind him while the other shielded his eyes from White's oncoming advance. With a forceful dribble, White propelled himself upwards, simultaneously launching the basketball into the air. At that moment, Horry, without hesitation, recognized that White was attempting to score alone. He leaped, striving to intercept the shot. He discerned that the ball was released at a low angle, yet he believed it would not evade his block. Unfortunately, despite his keen judgment, the ball soared out of his line of sight. A wave of despair washed over Horry as he realized that, while the shot was low, its arc was notably high. It could not possibly find its way into the hoop, and White had no intention of making the basket anyway. Indeed, the basketball struck the backboard with a resounding thud, failing to graze the rim and instead altering its trajectory directly towards Butler. Butler, on his toes, leapt lightly and deftly guided the ball into the basket. What a splendid play! He wiggled his hips in delight, expressing that the pass was delightful, akin to the pleasurable sensations experienced in certain rhythmic movements. In the subsequent play, Bowen advanced the ball past half-court, flashing a subtle smile at the approaching White before passing it to the awaiting Horry, positioned just inside the three-point line. Horry caught the ball and took the shot. Swish, it was good. Just controlled the ball as he crossed half-court and passed it to White, who attempted a three-pointer but missed. Finley seized the rebound and then skillfully maneuvered past just to score with a bank shot. White, utilizing his strength in the post, established position in the paint as Francisco approached to set a screen. White executed a precise pass back to Francisco, who skillfully converted a mid-range jumper for 2 points. Meanwhile, Bowen delivered a pass to Finley, who deftly shifted the ball to McGrady. McGrady then maneuvered past Deng, successfully finishing with a layup while drawing a blocking foul from Deng. In a swift transition, Deng launched a long pass to Francisco, but Horry intercepted it, leading to a fast break where Finley capitalized and scored. White feigned a three-point jump shot in front of Bowen, successfully scoring, only to be called for traveling by Cynthia. Frustrated, White tossed the ball to George, shrugging to express his helplessness. Miley controlled the ball and once again broke through Deng, passing it out to Bowen on the perimeter. Bowen returned the favor with a beautiful bank shot. After several missed attempts, Dang clearly grew anxious. Upon receiving the ball, he swiftly passed it to the running Francisco. However, Francisco failed to catch Dang's intent, stopping abruptly as if trying to outsmart the play, momentarily faking out Oberto. Though he managed to evade Oberto, the basketball eluded his grasp. Cynthia, standing by the sidelines, was about to call the turnover when she noticed a yellow blur rushing towards her. As soon as White noticed Oberto coming to a halt, he sensed impending trouble. He desperately shook off Bowen and darted towards the sideline, executing a leap to seize the ball. He then tossed it high to Francisco, who stood by the boundary. Although the ball was successfully retrieved, White could not adjust his body midair and was propelled forward like a cannonball. The moment the ball left his hands and reached Francisco, White swiftly glanced ahead to brace himself for an impending impact. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback. For standing before him in a denim skirt was none other than the enchanting Nora Cynthia. "Oh!" A simultaneous exclamation resonated in the air, one a delightful sigh from White, reveling in his fortune, and the other a pained cry from Cynthia, who found herself in a most unfortunate predicament. White lingered, reclining upon the exquisite figure of Cynthia. Through the delicate fabric of her training shirt, he could distinctly perceive the softness and smoothness of her skin, as well as the remarkable elasticity of her bosom. Inhaling the fragrant scent that enveloped her, and feeling the gentle warmth of her form, White found it exceedingly difficult to rise. Cynthia regarded him with a gaze sharp enough to slay, sensing the pleasure radiating from his expression. "Is it not delightful?" she inquired with a teasing undertone. With a playful smile, White quickly flipped over and stood up, simultaneously pulling Cynthia up as he apologized. "I'm sorry. You know we are behind now, and we cannot afford to waste a single ball. Please allow me to treat you to dinner tonight as a token of my apology." Aside from a few teenagers and Coach Popovich, no one paid attention to the unfolding exchange. Such a save was hardly extraordinary on the NBA court. After a moment of hesitation, Popovich noted the eagerness to win and the willingness to sacrifice for the team. However, glancing at White's shifty eyes, the seasoned Popovich found it difficult to discern whether the young man was saving the ball for the sake of the game or for his own flirtatious motives. Francisco did not let White's sacrifice go in vain. He spun past Oberto and executed a reverse layup, successfully scoring. Noticing the red team had already resumed play, White did not give Cynthia a chance to object. "I'm playing now, and that is settled. Tonight, I'll treat you to a delightful Chinese feast." With that, White turned and dashed away, leaving Cynthia seething in his wake. Reveling in his moment of flirtation, White displayed his prowess as Horry turned and attempted a hook shot, only for White to leap horizontally and sweat the ball away with authority. White looked at the astonished Horry and said, "Do not be surprised, Robert. It is with this very hand that I have dared to approach you. You must know, this hand has recently been graced by the essence of beauty." Horry chuckled, patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, "Congratulations, my friend. You have successfully left an indelible mark upon the heart of our beloved flower of San Antonio." White smiled with satisfaction and quickly dashed off to defend against Bowen. Although the players of the red team were aging, their wealth of experience was evident, and the yellow team consistently lagged behind. However, the yellow team was not suffering a complete rout. White's formidable performance brought dignity to his team, despite Bowen's extensive defensive prowess. White's incessant jump shots proved too challenging, as Bowen's reaction speed and vertical leap paled in comparison. He could only watch as White's long-range shots kept the score closely contested. Ultimately, the score was 72-66, with the red team emerging victorious. Popovich observed White's statistics with a quiet chuckle, realizing he had unearthed a true gem. In this match, White accumulated an impressive tally of 26 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, an all-encompassing performance. While others began to rest, White diligently followed a fitness coach to formulate a training regimen. Everyone understood that had it not been for White's slender physique, the red team would have been thoroughly dismantled by the yellow team. After a hearty midday meal, White spent the entire afternoon immersed in the gym. Horry and others were profoundly impressed by White's appetite and diligence. They remained unaware that White had previously resided in a disadvantaged neighborhood, where the food was incomparable to that of the team. Although they had consumed a nutrition-focused meal for lunch, which lacked in flavor, White relished every bite of their seemingly unappetizing fare. Observing him devour plate after plate of medium-rare steak, the nutritionist sighed, acknowledging that White was willing to sacrifice everything in his quest to gain weight. White was indeed dissatisfied with his currently slender physique. He certainly did not wish to be knocked aside during an official match. With George's declaration of completion, today's training session came to an end. This marked White's inaugural formal training, and he felt remarkably well about it. However, what truly exhilarated him was the impending date with Nora Cynthia that evening. Just the thought of the fiery Cynthia sent waves of excitement coursing through White's veins. Tonight promised to be a truly splendid evening. Come on, 16, let us go. After rinsing himself clean, White exited the ATT Sports Center. A slight melancholy enveloped him, for by the time he finished his shower, Nora Cynthia's presence had vanished. White, mounted upon his bicycle, had scarcely departed from the entrance of the stadium when he was suddenly assailed by the sound of a revving engine and the blaring of horns from behind. Shit, he exclaimed in frustration, turning around to discern the source of the disturbance. With a broad road adjacent to him, he found it perplexing that the vehicle would linger behind, impatiently waiting for him to yield the way. Upon turning around, White's eyes widened in astonishment. Behind him was a fiery red BMW, occupied by a giggling blonde beauty, Cynthia, the very woman he had invited earlier. Gazing at her luxurious vehicle worth $100,000, and then at his own $10 second-hand bicycle, a wave of sorrow and indignation washed over him. He vowed that once he amassed wealth, he would purchase 2 BMWs, one for himself and one for his wife. Shall we take a joyride? Cynthia teased, her arched eyebrows playful, reminiscent of a mischievous young scion from ancient China teasing a respectable woman. Infuriated by her audacity, White felt a profound sense of humiliation. Before he could respond, Cynthia continued, "Not interested? Very well then, what a shy young man you are." With that, she revved the engine and sped away, leaving White engulfed in a cloud of exhaust fumes. As he stood there, dumbfounded amidst the fumes, Cynthia laughed heartily, her demeanor vibrant and lively. "Oh, you thought I was an easy target, didn't you? Just wait, I haven't yet revealed all my tricks. Soon enough, you'll see women make you tremble." White reluctantly mounted his bicycle and pedaled along the sidewalk, sensing that tonight he would once again be a solitary figure, sipping alone beneath the moonlight. Observing the lingering exhaust fumes, a wicked thought crossed his mind. Should he report this to the Environmental Protection Agency? After all, in a country so devoted to environmental conservation as the United States, this could be considered a violation of air quality standards, warranting detention. Upon returning to his rented apartment, the landlady, with an ingratiating smile, inquired if White desired any special services. Looking at her ample figure and heavily made-up face, White forced a few awkward chuckles before swiftly retreating to his own quarters. The landlady, watching as White's lean physique vanished from her sight, cooed, "What a shy young man." Upon hearing this, despair enveloped White. He heated the nutritious meal he had brought back from the training facility in the microwave, and as he devoured it with greedy delight, he found the taste quite satisfactory. He couldn't fathom why the players despised such fare. Glancing at the buttery steak in his hand, he took another hearty bite. At 10 o'clock, White dutifully launched the video chat application. Every night, Fox checked in to prevent this energetic and formidable individual from engaging in any morally questionable activities. Meanwhile, Fox was in the process of removing her makeup, as filming for Transformers had yet to commence, and they were merely engaging in actor interactions. As he beheld Fox's exquisite visage, her striking features, curvaceous form, and alabaster thighs, White felt a surge of heat within him. With no other recourse, he resorted to an adult subscription site, indulging in fantasies about the nude artistic films he had never had the opportunity to appreciate in his past life. How tragically naive he had been. He had once envisioned that becoming an NBA star would grant him access to all manner of women, only to find that the complexities of the world were far beyond his simplistic notions. Fox's conversations often revolved around familiar topics, such as the numerous men pursuing her, yet her steadfast commitment to chastity, or the existence of a stunning actress on set whom she might introduce to him. "Wow, I saw Triple X today, and we chatted for a bit. So handsome, though still a shade less than you," she remarked playfully. Eventually, the steadfast hero rotated the camera around his bedroom, and they shared a tender farewell before sleep. Fox, exhausted from filming, succumbed to slumber as soon as she lay down. As for White, God bless him, just a glance at the faded playboys surrounding him revealed the depths of his feelings. The remaining days were spent in the monotony of training, where White had solidified his position as the primary substitute on the team, earning recognition for both his offensive and defensive skills from players and coaches alike. Horry and others even initiated private bets on whether White could clinch the Rookie of the Year title. No one was foolish. Witnessing White's relentless performance against the perimeter specialist Bowen made it clear the title of Rookie of the Year was all but assured. In the blink of an eye, a mere month and a half had passed, and soon it would be time to attend the summer training camp in Las Vegas. During this period, Fox returned every weekend to be thoroughly exhausted by White. This was no ordinary exhaustion. Each night, their intimate encounters lasted no less than 3 hours. Eventually, White grew apprehensive when he noticed Fox's gaze drifting towards his legs. With no women available to satiate White's desires, he channeled his boundless energy into training. During team competitions, White instilled fear in everyone, resembling a manifestation of Drexler, the renowned glider and one of the 50 greatest players, who dominated his opponents mercilessly. The only one who thrived on this intensity was the venerable Popovich, who regarded White as if he were gazing upon a treasure chest of cash or the coveted O'Brien trophy. Throughout this time, White's most significant achievement was not merely the gain of nearly 10 pounds of muscle or the acquisition of new offensive techniques, but rather the substantial improvement in his relationship with Cynthia. After successfully dating the fiery woman for a few days, he remained elated for an entire day. Despite later discovering he had been stood up. In the midst of filming, Fox, unable to contain herself one night, coyly informed White that he could indulge during her absence, as long as he did not return with any sexually transmitted diseases and refrained from getting too serious with other women. She confessed to feeling a burgeoning affection for this young man, who was only 22 years old, an adjustment I made to James White's birth date, as entering the NBA at 24 seemed excessively late. This revelation ignited a spark within White, prompting him to sharpen his attention on the women around him. He had initially resolved to seek out a new romantic partner, perhaps even two. However, perhaps due to the intertwining of their souls, White discovered a burgeoning inclination for fidelity. Yet, each time a beautiful woman passed by, his intentions would swiftly evaporate. What man traversing this realm could resist the allure of multiple companions? Moreover, blessed with natural prowess, White was determined not to be the first to succumb to the flames of desire. Thus, he sought solace in this rationale. Every morning, Popovich would procure an array of sports publications, and on days when White felt fatigued from training, he would peruse these newspapers. Observing the extravagant praise bestowed upon the newly drafted prospects by various outlets, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was rather peculiar, while the Celtics, who had chosen promising rookie Langford, refrained from excessive boasting. Those teams that had selected less talented players were loud in their proclamations. Wait until the new season begins, and then you may shed your tears. I hope you have prepared ample tissues. White could only sneer. After this morning's training, White reclined on his bed, relishing the ministrations of a masseur, while holding a copy of yesterday's Charlotte Observer. As he perused the accolades bestowed upon Adam Morrison, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, observing White's sardonic amusement. The resting houri snatched the newspaper from his grasp and read aloud. Morrison seems as though he has emerged from the vintage NBA footage of the 1970s with his long, tousled curls, antiquated knee-high socks, and a calm yet precise style of play that exudes an effortless elegance. Watching him play evokes memories of Larry Bird. Both are White players who may not possess speed or vertical leap, yet are lethal assassins with an impeccable sense of offensive rhythm. Throughout the 2005 to 2006 season, all who followed college basketball were entranced by Morrison's scoring prowess. Given the slightest opportunity, he could find a way to score. His reactions always a heartbeat ahead of both opponents and teammates. Defending him one-on-one is a futile endeavor, for he possesses an arsenal of techniques to outsmart his adversaries. Morrison boasts a Dirk Nowitzki-esque reliable fadeaway jumper and excels at shooting one-handed while in motion. In his sophomore year, critics pointed out his weakness in three-point shooting. Yet by his junior year, his accuracy from beyond the arc soared to 43. As a focal point for opposing defenses, he adeptly creates opportunities for his teammates through his passing. Fully aware of his lack of superior jumping ability, speed, and muscle, he diligently hones his offensive skills to vanquish his opponents on the court. His passion for victory and disdain for defeat is palpable. When Gonzaga was unexpectedly overturned by UCLA in the Sweet 16 of this year's NCAA tournament with just 8 seconds remaining, Morrison broke down in tears at center court. His anguish broadcast across the nation, endearing him even more to the fans who cherished his authenticity. Despite being a diabetic who must inject medication before games, this player stands as the NCAA's leading scorer and may very well ascend to become a scoring sensation in the NBA. Hey, White, that guy is your matchup. Bowen provocatively urged, annihilate him. Michael's picks have always been questionable. In the NBA, it is the strength of one's performance that commands respect. If you possess talent, coaches will utilize you, fans will adore you, and managers will offer substantial contracts. There is no disputing the dominance and destructiveness of Jordan during his playing days. No player dares to question his prowess, and as for his judgment, well, Even a bird brain like Bowen pays him no mind. White shielded his gaze with the newspaper, then turned his attention to the cheerleaders in training. He beheld the mesmerizing array of shapely legs and alluring figures, each a veritable weapon of seduction. It took all his willpower to suppress the urge to whistle in admiration. God knows he was hardly aware of what Bowen was saying. These past few days had left him in a state of pent-up frustration. Yet, the enchanting beauties of the cheerleading squad were tantalizingly out of reach. The NBA harbors an unspoken rule. Any cheerleader who engages in a liaison with a player, regardless of who takes the initiative, will be summarily expelled from the team. Cursed be this unwritten law. As he gazed at the increasingly charming Nora Cindy, he silently cursed the progenitors of this rule, wishing ill upon their entire female lineage. For him, the unspoken rule had initially represented a pathway to romance, yet reality had proven it to be the most formidable obstacle in his pursuit of love. White nodded slightly, signifying his agreement with Bowen's opinion. Upon witnessing White's endorsement, Bowen exuberantly boasted, asserting that he would impart an unforgettable lesson to the rookie during the match, making it abundantly clear that the NBA was no playground akin to the NCAA. Upon hearing Bowen's words, White, along with Horry and others, shuddered in unison. Bowen, renowned as the league's dirtiest player from the perimeter, was indeed a formidable force. Gazing at Morrison's frail physique in the newspaper, White fervently prayed to the heavens that this young lad would not suffer a career-ending encounter with Bowen. Young men, gather around. Popovich emerged, clutching a stack of reports. Horry, Finley, Bowen, and a group of 30-something players swiftly converged, followed closely by White, Deng, McGee, and other genuine youngsters. Are we filling out the Summer League information? Horry inquired, accepting several forms. Greg, is George leading the team again this time? Popovich handed the final form to White and nodded. Indeed, it's exactly the same as before. Robert, you and the others guide these young fellows. I have a few matters to attend to. White took the form and discovered, in addition to some identification, a report on physical fitness testing. He mumbled, Las Vegas? All I know is that it is renowned for gambling. Yet, it is not merely the gambling that garners fame. The allure of the women there is even more celebrated. Horry broke into a jovial grin reminiscent of an old uncle, remarking that the women were both spicy and invigorating. Michael, make sure to bring plenty of supplies. Finley exchanged a knowing smile, and the old fellows simultaneously fell silent. White recalled Fox's infidelity license, feeling as though a playful kitten was scratching at his heart. He chuckled, is that so? Las Vegas, I am eagerly anticipating it. Beautiful ladies, here I come. As White turned around, he was confronted by the dangerously alluring smile of Nora Cynthia. He had neither the time nor the inclination to admire her figure accentuated by her form-fitting attire or the enticing cleavage it revealed. With a nervous chuckle, he hastily made his escape. Come on, beauty, echoed the mocking voice of Horry, imitating White, accompanied by raucous laughter from the crowd. These fellows were clearly doing this on purpose. In Las Vegas, at precisely 6:30 in the evening, a roaring Boeing 747 soared through the azure sky, marking the most enchanting moment of the day in this desert city. White had previously heard from Horry that this desert was merely the periphery of the deserts within Nevada. However, despite straining his vision to its utmost, he could not discern where the desert ended. In the distance, he faintly perceived a few dark spots and a black line. Horry informed him that these were the mountains marking the desert's boundary. White leaned against the window, gazing at the vast, boundless desert and the sun descending over the western mountains. At that moment, the sun appeared resplendent and immense, creating a magnificent spectacle. The tall cacti stood defiantly upon the scorching sands, their verdant forms reaching towards the azure sky, enchanted by the beauty of the desert. White couldn't help but softly murmur in Chinese, the vast desert stretches with solitary smoke, the long river meets the setting sun in a perfect circle, alongside the team. Besides the cheerleaders, a few journalists from San Antonio had also come. One of the reporters, upon hearing the iron-willed player converse in a language he did not comprehend, immediately took out his recorder to capture the words. Finley also caught White's utterance, but was oblivious to its meaning. After exchanging a glance of challenge with Bowen, he turned to the team's most erudite member, Horry, seeking clarification. Robert, what was James just saying? Robert Horry's knowledge was indeed among the most distinguished within the Spurs. He recognized that White was speaking Chinese, yet he was unaware of the actual meaning. To preserve his dignity, he vaguely replied, Oh, James just uttered an ancient Eastern saying. Finley, intrigued, inquired, Eastern saying? Japanese? Horry shot him a disdainful look and retorted, No, it's Chinese. And what does that mean? You surely don't know. Finley clearly perceived the contempt in Hori's eyes and felt a surge of indignation. He could hardly believe that Hori understood Chinese, especially considering he had only visited China a couple of years prior. Hori, eager to avoid being underestimated by his teammates, particularly as several were now drawn in by Finley's inquiry, quickly devised a response. With a flicker of his eyes, he waggled his plump lips and declared, "Of course. I know." White just said, "Ah, the barren desert, how much it resembles a naked beauty." Upon hearing this, the reporters were taken aback, uncertain whether they should document the statement. While reporting that the rookie understood Chinese could serve as an excellent promotional angle, they realized that revealing his words might jeopardize their future opportunities to interview the Spurs. Finley had vaguely grasped that White had spoken two phrases, his expression one of lasciviousness, though it was truly one of deep affection, directed towards the desert. Now, hearing Hori confidently assert those two phrases, he found himself half convinced. If even Finley, who had just been sparring with Hori, believed them, then the others were even less inclined to doubt. Cynthia curled her lip in disdain, casting a scornful glance at White, who had intentionally chosen to sit beside her. White looked at Cynthia with a sense of confusion, utterly perplexed by her demeanor, as if she were afflicted by some unfathomable ailment. Regrettably, this bewildered expression was misconstrued by Cynthia as a sign of indulgence. Ultimately, the aircraft touched down at McCarran International Airport in Las Vegas, where the athletes disembarked, burdened with an array of bags. White, being a rookie and notably close to the veteran members of the team, carried the most substantial load. In the NBA, it is an unwritten rule for newcomers to assist seasoned players by carrying their bags and fetching water. Thus, upon disembarking, Hori and others promptly draped their bags around White's neck. As for his own belongings, he entrusted them to Damir Markota, the power forward acquired by the Spurs from the Bucks during the draft, a Croatian who had just concluded his contract in the European League before arriving in San Antonio. Damir Markota was about to protest, yet White swiftly interjected with a fierce tone, "Either carry my bags, or do not expect me to pass you the ball." Poor Duncan had no choice but to acquiesce. White found no respite for his empty hands as the enchanting Cynthia entrusted her suitcase to him. It was only upon checking into the hotel that White finally had an opportunity to rest. He remained unaware of the contents of Cynthia's suitcase. Could it be that she had brought an entire chest of gold? It is worth noting that the cheerleaders did not arrive here merely to support the team. They were on an all-expenses-paid vacation. He could not afford to ponder such matters, for the interim coach, Mr. George, had delivered to him the materials pertaining to the Summer League. White was aware from a previous life that the participants in the Summer League primarily fall into three categories. First, the fringe players from various teams. Second, aspiring free agents seeking to enter the league. And third, the rookies. Their singular objective is to leverage the Summer League to garner trust and strive for commendable performances in the upcoming season. The Summer League is not officially organized by the NBA. It is typically facilitated by a specific team, with nearby teams collaborating to arrange matches. Generally, between 4 to 10 teams participate, and the duration spans approximately 1 to 2 weeks. The competition rules closely mirror those of NBA games. The Summer League is characterized by high player mobility, allowing an athlete to compete for one team and subsequently represent another in a different Summer League. Typically, the head coach does not participate. Instead, the team is often led by an assistant coach. White gazed at the documents in his hand. The NBA comprises a total of 30 teams, of which 21 have arrived in Las Vegas for this occasion. These include the Eastern Conference teams, the Charlotte Bobcats, Cleveland Cavaliers, Detroit Pistons, Milwaukee Bucks, New York Knicks, Philadelphia 76ers, Toronto Raptors, and Washington Wizards, as well as the Western Conference teams, the Dallas Mavericks, Denver Nuggets, Golden State Warriors, Houston Rockets, Los Angeles Clippers, Los Angeles Lakers, Memphis Grizzlies, Minnesota Timberwolves, New Orleans Hornets, Phoenix Suns, Portland Trail Blazers, Sacramento Kings, and the San Antonio Spurs. Represented by James White. The number of teams participating in this year's Summer League starkly reflects the dismal quality of the NBA draft. The purpose of the Summer League is for each team to identify the players they need. However, at this juncture, 21 teams in the league have yet to finalize their rosters for the upcoming season. This indicates that the rookies selected by general managers during the draft are proving to be of little assistance to their respective teams. After meticulously analyzing the information at hand, White ultimately discerned that the teams set to compete this week in the tournament were the Boston Celtics, Toronto Raptors, New York Knicks, Detroit Pistons, and Oklahoma Hornets, indicating that they would engage in 5 matches during their stay in Las Vegas. Following his research on the opponents, White reclined on his bed, indulging in television while awaiting the fabled hotel service call. However, he found himself waiting in vain from 8 o'clock until 10:30, with the vintage rotary phone remaining eerily silent. At long last, when the phone rang at 10:30, White discovered upon answering that it was Finley on the line, who inquired if he wished to join him for a night out. Naturally, White, feeling as though he might burst from pent-up energy, eagerly agreed. Yet, as he donned a long trench coat and stepped out of his room, he was abruptly met with a disdainful gaze from Cynthia, for the cheerleaders had just returned from their shopping excursion and happened to cross paths with him. White hurriedly assisted in carrying their belongings to their room, then returned with a heavy heart. He harbored lingering feelings for Cynthia and certainly did not wish to leave a negative impression on the alluring beauty. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been acquainted with a lecherous man in Cynthia's mind. The wretched night was spent in an intimate exchange with the phone, leaving Fox utterly astonished that White, so far away in Las Vegas, could remain virtuous. She even began to wonder if he had been castrated. The only source of excitement for White came when he received a call from Yi Cixue, who was in Beijing, around midnight. At that moment, Beijing was experiencing the peak of the day as heat, and with nothing to occupy her time. Yi Cixue finally remembered that she had not contacted White since her return to the country, thus prompting the call. Through the voice of his junior sister, White learned of a shocking revelation. Senior sister Qin Zian had ventured into the entertainment industry, although it was still in the planning stages. Upon returning to Beijing, both Qin and Yi resigned from their positions at the newspaper. Yi Cixue returned to school for her graduate studies, while Qin Zian prepared to pursue a career as a singer. White attempted to contact Qin Zian, but the phone indicated that it was turned off. With no other options, White resigned himself to his efforts and reclined upon the plush bed, realizing that the world had begun to transform into something distinctly different from what it once was. The following morning, the group accompanied George to the rented training grounds for practice. Along the way, Finley, Horry, and Bowen took turns recounting the exhilarating events of the previous night, particularly Finley, who was quite the chatterbox. He boasted of having met a pair of 19-year-old twins. White's disdain and indifference towards the trio were palpable, yet deep within, he had berated himself mercilessly. Regret coursed through him for not sneaking out the previous night. He resolved resolutely that, come nightfall, he would indulge in the revelry of the nightclub, undeterred even by divine intervention. The morning was merely a warm-up for everyone, and after a nutritious lunch followed by a brief slumber, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. At 7 o'clock that evening, the El Port Arena in Las Vegas buzzed with anticipation as the Summer League opener commenced, featuring the once noble Celtics against the rising powerhouse, the Spurs. This was White's inaugural game on the NBA stage, marking the pinnacle of competitive basketball in his memory. As White and his companions entered the El Port Arena, the atmosphere was far from the desolation he had envisioned. The arena, with a capacity of 15,000, was filled with at least 10,000 eager spectators. White was oblivious to the fact that there existed a considerable number of impoverished individuals in America, many of whom possessed a profound passion for basketball. The tickets for the Summer League were remarkably affordable, typically priced at $10. Although the games showcased players of a lesser caliber, for the financially constrained youth who often found themselves unable to afford the regular season, it represented an invaluable opportunity to experience the NBA. As the two teams took to the court, a cacophony of whistles and cheers erupted within the arena. White, feeling somewhat dazed, stepped onto the court. Unable to fathom the sensation of being scrutinized by nearly 10,000 spectators, a feeling that even his previous experiences in NCAA games could not prepare him for. If gazes had a temperature, he would undoubtedly feel as if he were being scorched by their collective attention. Amidst the overwhelming sounds of the crowd, White felt his heart racing like the engine of a tank, as though it might leap from his chest at any moment. Observing White standing there with a bewildered smile, Horry shook his head in resignation. A rookie is still a rookie. No matter how prodigious his talent, there remained much for him to learn. Some lessons, however, could not be imparted by others. They were lessons he had to learn and adapt to on his own, such as making each shot amidst the jeers of 20,000 spectators. As White scanned the arena, an unexpected clarity washed over him, calming the tumultuous beating of his heart. He realized that his plans for the nightclub that evening were dashed. God had not arrived, but she had. For her, "You must triumph," echoed in his mind. In the second row of the audience, clad in denim, Megan Fox smiled at him. "Hey, darling, what brings you here?" White tossed aside the ball and approached the stands, his expression radiating a joy surpassing that of stepping onto an NBA court. "Weren't you just telling me last night that you were filming in the Texas desert?" Before Fox could respond, an eager young man beside her interjected, "Hey, hey, you must be White, James White?" The youth was slender, possessing a strikingly handsome visage with an oval face more often associated with women, particularly accentuated by his fervent brown eyes that exuded an infectious passion. Were it not for White's experience from a previous life, he might have believed that Fox had found a new romantic interest. White extended his hand and introduced himself. "Yes, I am James White. It's a pleasure to meet you, Shia LaBeouf." Indeed, this young man was none other than the lead in Transformers. Paired with Megan Fox in the film, LaBeouf hailed from a hippie family in a minority community in Los Angeles. His father, a Vietnam War veteran, struggled with alcoholism and drug addiction, while his mother peddled homemade jewelry on the streets. Such a tumultuous childhood instilled in LaBeouf a profound sense of self-awareness, enabling him to express his genuine feelings without hesitation, as exemplified by his current hostility towards White. Reluctantly, LaBeouf extended his hand for a brief shake and remarked, "Mr. James, I believe we have some matters to discuss." White stared at the young man in astonishment. Could it be, as depicted in those novels, that this lad was a suitor of Fox, who, after failing to win her affection, now turned his energies towards himself, convincing himself he was unworthy of her? His concerns proved unfounded as LaBeouf lifted his chin and addressed White. "Hey, kid, listen closely. In order to cheer you on for your debut, Megan has tirelessly rushed to the theater for 3 consecutive nights, finally managing to carve out this afternoon to come to this dreary place." Observing White's astonishment, he continued, "Moreover, I am feeling quite unwell today because, while Megan and I were requesting leave from the director, some imbecile had the audacity to insult her." Do you know what they said? Before White could respond, LaBeouf continued. "They said, 'Hey, Megan, are you going to cheer for your idiot boyfriend? Don't waste your effort. He's just a blowhard, not cut out for the game. And you are not Longoria. Dreaming of fame through him is futile.'" Longoria refers to Eva Longoria, the girlfriend of White's teammate Tony Parker, who gained immense fame and visibility through the NBA's promotion. James White gazed blankly at Fox, who shrugged her shoulders and said, "Hey, James, listen to me. Don't let those words affect you." She lowered her head, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "In truth, I had already decided to come and support you." Upon seeing George calling for White, she lifted her head and forced a smile. "Your coach is calling you. Go on. Don't let those words get to you. Cheer up." White said nothing, merely casting a deep glance at her, while his hands, concealed beneath the training uniform, were tightly clenched into fists. "Does no one believe in me? Very well, allow me to teach you a lesson." White turned away from the audience, and LaBeouf exclaimed loudly, "Kid, you had better win this match for me." White remained silent, yet the fire of determination blazed fiercely within him. He understood that not only must the team secure victory in this match, but they must do so with elegance. He aimed to make it known to all that James White had arrived. Naturally, his demeanor caught the attention of the surrounding journalists, who were aware that the young man had a Hollywood B-list actress as his girlfriend. Observing White's silence in the stands juxtaposed with LaBeouf's fervent shouts, the reporters speculated that White had been jilted. It presented a fine topic for discussion. Several journalists thought in unison, at least today, as headlines were secured. Titled "Big-Mouthed Rookie Left Heartbroken, Girlfriend's New Flame Displays at the Arena." "Hey, James, you will be starting this game." "Let's go," George said, holding the tactical board. "Now, I will make the arrangements. Elson, you will play center. Devin, you will join Elson in the low post. Today you will play power forward. James, you will take the small forward position. Dang and West will be the guards. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. Let us strive for our first victory of the summer." After assessing the opponent's starting lineup, George called White over and added, "James, you are free to adjust your positioning on the court. The offense will be led by you." "All right, lads, let's take the court." White removed his training attire, revealing the resplendent white uniform of the Spurs, with the number 1 shimmering brilliantly upon it. After exchanging applause with several teammates, he strode to the center court, where Francisco Elson was already poised with eagerness. He glanced towards the stands, observing that both Fox and LaBeouf had risen to their feet, with Fox appearing even more anxious than himself. The starting lineup for the Celtics was as follows: power forward Gerald Green, small forward Ryan Gomez, shooting guard Allen Ray. Indeed, his name is a stark contrast to Ray Allen, sharing the same position yet possessing vastly different capabilities, point guard Rajon Rondo and center Brian Grant. As the jump ball commenced, the atmosphere intensified, with spectators fervently cheering for their favorite players. "Elvin, make sure to slam the ball down hard. I'll catch it." White approached Francisco and cast a glance at the unfamiliar black center, whispering softly. He had no recollection of this center, clearly just a player being evaluated by the Celtics. Unlikely to pose a challenge to the seasoned Francisco. Upon concluding his words, White retreated to his half of the court, observing Rajon Rondo engaging in a tussle with Duncan. And he smiled faintly. Green and white. I shall bestow upon you a gift, he mused inwardly with a sly smirk. The whistle blew. The orange basketball soared into the air amidst the gaze of 10 pairs of eyes, as two dark hands swiftly pursued it. Francisco leapt alongside, while White propelled himself forward. Evading the grasp of his defender, number 14, sprinting toward his designated half of the court. In that moment, the basketball, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, was propelled above White's head. White reached out to seize the basketball, his momentum unyielding. With his right hand dribbling the ball, he surged toward the basket. Pursued closely by the number 14 and Longdew, the 4 players from the Spurs retreated to the midcourt, fully aware that this shot was destined to succeed without a doubt. White did not disappoint. He did not even glance at the 2 behind him, resembling a wild stallion unleashed, dashing to the 3-point line in just a few strides. Upon entering the arc, White tucked the basketball away, taking a powerful step forward, and with 3 swift strides, he soared for a dunk that seemed to defy gravity. With a forceful push-off from the free-throw line, the muscles in White's calves tightened, his center of gravity subtly lowered, and then he launched himself upward. Every fiber of his being propelling him as he grasped the basketball with one hand, ascending toward the hoop. Indeed, he was flying toward the basket. For he leaped so high it resembled a falcon taking flight. The entire audience rose to their feet, witnessing White twist his body midair. The basketball producing a distinct crackling sound as it transitioned from his hips to his left hand. With a firm grip, he lifted the ball above his head, while his right hand elegantly joined the left, both cradling the basketball before he emphatically thrust it through the hoop. The resounding impact of his hands against the rim reverberated through the speakers affixed to the backboard, echoing throughout the arena, prompting thousands to collectively gasp in astonishment, as though they could hear the rim's anguished cry. Oh, God, what have we just witnessed? This is not merely a man, this is a bomber, indeed. The bomber has arrived on the NBA stage. The arena's DJ, microphone in hand, stood up in awe, exclaiming loudly in excitement. This is the #1 dunker in America. The #1 dunker in the world. Mr. Bomber, welcome to the NBA. The crowd finally stirred from the stupor of that dunk, erupting in fervor. A windmill dunk from behind the free throw line, a miracle only the divine could manifest. White held his head high, gazing at his incredulous teammates and the dejected opponents. With a grand gesture, he pointed towards Fox's position, his voice a low rumble. I am the sovereign here. NBA, rejoice. The audience followed White's outstretched hand, their eyes fixed on Fox, who was shimmering with tears of exhilaration. Labov, cradling his head in disbelief, paid no heed to the spectators' stares, exclaiming, My God. This cannot be real. Megan, this guy is truly a bomber. Fox shook her head, overwhelmed by emotion. The game was far from over. With the referee's whistle and the decisive gesture of 2 fingers descending, number 14 retrieved the ball and tossed it to Rondo. Rondo, shaking off his astonishment, regarded the rookie, who had been drafted later than himself, with a profound gaze. He had thought himself underestimated, yet in light of this second-round pick, he felt he still had much ground to cover. For the audience, a dunk might merely be a dunk, but for these seasoned athletes, White's offensive display revealed his deft ball-handling skills, lightning speed, remarkable jumping ability, and astonishing hang time. With such attributes, White could easily have been a first-round pick. The large screen above the arena repeatedly showcased the slow-motion replay of White's dunk, captivating many spectators who remained entranced by the visuals, while Rondo's subsequent shot went unnoticed. West, controlling the ball as he crossed half-court, wisely passed it to the approaching White. The Summer League serves as a platform for teams to evaluate players, and indeed, players are encouraged to showcase their skills through one-on-one plays. However, one must also consider the context. The atmosphere was electric, with fans chanting White's name and dubbing him Mr. Bomber. To attempt a solo play at that moment would likely provoke an uproar among the fans, leading him to reluctantly pass the ball to White, who stood just a step beyond the 3-point line. Thus, under the DJ's enthusiastic call, White earned his first nickname. White cast a glance at Ryan Gomez, who was trailing behind him. He subtly shifted his body, yet Gomez remained steadfast, maintaining a distance of nearly a meter from White. It was evident that he sought to thwart any attempt by White to break through, particularly after being profoundly impressed by the latter's lightning-fast speed moments earlier. White, Disinterested in feigned movements, exerted force through his core and launched himself from beyond the three-point line. The basketball traced a graceful arc in his hands, plunging decisively into the hoop. Swish. The ball glided through the net, sending forth a cascade of white ripples. As Gomez turned to look, he caught sight of White's large number 1 fluttering behind him. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, and White smiled at Fox. Initially, he had intended to lay low during the summer league, distributing the ball to his teammates, but now he had a change of heart. He was determined to attack, to unleash a ferocious offensive. After all, it was unlikely that any of them would be chosen by the Spurs, White thought coldly as he glanced at Deng and West. In that case, let them relinquish their opportunities to me, scoffers. I shall bring you to tears. Ryan Gomez, with his back to Francisco, forcefully nudged him. Although Francisco was strong, age had taken its toll, and after battling in the paint for over 20 minutes, his strength had waned considerably. Reluctantly stepping back, Francisco prepared to re-engage. But Gomez seized the moment, spinning and leaping to release the ball. Suddenly, a dark shadow surged in from the perimeter, swatting Gomez's shot away with great force. Finley, coming off the bench, retrieved the ball and hurled it back to the rear court. Hot on his heels, White, having just executed a successful block against Gomez, shot forward like a cannonball. Langdon, who had been lurking at the three-point line, bit his lip and trailed closely behind White. However, White's speed was astonishing. And without the ball in hand, Langdon could only watch as White picked it up and soared high, drawing the ball back with his right hand before emphatically slamming it through the hoop. The audience erupted into a thunderous cheer. White had captivated these spectators, who had merely come to pass the time in just one game. This marked White's 4th fast break dunk, and by the second quarter, he had demoralized the Celtics. With his thunderous dunks and long-range shots, he rendered the Celtics' defense porous. Faced with sharp three-pointers and witnessing White repeatedly storm the paint with ferocity, the others, save for Langdon, could do little but watch him score effortlessly. This was merely a microcosm of the game. Throughout, White seemed to embody a divine presence, ruthlessly dismantling Gomez, who was left utterly overwhelmed. In a desperate attempt to halt White's relentless assault, Gomez and the interior players resorted to fouls. The Celtics collectively committed a staggering 28 fouls throughout the game, adhering to the Summer League's rule of 10 fouls leading to disqualification. Had they followed the formal 6-foul rule, the Celtics would have found themselves devoid of any interior players. White made 12 out of 32 attempts, a rather low shooting percentage, however. It is noteworthy that in this particular game, he successfully converted 5 out of 7 three-point attempts and made an impressive 27 out of 32 free throws. Thus, White amassed a total of 52 points, alongside 16 rebounds, 2 assists, 5 steals, and 5 blocks. As the arena DJ aptly proclaimed, the American Bomber unleashed a barrage upon this venue. Thanks to White's stellar performance, the Spurs triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 95-72, marking a resounding victory in their Summer League opener. In addition to White's remarkable double-double, his teammates Horry and Finley contributed 12 points each off the bench, while Duncan managed only 1 three-pointer throughout the game. West scored 4 points from 5 attempts, McGee added 6 points on 3 of 5 shooting, and Francisco contributed 6 points as well. For the Celtics, the scoring leader was Gerald Green, who shot 8 out of 15 and made 6 out of 7 free throws, totaling 23 points and 4 rebounds. Ryan Gomez managed 4 points and 6 rebounds from 9 attempts, while Allen Ray scored 18 points on 7 of 14 shooting. This year's rookie, Rajon Rondo, impressively went 5 for 5, contributing 13 points, and the bench collectively added 14 points. As the game concluded, all journalists directed their cameras towards James White, inundated with microphones thrust before him. White forcefully pushed aside the microphones and strode towards the exit where the Celtics players were departing. As he approached, everyone busy gathering their belongings cast him glances filled with hostility. This individual had been exceedingly arrogant today, showcasing his prowess both inside and outside the arc, leaving a mark on the Celtics' offense and defense alike. At that moment, they believed he had come to humiliate them in the eyes of many. White was merely a brash and boastful rookie. White paid no heed to the clowns surrounding him and approached Rajon Rondo directly. The young man had been thoroughly outplayed during the match, and White feared that this experience might severely undermine his confidence. He was determined not to let the finest point guard of the 6th grade descend into despair. He aspired to lead both Roy and Rondo to establish their names among this year's promising rookies. Rondo gazed calmly as White approached with a smile. Observing that grin, Rondo silently contemplated that should White utter any foolish remarks, he would not hesitate to let this arrogant individual experience the impact of his fists. The reporters eagerly watched the interaction between White and the visibly disgruntled Celtics players, wishing fervently for a confrontation. Even a heated exchange of insults would suffice. To everyone's astonishment, White stepped in front of Rondo, removed his jersey from the game, and handed it to him, saying, "Hey, little guy, don't be disheartened. You played remarkably well today. You were the only one who exerted every effort to defend against me throughout the game." Rondo was momentarily taken aback. He had no retort for White's use of the term little guy. As White stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 7 inches while Rondo measured only 6 feet 1 inch, thus, being referred to as little was indeed justified. What astonished him further was White's unexpected friendliness. Rather than mocking him, he had chosen to commend him in front of the media. Rondo handed his jersey back to White. His lips moved slightly, yet he found no words to express himself. White took the clothes and chuckled. "Little one, you must strive to forge a magnificent era here. Let us proclaim to the world that our rookie class of '06 is far from the pitiful image they envision. Come on. Little one, you must believe that you are the finest point guard of this year, destined to be among the greatest in the illustrious history of the Celtics. You shall undoubtedly become an all-star." His final words were directed to everyone, yet only he understood the immense potential that this last-picked first-rounder would achieve in the future. He was destined to become the new triple-double king of the league. Together, let us prove to those who await our downfall that we shall be the pillars of the league. White gazed intently at Rondo, who, it must be said, always managed to ignite the fighting spirit in those around him. Rondo nodded emphatically, his fists clenched tightly. All his frustrations from the game were swept away by White's words. He was determined to demonstrate that Rajon Rondo was indeed the finest point guard of this year's draft. Witnessing Rondo's renewed sharpness in his gaze, White smiled with relief. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous reports stating that Rondo's first season in the NBA was marked by a dismal performance, primarily due to his lack of confidence in his ability to thrive on such a ruthless stage. White and Rondo exchanged a fist bump, and then, with a playful blink, remarked, "Rondo, see you in the regular season. I shall attack in the same manner next time. I hope by then you will devise a strategy to defend against me. Remember, there exists no offense that cannot be countered, nor any defense that is impenetrable." The last phrase was a saying from his college coach, which, to be honest, he had yet to fully comprehend even at this moment. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to share it with Rondo, for the simple reason that he wished to impress. After finishing his statement, White flashed a carefree smile and turned to stride towards the exit, followed closely by a throng of reporters. "Mr. White, I am a reporter from the Philadelphia Cavalry News. What do you think of this game?" The journalist clearly aimed to capture some disdainful remarks from White about his opponents. But White chose to disregard him. "Mr. White, why did you insist on playing solo during the game without passing to your teammates?" This sharp-featured man was undoubtedly not a reporter from San Antonio. White recognized immediately that this fellow sought to incite discord within the Spurs. Ignoring him, White continued, "Mr. White, I am a feature reporter from the Houston Chronicle. How do you believe you can contribute to the Spurs this season? What is the team's objective?" "Our goal is the championship, and I will assist the team in achieving it." Although the question was rather foolish, it finally sparked White's desire to respond. "Mr. White, did you meet your girlfriend before the game? It seems there might be a crisis in your relationship?" a lovely female reporter inquired. White was eager to answer this question, but his teammates had emerged from the locker room and, without waiting for him to say anything, surrounded him and ushered him away. The Summer League only held a press conference after all matches had concluded. Thus, players and coaches departed the court together post-game. Fox stood beside White, listening as he introduced his teammates. Fox nodded and smiled occasionally, offering remarks like, "I've long admired you." When White introduced Horry, he chuckled, "James, you are indeed fortunate. This girl is certainly no less than Nola." Today, Fox donned a light blue denim jacket that accentuated her curvaceous figure, and her matching denim shorts revealed her long, fair legs, which were as smooth and radiant as satin. To facilitate watching the game, she had simply tied her long hair into a ponytail. Around her ivory neck hung the crystal Buddha that White had gifted her, presenting a polished and poised appearance, exuding vitality. "Hey, who is better than me?" a melodious voice chimed from behind the crowd. Horry's robust form jolted slightly. He recognized the voice of Nola Cynthia, standing behind everyone. Cynthia wore a beige low-cut dress that highlighted her flawless, fair skin, complemented by her flowing golden hair. Beneath the constraints of her top, her ample and towering peaks created a breathtaking curve beneath the delicate fabric. The light yellow skirt clung tightly to her voluptuous form, accentuating her alluring hips and the silkiness of her legs, which were clad in sheer nude stockings. On her feet rested a pair of brand-new red 3-inch stilettos, which elegantly showcased her delicate ankles and the porcelain smoothness of her feet, evoking a sense of reverie. Observing the two women, both equally exquisite in beauty and figure, the group of testosterone-fueled beasts let out a collective groan, with Bowen wiping his mouth and murmuring to Finley, "What do your twins compare to? Just look at this beauty." "Hello, I am Fox, Megan Fox," she smiled, extending her delicate hand towards Cynthia. Cynthia gently grasped her hand and replied, "Hello. I am the Nora they speak of, Nora Cynthia, also the captain of the Spurs cheerleaders. You are truly stunning. No wonder James never spares a glance for other women." Fox returned a friendly smile and said, "Thank you, but to be honest, your beauty is such that it makes me feel overshadowed." White's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He had never expected Cynthia, who usually clashed with him, to speak well of him. However, he realized that he could no longer allow the two women to exchange compliments, as he was utterly exhausted. After all, he had been dashing around all day. "Let us go back to the hotel and chat," he suggested, wrapping an arm around Fox and leading the way, with the other men following suit. Bringing up the rear was Cynthia, when suddenly, the previously silent LeBuff rushed forward to introduce himself. "Hello, Nora, I'm Shia LeBuff. You can call me Shia. I believe we would make a great pair." Cynthia smiled slightly and replied, "I'm sorry, Shia, but I prefer the more rugged type." The narrative progresses slowly, and the author intends to accelerate the pace. I have also read all the comments from fellow readers. However, my current points are too few to respond in the review section, so I can only express my gratitude for your support here. Leaving LeBuff, who looked utterly bewildered, Cynthia joined the others in departing the stadium. After a long moment, LeBuff lamented, "God, I curse the rugged type." Why does her response mirror Megan's? In the hotel, the group indulged in merriment for a while, and by the time they parted ways, it was already past 10 at night. Finley and the other rugged types, who had not exerted themselves much during the day, began to plan a night out at the club. Initially, White intended to join them, but with the alluring Fox in the picture, he found a far more enticing outlet for his energy. White and Fox shared a late-night snack, and under White's boundless anticipation, the nightlife commenced. "Hey, White. I need to take a shower," Fox said earnestly after sharing a century-long wet kiss with him. White was aware of Fox's slight obsession with cleanliness. Thus he restrained the fiery passion within him and said, "Darling, shall we wash together? I had quite an intense match this afternoon." After the game, they had hastily rinsed off in the court's shower, neglecting a thorough cleanse. Fox chuckled softly, then, like a delicate butterfly flitting through flowers, she turned and entered the bathroom. White let out a couple of hearty laughs, swiftly shedding his garments before eagerly rushing into the bathroom, his arousal evident. Upon entering, he found Fox tidying up the towels. "What's the matter, darling? Are we trying something new?" Reflecting on the playful antics Fox had previously indulged him with, White felt a familiar ache. Fox shot him a glance, thinking to herself, "I can't even satisfy you with traditional methods. How could I dare introduce anything new?" She gestured towards the shower and bathtub, saying, "James, did you not wash last night? This bathroom is broken." White tried it, and, indeed, everything was broken. He had taken a shower at the training ground yesterday and had not entered this place at all, so he was unaware of the bathroom's disrepair. "How disappointing," White muttered. "I certainly cannot go downstairs to complain to the manager now. What if a swarm of repairmen rushes up? That would utterly ruin the mood." The only idea he could come up with was to change rooms. Fox picked up a towel and said, "Never mind. I'll just borrow a bathroom for a quick wash." Then, she seductively licked her crimson lips and added, "After all, our main battlefield is right here." A warmth surged within White's lower abdomen as he contemplated, "Then you should wash up at Nora's place. Her bathroom is perfectly fine." He certainly wouldn't allow Fox to venture into the men's quarters. Who could fathom what those brutes might do to him? With a sly smile that danced on the edge of ambiguity, Fox regarded White and remarked, "Nora Cynthia? How do you know her bathroom is in good condition? No wonder this fellow, despite having a charm for wooing women, refrains from pursuing frivolities. It seems Cynthia has been singing his praises today." It appears the two have been clandestinely communicating for quite some time. White wore an expression of unjust grievance, hastily swearing to the ceiling, "God can attest to my innocence. Since we became acquainted, my body has only ever been open to you." Fox, bemused yet amused, retorted, "What do you mean, only open to me? All right, I'll take your word for it, but I intend to verify the merchandise tonight, so be prepared." As she spoke, A flirtatious demeanor graced her features. Suddenly, a series of knocks jolted Cynthia from her reverie. Why was she even thinking about that guy? As she slipped on her slippers, she chided herself. Earlier that day, she had arrived at the gym quite early, only to find that throughout the match, that insufferable fellow had not cast a single glance in her direction, which was utterly infuriating. However, his girlfriend was indeed stunning. It was rumored that she would star in the upcoming blockbuster, Transformers. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain. Unconsciously, Cynthia found herself comparing herself to Fox, and with a tinge of sorrow, she realized that in this competition, she held no advantage over her rival. What was he doing now? The thought of the irresistibly charming Fox conjured images in her mind of a classic scene where a man was atop and a woman beneath in a rhythmic dance of passion. This thought stirred a sense of agitation within Cynthia. Nevertheless, his performance today was nothing short of exceptional. Never before had a rookie exhibited such formidable offense and defense. Tomorrow, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of superstars. Lost in her thoughts, she momentarily forgot about the persistent knocking at the door. It must be acknowledged that White's relentless efforts over the past 2 months to woo women had not been in vain. Although Cynthia may not yet be in love with him, she harbored a profound fondness for him in her heart. White scratched his head in perplexity and remarked to Fox, "There seems to be no response. Perhaps Cynthia has gone out for some leisure." However, White pondered where Cynthia could possibly be at such a late hour. The only place that came to mind was a bar. He certainly could not envision this young woman venturing into a casino. Since arriving in San Antonio, he had not encountered any rumors regarding Cynthia's propensity for gambling. As for the notion of visiting a Las Vegas casino for a glimpse of the world, White was far from naive. After all, which year did the cheerleaders not vacation in Las Vegas? If she sought to broaden her horizons, she would have surely done so in previous years. The mere thought of Cynthia being out at a bar so late unsettled White. He was acutely aware that Las Vegas bars were the prime hunting grounds for men. While he firmly believed in Cynthia's modesty, he harbored doubts about her tolerance for alcohol. Once intoxicated, who could predict the possibilities? White knocked on the door once more, ready to depart from this place. The rooms of the other cheerleaders should be ajar. As White turned around, the door creaked open, revealing Cynthia's charming face at the threshold. White hurriedly turned around, unsure if it was an illusion. But he thought he detected a flicker of surprise on Cynthia's face. However, in the blink of an eye, she reverted to her usual calm demeanor. Before White could utter a word, Cynthia met his gaze and suddenly declared, "I'm sorry, I have no interest in Group X." With that, she promptly shut the door, leaving not only White in stunned silence but also Fox, bewildered. Group X? What an intriguing notion. She fixed White with a dangerous stare, resolute in her disbelief. Would she have uttered such words had they not shared a past together? White rubbed his bald head, momentarily engulfed by a sense of dizziness. Had the woman lost her mind? What was she saying? Did she possess the ability to read minds? How else could she possibly know what he was thinking? A shiver ran down his spine. If he could traverse dimensions, could she not also possess extraordinary powers? Meanwhile, Cynthia, leaning against the door, felt equally disoriented. What had she just uttered? Initially, her mind had conjured images of the two engaged in intimate activities, but upon witnessing their sudden appearance, she inadvertently intertwined reality with her imagination, leading to her ill-timed remark. In an effort to rectify her blunder, Cynthia hastily reopened the door, relieved to find that the two had not departed. As she beheld White and Fox staring at her in astonishment, her delicate features flushed crimson with embarrassment. "Oh, I merely jested with you. Is there something you need at this late hour? My bathroom is out of order, and I am unable to shower," White quickly explained. "I came to inquire if we might share your bathroom for a moment, perhaps to bathe together." Both women were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed on White, who was equally astonished. What had he just said? How had he inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts? He scrambled to amend his statement. "Oh, no, dear God. That is not what I meant. I intended to say that my bathroom is unusable, and I merely wish to use yours. Of course, we may take some time, but my capabilities are quite robust. If you are in urgent need, you are welcome to join." "I wouldn't mind, heaven help him," White lamented. How had he divulged everything he was thinking? Truly, this was a tragic comedy. As he concluded, the tension between the two women crackled with intensity. Finally, Cynthia, feigning composure, spoke. "I believe, James, that you wish to use my bathroom for a shower, given that yours is in disrepair." White nodded hastily. "Please, come in." Cynthia stepped aside from the door she had been blocking. Fox cast a meaningful smile at the two of them before walking into the bathroom alone. Observing Fox's peculiar grin, both were momentarily unsettled. To their dismay, White and Cynthia exchanged glances, only to realize simultaneously that they were both gazing at one another. How absurd. Why do I feel guilty? We haven't done anything, they thought in unison. Alas, if only they could read each other's minds. They would discover that their thoughts were perfectly aligned. Cynthia gently bit her luscious, crimson lips, tilted her head, and then, looking away, said, "James, please take a seat. I will fetch you a drink." White sat on the sofa, accepting the iced milk that Cynthia handed to him. He spread his hands in exasperation, struggling to find a suitable topic for conversation. "You were absolutely phenomenal today. Even LeBron didn't perform this well in his first game," Cynthia remarked from across the couch, adeptly identifying a subject of mutual interest. In response to her compliment about his performance, White puffed up with pride, stating, "Perhaps so. I felt quite in tune today. I had to play exceptionally well. You know, many people do not favor me." Cynthia nodded with a smile, casually inquiring, "Is it Megan's arrival that inspired your outstanding performance? You and Megan seem quite well matched." As she spoke, she curled her long legs, reclining comfortably on the sofa. White glanced up just in time to witness Cynthia's graceful movement as she crossed her legs. His keen eyesight allowed him an inadvertent glimpse beneath the fluttering hem of her nightgown, revealing an alluring glimpse of her milky thighs. Red. A thong. The tantalizing sight sent a primal heat coursing through White's veins. Cynthia's words faded into the background as his mind fixated on the mesmerizing contrast of her porcelain skin against the crimson lace teasingly concealing her most intimate secrets. Damn. White nodded absently, his thoughts far removed from conversation. The provocative vision had awakened an undeniable tension in his body, straining against the loose fabric of his shorts. Having foregone underwear when hastily dressing to accompany Fox, the sudden arousal was painfully conspicuous. Opposite him, Cynthia's delicate complexion flushed pink as a rosebud, oblivious to her accidental exposure. She misinterpreted his heated gaze as some improper fantasy. An uncomfortable silence settled between them, thick with unspoken tension. Seeking composure, Cynthia reached for her glass of chilled milk. But condensation slicked the surface, and her trembling fingers betrayed her. The cup slipped, spilling its contents across her chest and abdomen in a glistening cascade. Startled, White rose to his feet and hurriedly approached her to assist in wiping the milk from her nightgown. Cynthia, seeing him advance with his shorts stretched by little White, mistakenly assumed that he was overtaken by primal instincts. Ignoring the fresh milk on her nightgown, she flung the cup from her hand onto the ground, letting out a scream as she attempted to swiftly turn and rise. White, upon taking a couple of steps forward, became acutely aware of his own indiscretion. As his large foot landed, it inadvertently crushed a cup resting on the floor. Had he managed to maintain his balance, he might have stood firm. But with a competition looming the following day, he feared that twisting his ankle could jeopardize his performance. Thus, he made a hasty plunge onto the sofa before him. Meanwhile, freshly emerged from her shower, Fox heard Cynthia's piercing scream and presumed an accident had occurred. She hastily wrapped herself in a towel and rushed out, only to be met with an unexpected sight. It was a scene of unfortunate circumstance. White, wearing a bemused expression, found himself in a rather compromising position, sprawled atop Cynthia, his hand resting on her slender waist, while she lay across the sofa. The two were striking a pose reminiscent of those often depicted in adult films. White and Cynthia shared a wry smile as White remarked, "Megan, would you believe me if I said this was a misunderstanding?" Fox shook her head, and after blinking vigorously, she turned her gaze back to the hall, only to realize that what she had seen earlier was not an illusion. Lay upon Cindy's exquisite back, his hands gently resting on her smooth, willow-like waist, while his desire pressed closely against her silken cleft. "Oh, God, please come to my rescue," White silently lamented within. White hastily rose from the sofa, fearing that if he remained seated any longer, he might inadvertently groan while leaning against Cynthia. There was no doubt regarding Cynthia's figure and allure. White had confirmed the exquisite softness of her skin and the captivating beauty of her form through 2 intimate encounters. Cynthia found herself momentarily speechless. She glanced at Fox, then at White, who stood awkwardly before her, feeling a sudden wave of tension. Fox rubbed his forehead, uttering no words, merely turning to enter the guest room, gently closing the door behind him. White sank despondently onto the sofa, gazing at the innocent-faced Cynthia. A sense of melancholy washing over him, for he truly had done nothing wrong. Megan, allow me to explain," he implored, rising from the sofa to push open the door as he raised his left hand, ready to swear an oath. Fox, shedding her bath towel, revealed a physique that epitomized the golden ratio, reclining wearily upon the bed. In a whispering tone, she murmured, "James, I am so tired. Let me rest for a while. Please, close the door behind you." Her lovely countenance bore the marks of fatigue, the delicate makeup she had donned earlier washed away during her bath. Stripped of artifice, she appeared even more charming, yet undeniably exhausted. Noticing White's worried stance at the bedside, Fox offered a faint smile. She blew him a playful kiss and softly chuckled. "Do not fret, of course. I believe it was merely a misunderstanding. I am simply very weary. We can discuss everything once I awaken." As she spoke, her eyelids fluttered shut, clearly overwhelmed by drowsiness. With a resigned shrug, White gently covered Fox with a blanket and placed a soft kiss on her rosy lips, bidding her good night before foolishly retreating to the living room. Cynthia, clutching a throw pillow, sat on the sofa, and upon seeing White emerge, she anxiously inquired, "Hi, James. How are things?" Puzzled, White hesitated before realizing she was asking about Fox's stance on the matter. He chuckled awkwardly, "We'll talk later. I'm just going to take a shower." As White hurriedly entered the bathroom, Cynthia contemplated and stood up, deciding to venture into the bedroom. She felt the need to clarify things, ensuring no misunderstandings regarding any ambiguous connections between herself and White. Cynthia stood dazed at the doorway, gazing at Fox, who was blissfully asleep in her own bed. A substantial expanse of flawless skin was exposed beyond the covers, exuding an untamed allure. Isn't this my room?" This thought lingered in Cynthia's mind. White lay in the spacious bathtub of the bathroom, struggling to articulate the incredibility of everything that had transpired that evening. He found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to face Cynthia, especially with Fox currently slumbering in her bed. Perhaps it would be best to suggest that Cynthia take his room for the night. He pondered silently. Yet, where would he sleep? With tomorrow's competition looming, a restful night was imperative. It seemed he had no choice but to share a bed with Cynthia. A thought that crossed his mind without a hint of shame, for after all, his own bed was somewhat larger. White reclined in the bathtub, which was generously sized to accommodate the towering NBA players that the hotel frequently hosted. At 6 feet 7 inches, he found himself comfortably enveloped in the warm water. As he scrubbed his body, he swayed gently from side to side, his gaze sweeping across the bathroom, evidently in search of something risque. A set of burgundy lace lingerie lay discarded atop the hotel's washing machine, but it held no interest for him. He recognized it as belonging to Fox. He understood that both her body and spirit were already his, so why would he concern himself with her undergarments? The washing machine? A mischievous grin spread across White's face as he crawled out of the tub, playfully swinging his ample endowments as he leaned into the washing machine, only to discover it was empty. White, feeling somewhat dejected, dried his body. Tonight, he was the most unfortunate of all. After enduring several days of anticipation, he finally had the opportunity to be with his girlfriend, to release his pent-up desires. However, to his dismay, Fox had fallen into a deep slumber. Observing Fox's weary visage, he found it difficult to rouse her for the sake of his own indulgence, for such intimate encounters require a certain romantic ambience. White donned his oversized shorts once more, swaggering out of the bathroom. Cynthia, holding a stemmed glass filled with red wine, felt no sense of embarrassment upon seeing White emerge bare-chested. As the captain of the cheerleading squad, she was accustomed to witnessing players training without their shirts. "Would you care for a drink?" she inquired, shaking her wine glass as White approached. White was rather unreserved. He reached out and took the cup from Cynthia's small hand, then opened his mouth wide to gently sip from the rim stained with lipstick. Cynthia stiffened, her gaze towards White tinged with a hint of anger. For this was an unmistakable provocation, and she was certainly not oblivious to it. "Perhaps we could enjoy a delightful evening together," White suggested, his lips curving into a charming arc, revealing what he believed to be his most handsome smile. "No, James, it is you and Megan who might relish a lovely night. You must understand, not all women are fond of infidelity," Cynthia retorted coldly, snatching the cup back and taking a delicate sip. White looked down at Cynthia and declared, "Nora, I swear to God, I have always been sincere towards you." His gaze lingered on Cynthia's prominent features and the enticing contours outlined by her nightgown, causing him to swallow hard. "Oh God, I truly cannot contain myself." Cynthia shook her head, reflecting on the countless men who had uttered similar words since her high school days. "So what does that make Megan in bed?" she replied with a light laugh. White found himself momentarily speechless, scratching his bald head as he said, "I can only assert that my feelings for both of you are genuine. My heart is quite expansive." He gestured with his hands to illustrate the magnitude of his heart. Cynthia, uninterested in this man consumed by desire, extended her delicate hand, clearly indicating her desire for something. White observed her extending her petite hand, evidently misunderstanding Cynthia's intention. He hastily inquired, "Are you in need of money?" "Oh, my bank card is in that room. I shall retrieve it for you shortly." However, before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped the room. In a swift motion, Cynthia lashed out with her palm towards his face. Fortunately, White's reflexes were astute. He retreated 2 steps just in time to evade the potentially devastating blow. "You scoundrel! I shall kill you." Cynthia's fair visage turned ashen, clearly infuriated, and she raised her hand to hurl the cup in her grasp at White's head. White was taken aback. He caught the cup and chuckled nervously, saying, Oh, I was merely jesting. Just jesting. You hush. Hand me your room key, tonight. You and Megan shall stay in my room." Cynthia pushed White aside. Fresh from a shower, White's skin was smooth, and as her hand glided over his abdomen, it inadvertently slipped down to his groin. White, already a restless individual, felt a surge of stimulation and instinctively puffed out his chest to assert his masculinity. Observing this, Cynthia's expression grew increasingly dark. White chuckled softly, hurriedly handing the keys from his pocket to Cynthia. She snatched the keys and exited the room without a backward glance. It seemed that his earlier jest had been somewhat excessive. Pouring himself another glass of red wine, White glared at his overly eager companion and muttered angrily, "Serves you right. We could have enjoyed a splendid dinner tonight, but your impatience and penchant for trouble have ruined it. Now, it appears the 2 of us shall have to content ourselves with a quiet night's sleep." With a heavy heart, White gently pushed open the door and settled beside Fox. At that moment, although Fox appeared weary, her serene countenance revealed an unusual purity rarely seen before. Her long, lustrous lashes curled gracefully, framing her delicate, perfectly straight nose, while her full, luscious lips, vibrant and inviting, sculpted a sensuous cherry-like mouth that was strikingly exquisite. Observing Fox's brows furrowed in slumber, White's heart tightened. It was evident that Fox was not finding joy within the confines of the film set. Yet, he felt powerless to assist her in any meaningful way. Ultimately, Fox's success depended solely on her own perseverance. Nevertheless, White firmly believed that once Transformers premiered, everything would fall into place beautifully. White gently embraced Fox, sinking into slumber on the not-so-spacious bed. It was not until the sun had climbed high in the sky that White roused Fox from her sleep. Upon seeing the breakfast laid out on the table, a sweet smile graced her lips. She was well aware that this meal was not prepared by White himself, but rather purchased from a restaurant. Yet, what did it matter? Was it not a source of joy to have a boyfriend willing to procure breakfast for her? In her past, Fox had embodied a rebellious punk persona, a fact that led director Michael Bay to hesitate in casting her, fearing that this wild girl might bring chaos to the set. However, since becoming involved with White, Fox had gradually tempered her exuberance. She did not wish to burden him with her previous antics. After freshening up, Fox seated herself at the dining table, her attention drawn to a large stack of newspapers. The assortment was eclectic, featuring familiar titles such as NBA Special Editions, Time Magazine, and the Las Vegas Sports Journal, alongside lesser-known street publications like the Desert Sentinel and the Entertainment Sports Report. She casually pulled out one, the Washington Cavalry Journal, which prominently displayed a large close-up photograph of White executing a spectacular slam dunk from the free throw line. The most striking feature of the paper was the bold headline, 52 points, second-round rookie. A faint smile crept across Fox's face as she picked up the thickest NBA Special Edition, unsurprisingly showcasing White's dunk on the cover. The article bore the title Unmatched, and upon opening it, Fox read the opening lines. On July 25th, local time, the San Antonio Spurs triumphed over the Boston Celtics in Las Vegas with a score of 95-72. In this fierce contest of rookies, James White delivered the most dazzling performance of the Summer League, amassing 52 points and 16 rebounds in a mere 40 minutes. Let us not forget, he also contributed 2 assists, 5 steals, and 5 blocks. In nearly 2 decades of Summer League history, no rookie has ever achieved a single game tally of 50-10. The likes of Allen Iverson and LeBron James have not accomplished this feat in this particular match. Whenever there was even the slightest opening, James could find a scoring opportunity. His reactions were perpetually a fraction quicker than those of his opponents and teammates, and his diverse array of scoring techniques had become instinctive. Attempting to defend against him one-on-one was a futile endeavor. He possessed an abundance of ways to outsmart his adversaries and score. Fox lifted her gaze, and there sat White, basking in the morning light. Observing her surprise, he remarked, with a single shot, "The world knows your name. Take these newspapers back with you and show those who once ridiculed you just how formidable your husband truly is." In the lingering gaze of White, reluctant to part, LeBoeuf and Fox boarded their return flight together. Before their departure, LeBoeuf, however, took with him a plethora of newspapers. It was not until the Boeing 747 roared into the sky that White, feeling disheartened, exited the airport and hailed a taxi to the team's rented gymnasium. As soon as White settled into the taxi, the driver incessantly glanced at him through the rearview mirror. At that moment, White was lost in thoughts of longing for Fox and remained oblivious to the driver's peculiar behavior. It was only when the taxi halted at a traffic light that the driver hesitantly inquired, "Excuse me, are you Mr. James White of the San Antonio Spurs?" White nodded and said, "Indeed, I am James White. How may I assist you?" It was only when the driver turned around that he realized the man was of Asian descent, sporting a mustache reminiscent of Liu Xiaofeng, exuding both vitality and humor. A guanine pendant hung around his neck, indicating he was likely Chinese. Upon hearing Hui's words, the driver became visibly excited, pulling out a small notebook and presenting it to White. "Mr. White, my two sons are your ardent admirers. They attended your game yesterday and have been dreaming of obtaining your autograph ever since." The notion that he had fans, that someone sought his signature, left White in disbelief. "You want my autograph? Oh my God, this cannot be a joke. I am still a rookie." Just as internet writers regard signatures as a form of collection, with each signature enhancing their validation, similarly, the more coveted an athlete's autograph, the greater their success. White elegantly inscribed in his notebook, "Dear friend, if you can dedicate yourself to a single endeavor, then surely you shall attain success in that pursuit. James White." Glancing at the crooked letters on the page, he shook his head in mild dismay. It appeared he would need to practice his signature, for he was now, after all, a figure of some renown. "Are you Chinese?" "China?" White inquired while handing over the notebook. He had uttered the first part of his question in English, but the two syllables China were expressed in Mandarin. When he pronounced those words, his enunciation was not particularly precise, as he was, after all, a young African-American man raised in the United States. According to American logic, one may appreciate foreign cultures, yet mastering them is another matter entirely, especially considering that in his university days, White had struggled with several subjects. The driver eagerly retrieved the notebook. At that moment, the traffic light turned green, prompting him to hastily start the car. "Yes, my ancestors hail from China, specifically Shandong." "Are you familiar with Shandong?" White felt an overwhelming joy within, exclaiming to himself, "What a delightful surprise to encounter a fellow countryman." He chuckled and nodded, saying, "Shandong. I am aware, Taishan, Confucius." These phrases he deliberately articulated in a somewhat awkward manner in Chinese. The driver was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment of contemplation, he erupted into hearty laughter, correcting him, "It's Confucius, not that Konghuzi. Ha ha. Mr. White, you truly are a learned individual." What does it mean for White to claim erudition? It is not mere boasting. I possess a far greater understanding of Shandong than you, a mere banana person. If we were to engage in a discussion about Shandong, my knowledge would surely astound you. This stretch of road was traversed amidst the equally inadequate exchange of Mandarin between the two, with the driver's command of the language hardly superior to White's at that moment. Occasionally, he would utter a few phrases in Chinese, only to ponder for a long while before grasping their meaning. Upon arriving at the stadium, the driver adamantly refused to accept any fare from White. Ultimately, White offered him 2 tickets to that day's match, which he had specifically requested from Popovich the day prior. Initially intended for Fox and LeBoeuf, who had since returned to film, those tickets were now rendered useless. Amidst the driver's profuse gratitude, White entered the stadium with delight. The melancholy brought on by Fox's departure faded away, replaced by a surge of excitement and lofty ambitions. He now had fans, and he could finally consider himself a celebrity. "LeBron, you must visit Shandong someday. Our province is home to unparalleled beauty." The mustachio driver shouted passionately from behind. White staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance upon hearing those words. Truly, what a bold individual. Is this how one promotes business for their hometown? Am I to be regarded as merely a frivolous foreigner? As for such temptations, this gentleman remains impervious. "Hey, James," Corey greeted as White entered, his voice resonating from afar. "We are wagering on how many times you can dunk over our newly crowned rookie. Is that so? How are you placing your bets? Do enlighten me." White inquired as he accepted a long pass from Bowen and launched an audacious three-pointer. Corey wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled. No. We can't divulge that. It would ruin the fun. I can only tell you, my friend, the more havoc you wreak upon him, the better it is for me and Michael Finley. Then why should I dunk on that softy? It hardly seems worthwhile, White replied nonchalantly while removing his shirt. With a grin, Michael Finley handed White a newspaper, the headline reading, "New rookie undeterred by boisterous challenger, confident in Spurs' interior defense." White took the paper. A copy of the Toronto Sports Chronicle. It detailed an interview with the newly minted #1 pick, Bargnani, who had just arrived in Las Vegas after the Spurs game against the Celtics. During the interview, Bargnani expressed his disdain and mockery towards White, stating, "The coach told me that the Summer League is merely a stage to showcase oneself. Teamwork is paramount, and no one cares about defense. I believe that if I want to score, those Spurs players would be utterly unable to stop me. Of course, I will show them some respect, as they are not much younger than my father." Later, when discussing White's recent achievement of 52 points, Bargnani simply remarked, "I will make him understand with a block that yesterday was merely a fluke. As long as I am present, he shall not dare to penetrate the paint for scoring." White regarded these remarks as mere jest. After all, he is still a child. It is evident that these statements were made under the reporter's provocation. However, observing the reports is one matter, while the actual competition presents an entirely different scenario, in which he intends to teach this prodigy a lesson. The rationale is quite simple. Bargnani was the first overall pick in the first round, whereas White was selected as the first pick in the second round. White shook his head, crumpled the newspaper, and tossed it into the trash bin. "Oh, baby, please don't cry. This is the NBA," Horry quipped, clearly having prepared some comforting words for the young rookie. Just as George stepped out of the office, he spotted this group of rascals engaged in their playful antics. With a fierce glare, he admonished, "Damn it, you dare to gamble behind my back? Be careful, or I might just tell Greg. And then you'll be waiting for a suspension." As he concluded, he straightened his expression, striving to appear serious. The most senior among them, Horry, chuckled heartily as he approached George, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, dear George, don't be like that. How can one come to Las Vegas and not indulge in a little betting?" As he spoke, Horry turned around, spread his arms, and mimicked Will Smith, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Las Vegas. Go ahead and try your luck. Godspeed. May you win all of America." George smiled and shook his head, gesturing for everyone to resume their training. He then pulled out $500 from his pocket and stuffed it into Horry's pants pocket, laughing, "Well then, the best way to keep my mouth shut is to drag me into it. So, I'll place a wager of 500, remember. My bets will align with yours. Whatever you buy, I'll buy as well." Horry looked dejectedly at the smug George, shrugging as if to concede defeat, while the others erupted in laughter, particularly Bowen, whose long face seemed to stretch even longer with joy. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. The afternoon slipped away, and at precisely 7 o'clock, the Alamo Dome buzzed with excitement as the athletes of the San Antonio Spurs and Toronto Raptors took to the court. After a brief warm-up, the whistle signaled the commencement of the match. White removed his training attire, revealing the pristine white jersey emblazoned with the #1. According to the rules of the competition, today's match was still considered a home game for the Spurs. Benefiting from White's presence, the Spurs indeed enjoyed the privileges of a home crowd. As soon as White stepped onto the court, the 15,000 spectators erupted in a standing ovation, many of whom had witnessed the game the previous day and had since become fervent admirers of the bomber, James White. White reciprocated the cheers of the crowd, slowly waving to the fans. With each turn of his face, a chorus of applause erupted from that direction. When he beckoned to the east, two chubby boys leapt and shouted, their seats marked by the tickets they had gifted to the driver. Beside them, a dark-haired girl shook her head in exasperation at their antics. The starting lineup for the Raptors included center, Bargnani, power forward, Joey Graham, small forward, NTRN, shooting guard, Humphries, and point guard, Billy. The Spurs starting lineup featured center, Francisco Elson, power forward, Robert Horry, small forward, Bruce Bowen, shooting guard, James White, and point guard, West. Francisco stood at center court alongside Bargnani, preparing for the jump ball, while the others took their positions. White was flanked by a robust young man clad in number 43. It must be noted that Bargnani's leaping ability and reflexes were exceptional, while Francisco, being advanced in age, was no match in the jump, which undoubtedly favored Bargnani. James White observed as Humphries jogged back to half-court, while Bargnani appeared quite exhilarated, following Billy as he maneuvered along the perimeter like a larger version of a shooting guard. With Francisco pulled out from the paint, Nowitzki made a series of precise mid-range shots, reminding the American big men not to underestimate the shooting prowess of European centers. Once Francisco vacated the area, The Spurs' interior defense was significantly compromised, leaving Horry overwhelmed, especially considering Joey Graham was also a formidable presence in the paint. As soon as the Spurs' interior became vulnerable, the Raptors' three backcourt players eagerly surged into the frontcourt paint, ready to showcase their incisive drives. They exchanged appreciative glances with Bargnani, reveling in the distinct advantage of having a center who could create space. RNTRN attempted a backdoor cut to shake off Bowen, but despite his age, Bowen's experience was evident. He could read TRN's intentions merely through the glint in his eye. This is, after all, a summer league. Bowen did not defend with great intensity. He merely trailed Terrence closely, obstructing the opponent's passing lane. Humphries maintained a leisurely pace within the paint, while Billy raised his index finger, signaling the other two perimeter players of the Raptors to spread out from the interior. Bargnani positioned himself beside West to create a barrier, immediately opening up a path for Billy to break through. With a swift crossover, the ball transitioned from his left hand to his right, and with a subtle shoulder shimmy, he darted past Bargnani like a swift stallion. Francisco, although lacking the physical prowess of Bargnani, possessed a wealth of experience that far surpassed it. As soon as Bargnani obstructed West, he anticipated the opposing strategy. Thus, he preemptively positioned himself in Billy's path to thwart the intended pick-and-roll maneuver. At this moment, West exhibited a certain immaturity in his defense. Upon being surpassed by Billy, he neglected to impede Bargnani's advance and instead turned to chase after Billy, who had already eluded him. Billy caught a glimpse of West pursuing him from the corner of his eye. With a flick of his wrist, he arced the ball swiftly over West's head into Bargnani's awaiting hands, where an unobstructed path lay before the Italian. Emerging from the European leagues, Bargnani possessed a delicate touch. His ball-handling skills were certainly commendable within the NBA's interior. Upon receiving the pass, Bargnani executed a bounce on the court and, with a graceful stride, unveiled a textbook three-step layup for all to behold. Horry, blocked by Graham, was unable to rotate in time and could only watch as Bargnani surged into the paint. With the ball held firmly in one hand, Bargnani clearly aimed for a one-handed dunk reminiscent of the Rocket signature style, seeking to dispel the soft label often associated with European big men. A dunk would undoubtedly serve as a compelling testament to his prowess. Bargnani ascended, his elongated form propelled skyward with powerful legs, akin to a rocket fueled by solid propellant. Just as he leaped, a shadow surged from the baseline, none other than the late-arriving White. With a powerful stomp, White's large foot struck the floor, propelling him upwards as if he were spring-loaded. He extended his formidable hand, forcefully slapping the ball from Bargnani's grasp, sending it hurtling away. Meanwhile, Bowen, who had been prowling along the perimeter, seized the ball and swiftly darted towards the backcourt, with Terrence and Billy trailing closely behind him. As White touched down, he disregarded the jubilant cheers of the audience, bellowing fast break, before swiftly pursuing his teammate Bowen. Without glancing back, Bowen propelled the ball forward, charging straight towards the backcourt. Upon entering the key, he took two decisive steps, releasing the ball from his right hand to propel it against the backboard, then deftly sidestepped to glide towards the baseline. Witnessing the ball ricocheting off the backboard, his relentless pursuers, Billy and Trent, found themselves too encumbered by inertia to leap, merely watching as White sprang into the air, catching the basketball with both hands before transferring it to his right. With his right arm extended, he executed a swift and powerful rotation, slamming the ball down into the orange rim with a single-handed windmill dunk. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. "Oh my God, the Bomber is back. Oh baby, who can tell me who the true number one is?" The DJ shouted with fervor, urging, "Well done, Bomber, shatter that European's pride." White pounded his chest with fervor, striving to lift his head and let out a howl to the heavens. "Come on, number one." Bargnani's face flushed slightly, while behind him, Bowen mockingly chimed in, "White darling, are you really ready to play? You must understand, this is no feeble European league, little darling. Welcome to the NBA." Fuming, Bargnani turned sharply, clenching his fists and scowling. Yet Bowen had no intention of waiting for Bargnani to finish his sentence. He chuckled and pivoted to guard Rain Trent. Trent passed the ball to Billy and, seizing the moment before Bowen fully positioned himself, swiftly inserted himself into the baseline. Francisco, standing behind Bargnani, snickered softly. "Hey, Mr. Number One, how does it feel to be denied a dunk? You European softies don't know how to play tough." Infuriated, Bargnani lowered his center of gravity, using his left arm to block Francisco while extending his right hand, clearly intent on showing his opponent what he was made of. Francisco, with his dark arms pressing against Bargnani's waist, chose not to circumvent the towering figure demanding the ball. Instead, he maintained a sneering demeanor. "Oh, little darling. Do you wish to take me on one-on-one? Poor child, you are no Bosch. Don't be so naive. I'll sweat you with a massive block and let you experience a taste of American basketball." Observing Billy skillfully maneuvering the ball along the three-point line, Bagnani roared in frustration, "Idiot. Give me the ball. Let me handle this." Witnessing the dark-skinned Billy and the trembling Bagnani, White shook his head. The number 1 pick's mental fortitude was severely lacking. Had no one ever spoken trash talk on European courts? Despite his anger, Billy knew he could not afford to withhold the pass. Their statuses were worlds apart. One was the draft's top pick, while the other was merely a temporary worker plucked from the development league. Billy evaded west, lofting the ball high into the paint for Bagnani. How naive. Watching Bagnani linger, waiting for the ball, White smirked. He shouldered past Humphries, then leaped high, cradling the ball in midair. Humphries positioned himself in front of White to organize a fast break, but White twisted his waist, expertly maneuvering the ball past him while maintaining his speed as he charged toward the backcourt. Bagnani, quick on his heels, trailed closely to White's right. His eyes fixated on White's shoulder, anticipating the moment White would go for a dunk, ready to deliver a resounding block. White scarcely regarded Bagnani as at that moment. Bowen had already surged past the three-point arc. With a flick of his wrist, White sent the basketball soaring directly to Bowen's chest. In the instant Bowen received the pass, he hesitated momentarily, prompting Billy to close and swiftly to thwart his mid-range shot. Bowen executed a deft dribble beneath his legs before passing to Horry, who had also penetrated towards the paint. Graham rushed inward to provide a screen, but it was too late. Horry executed a decisive dribble and pivot, forcefully displacing Graham, and elevated to bank the ball into the hoop. With a mischievous grin, White cast a glance at the pallid-faced Graham before imitating Mutombo's signature finger whack. He swiftly darted past Bagnani, whispering with a sly chuckle, "Dear Mr. First Overall, are you not aware that basketball is a team sport involving 5 players? Or is it that in your European mindset, it is merely a solitary endeavor?" Bagnani glared fiercely at White, who merely shrugged his shoulders before bursting into laughter and running away. The Raptors resumed play. After a brief exchange among 5 players, the ball found its way to Trent. The small forward, Rain Trent, received the pass beyond the three-point line and took an immediate shot, which swished through the net. In possession of the ball, White crossed half-court, while Francisco, with his ample physique, jostled Bagnani aside. Although Francisco was older, his strength far surpassed that of the lanky Bagnani, unwilling to concede his position so easily. Bagnani struggled to push against Francisco, desperately attempting to establish himself in the paint, yet his opponent offered him not a shred of opportunity. White deftly passed the ball to Francisco, while Horry and Finley promptly retreated to the perimeter. With a swift maneuver around Horry's imposing frame, White accelerated and evaded the pursuing Humphries. Francisco, gripping the ball with both hands, lowered his substantial frame, causing Bagnani to falter and retreat a step. Graham, who was initially guarding Horry, swiftly pivoted to provide support alongside Francisco. Consequently, Humphries, tasked with defending White, had no choice but to switch onto Horry. Graham braced himself against Francisco's robust waist and urgently shouted to Bagnani, "Switch." He had keenly noted the open position of James White, and his exclamation served as a prompt for Bagnani to cover White. Not only Graham recognized White's unguarded state, but Francisco also discerned the opportunity. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, delivering the basketball to White's chest. White received the pass, and with a deft movement of his forward right foot, he halted his momentum, while his trailing left foot forcefully stomped the ground, propelling him into the air. With a roar that echoed through the arena, White soared upward like a rocket. Bagnani's defensive awareness was certainly commendable. At the very moment White leapt, he relinquished his hold on Francisco and hastily ascended, his large hand outstretched in a clear attempt to impart a lesson to White. White leaned forward, pressing against Bagnani's body. With a powerful thrust from his calves, he leaped to the pinnacle of his athletic ability, his muscular right arm flexing as he forcefully propelled the basketball through the hoop, emphatically dunking it. The crowd erupted in a collective gasp, their exhilaration resonating with such intensity that it seemed to threaten the very structure of the arena. The referee at the front court blew his whistle, the sharp sound piercing the air, while his right hand gestured with 2 fingers spread apart, signaling a successful 2-point score, before adopting the posture indicative of a blocking foul. When White's body hit the ground, he stumbled slightly, then pushed himself up with both hands. Gazing at the disheveled Bagnani before him, he mockingly remarked, "Mr. Number One, it seems you were ill-prepared for the game." "Oh, I see now. Could it be that your lack of warm-up upon entering the court has left you momentarily out of sorts?" As he spoke, he feigned a look of sudden realization, eliciting hearty laughter from Horry. Bargnani, trembling with anger, left the Raptors fans at the sidelines covering their eyes, clearly disheartened by their once promising star. White stepped to the free throw line, his hands sweeping through the air as the basketball sailed effortlessly through the hoop. The game was far from over. Bargnani charged past White with a fierce determination, inadvertently colliding with him during his run. However, he clearly underestimated the fruits of White's 2 months of rigorous training. For White remained steadfast, while Bargnani stumbled awkwardly. Horry patted White on the shoulder and chuckled. "Hey, James, it appears that our assumptions were misguided. This fellow is certainly no pushover." White shrugged and exclaimed while running, "But he truly is a baby." Upon finishing his remark, the two shared a hearty laugh. The ball found its way into Graham's hands, revealing that in the mind of the organizing guard, the newly crowned first overall pick Bargnani was indeed less dependable than the seasoned players on the team. Graham turned to face Horry, preparing for a strong attack. Horry, aware of Graham's prowess, knew better than to underestimate him. After all, Graham was the primary backup center for the Raptors and had previously held the starting power forward position before Bosh. Graham dribbled the ball with poise, cautiously stepping forward with his left leg. As Horry subtly shifted his weight, Graham prepared to drive to the basket with his right hand, only to find that the ball had mysteriously vanished from his grasp. The crowd erupted in cheers as White swiftly intercepted the ball from Graham's hands, tossing it to the backcourt before sprinting away like a cheetah. White dashed towards the backcourt with remarkable speed, pursued closely by Humphries and Bargnani, both of whom were seething with frustration. The two men gritted their teeth, determined not to allow White an easy opportunity to execute a fast break. White's speed was astonishing. At this moment, he was running empty-handed, his velocity truly remarkable. No matter how hard Bargnani and Humphries tried, they could only watch as he distanced himself further and further away. The basketball bounced upon the floor, drawing nearer to him. With a powerful stride, White lunged forward to seize the ball, then seamlessly stepped into the paint before soaring upward for a thunderous dunk. White leaped down from midair, pounding his chest vigorously, tilting his head to listen to the cheers of the audience on the sidelines, his mouth echoing with ferocious roars. Bomber, super bomber. The tumultuous sound wave, imbued with immense destructive power, engulfed the court. The 5 players of the Raptors gazed at the imperious White, a shared sense of admiration rising within them. There was no choice. The Raptors coach called a timeout. As merely 2 minutes into the game, the team found themselves trailing 7-3, with 5 points scored by a single individual. The critical aspect was that all 5 points were nearly all from dunks, delivering a significant blow to the team's morale. "Well done, boys. Keep it up. And give them a run for their money." George stood on the sidelines, applauding each returning player. In his eyes, White's solitary combat prowess was nothing short of perfection. Horry chuckled and nudged George, saying, "Hey, dear coach, it seems White is the only young gun here. Are you only praising him?" George paused, then laughed heartily. "Oh no. In my eyes, you are all children. Yes, all my children." At merely 35, George was not much older than Horry, Finley, and the others. The Spurs players erupted into laughter, creating a lively atmosphere within the team. In stark contrast, the Raptors lacked such exuberance. The assistant coach leading the team clearly had a temper, his booming voice audible even to White. White cast a sympathetic glance at the visibly pale Bargnani, relishing the moment. "After all, you are the first overall pick." George refrained from further tactical explanations, while White and the others engaged in listless conversation, their eyes occasionally darting towards the cheerleaders energetically performing on the court. As the whistle blew, the match resumed, with the Raptors substituting in a new point guard, a young White player clad in jersey number 44, of whom White had no recollection. The newly introduced number 44 played cautiously, maneuvering along the three-point line, rendering West powerless against him. Bargnani, utilizing his agile footwork, shook off Francisco, gliding to the three-point line to set a screen for number 44, who charged forward, followed closely by Bargnani. West hastened to impede number 44's advance, leaving Bargnani unguarded. Number 44 executed a bounce pass, effortlessly delivering the basketball into Bargnani's hands. With a swift bend of his arm, Bargnani launched the shot. Thud. This marked Bargnani's first attempt in the game. Although his stamina was commendable, his shooting touch was absent. And predictably, the ball clanged off the rim. Rebound. Mine. Several imposing figures leapt simultaneously beneath the basket, vying fervently for possession of the vibrant orange basketball. The spectators, without exception, erupted in exuberant cheers, reveling in the intensity of the contest. Indeed, this ticket was truly worth the price. Horry secured the rebound and passed the ball to Finley as the five players gradually transitioned to the backcourt. White disdainfully glanced at Bargnani and remarked, "Hey, white boy. You truly are pathetic. Your shooting skills are far worse than that of a 10-year-old. I cannot fathom why the Raptors would select you as the first overall pick." Bargnani, his face ashen, retorted, "Shut up, you black bastard. Close your filthy mouth. You have incited my wrath." His final words were delivered with great fervor, yet White merely laughed, baring his teeth. "Black bastard. How many here aren't black?" White surveyed the shadowy expressions of his teammates with satisfaction. For African Americans, the term black bastard is profoundly derogatory. To utter such a phrase in public could lead to accusations of racial discrimination in a court of law. "James, this scoundrel requires a lesson," Finley declared as he dribbled past half court, gesturing for Horry and Francisco to move into the paint, before passing the ball to White. "I shall impart an unforgettable lesson to this child." White sneered, failing to acknowledge Humphries, who was crouched before him, and effortlessly rose to sink a three-pointer. "James White." DJ's exuberant shout resonated throughout the arena as Humphries, disheartened, gazed at the ice-cold expression on White's face, inwardly cursing the team's incompetent management. "Who truly deserves to be the first overall pick? Look at your abysmal judgment. You chose a dim-witted giant over a versatile swingman who could rival the likes of Kobe. A bunch of fools." Despite his dissatisfaction with the interior play, Humphries knew he had to focus intently on guarding James White, as they occupied the same position and were now adversaries. It was indeed a tormenting task, Humphries silently lamented. The agony was far from over. Graham inbounded the ball from the baseline, clearly aware of the unreliability of the White guard, thus opting for a long pass to his partner of 2 years, Humphries. As Humphries internally railed against the team's management, he instinctively reached out to receive the ball, only to have a swift, dark figure snatch it away even faster. My God! It was James White once more. White swiftly maneuvered to intercept the ball from Humphries, seizing the opportunity as he found himself unguarded. With a flourish, he launched another shot from beyond the arc. The basketball soared through the air with a piercing whistle, akin to a precision-guided missile, and accurately found its mark once more. A splendid steal, a decisive shot. George, unable to maintain his composure as a coach, erupted in exuberant cheers. Horry and Finley exchanged invigorated glances, as White had bestowed upon them a sense of astonishment and hope. "Perhaps this year, I truly might secure that coveted ring," Finley mused silently, gazing at White's imposing stature. The arena's screen repeatedly showcased White's consecutive three-pointers, allowing the audience to witness his remarkable judgment and explosive power. Observing White's steely gaze and tranquil demeanor on the screen, everyone felt the weight of his formidable confidence. "I am the king here, the sole monarch. Buddy, this rookie is phenomenal. He is the most impressive #1 pick I have ever seen," exclaimed a rotund man in a red shirt to his companion. His friend, taken aback, responded, "Hey, Alan, who are you talking about?" The man, brimming with excitement, replied, "This #1 pick, the guy from the Spurs." "Oh my God. You need to pay more attention to the NBA. This is embarrassing. That #1 is not the first overall pick. He is a second-round rookie. The tall white guy is the actual #1 pick. Oh dear, what a load of nonsense regarding the draft." In the opening 2.5 minutes, White scored 11 points, captivating the entire audience. Cheers erupted from all corners, with many Raptors fans even shedding their jerseys to support White and the Spurs. "This feels incredible, doesn't it?" remarked Bowen, standing beside White with a smile. White shrugged and remarked, "Indeed, it is quite good, but I can make it even better." With that, he burst into laughter and dashed towards the backcourt. "What a madman," Bowen chuckled, "but I believe in you." As the Raptors took possession, Humphries dribbled to the half-court and passed to Rain Trent, who once again sank a three-pointer from beyond the arc. This left Bowen slightly embarrassed, considering he was one of the finest finishers from the NBA perimeter. To witness his opponent scoring all the points for the team was a tremendous affront to him. Observing Bowen's serious demeanor, White cast a sympathetic glance at Trent, realizing that the latter's performance would soon come to an end. "Thankfully, Bowen is my teammate," White thought with a sense of relief. Little did he know that his teammates were thinking even more fortunate thoughts, grateful that Popovich had selected White for the Spurs. With the ball in his possession, White was invigorated by the fervor of the fans, which ignited his desire to perform. He swiftly deprived West of control, opting to orchestrate the offense himself. Once a quintessential point guard, White has returned to his rightful position. White, with a cautious gaze fixed upon Humphries, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Hey, cowboy, do you think I can break through your defense?" Humphries felt a surge of anger. After all, he was a seasoned veteran in the NBA, and here he was being toyed with by a rookie, particularly one who was merely a second-round draft pick. With a menacing grin, he retorted, "Kid, you." At that moment, Francisco bent over, causing Bargnani to lose his footing and stumble backward. With a flick of his wrist, White deftly seized the basketball, and Francisco let out a roar as he soared high into the air, emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop. "I didn't intend to break through," White chuckled, completely disregarding any chance for Humphries to retaliate, before swiftly turning and darting away. Bargnani, utilizing Humphries as a shield, managed to shake off Francisco's defense. Graham executed a bounce pass to Bargnani, but White, anticipating the play, intercepted the ball beside Humphries and swiftly converted it into another fast break score. An exchange of accusations erupted between Bargnani and Graham, prompting the Raptors coach to call yet another timeout. This time, he was devoid of the inclination to reprimand his players. The priority was to quell the internal strife among his team. Upon resuming play, the demoralized Raptors proved to be no match for the Spurs. Finally, Bargnani, holding back his frustration, managed to power his way past Francisco, only to be fouled by Horry during his layup attempt. He sank both free throws, at last igniting a flicker of momentum in their scoring efforts. White faced no adversaries on the court. The only one capable of posing any offensive challenge was his teammate, Bowen. Meanwhile, Horry and others were more than pleased to assist, intentionally widening the defense to create opportunities for White to engage in one-on-one play. White transformed once more into a bombardier, relentlessly assaulting the Raptors' interior and perimeter. The fans in the arena nearly lost their voices, for they had never witnessed such formidable individual prowess in a rookie during the Summer League. They were electrified as they watched White soar above the Raptors players for emphatic dunks and repeatedly sink shots from beyond the arc. Humphries, rendered numb, wisely relinquished his defense against White after committing his 8th foul. To hell with it. I have no desire to set a record for 20 personal fouls in a single game. The United States team suffered a crushing defeat, losing by 25 points. This was the headline of the Las Vegas Sports Gazette. Who was the top pick? Read the headline of the Basketball Cavalry News. The wise veteran-esque keen eye, a rookie comet, proclaimed the San Antonio Evening News. The Spurs returned to their hotel amidst laughter, while White turned on the television, where a stunning female anchor was reporting on the day's Summer League results. The Spurs had comprehensively dismantled their opponents, winning by an impressive margin of 49 points. The scoring champion for the Spurs was their superstar rookie, James White, who achieved 18 out of 32 from the field and 16 out of 22 from the free throw line, amassing 58 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 steals. Robert Horry contributed with 22 points and 9 rebounds from 7 of 9 shooting, while Francisco scored 8 points from 4 of 6. On the Raptors side, Joey Graham managed 20 points from 5 of 13 shooting, along with 7 rebounds, while Humphries could only muster 8 points from 3 of 11. The top pick, Bargnani, experienced the harsh realities of the NBA, scoring a mere 2 of 9 from the field and finishing with 10 points, bolstered by free throws. In the first quarter, buoyed by the stellar performance of rookie James White, the Spurs surged ahead with a 30-12 lead, extending their advantage to 70-39 by halftime. By the end of the third quarter, the Spurs had decisively addressed the contest with a score of 94-49. The Spurs boasted an impressive shooting percentage of 60, while the Raptors languished at 31. The Spurs forced the Raptors into 23 turnovers, leading in the turnover ratio by a staggering 23-4. White opened a can of beverage and took a hearty gulp. Today's victory was indeed exhilarating, as he once again scored over 50 points. As soon as the game concluded, a horde of reporters surged towards him, with Horry jesting that he had captured the admiration of every journalist in Las Vegas. After hastily addressing the interviews, White returned to the hotel with his teammates. As he turned on the television, he was greeted by a cacophony of praise and skepticism from various pundits. However, he paid little heed to their opinions, understanding that, as the critics pointed out, this was merely the Summer League, characterized by minimal defense. What truly concerned him was the news regarding the 2006 Federation International Basketball Association, which is the World Men's Basketball Championship. On August 19, 2006, The United States men's basketball team faced their penultimate opponent in the World Championship, the formidable Greek team. A victory over this European powerhouse would secure their place in the finals in the quest for the championship title. At that moment, all Americans were convinced that their team would ultimately seize the crown, bolstered by the Dream Team 7, which boasted an array of superstar talents, including All-Star MVP LeBron James, Finals MVP Wade, and the third overall pick, Anthony. The team had dominated the group stage, winning each match by an average of 20 points, uniting the nation in a fervent desire to avenge the humiliating defeats at the 2002 World Championship and the 2004 Olympics. However, not long ago, ECUA had published White's predictions regarding the World Championship, reporting that White and others were not optimistic about the American team's prospects, even forecasting that they would fail to reach the finals. Consequently, White nearly became a national pariah, with many San Antonio fans openly criticizing his candor in the media. Nevertheless, White remained unfazed, believing that the outcome of today's match would vindicate him. Indeed, after a brief interval, sports news broke in with updates from the World Championship. On August 19, 2006, the first semifinal match of the Men's Basketball World Championship commenced, with the United States team clashing against Greece. Thanks to Spinoulis's remarkable performance, the Greek team triumphed over the United States with a score of 101-95, securing their place in the finals. Faced with the overall defensive prowess of the American squad, the Dream Team 7 faltered as Greece's swift counterattacks turned the tide in the second quarter, causing them to lose their composure. Instead of rallying with renewed vigor, they succumbed to urgency, ultimately falling into the trap set by the Greeks. The collapse of individual basketball was a stark reflection of the Dream Team's premature exit from the top four. White chuckled as he turned off the television and reclined on his bed. He had no desire to hear the subsequent analysis. He merely wished to know the outcome. Just as in a past life, the American team succumbed to the Greek team in the semifinals. However, 2 years hence in Beijing, the formidable American squad would be reassembled to reclaim their status as world champions. As White had just reclined, a series of loud knocks resounded at his door. And then Horry burst in. "Have you seen the news about the World Championship?" Horry inquired breathlessly. White feigned ignorance, appearing utterly bewildered as he inquired, "What is it? What has transpired?" Meanwhile, Horry, disregarding his expression, continued to rant incessantly. "Utter nonsense. It's all utter nonsense. The American team actually lost to Greece. I am profoundly disappointed. LeBron and Dwight are simply disgraceful." White gazed at Horry with astonishment, utterly taken aback by the fervent patriotism displayed by this fellow, which had been previously unnoticeable. Horry continued with an expletive-laden tirade. "I wagered with Michael and Bowen that the American team would undoubtedly clinch the championship. Yet, lo and behold, the wretched American team didn't even reach the finals. Damn it, my $5,000 have vanished just like that. Had I known, I would have been better off spending that money on some dog food to enhance the diet of my Jack." Jack is the German shepherd that Horry owns, known for his hearty appetite. White collapsed. Horry continued to chatter incessantly, and soon Bowen and George also arrived. Could it be that the American team had actually succumbed to the Greek team? My God, my holy mother. Upon seeing the gathering, George began to lament. "James, your foresight is truly remarkable." Bowen, unfazed by George's dismay, was busy devising plans on how to spend the extra cash he received from Horry. Only after Bowen's remarks did the group recall the sensational reports that had recently stirred the nation. They finally recognized that this fellow had predicted the outcome long ago. Tragedy. White gazed at them with a sense of profound despair, realizing they had merely come to vent their frustrations. If it weren't for Bowen, these individuals might have completely forgotten their own predictions regarding the World Championship. Surely, not all Americans had forgotten their past forecasts? Had he endured the recent scorn for nothing? The thought sent a shiver down White's spine, filling him with a mix of sorrow and indignation. The group turned on the television. Channeling their frustrations, Horry had lost money, and excitement, Finley and Bowen had won. Into the broadcast. "James, you must go to China in 08. You must make the world's players recognize who the true king of basketball is," George declared fiercely, embodying the spirit of a genuine supporter of the American team. White was taken aback. Representing the United States? He possessed the soul of a Chinese individual. Wouldn't that make him a traitor? In his memory, it seemed that America and China were part of the same team. Finley and the others nodded in agreement, evidently endorsing George's proposal. "Am I capable of this?" White smiled wryly, recalling that during the 2008 Beijing Olympics, the American team had assembled a luxurious roster of NBA superstars, with even the substitutes being all-star starters. Horry spoke earnestly, "LeBron, you are a genius. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a superstar. I am confident that in 2008, you will secure your place on the national team." Seeing that White thought they were merely jesting, Horry became anxious. "Hey, buddy, I am serious. You must understand that just a few years ago, I played for the Lakers and was a teammate of Bryant for 7 years. We were together when he first entered the league, and God knows, at least in his rookie season, he was far inferior to you. Bryant, Kobe Bryant, the most talented player in the NBA today." White was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether he truly possessed such remarkable prowess. Bowen chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Horry, you underestimate White. During his rookie season, no perimeter player surpassed him in excellence, none whatsoever." Listening to the accolades from the crowd, even someone as thick-skinned as White felt a twinge of embarrassment. In truth, he believed he fell short of the esteemed Michael Jordan. A few individuals launched a fervent critique of the American team, and soon enough, even Cynthia stormed over in indignation to express her disappointment in the team's performance. White gazed at the group of boisterous men, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Why were they here, disturbing him instead of indulging in their own revelries? And now, with Cynthia's arrival, he found himself devoid of personal space for any meaningful interaction. It was evident that the recent defeat of the American team at the World Championship had left the populace disheartened. The following day's sports newspapers were inundated with coverage of the event, overshadowing White's remarkable individual prowess demonstrated in the preseason, where he had scored 50 points in consecutive games. Meanwhile, the performances of other newcomers participating in the Summer League received nary a mention. With no games scheduled for the next day, White finally had the opportunity to rest. Early in the morning, he received a phone call from Roy. He and Nate Robinson's team were also participating in the Summer League, however. Their teams were not on the same schedule, meaning the Spurs would not face the Trailblazers or the Knicks. Roy was evidently invested in White's journey through the Summer League, well aware of his impressive back-to-back 50-point games. Roy himself had been performing admirably for the Trailblazers, showcasing exceptional dominance from beyond the arc. They had played 3 games, and thanks to Roy's stellar performance, the Blazers had emerged victorious in all 3. Today, Roy was also enjoying a day off. Upon checking the schedule and discovering that the Spurs had no game, he promptly called White to invite him out for some leisure. Although he was a quintessential American, Roy had never ventured to Las Vegas for leisure. "Did you bring your wife to Las Vegas?" White inquired curiously upon hearing a woman's voice on the line. In a previous life, he had known Roy to be a devoted husband, and now he was bringing his wife along for a few days of competition in Las Vegas. On the other end of the line, Roy chuckled heartily. "James, has your head been knocked around by a basketball? How could you possibly bring your wife at such a critical time? It's just a girl from the team. We're going out to have some fun. Surely, we can't have a few men strolling around together, can we?" With a bitter smile, White hung up the phone, realizing how naive he truly was. In America, where could one find a man who remained faithful, especially among these vigorous professional athletes? It was no surprise, really. A group of towering men strolling together could easily lead to misunderstandings, particularly in a country as open-minded as America. He decided to invite Cynthia along after all. He merely sought a companion for his shopping excursion. He rang the doorbell, and a crisp voice inquired from within, "Who is it? Please hold on." Adjusting his white casual attire to appear as presentable as possible, he caught a glimpse of himself reflected in the hotel's gleaming floor. When Cynthia opened the door and saw White, she turned back into the room, clearly not pleased to see him. White scratched his bald head, feeling quite aggrieved. He had never provoked this girl. Why did she always seem to target him? Was there something amiss? Cynthia tightened her pajamas, which already enveloped her snugly. Yet, under the gaze of White's furtive eyes, she couldn't shake off a lingering sense of insecurity. White hurriedly remarked, "I intend to explore the gambling city today, and I believe you might find it intriguing." Cynthia cast him a surprised glance, hesitating momentarily in her thoughts, before reluctantly acquiescing. As they exited the hotel, the clock struck 10:30, and Roy had called persistently, almost a dozen times. At this moment, White finally realized how intricate the art of makeup could be for women. Observing his distressed expression, Cynthia felt a surge of irritation and coldly remarked, "What's the matter? Are you impatient? Has my makeup routine consumed too much of your time? Is that even a question? You are well aware that it has indeed taken up a considerable amount of my time." White thought to himself as he gazed longingly at the increasingly exquisite features of the beauty beside him. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, After all, time had already been squandered. Why exacerbate this situation with past grievances? Not at all. I'm in no rush, not in the slightest, White quickly replied. Noticing Cynthia's disbelief, he reluctantly raised 3 fingers, asserting, God knows I speak the truth. He wished Cynthia would react like the heroines in those melodramatic novels, covering her mouth and declaring, I would rather be deceived than hear you swear. Alas, this was reality, and to his dismay, Cynthia nodded in satisfaction, stating, But you did swear, and if God discovers you are lying. Then she scrunched her adorable little nose, appearing more charming than menacing. Women can be so devious. White thought as he hailed a taxi, casually mentioning a destination, which happened to be the world-renowned Yellowstone National Park in Las Vegas. The space in the taxi was evidently too cramped for White. As soon as they settled into the back seat, it felt utterly congested, forcing Cynthia to press closely against him. It's too tight, Cynthia complained. Indeed, you could stand to lose a few pounds, White remarked, inhaling the delightful fragrance emanating from her. In response, a delicate hand, as smooth as jade, circled around his waist. White, who typically considered himself a tough man, found himself utterly unprepared for Cynthia's playful pinch, revealing just how much strength that petite hand possessed. White's eyes shifted, and he remained silent, merely placing a large hand firmly on Cynthia's voluptuous bosom. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, astonished by the beauty beside him and her remarkable dimensions. The sensation was intense, painful, even. Yet, instead of instinctively shielding her assets as most would, Cynthia entwined her delicate hands around White's sturdy waist and spun around with an impressive flourish. White grimaced and let out a wail. Oh, my mother. Of course. This lamentation was uttered in Chinese. The sound resembled that of a boar in distress, or perhaps the lamentations of a robust man in agony, indescribably piercing and filled with torment. The driver was startled and quickly turned his head. Upon seeing the driver glance back, Cynthia reluctantly released her grip, muttering under her breath, I refuse to believe that I cannot conquer you. White offered a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful to the driver, who cast a contemptuous glance his way, evidently believing that this towering figure had suffered a misfortune in his pursuit of a lady. How could one be so heartless? White glared at Cynthia, vigorously rubbing his large hands together. Darling, are you going to hit me again? Cynthia said in a delicate, playful tone. The driver turned his head once more, his face contorted with menace as he regarded White. From White's experience, it was likely that the driver was still gripping a wrench in his hand. White was drenched in cold sweat. He finally realized that these women were not to be trifled with. White had initially desired to take advantage of Cynthia, who had audaciously referred to him as husband. However, upon reflecting on the formidable nature of this woman, he dutifully nestled himself in the corner of the car door. He resolved to glean some insights from Kid at the earliest opportunity. It was said that this fellow was particularly ruthless with his wife, which left White feeling rather aggrieved. Observing White's discomfort as he squeezed himself into his seat, Cynthia could not help but chuckle. She gently swayed her body while holding onto White's arm and asked, Husband, are you still angry with me? The pressure of her arm between her alluring form left White nearly spellbound, and it seemed to alleviate the pain in his waist. A man must remain resolute, White thought to himself with a sense of pride. White turned his head deliberately to ignore Cynthia, his large eyes stealthily observing the passing women outside the car, their alluring legs accentuated by sheer stockings. Following White's gaze, Cynthia stifled a giggle and lifted her pristine white skirt, revealing her smooth, voluptuous thighs. It must be said that while the appearances of NBA cheerleaders may vary, their figures undoubtedly represent the epitome of allure in America. Cynthia's abdomen was as smooth as jade, her waist delicate enough to be clasped by a single hand, and her shapely, rounded hips were enhanced by the sheer stockings that enveloped her long, silky legs, which only added to her enchanting appeal. Adorning her feet were exquisite white strappy high heels, exuding an irresistible sensuality. Truly, she was a vision of allure. As White discreetly admired this captivating sight, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The taxi halted not far from the entrance of the national park, and as Cynthia embraced White's arm alighting from the vehicle, they appeared as a perfectly matched couple, a strikingly tall man beside a stunning woman, creating a picturesque scene at the entrance of the park. As White settled the payment, the burly driver with a formidable beard issued a menacing warning. Hey, kid, you would do well to treat your woman with respect. I am affiliated with the Anti-Domestic Violence Coalition, and should I discover any maltreatment towards your wife, well, kid, that would spell your doom. White numbly handed money to the driver, feeling as though he were being extorted by the underworld. Cynthia laughed exuberantly, her melodious laughter resonating at the park entrance, causing every passing man to glance in her direction. After receiving the payment, the driver swiftly drove away, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust. As he distanced himself, he muttered to himself, "That young black fellow resembles the rookie sensation James White. No, it cannot be Mr. James. He ought to have his own chauffeur." In reality, the current James White was nothing but a complete pauper. Observing Cynthia's exuberant laughter, White felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation. He had intended to showcase his valor and masculinity under the sun, but alas, "Are you Mr. White?" A hopeful young black boy clad in a loose t-shirt inquired. Gazing at White, White was momentarily taken aback, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. "Am I truly provoking trouble today?" he pondered, bemused by the fact that everyone seemed intent on challenging him. "That's wonderful," the youth exclaimed with excitement. "Would you be so kind as to grant me an autograph? My friends and I are ardent admirers of your basketball prowess." White was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with joy soon after. Beside him, the laughing Cynthia ceased her mirth, gazing at White with astonishment. Following the young lad, 7 or 8 other youths encircled White, clamoring for autographs. The gathering of these boys naturally attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. As they discerned White's visage, they too surged forward, and within a mere 2 minutes, 4 or 5 dozen visitors had congregated around him, eager for signatures. In that fleeting moment, White was overwhelmed with emotion. He had achieved fame. Cynthia stood on the periphery, observing as White accepted a signature pin from a gentleman and, in a flurry of excitement, began to sign for those around him. His brow glistening with sweat, a truly amusing sight. She retrieved her camera and captured several photographs of him. After more than 10 minutes, the crowd around White finally departed, satisfied with their autographs, their spirits high. At this juncture, White had not yet ascended to superstardom, nor had he developed the allure that would keep fans reluctant to part from his side. "Congratulations, you have your own fans now," Cynthia remarked, her face glowing with delight. With a self-satisfied smile, White's dark face radiated with pride. This was merely the beginning. He chuckled, envisioning a future where he would achieve global acclaim. "I believe in you." In Cynthia's eyes, a ripple of emotion flowed, exuding both gentleness and beauty, reminiscent of a devoted wife celebrating her husband's success. White felt a moment of awkwardness. He had anticipated that Cynthia would mock him mercilessly, yet to his surprise, she responded with a tenderness that was akin to flowing water. Had he unwittingly become a romantic sage? For a fleeting moment, White hesitated, for he was not a man known for his emotional fidelity. The clock was nearing 11, and after waiting for nearly an hour, he finally saw Nate and Roy arriving at midnight, accompanied by their female companions. "Apologies, my friend. I did not intend to arrive this late," Roy remarked, appearing somewhat anxious. "You must understand, the intricacies of a woman's makeup can rival the complexity of God's creation of the world." White nodded weakly, finally realizing that Cynthia was indeed an efficient woman. White boasted about the recent attention he received for autographs, to which Nate Robinson was unfazed and Roy regarded with disdain, for they had both experienced countless solicitations during their college days. "What are we up to today?" White inquired, glancing out at the sweltering sun, feeling no inclination to venture outside. Before Roy and Nate could respond, the buxom girl Nate had brought chimed in playfully, "Darling, you promised to take me shopping." Upon hearing her voice, White couldn't help but shiver. It was no wonder they said that ample bosoms often accompanied scant intellect. What was she thinking? Wanting to shop in a national park? Nate comforted the girl for a while, finally managing to quell her whimsical notions. "We're here to hike," Roy declared with a grandiose gesture, prompting White to retort, "You think you can take it easy on the court, huh?" Meanwhile, Cynthia merely smiled softly, exuding an air of quiet charm that left Roy and Nate envious. How does White always manage to meet such lovely girls? Roy, noticing White's growing displeasure, hastily revealed their true purpose for the outing. "We are actually here to enjoy the hot springs." "Hot springs?" White exclaimed, taken aback. "But I didn't bring any change of undergarments." He cast a mischievous glance at Cynthia, only to find her stifling a giggle. The other 2 girls joined in the laughter, their amusement tinged with a hint of contempt. Nate chuckled wryly, "Change of clothes? There are plenty of high-end clothing stores right next to the national park. We can easily buy a couple of items to take in." White nodded slightly, choosing not to utter another word. His spirit remained that of a solitary Chinese boy, the mentality of a small farmer indelibly etched within the depths of his soul. Regardless of the circumstances, his foremost consideration was always frugality. This perspective was in stark contrast to that of American youth, and even more so to the consumption habits of those present, who were accustomed to the opulence of NBA stars, where money merely represented a numerical value. Observing Cynthia smiling at him, White furrowed his brow and calmly stated, "You all may go ahead and wash up. I prefer to wander through this forest park." Without casting a glance at the 5 individuals, White turned and departed. White has always possessed a sensitive heart, a trait intricately linked to his past as an orphan. He is acutely aware of the disdain and contempt others may harbor towards him. Yet, he remains indifferent to such judgments, recognizing his status as an ordinary mortal incapable of controlling the thoughts of others. However, he is profoundly attuned to the actions of his friends and family. He returns kindness with twice the generosity and holds on to grievances with unwavering resolve. At this moment, he is convinced that Cynthia is mocking him. Observing White's impassive demeanor as he strides into the park, Nate, Roy, and Cynthia are taken aback, perplexed by the situation. "Hey, James," Cynthia calls out anxiously as she rushes to catch up with him. "Wait for me. James, have we done something wrong?" Cynthia inquires cautiously. White shook his head with a bittersweet smile, declaring that they had done nothing wrong. It was simply the reality that they belonged to 2 disparate worlds. He gently brushed aside the disheveled strands of Cynthia's hair, a result of her hurried running, and gestured towards Nate and Roy in the distance, signaling that all was well. Cynthia felt a tinge of despondency, for she could clearly perceive the stark contrast between the White of the taxi, radiant, humorous, and magnanimous, and the man before her now. "We must have done something wrong," she lamented, filled with self-reproach. White shrugged and said, "No, Cynthia, you have done nothing wrong. It is merely that our circumstances differ. I grew up in the slums. For you, a designer outfit may seem trivial, but for my family and me, it is a different matter entirely." He spoke the truth. In his previous life, his childhood was no different from that of a beggar. Had it not been for the benevolence of a kind-hearted employer, he would have had no opportunity to attend school. Cynthia immediately understood that the laughter of the 5 had provoked White. When she heard him call her Cynthia, a pang of sorrow struck her heart. She realized that if White considered her a friend, he would have referred to her as Nora. "I'm sorry, James," Cynthia stammered, feeling somewhat flustered. "I truly meant no offense." At this moment, White's mood had returned to normal, and with a faint smile, he said, "There is no need for you to apologize. In truth, you have committed no offense. It is merely that I am rather sensitive." Suddenly, Cynthia lifted her head and declared, "No, White, please listen to me. I have developed strong feelings for you. Indeed, I believe I have fallen in love with you." White stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "My God, are you jesting with me?" Perhaps had it not been for today's events, I would have continued to conceal my feelings deep within. "James, I must confess to you, I may have truly fallen in love with you." Cynthia gazed intently at White, her eyes filled with unwavering focus and courage. For the first time, White encountered a heartfelt confession from someone. His romance with Fox unfolded seamlessly. Although their time together was brief, their personalities harmonized beautifully. The interlude of a passionate night served as a catalyst, allowing their connection to flourish naturally. Now, with Cynthia boldly professing her feelings, White finds himself momentarily taken aback. After all, at his core, he remains a simple Chinese boy. White wished to reject Cynthia, yet he found himself at a loss for words despite his repeated attempts to articulate his feelings. He was drawn to her beauty, but when it came to love, he believed there was none between them. "No, Nora, that is not the case. We are merely acquaintances who have known each other for just 2 months." In that moment, White finally comprehended the meaning of being utterly bewildered. Cynthia internally regarded him with a hint of disdain. "If you wish to turn me down, why then do you insist on calling me Nora?" She stated earnestly, "James, that is not a valid reason. How long have you known Megan?" White's lips twitched slightly as he forced a bitter smile. "Megan? Yes, Megan. I already have Megan," he said. "Nora, my relationship with Megan is quite strong. I'm sorry. I cannot betray her. However, if you would be willing to be my lover, I wouldn't entirely dismiss the idea." White thought to himself with a mischievous smirk. Yet, he was acutely aware that such words should never escape his lips, should he dare utter them. He could guarantee that he would meet a gruesome fate. Whether it be through treachery or brutality, you may conjecture. Cynthia grasped White's hand as they sat on a bench in the park, her gaze lowered as she spoke softly. "I will not inquire whether you would accept my love. It is clear to me that Megan loves you deeply and treats you with great care." White nodded regretfully. "Indeed, Megan, you little sprite. Why are you so kind to me for no reason? You make me feel embarrassed even to entertain thoughts of infidelity. In truth, I believe you and Megan are truly well matched, and if I were in Megan's position, I could not perform any better than she does, Cynthia remarked softly. White opened her mouth wide, seemingly afraid that she might say, I can only wish you and Megan happiness. Fortunately, Cynthia was also a person of resolute spirit. She lifted her head and inquired, James, do you have feelings for me? White nodded firmly, affirming, Indeed, I hold great affection for you. After a moment's contemplation, he added, However, I have not fallen in love with you. He resolved to speak candidly. What is the essence of love? Neither in this life nor the previous one had he ever savored its true flavor. His feelings for his senior sister were more akin to a sense of care and fondness. Towards Fox, it was a blend of responsibility and affection. Perhaps he would never truly comprehend what genuine love is. White mused with a tinge of sorrow. That suffices, Cynthia replied, her head nodding slightly, her spirits lifted. James, I simply do not wish for you to harbor any dislike towards me. Truly, when you referred to me as Cynthia just now, it saddened me. I do not wish for your disdain. As long as you still hold some fondness for me, that is enough. White was once again taken aback. Is this really the end? How tragic. I had anticipated some splendid occurrences. Throughout an afternoon, the two meandered through Yellowstone National Park, yet there was no further romantic discourse. It seemed Cynthia was somewhat evasive on the subject, leaving White in a state of exasperation as he sought to seize an opportunity. Nate and Roy had each taken their respective partners to the hot springs. Whether they were merely friends or something more remains uncertain. However, White leaned towards the former notion. Given the testosterone-laden glances exchanged between Roy and Nate. On August 25, 2006, the San Antonio Spurs' journey in the Summer League came to a close. Following their final triumph over the Hornets, a throng of reporters rushed to White, and at that moment, no one dared to question the emergence of this underrated superstar. Perhaps buoyed by the presence of Cynthia, his quasi-romantic interest, White played with fervor in the remaining 3 games. Against the New York Knicks. Despite Nate Robinson being a close friend, White mercilessly scored 55 points, leading the team to a resounding 128-108 victory. In a post-game interview, Robinson lamented to reporters, James is the most formidable rookie I have ever encountered. He should not be participating in the Summer League. There are no challengers for him here. I know he hasn't even exerted his full potential. If he desires to score here, he could easily net 101 points. Faced with the Detroit Pistons, a team renowned for its defensive prowess, White efficiently amassed 40 points and 12 rebounds, steering his team to yet another victory. In the final match against the Oklahoma Hornets, devoid of their star players, White finally broke through to score an impressive total, dispatching the opposition with ease in the second quarter. In a historic first half, White sank 13 three-pointers, accumulating a staggering 42 points. By the conclusion of the 5 Summer League games, White boasted an average of 54 points per game, an undeniably formidable statistic. Although the Summer League had yet to conclude, it was universally acknowledged that the MVP had been determined, James White. Heralded as the most powerful MVP in the history of the Summer League, all general managers and coaches recognized their miscalculation. This year's draft had overlooked the most offensively potent rookie in nearly a decade. As the San Antonio King News aptly stated, the entire league is weeping, while San Antonio rejoices. Despite the numerous experts reiterating that the Summer League fails to truly gauge a player's intrinsic value, it is universally acknowledged that no rookie in the 2006 draft surpasses James White. All swingmen are acutely aware that once the new season commences, a formidable adversary will grace the NBA courts. The so-called bomber, James White, is an exceptional athlete embodying elegance, strength, artistry, and improvisational prowess. He has redefined the very essence of an NBA rookie. He is widely recognized as the finest basketball prospect globally, not merely of his era, but throughout the annals of NBA history. Known for his remarkable physical attributes and comprehensive skill set, White can adeptly play from the point guard to small forward positions, excelling particularly in long-range shooting. His basketball IQ is notably high, yet he often displays an overwhelming desire to attack with the ball. On the court, he possesses an expansive vision, enabling him to orchestrate team offenses flawlessly. One cannot overlook White's outstanding defensive awareness and his commendable rebounding skills. His explosiveness is unparalleled, as no other rookie can effectively contain his drives to the basket. His scoring ability near the rim and his long-range shooting are among the best in the current league. However, he does need to add weight and occasionally exhibits a degree of selfishness in his play. This year's rookie class has, to the dismay of many, fallen short of expectations, yet White evidently stands apart from this trend. Prior to the draft, scouts criticized him for his perceived lack of scoring prowess, which adversely affected his draft stock. Nevertheless, his performance in the Summer League has taken the world by storm, and more importantly, he has epitomized the definition of a quartz engine, showcasing his fervor during games. Should he maintain this level of performance, he will undoubtedly become the most underrated rookie in NBA history. Reports about James White flood the sports pages, and one can succinctly conclude, White has truly risen to prominence. Shia LaBeouf, perusing a stack of newspapers, quips about his once obscure acquaintance, Megan, now seemingly brimming with confidence. Oh, look. Even LeBron James is eagerly anticipating the new season to face him. Megan Fox applies sunscreen to her face as they film in the desert, capturing the initial scenes of a movie where a rogue robot transforms into an armed combat helicopter to obliterate a military base. This segment of filming does not involve Fox and LaBeouf. Instead, they find solace in their tent, engaging in conversation, with the most intriguing topic being the meteoric rise of James White. Fox takes a newspaper featuring White's thunderous dunk, exuding an aura of dominance. However, this guy is no pushover. LaBeouf remarks, somewhat disgruntled. Look, his rumors are now swirling everywhere. Fox merely smiled, saying nothing, and focused intently on the commentator's assessment of White. The newspaper contained not only accolades for White but also a multitude of criticisms, particularly from media outlets in Portland and Indiana, who vehemently denounced his play as selfish and lacking intellect. A commotion from outside seeped in, yet LaBeouf and Fox paid it no mind. Amidst the desolation of the desert filming, one would surely perish from boredom if they did not seek some amusement. Suddenly, the tent flap was lifted, allowing the distinctive heat and dryness of the desert to rush in. LaBeouf expressed his displeasure. Hey, you jerk, put that curtain down quickly. Don't you realize how hot it will get? Fox also glanced up, irritated, towards the entrance of the tent, where a tall figure obstructed the sunlight, casting an elongated shadow. James, is that you? White eagerly embraced Fox. It had been a week since they last saw each other. For young lovers, a single week felt akin to a century. I never imagined there could exist such sweltering places on Earth. White wiped the sweat from his brow, noting with concern that Fox had noticeably tanned during their time apart. Both Fox and LaBeouf chuckled, as LaBeouf retrieved a can of chilled cola from the small refrigerator in the tent and tossed it to White, affirming that the heat here was indeed terrifying. White twisted the bottle cap and gulped down half of its contents, oblivious to whether it was carbonated. The heat was unbearable, and he drank heartily. Fox tidied up the newspapers on the camp bed, creating a resting spot for White. Are you tired? White observed the redness in Fox's eyes, naturally deducing that filming in the desert must be exhausting. Fox smiled gently, a bit, but it's manageable. The past couple of days, my scenes with Shia haven't been too demanding, allowing for some rest. Why the rush to film this movie? It doesn't seem to be slated for immediate release? White inquired, perplexed by the arduous nature of filmmaking, realizing that even Hollywood stars might not have it any easier than they did. Fox shrugged. We are currently shooting in the desert, and the director wants to finish this segment quickly. The heat here is relentless. Every extra day spent in the desert means more fatigue for everyone, and no one wishes to linger longer than necessary. The oppressive heat rendered White devoid of any desire to engage in physical activity. Let us not dwell on that. How's the competition going? Fox skillfully redirected the conversation, not wanting to complain within the confines of the director's domain, despite White being one of the film's co-producers. Speaking of the competition, White felt a surge of excitement. Yes, the competition is progressing smoothly. At least, that's my impression. He picked up several newspapers to show Fox. I heard you and your teammates haven't been getting along well? LeBron interjected, having been sidelined since White's arrival, only witnessing the couple engrossed in their own world. White lay languidly on the bed, initially believing that upon his entrance, the lad LeBron would vacate the premises to offer him and Fox a moment of solitude. Alas, it was evident that LeBron lacked such awareness. One could easily discern his eager gaze, revealing his desire for conversation. Ignoring the idle rumors, White nonchalantly remarked. Observing Fox's evident unease, he felt compelled to further elucidate. My teammates and I share a deep friendship. They're all quite attentive to my needs. White did not disclose to the two that several teammates had indeed criticized him after the game. The reason was simple. Nearly every match, White commandeered the highest number of shots on the team, which naturally discontented his fellow rookies. However, White paid little heed to their dissatisfaction. In his recollection, those individuals seemed to have never firmly established themselves within the Spurs. Given this, why squander opportunities on them? Moreover, Seasoned players like Horry and Finley supported his offensive endeavors, and the head coach, George, granted him the liberty to shoot at will. Observing White's untroubled demeanor, Fox discerned that he was not lying, and his sole concern dissipated. The three engaged in a conversation about movies and sports. Unlike White, who held a firm belief in the impending success of the film Transformers, Fox and LaBeouf harbored some apprehensions about its prospects. Although they had previously participated in films, those were merely minor roles. This marked their first venture into a high-budget production, and naturally, they aspired to achieve instant fame. White's visit this time was intended to see if he could persuade Fox to take a brief respite, allowing the two of them to return to San Antonio or Los Angeles for some leisure. However, upon observing the equally fatigued director, it became evident that such a break was unlikely. Fox's schedule for the remaining days appeared quite demanding, with a free moment not anticipated until November. During the 2 days spent in the desert tent with Fox, Michael Bay generously afforded White, the third boss, some leniency, as Fox was not assigned any scenes during this period. After 2 days, White found himself once more aboard a flight to San Antonio. Realizing that this visit had not only failed to yield any advantages from Fox but had instead led to Michael Bay, that old Fox, engaging in some promotional activities. Throughout these 2 days, reporters had been lurking around the set, likely tracking every move of Fox and himself. Nevertheless, this could prove beneficial, as it might help enhance Fox's fame, a notion James could only cling to at this point. As the plane touched down at San Antonio International Airport, White disembarked wearing a baseball cap and large sunglasses, now a celebrity in San Antonio, perhaps due to his exuberant personality. Some smaller media outlets reported that James White had surprisingly eclipsed Duncan to become the foremost sports figure in San Antonio. Although this acclaim was likely temporary and primarily among fans, it was still a noteworthy achievement. White did not go to the AT&T Center basketball arena. He still had 1 day left of his vacation, with the team's training camp commencing the day after tomorrow, according to Horry, from that day forth. For the next 8 months, these individuals would be under the command of Popovich, signifying that White's days of freedom were numbered. Playing under the stewardship of the seasoned military strategist Popovich, one ought to consider oneself as a soldier, or better yet, a special forces operative. This was Horry's counsel, a timeless tenet among the veterans of the team. How should he spend this last day? White casually purchased a newspaper, convinced that seeking out Cynthia to nurture their relationship would be the wisest choice. Yet, having just returned from a visit with his legitimate girlfriend, it seemed inappropriate to pursue another woman. Nevertheless, for someone as carefree as White, nothing was deemed inappropriate. Upon settling into a taxi, he glanced down, and the newspaper's headline immediately caught his eye. Can the offensive dynamo integrate into the Spurs' ironclad lineup? The boisterous rookie may need a change of scenery. Rage ignited within him at the sight of that headline. White had encountered similar reports before, following his explosive performance in the Summer League. The detractors were as numerous as his admirers. However, the crucial point was that this media outlet was local to San Antonio. Indeed, few appreciate a player who is selfish on the court, regardless of their exceptional offensive prowess, a miscalculation on White's part, reflecting on the fate of the once great independent star Stephon Marbury, who found himself without a team. It became clear that no NBA franchise welcomes a self-centered player. At that moment, White was merely provoked by LaBeouf's remarks. He yearned to demonstrate to the world that the man chosen by Megan Fox was indeed a genuine superstar. The resulting explosion of talent was undeniable, and the allure of possessing unlimited shooting rights was intoxicating, particularly for someone like White, who had never basked in the spotlight before. In any mediocre team, such an astounding display of offensive talent would incite jubilation among the management. Now, however, White's performance on the court sent a clear message: come, build a team around me. Unfortunately, he found himself with the San Antonio Spurs, a formidable force that did not require a dominant offensive player. Such a player would struggle to survive within the Spurs' ranks. The Spurs are a team renowned for their impeccable balance between offense and defense, with the trio of Ginobili, Duncan, and Parker at their core, having evolved into a championship-caliber squad. The introduction of a powerful offensive dynamo would only disrupt the team's cohesive gameplay, a reality that the iron-willed Popovich would never tolerate. White opened his phone and accessed the official website of the Spurs, only to find it in complete disarray. The young fans were undoubtedly thrilled by the arrival of White, a veritable offensive powerhouse, while the seasoned supporters expressed their concerns, fearing that his singular focus on offense, neglecting defense, might disrupt the team's overall strategy. White had little leisure to indulge in merriment. He hurried home to immerse himself in the heated exchanges on the team's official website. It is essential to understand that in America, the influence of fans remains formidable. If a player fails to win the admiration of the fans, even the coach's affection cannot ensure their retention, for the ultimate authority rests with the team's management. After all, fans are the lifeblood of the organization. Currently, White is not fearful of being dismissed by the team. He has already demonstrated his prowess. Coach Popovich is far from naive and would not allow fans to dictate his decisions. What troubles White is the fear of being misunderstood by Popovich, particularly the dread of being relegated to the bench at the onset of the new season. He harbors no desire to start from the bottom, for the dream of overnight fame is one cherished by all young aspirants. In truth, White's defensive skills are commendable. However, does one truly need defense in the Summer League? Relying solely on his offensive capabilities, White has decimated the opposition's lineup, rendering defense an unnecessary burden. As a rookie yet to prove himself in the regular season, the attention White has garnered from fans is indeed exceptional. Not only fans, but several head coaches from various teams are also scrutinizing his game footage. After witnessing White's multiple steals and blocks, veteran coach Nelson did not hesitate to knock on the door of Warriors general manager Chris Mullin's office. To speak candidly, Chris Mullin, known as God's left hand, was an undeniable superstar during his playing years, yet his tenure as a general manager has been relatively unremarkable. "Chris, you must bring this young talent to me," Nelson stated directly, his friendship with Mullin tracing back to the 1980s when Nelson was Mullin's coach. By the end of 1987, Chris Mullin found himself at the nadir of his career. He began the 1987-88 season in a dismal state, at 24 years old, overweight, underperforming, and profoundly isolated. Indulging heavily in alcohol, Coach Nelson confronted Mullin during this tumultuous period, presenting him with a challenge to abstain from hard liquor for 2 months. The fiercely competitive forward eagerly accepted this wager but faltered after just 2 nights. Nelson confined him to his small room and subsequently placed him on the injured list. Mullin's family also grew concerned about his struggles with alcoholism, prompting him to leave the team and enter a rehabilitation center in the Los Angeles area. Harnessing his addictive nature, Mullin redirected his obsession from alcohol to basketball, and after 30 days, he emerged from the clutches of addiction, sporting a crew cut that remains to this day. Ready to return to the court, Mullin's former teammate with the Golden State Warriors reminisced about a pivotal moment in the franchise's history. It was largely due to the sage advice of the venerable Don Nelson that Mullin ultimately found redemption, transforming into an all-star player alongside contemporaries such as Michael Jordan, Clyde Drexler, and Hakeem Olajuwon. Mullin held immense respect for Nelson, the elder who had selflessly aided him in the past. However, when faced with Nelson's request, he could only respond awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Don. I've tried. Greg is simply unwilling to budge. He wants next year's first-round draft pick in exchange." Noticing Nelson's displeasure, he quickly added, too. Mullin also held a favorable view of White, the second-round rookie, believing he embodied the Warrior style, passionate, chaotic, and possessing a fervent offensive drive, qualities that many of the team's newcomers lacked. He could never quite fathom how a player who had flown under the radar in the NCAA could unleash such formidable offensive prowess in the NBA. Nelson, never one to disguise his temper, slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "2 first-round picks? This is extortion." Although Nelson recognized White's potential, he regarded him merely as a significant backup, as White had yet to prove himself in the regular season. Should White manage to score over 50 points in 6 consecutive games, it would be an entirely different matter. He would willingly part with not just 2, but even 5 first-round picks for him. "That irascible old man," Nelson grumbled as he stormed out of the office. Similar scenes unfolded across several teams, unbeknownst to White, who had unwittingly become a coveted asset among multiple franchises. Meanwhile, he was at his computer, fretting over his status within the team, with a sense of unease. White pedaled his second-hand bicycle towards the ATT Center. Cindy had once suggested lending him her BMW sports car, as he had become somewhat of a celebrity and deserved a more fitting mode of transportation. Yet, White could not drive. Despite possessing a driver's license, the former James White had acquired his license at the tender age of 16. To avoid any disparagement from the lovely Cindy, he could only assert in a rather haughty manner, "If I don't make the all-star team, how could I possibly have the audacity to drive a sports car?" Alas, Cindy was not Chinese. Otherwise, she might have recalled the words of the great Han general, Cuban. Before Emperor Wu of Han, how can one consider home when the Xiongnu remain unvanquished? White reflected on the amusing incidents of the past few days as he swiftly rode his bicycle to the entrance of the basketball arena. Without a car, He did not have to contend with the inconvenience of parking like others. Upon entering the arena, he caught sight of a tall, robust man engaged in conversation with the security guard. Upon hearing the door open, the man turned to glance in his direction. When the figure faced him, White was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Tim Duncan. Today, he finally beheld the living legend. In everyday discourse, people often categorize celebrities into idols and skilled athletes. Ideally, one would possess both captivating charm and exceptional talent. However, God seems to have balanced the scales. While bestowing Duncan with an extraordinary basketball gift, he rendered his appearance somewhat unremarkable. This man, sporting a shaved head and possessing rather ordinary features, appears somewhat oblivious to the nuances of life. On the court, regardless of whether his team was leading or trailing, or whether his performance was subpar or stellar, this man rarely displayed emotion. This demeanor aligns perfectly with his style. He rarely indulged in superfluous movements, only occasionally raising his fist in celebration after scoring. This stoicism is reflective of his introverted nature, which contributes to his remarkably consistent performance during games. It is no wonder that he is often referred to as the Big Fundamental, a moniker derived from his serious demeanor and his ability to remain unflappable in the face of challenges. Currently, there are only two superlative power forwards in the league. One is White's brother, the Big Bad Wolf, Kevin Garnett, and the other is the very man before him, Duncan. Both possess prodigious offensive skills and formidable defensive prowess, yet their personalities differ significantly. Truth be told, Duncan embodies the archetype of the athlete that every team yearns for. As Spurs head coach Greg Popovich aptly noted, while many great players have various shortcomings, some even more than one, Tim seemingly lacks any critical weaknesses. He is composed, selfless in his play, resolute in defense, and possesses a high basketball IQ, embodying all the commendable qualities one might attribute to a basketball player. Except perhaps the trait of fervor. In San Antonio, there exists but one king, and that is Duncan. No one in the city commands more support than he. "Hello, Tim." White ventured to speak first. One can harbor personal feelings towards this taciturn man, but one cannot help but extend respect. "Hello, James," Duncan replied, clearly aware of White's background. His gaze tinged with curiosity, seemingly eager to understand how this unheralded rookie managed to average 50 points during the summer league. 50 points per game, an achievement Duncan himself would hesitate to claim. After uttering this observation, Duncan fell silent once more. White rubbed his forehead, pondering how this man of few words managed to maintain a relationship, let alone a marriage. White followed closely behind Duncan as they entered the training facility, reminiscent of a leader accompanied by a subordinate. This sensation left White, who typically harbored lofty ambitions, feeling rather discontented. However, he had no choice, as this was not his territory. White and Duncan arrived relatively early, and the training room was sparsely populated at that moment. However, the appearance of one individual astonished White. It was a man with a scruffy beard. He was not particularly tall, yet possessed a striking presence. His prominent nose, gaunt face, and penetrating gaze, complemented by his slightly wavy long hair and unkempt beard, evoked the essence of a statue crafted by Michelangelo during the Renaissance. "Hello, Manu." Duncan greeted him with a mere hint of cordiality before heading to the locker room to don his gray training attire. Manu Ginobili, the Eagle of the Pampas. White's recent ascension to the San Antonio Spurs transcends the mere acquisition of a championship ring. For the newcomers within the Spurs organization, there is a wealth of knowledge to be gleaned. In White's view, the paramount lessons lie in emulating Duncan's unwavering composure, seemingly innate, and Ginobili's serpentine agility, which appears to be a left-handed specialty. White harbors profound admiration for Ginobili. This slender Argentine possesses an indomitable spirit that many robust athletes lack. Since his entry into the NBA, Ginobili has embodied the resilient and fearless essence of his Argentine heritage. Regardless of the adversaries before him or the griminess of their defense, he charges forth unflinchingly, accomplishing seemingly impossible feats with remarkable efficacy. He resembles a pinball, careening across the court, yet the Argentine has never wavered. "Are you out of your mind?" This is a query often voiced by Popovich regarding Ginobili during almost every game. However, it is precisely this audacity that enables Ginobili to secure crucial rebounds, execute timely steals, and score pivotal points, repeatedly rescuing the Spurs from the brink of defeat. Without Ginobili, the Spurs would simply be a team. With him, they are heralded as the Spurs Legion. This wiry figure serves as the vanguard of the squad, his presence felt wherever the contest is most intense. Perhaps some new fans are unaware that in the 2002 World Championship, it was Ginóbili who led the Argentine team to triumph over the Dream Team, marking the first occasion the Dream Team faced defeat in an international competition. Ginóbili's exceptional performance earned him a place on the tournament's all-star roster, regrettably. An ankle injury sustained during the semifinals against Germany hindered his ability in the finals, where he valiantly played through pain, but ultimately fell short against Serbia and Montenegro. White approached Ginóbili with a sense of unease, noting that the latter had just arrived, his body still devoid of sweat as he engaged in warm-up exercises. "Manu, how has your holiday been?" White inquired with a familiar tone, a smile gracing his lips. Ginóbili stretched his waist, and upon catching sight of White's amiable expression, he returned a slight smile, responding, "Yes, it has been rather pleasant. I must say, the sunshine in California is quite delightful." His voice, somewhat deep and tinged with a metallic quality, held a certain charm. "Did you not return to Germany for the holidays?" White asked, curiosity piqued, as it seemed that Ginóbili had not ventured home, a notion that was difficult to fathom, especially considering that 2006 marked the World Cup in Germany, with Argentina traditionally taking center stage. Ginóbili shrugged, poised to respond, when Duncan suddenly interjected with a laugh. "Is it the allure of California's women that has captivated you, rendering you unable to return?" White staggered in disbelief, hardly able to comprehend that such words were uttered by the typically reserved Duncan. Even more astonishing was Ginóbili's nonchalant response. "Indeed, it's quite spicy. Were it not for the championship, I would be lounging in the hotel, reveling in the company of those lovely ladies. The world is a dark place, much like the crows that inhabit it. Could these truly be the two virtuous men spoken of in hushed tones?" A shiver ran down White's spine as he observed the unspoken camaraderie between the two. "Your offense is quite commendable. I dare say it surpasses my own," Ginóbili remarked with a grin, his earnest expression suggesting sincerity rather than mere flattery. Noticing White's modest demeanor, he added, however, "You must pay heed to your defense and overall awareness. Greg is none too fond of anyone disrupting his tactical arrangements." This was a concern that weighed heavily on White's mind, as he had come to realize that an innate impulse for offense coursed through his veins. Whenever the ball found its way into his hands, he felt an irresistible urge to slam it through the hoop, an instinct that could be traced back to the legendary James White, a man once renowned across the nation as the premier dunker. White sighed, casually picking up a basketball and effortlessly launching it with both hands, the ball gracefully arcing through the air and swishing through the hoop. "What a remarkable long-range shot," Duncan generously praised him. As more people gradually gathered, Horry and others arrived. Today marked the first day of their training camp, and in just 20 days, the preseason would commence. The time for rigorous practice had arrived. At 9:30, the training room door swung open once more, revealing a diminutive man with a gray backpack slung over his shoulder. "Good morning, everyone. Did you miss me during the holiday?" Though calling him short might be somewhat misleading, for he stood at least 6 feet tall, amidst a sea of towering giants, he truly seemed petite. "I thought you might still be in bed with Longoria," Horry chuckled, giving Parker a playful pat on the rear. Tony Parker, the final member of the trio, had finally arrived. White's most profound impression of this guard, renowned for his ability to penetrate defenses, was not his unguardable floaters or his cost-effective efficiency, but rather his stunning fiancée, Eva Longoria, who captivated the NBA. In truth, Parker was undoubtedly a key figure in the league and one of the most valuable players in the NBA, earning the lowest salary among rookies. He nonetheless bore a significant responsibility for the Spurs backcourt. It was well known that Parker had often held his own against the league's premier guards, such as Jason Kidd, showcasing his potential to evolve into a star player. Parker possessed lightning-fast speed, an exquisite ability to seize opportunities, and of course, incisive drives. In Popovich's eyes, the Frenchman was the most dependable player on the Spurs besides Duncan. Ginóbili's relentless style tended to be a bit erratic. Tony Parker was drafted by the San Antonio Spurs as the 28th pick in the first round of the 2001 NBA draft. He was considered one of the guards with the most successful penetration in the league and one of the players with the highest shooting percentages in the paint. White was aware that in his previous life, Parker's floaters after penetrating defenses would play a crucial role in that year's NBA Finals. Although Parker was known for his speed, it was his remarkable shooting accuracy from beyond the arc that truly earned White's respect. It is noteworthy that Parker developed his shooting technique only after joining the NBA. In previous years, his perimeter shooting had been subpar, relying primarily on his ability to drive to score. However, through diligent practice, He had transformed from a reckless rookie into a seasoned sharpshooter. As an organizational guard, Parker adeptly grasps the dynamics of the game. Although his assist statistics may not be particularly impressive, he serves as the premier offensive initiator for championship-caliber teams. Regrettably, Parker's defensive capabilities have consistently left much to be desired. Despite his swift footwork, he struggles to contend with the physicality of formidable guards like Darren and Davis, which stands as a notable shortcoming. While Parker has certainly established himself within the NBA, discussions surrounding him often gravitate toward his relationship with the actress Eva Longoria. As the regular season commences tomorrow, I am motivated to enhance my writing. I am currently adding an additional chapter, with plans for 4 updates tomorrow, potentially totaling around 14,000 words. At 10:30, the team's training finally reached a conclusion, with all players gasping for breath and reclining on massage tables to recuperate. Prominent figures like Duncan, Ginobili, Parker, and Horry enjoy the luxury of dedicated massage therapists, while others, like White and West, must rely on each other for relief. Cynthia possesses massage skills, yet she refrains from openly assisting White, as any discovery of their subtle flirtation could jeopardize her position. "Rookie, go fetch 16 bottles of water," Ginobili instructed, handing White $5. White was taken aback. Suddenly recalling another unwritten rule of the NBA, rookies bear the responsibility of assisting veteran players with trivial tasks such as carrying bags and purchasing water. While this may not be considered a form of discipline, it can certainly be interpreted as a demonstration of authority. This particular rule has been encountered by legends such as Billy, Duncan, and Parker. And even the rebellious Allen Iverson and the talented Carmelo Anthony have not been exempt from its grasp. Reluctantly, White accepted the money. He had no choice but to purchase the drinks. This exemplifies the power of unspoken rules. Those who violate them will face ostracism from the team. As he exited the training room, White couldn't help but recall a humorous incident from 2009 involving the veteran Bobby Jackson, who had demanded the rookie Danny Green sell him fruit. However, when Green failed to deliver the fruit promptly, Jackson became infuriated and filled his car with popcorn. Having likely never faced such indignity, Green vowed to take revenge, though his teammates dismissed his resolve as mere jest, unaware that he was indeed serious. The following day, Green demonstrated the adage "a gentleman's word is his bond" by covering Jackson's white Mercedes with dog food and smearing it with copious amounts of jam, ketchup, mustard, and chocolate, transforming Jackson's luxury vehicle into a fast food cart. While White entertained the notion of retaliating against his peers, he ultimately dismissed the tantalizing idea, recognizing his own lack of physical stature. Had he possessed the formidable physique of LeBron James or Dwight Howard, one could only imagine Billy's fate in the hospital. Nevertheless, White was not one to be trifled with. He returned with just 10 bottles of beverages, struggling under the weight of the 10 bottles. He approached Billy with a feigned expression of remorse, stating, "I apologize, Manu. The store outside was out of stock, and I could only procure these 10 bottles. I am truly sorry." White returned $5 to him, then ostentatiously declared, "Consider it my treat, a gesture of apology to everyone." After speaking, White eagerly seized 2 bottles and downed them with a hearty gulp. Ginobili was momentarily taken aback, pondering how to distribute the 8 bottles among 15 individuals. Acutely aware that no matter how he divided them, he would inevitably offend someone. Observing White's triumphant grin, Ginobili understood well the ulterior motive behind his actions. Horry and Finley, quick on the uptake, each snatched a bottle, with Horry swiftly claiming another since his previous one had been taken by Bowen. "Is there no stock left outside?" Duncan stared in disbelief as 10 bottles vanished before his eyes in less than 5 seconds, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration, for he had not partaken in even a single sip. White nodded with a more sincere expression than Duncan, who scratched his head, evidently convinced by White's reasoning. After all, it was a Gatorade specialty store. "Damn, why is business so bustling today?" Duncan exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Horry, Finley, and Bowen burst into laughter simultaneously, while Parker and Ginobili exchanged glances, both amused and bewildered by Duncan's exasperated demeanor. "Hey, kid, you have an extra bottle of water in your hand," Parker remarked, clearly discerning White's clever antics. White cast a defiant glance at him, then rose to retrieve another bottle of water for Greg Popovich, who was engrossed in sketching something on the tactical board. At this, Parker found himself at a loss for words. "All right, gentlemen, you've had ample rest. Come on. Let us resume our training," Popovich declared after sipping half of his water. The others reluctantly stood up, with Duncan undoubtedly feeling the most aggrieved, exclaiming, "Greg, My friend hasn't even had a drink yet. Having replenished his energy, White immediately set about energetically engaging with his seasoned teammates. Hori and others received special attention, as it was evident that their earlier amusement at Ginobili's subtle maneuvering with White had left a mark on him. Though a trivial matter, it served as a poignant reminder for White. Despite his commanding presence in the Summer League, he remained a novice upon returning to the team. As White pondered, he momentarily lost focus, allowing Parker to slip past him and score a layup. You really need to bolster your defense, Parker remarked with a hint of disdain. Don't assume that your opponents in official games will be as easy to handle as those in the Summer League. White was momentarily taken aback. Parker's words carried a weight that felt excessive, especially considering it was a training match for their own team. The others, upon hearing Parker's remarks, erupted into laughter, leaving White feeling somewhat embarrassed. Defending against White was still Bruce Bowen, the only one capable of containing him. The others simply could not measure up. White, of course, yearned to seize the ball and challenge Parker one-on-one, as Parker was unable to guard him. After all, their height difference was substantial. However, glancing at Popovich on the sidelines, White dutifully passed the ball to Jock Vaughn. As White had feared, Popovich had relegated him to the bench, at least for this training match. The starting lineup now consisted of Duncan, D'Ambrosio, Bowen, Parker, and Finley, while the remaining players fell into the rotation. The rotation squad was no match for the starting lineup, which was only to be expected. If the starters struggled against the rotation players, one would have to question their status as starters. The crux of the matter lay in the overwhelming strength of the starting lineup's interior presence. White finally witnessed for the first time the formidable dominance of an NBA-caliber interior player. Although Duncan remained taciturn, his prowess in post-offensive techniques was astonishingly formidable. Hori, aged and diminished, was no match for Duncan. They were simply not of the same echelon. Fortunately, White and Ginobili were able to wield their influence from the perimeter, thus salvaging some dignity for the bench squad. White, Ginobili, and Parker are all players who can truly unleash their prowess only when in possession of the ball. White demonstrates a slight advantage with his exceptional shooting range and movement. However, even with these attributes, there exists a degree of conflict between him and Ginobili during offensive plays. In the Summer League, White has grown accustomed to the exhilarating freedom of dribbling, often seeking to drive through defenses. Once the ball is in his hands, his instinct is to penetrate, which significantly diminishes Ginobili's impact on the game. The starting lineup capitalizes on this weakness, mercilessly exploiting the reserves. James, you need to move. Hand the ball over to me, Ginobili exclaimed, feeling urgency as he watched White prepare to break through. White sighed as he handed the ball to Ginobili, reiterating the sentiment that he was merely a junior, lacking the strength to challenge the authority of Ginobili and his esteemed peers. White jogged slowly with Bowen, who was an elderly man. Bowen, well aware of White's underlying dissatisfaction, smiled and reassured him, James, what you need now is to learn. Do not rush. You are still young, and opportunities will surely come your way. White let out a helpless smile. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly recoiled, creating distance between himself and Bowen, and sprinted beyond the three-point line. At that moment, Ginobili had already surged into the paint. Spotting White in an open position, he flicked his wrist, sending the ball back into White's hands. With his arm slightly bent, White leaped high into the air, and the basketball soared gracefully in a beautiful arc, finding its way into the hoop. White and Ginobili exchanged a celebratory high-five, a gesture marking their exquisite offensive play. Bowen turned to White with a subtle smile, remarking, interesting, young one. You have swiftly mastered the art of theatrics. Parker dribbled the ball leisurely across half-court, while Ginobili kept a keen eye on him. No one understood his teammates' speed better than he did, had it not been for the necessity of waiting for the interior players to position themselves. This diminutive player would have already executed a layup on his own. Today, White witnessed firsthand what it means to possess the speed of a true defender. Duncan, with unwavering strength, held the ball while Hori attempted to contest him, gripping Duncan's waist in a bid to maneuver around and defend. Yet, Duncan's formidable presence rendered Hori utterly ineffective in his efforts. Meanwhile, Parker remained focused on Ginobili, rhythmically dribbling the basketball in a manner that exuded calmness and composure. However, Ginobili could not afford to relax. He keenly observed Parker's shifting shoulders, ever vigilant against his potential drive to the basket. White paid little attention to Bowen, focusing intently on Parker as he observed his movements and characteristics. Parker deftly executed several between-the-legs dribbles before using his shoulder to nudge Ginobili aside, swiftly pivoting and charging past him with the ball. What astonishing speed and explosive power! White barely had time to blink as Parker effortlessly maneuvered around Ginobili, leaving him in his wake, and a gasp of admiration escaped him internally. With no one in front of him, Parker surged into the paint, abruptly halting and leaping high, seemingly poised for a sudden jump shot. Horry had no choice but to prepare for a defensive rotation, but just as he stepped away from Duncan, the ball was deftly passed into the paint. Duncan turned, closely adhering to Horry, received the ball, and with a simple bank shot, sent it through the hoop. This time, Ginobili took control of the ball, and White, anticipating his move, darted toward the backcourt with lightning speed, initiating a fast break. Parker closely shadowed Ginobili, disrupting his dribbling. Yet Ginobili's left hand was remarkably agile, the ball dancing like a spirited sprite between his fingers, his pace of advancement unwavering. White surged into the paint, while Ginobili lofted the ball high into the air. Like a soaring rocket, White seized the ball with one hand and executed a powerful dunk. Duncan, who had maintained a stoic demeanor until this moment, sprang into action. After gathering momentum, he leapt swiftly, seizing the opportunity to firmly press his large hand on the basketball as White hung in the air, his strength depleted and his energy not yet replenished. Never underestimate an opponent's presence in the paint. This was Duncan's first lesson to White. As promised, dear friends, today we present 4 updates, totaling approximately 14,000 words. If you find this book to your liking, I would be grateful for your votes of support. As we currently stand at the 7th from the bottom of the weekly competitive novel recommendation list. Thank you all for your unwavering support. And a special thanks to Z-Wing and PS Bad Friends for their generous contributions. Your encouragement provides me with immense motivation. On October 28, 2006, the NBA regular season officially commenced. Lying on the massage table, White gazed at the results of today's matches, his heart heavy with discontent. He found himself ensnared by the fate of a rookie. In the past week's 7 preseason games, White had played as a substitute, despite his commendable performance. He remained unsatisfied, yearning for a starting position, indeed, a starting position. Over the course of those 7 games, White averaged 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists per game, along with 2 steals and 1 block in each match. These statistics were quite impressive, especially considering his playing time was merely around 20 minutes. And his efficiency even surpassed that of the team's star, Duncan. Yet, Coach Popovich still refrained from elevating him to a starting role. Although his offensive prowess had slightly diminished compared to the Summer League, White's defensive skills had ascended to a new level. As a newcomer, he knew he must undertake the arduous tasks. Even the skeptics who once doubted White were now compelled to acknowledge that James White might be the biggest dark horse of the 2006 draft, potentially rivaling the achievements of the illustrious arenas. Meanwhile, the Pacers and Trail Blazers had become the laughingstock of the league. Both teams had once harbored hopes of acquiring this promising young talent, yet for unfounded reasons, White's forthright demeanor, they had relinquished this offensive asset to the Spurs. White no longer concerns himself with the judgments of the outside world. He is acutely aware that the front offices of both the Pacers and the Trail Blazers have faced considerable ire from fans. The situation for the Blazers is somewhat palatable. Their selections, Aldridge and Roy, have both exhibited commendable performances, providing fans with a semblance of solace. Conversely, the Pacers find themselves in a different predicament. Their choice, Sean Williams, has not only faltered on the court, but has also stirred up troubles that surpass even White's own past indiscretions. However, dwelling on such matters is futile now, as tomorrow marks White's debut, San Antonio Spurs versus Portland Trail Blazers. Inwardly, White curses Stern for his ulterior motives, exploiting every opportunity for sensationalism. The media has now begun to spotlight the competition for the finest rookie. The eyes of the media are fixated on San Antonio, as everyone is eager to discern whether Roy's prowess surpasses White's excellence. 8 games are scheduled for this evening. Typically, teams refrain from extra practice at night. But given the significance of the season opener, Popovich has mandated that all players remain to observe the changes across the league for the new season. In a riveting encounter, Garnett, the elder brother of White, led the Timberwolves on an away game against the Rockets in Houston. Garnett's performance shone brightly as he engaged in a fierce battle in the paint with Yao Ming from China. Regrettably, his teammates exhibited a dismal performance, with only Garnett managing to score a commendable 28 points, while none of his companions reached double figures. On the other hand, the Rockets showcased their prowess, with Yao Ming contributing 21 points and 11 rebounds. Former Orlando superstar Tracy McGrady heroically claimed the highest score of the game with 32 points. Unsurprisingly, the Rockets secured a resounding victory over the Timberwolves. White gazed at the television in the training room, where Garnett, despite holding his head high, bore an indescribable weariness on his face. He had even opted out of the post-game press conference, revealing his profound disappointment in the Timberwolves. Meanwhile, the others analyzed the opening games of various teams, with the Detroit Pistons and the Cleveland Cavaliers, led by the young king, LeBron James, emerging as the most favored among the 16 competing teams. Both teams had triumphantly defeated their respective opponents, with James achieving an impressive 27 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists, second only to the day's solitary Wolf King, Garnett. As a row of game statistics appeared on the screen, everyone shook their heads in unison. Garnett had delivered an extraordinary performance, amassing 28 points, 16 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 blocks, demonstrating on the court what true dominance and superstar caliber entail. Yet, what did it matter? The team still faced defeat. Horry, sitting beside White, remarked seemingly without intent, "Basketball is ultimately a team sport, no matter how well one individual performs. Victory cannot be secured alone." In a moment of melancholy, White discerned that the uncle's words were deliberately directed at him. Yet, did he truly feel isolated in his game? After all, he averaged 5 assists per match and had even been assigned to the small forward position. After the game, a throng of reporters surrounded Garnett and Yao Ming. White's gaze fell upon the prominent emblem of the central television station, and he heard a reporter interviewing Yao Ming in Chinese. This brought a flicker of warmth to White's heart. It had been a long time since he had heard his native tongue, and there were moments when he inadvertently forgot he was once Chinese. "That big guy is remarkable," Horry remarked, noticing White's attention on Yao Ming. "He's a diligent fellow. Although his physical attributes may be average, his skills are unparalleled among players of his stature." White, observing the admiration on Horry's face, could not help but inquire, "The best? Better than Tim?" He had previously heard that many in America were not fond of Yao Ming, with some derisively referring to him as the Eastern Tree Demon, mocking his towering height and perceived clumsiness. Thus, he was taken aback to hear someone praise Yao's skills. Duncan, reclining on the adjacent bed, recognized the difficulty Horry faced in responding to White's question and interjected with a smile, "Yao is unlike me. One must understand that God endowed him with a body that is not without its imperfections." White was aware that Yao's wingspan was insufficient, his Achilles tendons were short, his vertical leap was lacking, and he suffered from partial deafness in his left ear. Duncan continued, "My physique is far more perfect than Yao's. Yet my post-up game pales in comparison to his. For giants, mastery of a singular skill is paramount, the post move. Yao excels in this regard, surpassing all other big men." White subsequently listened to a few critiques, not limited to Yao Ming, as other celebrities were also discussed, delving into their private lives. It was evident that these men indulged in gossip when off the court. Amidst their lively conversation, the training room door was suddenly pushed open. White turned around and was instantly captivated by the sight of a stunningly alluring woman entering, the enchanting Eva Longoria, Parker's girlfriend. Having recently gone through a divorce, Eva appeared to radiate joy, perhaps having found her true soulmate, as her countenance was devoid of gloom. Among the women White had encountered, Eva possessed one of the most exquisite physiques, with only his own Megan Fox coming close to matching her allure. As Eva stepped into the room, a subtle fragrance wafted through the sweat-laden training space. White hurriedly donned his training attire, feeling the oppressive heat after having just finished a workout. After more than 3 months of rigorous training, his muscles had sculpted into perfection. It must be said that the genetic advantages of his heritage were remarkable, allowing for rapid muscle definition following intense exertion. Now, White's muscles were taut, his pectorals resembling 2 solid blocks of granite, robust and well-defined. His 8-pack abs were impeccably arranged on his abdomen, appearing as though they were forged from steel, a flawless sight from any angle. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but White sensed that Eva's eyes sparkled momentarily upon witnessing his sculpted physique. "Good evening, gentlemen," Eva greeted with poise, upon seeing the vivacious Eva walk in. A group of burly men simultaneously scanned her with keen eyes, prompting Parker to hurriedly step forward to shield Eva, thereby affirming her status. "How tiresome," Horry remarked, noticing Parker's frantic approach with a melancholic tone. With a sly smile, White secretly mused about the lecherous nature of this fatherly figure, realizing that Parker had evidently suffered at the hands of these rascals. "You must be this year's sensational rookie, James White. I've seen you numerous times in the sports news," Eva remarked with a smile after exchanging greetings with a few others. White was momentarily taken aback, then somewhat awkwardly replied, "Yes, I am James White." "Oh, you may call me James, Miss Langley." Eva, observing White's discomfort, stifled a smile, clearly perceiving him as a naive young man. Little did she know that White's unease stemmed from Parker's menacing glare directed at him. Is it really necessary? White scoffed inwardly, dismissing Parker as a petty man. After all, he was merely conversing with Parker's wife, not engaging in any wrongdoing. He had forgotten the adage that even the grandest of structures can be undermined by the smallest of cracks, for such matters often begin with seemingly innocuous conversations. What brings you here, Eva? Are you worried that Tony might be misbehaving? Duncan inquired, appearing genuinely earnest. Eva chuckled softly, not quite. I trust Tony is not that kind of man. However, I do find myself a bit concerned that he hasn't returned home yet. You know, things have been rather tumultuous in San Antonio these days. This was no exaggeration. The city had recently witnessed a spate of armed robberies, primarily targeting private vehicle drivers. White was skeptical of such claims. If she were truly worried, a phone call would suffice. He cast a dubious glance at Parker's lower half, clearly thinking of other matters. Training had concluded, and Popovich was intently watching several teams compete, with the Pistons and Cavaliers appearing to receive particular attention. White had to concede that Popovich was indeed astute, as it would ultimately be the Cleveland Cavaliers they faced in the season ahead. The game ended just past 10 o'clock, and at 11, Popovich signaled for dismissal, also canceling the next day's training session to allow everyone a moment to recuperate. After all, the new season would commence the following day, leaving little time for rest thereafter. You should come over to our home sometime. Eva smiled charmingly, extending an invitation likely born of politeness, considering White was a teammate of her boyfriend. Faced with Cynthia's piercing gaze and Parker's sullen demeanor, White reluctantly accepted Eva's invitation, albeit merely as a matter of courtesy. How is it that a guy as unattractive as you manages to attract so many women? Horry whispered to White, ignoring his furious glare. You should know. Eva has never invited any of us. Could it be that she truly had an interest in him? White mused, feeling a swell of pride. After all, in his previous life, Eva had been an object of his fantasies, and he had sacrificed countless tissues for her sake. However, upon noticing Cynthia's eyes narrowing into slits, he quickly reverted to a more virtuous demeanor, realizing that attracting too much female attention could be perilous. Yet, it was evident that White had not yet grasped this wisdom, as he continued to fret over how to navigate the lonely night ahead. Chapter 32, The Soul Monarch. I apologize for neglecting to format the previous chapter, as I hastily uploaded it without proper line breaks. I appreciate your understanding, and I have since rectified the issue. The revised content will only be visible after a 12-hour period, so I kindly ask for your patience. Furthermore, I warmly welcome constructive criticism from my readers, although I do implore you to express your thoughts with elegance rather than resorting to harshness. At 7 p.m. Pacific Time, the San Antonio Spurs commenced their inaugural game of the season at the AT&T Center. By 6 o'clock, the arena's 18,000 seats were filled to capacity. Do not misconstrue this. The audience was not solely there to witness White's performance, while he had indeed shown in the Summer League. His renown was still confined to the vicinity of Las Vegas, where he was hailed as the basketball sensation known as Mr. Bombardier. In San Antonio, he remained merely the rookie White. Are you nervous? Fox inquired, grasping White's arm. She had come specifically to support him, as this game held significant importance, marking his first official appearance in his professional career. Although Fox had been exceedingly busy with her recent acting commitments, she had made it a point to arrive this morning, despite White's insistence that she need not attend. To her, missing the opportunity to celebrate this milestone event with her boyfriend would have been a profound regret. Fox was undoubtedly a devoted girlfriend, always prioritizing his feelings. Reflecting on her unwavering affection, White felt a twinge of guilt for often indulging in thoughts of fleeting romances. They found themselves in the locker room, which was undeniably spacious and opulent, a hallmark of NBA teams' home facilities, though the visitor lockers were far less lavish. Despite the presence of a multitude of burly men, Fox felt no discomfort, particularly with Eva also being in attendance. White, having donned his jersey and shoes, shared a tender kiss with Fox. Horry and a few others erupted in playful shouts, teasing the couple. Here, White's closest allies were Horry and Finley, those two seasoned veterans. Nervous? Certainly not. This is our home court, White declared with fervor. The ones who should be anxious are Brand and his crew. Tonight, we shall impart a profound lesson, making it abundantly clear that snatching a victory in San Antonio is no easy feat. As Popovich entered the locker room, he overheard White's words, furrowing his brow yet nodding in acknowledgement. It was somewhat contradictory. His words were indeed uplifting for the team, but he was merely a rookie. and such sentiments were not typically his to express. Upon noticing Popovich's arrival, Fox extended her hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Gregg. I am Megan Fox, James's girlfriend. I sincerely appreciate the guidance you have provided James during this time. He often expresses his gratitude to me over the phone." Though Popovich has always prided himself on being a serious military figure, he could not help but feel pleased when approached by a beautiful woman, especially one who complimented him. With a smile, he replied, "Hello, Megan. It's nothing. James is quite the talent. Furthermore, when your film premieres in Texas, I hope to secure a ticket." Horry discreetly nudged White with his elbow, his voice filled with envy. "James, this woman is truly remarkable, just so you know." Langley did not receive such a warm welcome from Gregg when he first entered the locker room. White flashed a toothy smile, then cast a displeased glance at Popovich. That old lecher was still holding Megan's hand. Duncan began to rise, preparing for a pre-battle rally. He patted his large hands together, then, with an impassive expression, addressed the crowd. Just as White was gearing up to respond, Duncan abruptly sat back down. "Let us play hard and take them down," Duncan stated earnestly, as it seemed he was never one to approach his duties with anything less than seriousness. Fox couldn't help but chuckle. She had heard tales of this stoic man and found herself perplexed at the thought of what kind of woman could endure a decade with such a rock. Duncan had begun dating his wife during college, and they married shortly after graduation. It was said that among the Wake Forest University class of '97, only one couple ended up together, and that was Duncan and his beloved. Next came Popovich, orchestrating the final strategic deployment. White widened his eyes, attempting to project a fierce demeanor in hopes of winning the favor of this venerable dictator, thus securing more time on the court. "The Portland team thinks they can come here and claim victory. That is simply impossible, lads. Once on the court, show them what we're made of. Let those drug dealers know the prowess of the San Antonio Knights," he declared. Since Duncan was not adept at rallying the team's spirits, the task fell to Popovich, who was no stranger to such responsibilities and spoke with assuredness. He surveyed his players as a general would inspect his troops, feeling gratified to see their spirits high. He pulled out a tactical board, sketched a hasty diagram, and pointed to the paint, stating, "Their linchpin is the nefarious Zach Randolph. When the game commences, deliver the ball to Tim for execution, then scatter to the perimeter in search of open shots." As he spoke, he glanced at White, for it was this rookie who currently possessed the most accurate shooting touch on the team. White was eager to raise his hand and suggest to Popovich that he should pay attention to the rookie, Brandon Roy, who, after all, was the best newcomer of the season. After a few more words, Popovich sauntered out, as there was little of substance to discuss, compared to the championship-seeking Spurs. The tanking Portland Trail Blazers were hardly in the same league. One could easily infer their impending acquisition of the first overall pick in the upcoming draft. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, escalating in fervor as it appeared the players from the Portland Trail Blazers were taking the court. Eva and Fox made their way toward the audience, with Fox collecting signatures from all the team members, a gesture undoubtedly intended for Raboff, a diehard fan. 15 players ambled down the aisle, preparing to take the floor, with the first to emerge being the team's second-in-command. Due to Parker's stellar performance from beyond the arc, this position had become exclusively his. Standing at the entrance, Parker awaited his cue as the arena's tungsten lights dimmed, leaving only a few colored lights shimmering in the center, to deter any unscrupulous individuals from taking advantage of the situation. Next to grace the court was the formidable San Antonio Spurs, the most powerful team in the universe. DJ bellowed passionately. An overwhelming wave of cheers erupted from countless spectators, expressing their pride and joy. While San Antonio boasted other professional teams, none could rival the Spurs, especially after their championship victories in 2003 and 2005, solidifying their status as an invincible force in the hearts of the locals. Throughout this season, both Spurs players and local fans held steadfast to the belief that the Spurs must win the championship in odd-numbered years. Indeed, this belief was validated when the Spurs decisively swept the Cavaliers 4-0 in the 2006-2007 season, claiming their fourth O'Brien trophy. As the audience's cheers began to subside, DJ announced once more, "The first player to take the court is our little speedster, the lightning bolt from France, the second fastest guard in the entire league, Tony Parker." At that moment, Allen Iverson was in the prime of his career, and even the proud San Antonians hesitated to label Parker as the fastest guard in the league. Iverson, standing at a mere 6 feet 0 inches, had forged an indomitable legacy with his blood and sweat throughout the league. In America, when the topic of guards arose, fans did not first think of the back-to-back MVP Steve Nash. the recently crowned Finals MVP Dwayne Wade, or the ageless legend Jason Kidd? But rather of the 1996 first overall pick? The answer, Allen Iverson. Upon hearing DJ's rather nonsensical commentary, White could only suppress a laugh. For his moment to shine was swiftly approaching. Positioned as the fifth to take the stage, he had clearly made a notable impression during the Summer League and preseason games. Now, let us turn our attention to the next individual gracing us with his presence, one who is unmistakably familiar to all. He is none other than the youngest slam dunk champion in the world, the explosive force on the court, akin to a Hummer armed with long-range artillery. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you James White. Let us collectively celebrate the arrival of this aerial dynamo at the AT&T Center basketball arena. White raised his hands, fervently clapping along with the audience at the sidelines, occasionally striking his chest with vigor. In such an environment, any man would feel a surge of adrenaline. The crowd erupted with renewed enthusiasm, their cheers surpassing even those for Parker. Indeed, while White had yet to prove himself during the regular season, he had already captivated a significant number of spectators with his passionate performances, particularly among the youth. Moreover, although the Spurs were a traditional powerhouse, their style of play had often been deemed monotonous and tedious. San Antonians seldom engaged in conversations about the entertainment value of their games. Their sole pride lay in the team's tenacity. However, times had changed. With the arrival of James White, the Spurs had ascended several tiers in terms of entertainment value. One could recall the exuberant dunks he executed during the preseason or his lightning-fast offensive displays in the Summer League in Las Vegas. These memories ignited a palpable eagerness among the younger fans to witness White in action. The subsequent players did not receive the same enthusiastic welcome, not due to a lack of affection from the fans, but rather because the crowd was conserving their energy for the final entrant. As the 14th player took the court, an immediate hush fell over the arena, leaving only the trembling voice of the DJ, urging, "Let us cheer, let us scream." As we welcome the best power forward in the universe, the true Iron Man, the eternal team leader, the harbinger of victory, the one and only king of San Antonio, Tim Duncan. The audience erupted in a frenzy. The entire venue felt as though it had been struck by a nuclear explosion, and the atmosphere became intensely electric. White could even sense a wave of heat surging towards the aisle, feeling as though he stood at the gates of triumph. With the fans akin to citizens rejoicing in the return of a hero, offering everything but flowers, the echoes of Tim Duncan, the greatest power forward, "I love you, hero," reverberated throughout the arena as if hundreds of cannons were roaring in unison. "Someday, I too shall relish such adoration," White mused, smiling at those around him while secretly vowing to establish his own kingdom and to become the one true king. As the new season commenced, the team had prepared numerous celebratory activities. Popovich delivered a speech on behalf of the Spurs, expressing gratitude for the fans' support over the past season and sharing his aspirations for the current one, while boldly declaring their intent to claim the championship. Such duties would typically fall to the team's star, as exemplified by Kobe Bryant's eloquent address at Staples Center just the day before, despite his absence from the game due to injury. However, one glance at Duncan's stoic visage made it evident that such responsibilities would indeed be a tall order for him. With the festivities concluded, the arena's lights blazed to life, illuminating the venue as brightly as day. White stood beneath the basketball hoop, observing the Trailblazers players across the court as they engaged in warm-up exercises. His knowledge of the Trailblazers was rather limited, with only a few players like Zach Randolph, LaMarcus Aldridge, and Brandon Roy being familiar to him. The Trailblazers, who joined the NBA in 1970, have established a notable reputation in the United States. This team has boasted legendary figures such as Bill Walton and the Clyde Drexler, and under Walton's leadership, they triumphed over the 76ers to claim their only championship in 1977 during their inaugural playoff appearance. Following this victory, the Trailblazers retained their status as a formidable Western Conference team. In the 1989 to 1990 season, led by Drexler, they reached the finals once more, only to fall short against the smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas, and his Pistons. In the 1991 to 1992 season, the Trailblazers returned to the finals, yet again succumbed to the mighty Bulls. From 1990 to 2003, the Trailblazers consistently made the playoffs, albeit failing to progress significantly each year. A highlight of their journey came in the 2000 Western Conference Finals, where the Trailblazers engaged in a thrilling 7-game battle against the Lakers, a true classic of the postseason. However, after 2002, the Trailblazers began to decline. In 2003, under the leadership of Rasheed Wallace, they managed to secure a playoff berth as the 7th seed, narrowly missing out on an upset against the Mavericks in a 7-game series. Unfortunately, this marked the last flicker of brilliance for the team, as Wallace departed for the Pistons, leaving the Trail Blazers to languish as one of the league's weaker teams. Presently, despite having the double-double powerhouse Zach Randolph, the team's performance remains dismal, plagued by too many aging players merely coasting through their careers. The Trail Blazers' reputation has soured to the extent that many refer to them derisively as the Portland Gang. Nevertheless, White understood that this was merely a temporary setback. With the acquisition of promising rookies LaMarcus Aldridge and Brandon Roy in this year's draft, he believed that the Trail Blazers would soon reclaim their position among the Western Conference elite, as these talented young players could serve as the foundation for a rejuvenated team. White donned his training attire and began his warm-up exercises, while Popovich submitted the team's starting lineup to the second official at the venue. Today's invited commentators included the legendary Trail Blazers star Bill Walton, the Spurs superstar Iceman George Gervin, and the editor-in-chief of NBA commentary, Salas Knight. In the NBA, it is customary for the live commentators to comprise retired stars from both the home and visiting teams, along with an invited guest to serve as a buffer, preventing any verbal altercations between the two former players. After greeting his companions, Gervin lowered his gaze to review the players' statistics for today's game. Walton and Knight exchanged glances of exasperation. Both were accustomed to working alongside Gervin and knew him to be rather taciturn, often remaining as quiet as a demure young lady during the game, with his occasional comments being painfully repetitive. However, it seemed that retired Spurs players shared this trait, including the Admiral David Robinson. Robinson had once been invited to serve as a guest commentator, yet he remained silent throughout 2 games, simply sitting and watching the match, leading Walton to humorously label him as the most refined spectator. Not long after Gervin had bowed his head, he suddenly lifted it, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my God. You won't believe what I just saw." Knight and Walton, engrossed in a discussion about yesterday's games, were taken aback by Gervin's unexpected interjection. Walton, ever the willing participant, inquired, "What did you see? Did someone swap your player stats for Playboy?" Gervin vehemently shook his head, his eyes wide with surprise. "No, of course not. Look, the Spurs' starting shooting guard is James White. That rookie." Walton and Knight were equally astonished. They glanced at their player statistics and, indeed, found James White's name listed under the starting shooting guard. "He's a fine young man," Walton remarked, reminding me of Clyde. He was alluding to Clyde the Glide Drexler. Internally, he too felt a twinge of surprise. Popovich was known for his cautiousness in selecting players. Despite White's impressive performance in the preseason, he was still a rookie and had yet to establish chemistry with his teammates in a formal game, which could easily lead to errors on the court. Gervin made a few noises of contemplation before glancing at Walton and returning his gaze downward, but not before uttering, "This young man, James, is even better than Clyde was in his youth." White learned the news of his starting position today, and upon hearing it, his heart swelled with joy. However, he believed that Popovich had merely granted him this opportunity out of deference to Fox's praise. Nonetheless, the chance itself was enough for him. He glanced over at Roy, who was stretching, and silently apologized, realizing he could only ascend by stepping over this earnest young man. As the referee blew the whistle to signal readiness, White removed his training attire, revealing the pristine white jersey emblazoned with the number 1. He had chosen not to don the number 33, once worn by his predecessor, James White, as it lacked significance. The number 1, however, was far more illustrious. The 15 members of the Spurs gathered, placing their hands together, before Duncan bellowed a cheer. Originally, this starting position belonged to Finley, but as he had been relegated to the bench, Finley said little, simply patting White on the back with a smile, encouraging him to give the Trail Blazers a thorough drubbing, sending them crying to Denver. It must be said that the Trail Blazers' schedule was particularly grueling at the season's onset. They were already facing back-to-back games. It seemed the league's front office had grown weary of that rogue team, as Stern had cunningly devised a punishing schedule, perhaps as a reminder for the Trail Blazers to take heed. The Spurs starting lineup consisted of center Fabio Oberto, power forward Tim Duncan, small forward Bruce Bowen, point guard Tony Parker, and shooting guard James White. The Trail Blazers starters included center Matt Loger, power forward the notorious Randolph, small forward Webster, point guard Jarrett Jack, and shooting guard White's old comrade, Brandon Roy. Loger and Duncan took their positions at center court, exchanging intense glances before both fixed their gaze upon the basketball in the referee's hands. Watching the NBA on television had been one experience, But being present at the game allowed one to truly feel the palpable energy of the jump ball, as the referee forcefully tossed the ball into the air. Duncan and Loger leaped simultaneously, their taut muscles propelling them upward, long arms stretching in a graceful arc. Ultimately, it was Duncan, with his superior leaping ability, who first made contact with the ball, redirecting it towards Parker, thus claiming victory in the initial contest. Parker stepped back, preparing to orchestrate the offense, while Jack shifted to block his path, preventing a fast break. Parker casually extended his right hand to catch the ball, his eyes scanning the movements of his teammates. However, before his hand could make contact, a larger white hand came crashing down upon the ball. Observing Duncan's recovery of the ball, White swiftly broke away from Roy and dashed down the court, only to turn and witness Roy successfully stealing the ball from Parker. Roy, controlling the ball in his right hand, weaved past Parker's body as he crossed half-court, with no defenders in sight except for Parker, who was trailing closely behind. Parker certainly did not expect this slender rookie to outdo White in audacity, seizing the ball from his grasp when he least anticipated it. Faced with the boos of the entire crowd, he felt a pang of shame, despite knowing that the jeers were intended to disrupt Roy's offense. Nevertheless, Parker's speed was undeniably superior to that of Roy. With a sudden burst of acceleration, Parker outpaced the ball handler Roy, extending his right hand to obstruct Roy's path in an attempt to thwart the fast break. Roy executed a deft maneuver, passing the basketball between his legs to his left hand, swiftly pivoting as if intent on breaching Parker's defense to continue his advance. While Parker's defense was somewhat lackluster, it was contingent upon the opponent. Against a rookie like Roy, his defense was commendable. As Roy changed direction, Parker quickly retreated a step to reorganize his defensive stance. However, as Parker stepped back, Roy spun like a top, leaping into the air, arms raised, gently releasing the ball. Swish! With a graceful arc, the basketball sailed through the net. The audience erupted in a chorus of boos, evidently incensed by the Trail Blazers' initial triumph over their proud fans. On the sidelines, Walton, who had been engaged in light-hearted banter with Nate, straightened in astonishment at the unfolding contest. In an admiring tone, he remarked, "I must say, the Trail Blazers have made a remarkable acquisition this year. This rookie, traded from the Timberwolves, is quite impressive. Just look at how he deceived Tony with a single change of hands and a turn. You can see from his expression while shooting that this young man possesses great confidence. Lucky Trail Blazers." Nate nodded in agreement, acknowledging the beauty of Roy's layup, a splendid steal, an exquisite feint, and a flawless shot. Gwyn, feeling indignant, shot a glare at Walton and muttered, "What's the big deal? Just wait until you see our LeBron. He will take revenge." Parker, inbounding from the baseline, called for White to come over. He passed the ball to White, his face darkened with frustration. "Hey, rookie. Can't you just bolster that damn defense of yours? Don't you know to position yourself to obstruct his body during an inbound? Fool." The relentless boos from the crowd left Parker feeling humiliated. This particular round of jeers was aimed squarely at him, as the second in command of a championship team. Failing to contain a rookie from a mediocre team was simply unacceptable. The escalating chorus of boos ignited Parker's fury, and seeing White maintain an air of nonchalance only fueled his anger. White retracted the basketball he was about to pass to Parker, disregarding Parker's demand for the ball. He advanced past the half-court line with the ball in hand, while Roy extended his arms to defend. Duncan and Randolph occupied the 45-degree angles in the paint, while Alberto and Matty Lawyer jockeyed for position beneath the basket, their bodies entwined like two battling serpents. From the outset, both teams engaged in a fierce contest, each vying for supremacy. Duncan seized Randolph, extending his right hand for the ball. White, despite his desire to take the shot himself, passed the ball to Duncan out of respect for Popovich. Having already offended the team's second-in-command, Parker, he could not afford to provoke the team leader, Duncan, or the venerable Popovich. Upon witnessing White pass the ball to Duncan, Popovich's furrowed brow finally relaxed somewhat. He held a disdain for disobedient players, regardless of whether they were all-stars or rookies. Randolph's defense proved lackluster. A mere shoulder fake from Duncan left him momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Duncan swiftly turned and leaped high, executing a bank shot. Although the basket was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, it was executed with decisive precision, showcasing Duncan's steady scoring ability and exemplifying the hallmark of a dominant team. Observing Duncan score with apparent ease, Nate McMillan, the new head coach of the Trail Blazers, furrowed his brow. He had been brought in by owner Paul Allen to rebuild the team. The Trail Blazers were in dire straits. Merely offloading a few players would not rectify the decaying situation. A comprehensive restructuring was imperative for a brighter future. In McMillan's mind, Randolph was already on the trading block. This hefty individual had left a rather unimpressive impression. Not solely due to his poor defense, Randolph's offensive prowess ranked among the top 5 power forwards in the NBA, and his scoring ability rivaled Duncan's. However, his penchant for underhanded tactics and constant off-court controversies marred his reputation. With a history of fighting, drug dealing, and solicitation, his conduct resembled that of a rogue more than a professional athlete. One could easily surmise why the Trailblazers' reputation was so tarnished across the league. This season, McMillan held no lofty expectations. He merely sought to evaluate the skills of the new recruits throughout the regular season. If these newcomers proved capable, then the prospect of rebuilding the team would necessitate immediate attention. Merck dribbled the ball past midcourt, raising his index finger in a gesture that left even his teammates bewildered. White stared, perplexed, as Merck's finger repeatedly curled and extended. What was he doing? Performing a finger dance? Roy actively moved around the court, with White effortlessly trailing behind him. Merck, seemingly oblivious to Roy's presence, elicited a playful remark from White. "Hey, Brand, it appears this guy isn't planning to pass you the ball." Roy cast a disdainful glance at Merck, retorting, "He's merely a clown. What else can he do besides flattering others?" "But what, then, did his gesture signify?" White, perplexed, inquired, although Roy looks down on Merck, who in the NBA lacks skill. Moreover, Merck is a starter for a team. Randolph skillfully utilized his teammate's pick to create space. With his back against Parker, Merck exerted force to open a gap, then flicked his wrist to deliver the ball into Randolph's hands. Roy shook his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He simply could not decipher the meaning behind that fellow's gestures. Randolph fixed his gaze on the impassive Duncan, then elevated his body to feign a jump shot. Unfortunately, Duncan remained unfazed, merely closing in to obstruct his view with his hand. Left with no choice, Randolph resorted to his signature pivot and backing down maneuver, using his robust physique to press against Duncan, twisting his waist to collide with Duncan's slender frame. While Duncan's strength is commendable for a power forward, it paled in comparison to Randolph's formidable weight of 260 pounds. With each forceful nudge, Randolph advanced into the paint like a bulldozer. At that moment, Oberto found himself pinned behind by Matt Loger, completely unable to assist in containing Randolph. With a powerful slap on the ball, Randolph was aware he had made it into the paint, just as he was about to attempt a hook shot. Suddenly, he felt the ball lighten in his hands. Unbeknownst to him, White had stealthily maneuvered behind him. With a swift extension of his long arms, White snatched the basketball, showcasing his uncanny speed for the first time on home ground. Roy and Merck closely trailed White, striving to thwart his fast break, despite White having possession. His speed left the two trailing in his wake. White slightly turned his head to catch sight of Merck closely pursuing him. He understood that if he were to attempt a forceful layup at this moment, Merck would undoubtedly resort to a foul tactic to bring him down. Although this would grant him the opportunity for 2 free throws, it would ultimately thwart the fast break. White adjusted his footing, allowing himself to gather strength more effectively. Merck, noticing that White had slowed his pace, felt a surge of joy. In his view, the rookie was exhausting himself, which conveniently spared him a foul. He took a couple of steps to position himself in front of White, prepared to intercept the impending attack. As soon as White saw Merck appear before him, he let out a fierce roar and leaped with all his might, having just crossed the free throw line. Yet that distance was sufficient. Merck finally comprehended White's intent. But it was too late. All he could do was watch as White soared into the air like a great rock, his form growing ever more imposing. With his right leg slightly bent, White's left leg surged forward, perfectly straddling the hunched Merck. His muscular arms bulged, the sinews of his body entwined like massive serpents, exuding an overwhelming strength. Taking a deep breath, White arched his hands holding the ball in the air, his entire form resembling a windmill's towering frame. With his arms akin to its grand supports, the cheers of 10,000 fans in the arena transformed into a gust of wind, and with this ethereal assistance, White forcefully spun around, slamming the nearly oblong basketball through the hoop. Staggering to regain his balance, White tugged at his jersey and let out a roar of exhilaration. While behind him, Merck lay sprawled against the press table, surrounded by stunned journalists who were fortunate enough to witness the birth of the most magnificent dunk of the match from directly behind the hoop. The arena erupted, countless spectators leaping to their feet, their excited voices roaring like the surging waves of the Pacific, nearly sweeping the 10 players on the court away. Horry and the other veterans waved their towels and stood, recognizing the sheer dominance of the dunk, as White soared through the air like a king reigning supreme. Unmatched by anyone, Gwyn cast a defiant glance at Walton, then rose with the microphone in hand and proclaimed loudly, "What a spectacular dunk! A commanding dunk!" With this unparalleled display, James has signaled to the world that he, the king of dunks in America, has arrived in the NBA. Oh, let us pray. Let us hope that the Spurs' adversaries can navigate this season unscathed beneath James's shadow. With Gwyn's cheers echoing, the front referee blew a sharp whistle. His right hand raised and then lowered with 2 fingers, signaling that the 2 points were valid, along with an additional free throw. Confidently sinking the shot, White exchanged a high five with Bowen and returned to defend. Roy cast a sympathetic glance at Merck before passing the ball to him. Poor fellow. As soon as he saw White slow down, he sensed trouble and refrained from pursuing further. Luckily, he knew White well. Otherwise, the 18,000 spectators would have witnessed a dunk over 2 players today. Having been dunked on by White, Merck, though no novice, was nevertheless shaken. That regal slam was profoundly disheartening. Merck passed the ball to Randolph, who again backed down Duncan. Oberto quickly approached to double team, but Randolph deftly passed to the open Matt Loger, who leapt and scored off the backboard. Parker navigated past Merck, dishing the ball to Bowen, who then passed to White. Standing at the 3-point line, White executed a feint shot, prompting Roy, well aware of White's shooting precision, to leap up in a hurry, only for White to collide with him, drawing a blocking foul. White once again made 3 free throws, scoring 6 points within a minute, prompting McMillan to call a timeout to recalibrate his strategy. "You were quite the sly one," Roy teased White while holding the ball with one hand. Still feeling the sting of the foul he had just been deceived into committing, it was, after all, rather embarrassing. White gazed intently at Roy's wavering shoulders, unwilling to underestimate this rookie of equal standing, unlike Parker. It is worth noting that this individual has been recognized as the best newcomer of the season and is set to be selected for the All-Star game next year. He is certainly a player to be wary of. "You should pass the ball, Brand," White declared, his tone brash, yet internally he held Roy in high regard. Just as White finished speaking, Roy suddenly sprang into action, bending down and darting forward. Instinctively, White recoiled, preparing to defend against Roy. However, he soon realized that Roy had not dribbled the ball, he had merely leaned forward. As White stepped back, he found Roy standing firm, effortlessly cradling the ball in one hand. White was consumed by rage. How dare this young man toy with him? He would soon meet the king of hell. In that moment, he had forgotten who had previously drawn a foul from him beyond the 3-point line. Roy offered a faint smile before deftly transferring the ball from his right hand to his left, and with a swift motion, he propelled it to the right, leaving White, who had prepared to defend closely, momentarily off balance. Prior to this, he had ventured into the paint where Matt Loger and Oberto were stationed. As Roy breached White's defenses, Oberto was compelled to step in for support. Confronted by Oberto's outstretched hand, poised to block, Roy abruptly halted and gently flicked the ball upwards. His strength was insufficient to send the ball into the hoop, yet looming behind Oberto was the formidable Matt Loger. Matt soared high into the air, his dark hand grasping the ball, and he unleashed a thunderous dunk towards the basket. If all went as expected, this would have been a flawless sequence, but alas, fate had other plans. As Matt caught the ball, he prepared to dunk, only for a towering hand to descend upon the elevated basketball. With a roar, Matt attempted to power through the obstacle, but suspended in midair, he found no leverage, while that enormous hand came crashing down upon him. Despite Matt's utmost effort, the ball was forcefully swatted away. Yes, it was James, the superhuman James, who had thwarted the giant's attempt, delivering a spectacular block. DJ's spirited voice echoed throughout the arena as over 10,000 spectators erupted in cheers, synchronizing with his exclamations. The large screen above the arena faithfully captured the moment. Roy stared in disbelief at the replay. He noted that although he had momentarily lagged behind White, it was merely by a step, and with White's speed, he could certainly have caught up to mount his offensive. Yet he did not. He calmly trailed behind, even as Roy leapt, remaining still until Matt began his ascent, at which point he finally sprang into action. A perfect court vision, agile perception, exceptional leaping ability, astonishing hang time, and immense strength. These were the accolades McMillan had bestowed upon White. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming regret over his decision to trade James White to Indiana. If only White were still playing for the Trailblazers, his team could have been reconstructed around this extraordinary talent. As McMillan wallowed in regret and Roy remained in a daze, White seized the basketball that Oberto had retrieved and launched a fast break. Mick contemplated giving chase, but recalling that thunderous dunk from moments earlier, he hesitated and ultimately chose not to exert himself fully in pursuit. White surged ahead, with Parker on the wing ready for support, while Merck trailed closely behind. The Trailblazers' small forward, Webster, positioned himself between the two, closely shadowing White. "Rookie, fall back," Parker bellowed. Knowing that a simple behind-the-back pass from White could culminate in the most exquisite play of the game. However, White was acutely aware of Parker's earlier admonition. He disregarded Parker entirely. Charging into the paint, he exerted his calves and leapt, clutching the ball tightly as he pulled it back with fervor. Preparing for yet another thunderous dunk. "No way." Webster leapt in response, his large hand reaching forward, emitting a growl of dissatisfaction. Webster's figure loomed over White, who found himself suspended in the air with no means of leverage. Many spectators anticipated a repeat of White's previous block against Matt Lawyer, yet this time, it appeared that White himself would face a rejection. Nevertheless, this remained mere speculation, as an unexpected twist was about to unfold. As White contracted his abdomen and shrank his body, he glided a short distance alongside Webster. This brief moment provided him ample opportunity to adjust his shooting posture. Extending his right hand, he deftly flicked the basketball towards the center of the backboard, executing a flawless bank shot. It was a delicate maneuver, a mini layup that showcased McGrady's signature style. This basket lacked brute force yet exuded an aristocratic grace and tranquility. In this singular offensive display, White revealed his exceptional hang time and extraordinary body flexibility, proclaiming his rightful claim to the throne of the 06 generation. DJ found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with excitement. All he could do was shout into the microphone, "Splendid! A magnificent layup, a divine miracle." Fox and Lebov rose to their feet, cheering in unison. As DJ had remarked, it was indeed a miracle. Lebov, struggling to swallow a mouthful of popcorn, mumbled indistinctly to Fox, "Megan, based on my years of watching basketball, this kid. He is a genius, just like LeBron. His future knows no bounds." Fox, uninterested in his commentary, fervently waved her arms. Walton also stood, speaking in a tone imbued with both admiration and regret. "Foolish McMillan, look at the transaction you've made. God bestowed LeBron upon Portland, yet this fool traded him away. McMillan, you have tarnished a divine gift." Webster passed the ball to the pursuing Merck, both of their faces etched with disbelief, for never had a rookie been so formidable, never. White jogged back to his half of the court, glancing at the silent Roy with a grin. "Don't be disheartened, Brand. It's just my genius at play. But I must say, you showed some wisdom just now. Had you forced that layup, my inaugural block would have been yours, haha." What else could Roy do but offer a wry smile? He chose not to engage in banter with White any longer. Was it of any use? At this juncture, sparring with this fellow would only inflate his arrogance. Merck backed down Parker, while Mattaweel stepped in to set a screen. After blocking Parker, Merck drove to the basket, dishing the ball back to the trailing Mattaweel, who scored with a bank shot. Parker took control, using his exceptional speed to dart past Merck, then halted for a jump shot. Although the ball did not find its mark, Duncan seized the rebound and scored with a putback. Randolph passed the ball to Merck, who sent a long pass to Webster up the court. However, Parker intercepted the ball, and White, having recovered it, initiated a fast break. Merck and Randolph hurried back on defense as White charged into the paint, drawing the attention of both defenders before executing a bounce pass to the arriving Oberto, who finished with a dunk. McMillan's lips twitched as he witnessed White deliver such a splendid assist without even looking back. Roy controlled the ball, driving in and distributing it to Randolph, who scored with a hook shot. Parker once again broke through Merck's defense, drawing Randolph's help before passing to Duncan, who netted a mid-range jumper. Randolph received another pass from Roy but missed the jump shot, allowing White to secure his first rebound of the game. He then dribbled into the backcourt, but this time Merck caught up with White, thwarting his fast break. Oberto obstructed Merrick momentarily, allowing White to create space and sink a three-pointer. As the first quarter concluded, the Spurs held a commanding 22-12 lead over the Trailblazers, with White individually contributing 11 points, 1 assist, 4 rebounds, and a block, presenting an impeccable performance. In the second quarter, led by Randolph and Roy, the Trailblazers commenced their counterattack. Roy first netted a long-range three-pointer, followed by a turnover from Bowen, which Webster seized, passing the ball to Roy, who then assisted Randolph for a dunk. Fortunately, Duncan emerged at this juncture. After a lackluster first quarter, he exploded in the second, capitalizing on Randolph's almost non-existent defense to score beautifully in the paint. In just 4 minutes into the quarter, he assisted White for another three-pointer, Although the Trail Blazers intensified their offensive efforts, the Spurs had already found their rhythm. Popovich substituted Horry for Oberto, and with Horry as a long-range threat, White flourished, orchestrating plays and assisting Horry for consecutive mid-range shots. With 1 minute left before halftime, White reignited the arena's energy after stealing the ball from Roy. He raced across the court, leaving defenders in his wake. With 2 meters of space behind him, White leaped from the free throw line, executing a behind-the-back switch to his right hand before delivering a ferocious tomahawk dunk. The crowd erupted. A free throw line leap with a behind-the-back switch for a tomahawk dunk evoked ecstatic reactions from fans, some even appearing to faint in excitement. It is noteworthy that these 3 maneuvers are classified with a difficulty rating of 9.5 in the NBA, and to witness White execute them consecutively was unprecedented. The Spurs concluded the first half with a 15-point lead over the Trail Blazers, and the Blazers' second-quarter resurgence marked their final stand in this game. Perhaps the significant deficit or White's spectacular dunk had dampened the Trail Blazers' morale. From the third quarter onward, this struggling team began to falter. Despite McMillan's admonitions, aside from a few rookies still playing earnestly, the seasoned players began to slack off. This resulted in 2 outcomes. The Spurs secured their victory in the third quarter, and McMillan's resolve to rebuild the team was solidified. As the latter half of the third quarter commenced, Popovich opted to rest the starters, leaving the Spurs bench, under the leadership of James White, to continue the onslaught against the Trail Blazers. White only rested for 6 minutes during the third quarter. He remained on the court for the remainder of the time, and it was clear that Popovich had no intention of substituting him. Everyone was aware of the deep-seated resentment White harbored towards the Trail Blazers. Despite his friendship with Brandon Roy, who played for the Blazers, it did not mitigate his disdain for the team. It is worth noting that the Trail Blazers were the first to trade White immediately after the draft concluded. He was the first rookie to be traded in 2006, a fact that any basketball aficionado would deem a profound humiliation. Popovich understood the anger and frustration that simmered within White. Though White had been maintaining a cheerful facade in recent days, Popovich recognized that upon the release of the league's schedule, when White discovered that the Spurs' first opponent of the season would be the Trail Blazers, he had devoted an entire day and night to training in the gym. In this match, White accomplished his long-awaited revenge, playing for 42 minutes and scoring an impressive 31 points, the highest of the game. In addition, he recorded 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing an outstanding performance. Of course, Roy's contribution was also commendable. In 34 minutes on the court, he made 7 out of 14 attempts, securing 21 points along with 6 assists and 2 rebounds. Although his performance paled in comparison to White's exceptional display, he remains one of the most distinguished rookies, currently ranking as the second best among those debuting this season. As the game neared its conclusion, several newspapers published their insights regarding the match, and unsurprisingly, all expressed optimism about White and the Spurs. It was a flawless act of vengeance, with the bomber James White becoming the focal point of the game. The Washington Post remarked on this. Following the conclusion of the match, Popovich led Duncan to the press conference. However, it was evident that the spotlight today belonged not to the basketball king of San Antonio, but to James White, who had successfully avenged himself. As White emerged from the dressing room, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of reporters, positioned at the heart of the crowd alongside Fox. Dozens of microphones were thrust towards him. "Hello, James. I am a journalist from Sports Illustrated. What are your thoughts on your debut?" he was asked. "I feel great. My teammates have been incredibly supportive, encouraging me to take risks before the game and passing me the ball multiple times during the match," he replied. "I represent the San Antonio sports newspaper. James, do you have a message for the fans in San Antonio?" Another reporter inquired. "I am grateful for all the support from the San Antonio audience. The fans here are so passionate, and I am thrilled to play in such a vibrant city," he responded. A journalist from NBA Commentary asked, "What is your opinion of your opponents?" The Trail Blazers once were a magnificent team and had the opportunity to continue their greatness, but unfortunately, due to certain individuals, they did not sign me. Nonetheless, the team boasts some remarkable players, such as Brand and Aldridge, he stated. When asked about the Portland Trail Blazers, who had previously drafted him, he remarked, "Portland, thank you for letting me go." White spoke earnestly into the camera, but the chill in his words was palpable to all present. Finally, a reporter from the Los Angeles entertainment newspaper probed, "There are rumors circulating regarding a crisis in your relationship with Miss Fox. What is your perspective on this matter?" White had been incessantly questioned, and upon hearing the reporter's inquiry, he found himself devoid of the desire to respond. Instead, he lowered his head and passionately kissed Fox in front of dozens of onlookers, showcasing a French kiss. After 2 minutes, White lifted his head, and the entire room erupted in applause. All the men gazed at White with envy, for truth be told, Fox was a stunning beauty, even surpassing Eva in allure. On October 2nd, 2006, Spurs rookie James White scored 31 points, along with 8 rebounds and 5 assists in a game against the Portland Trail Blazers, catapulting this second-round rookie into the spotlight of basketball fans worldwide. Indeed, this performance established the young James as one of the premier rookies in the NBA. The New York Basketball Report could hardly fathom how such an athlete could have been selected in the second round. Just observe James White's showcase during his rookie game. Hardly even a top swingman could achieve his statistics. Goodness, how fortunate the San Antonio fans are. They not only have Tim but now possess James as well. The Dallas Morning News remarked on Brand's season performance in the game, asserting that acquiring Brand from Minnesota was indeed a shrewd transaction. Yet, regardless of how advantageous the deal may be, we still curse McMillan. Yes, everyone knows the reason. It was this individual who insisted on trading away James White, who should have rightfully been ours. Portland Star-Tribune. The most aggrieved and regretful of all is Nate McMillan, the head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers. Initially, he chose to acquire Roy and sign Aldridge. And it was also he who opted to trade away James White. He cannot be entirely blamed. Have you seen the footage of White during his college days? He was merely a player with remarkable jumping ability and little else. Who could have anticipated his astounding prowess upon entering the NBA? Just recently, he endured a harsh reprimand from team owner Paul Allen over the phone. McMillan dared not mislead the owner into thinking White merely had a momentary outburst, despite this being his silent hope. However, as a basketball coach, he truly understood the high tactical acumen White possessed. While Roy is a player who relies on intellect, White is a prodigious talent endowed with a monstrous physique and the ability to think strategically, a rarity in the league today, akin to the likes of Cleveland's King. When will this tumultuous life find its conclusion? White lay in bed, embracing the alluring form of Fox, who would soon return to the set in 2 hours. He had never contemplated the exhaustion that these film stars endure. Their schedules often render them more fatigued than athletes. Fox planted an apologetic kiss on White. Unable to offer him any promises, such words felt convoluted, because she was merely a newcomer, still a second-rate star, lacking the authority to demand rest on set. White adorned her with a necklace, an exquisite piece purchased with his own weekly earnings. Since the commencement of the preseason, the team had begun disbursing salaries to the players. And now White could be regarded as part of the affluent class, with an annual income of $800,000. While this may be considered a modest salary among NBA athletes, it nonetheless places him among the upper echelons of American society. As soon as White received the money, he purchased a necklace for Fox, feeling somewhat ashamed that it was the first gift he had ever given her after all this time. With a charming smile, Fox requested that White fasten the necklace around her neck. At its center lay a heart-shaped jade, a perfect reflection of her beauty. "Did I not grant you the privilege of an affair?" Fox teased, her satisfaction evident. The previous night, the two had indulged in carefree revelry for hours, leaving the room strewn with the remnants of their playful skirmishes. From White's abundant vigor and fervent demeanor, Fox could easily discern that he had not spent his evening frolicking in nightclubs. White let out a bitter smile, contemplating that should he truly act upon his thoughts, Fox would likely lead Optimus Prime to crush him. Their next encounter would not occur until Christmas. With a hint of resignation, Fox expressed her fondness for the time spent with White, remarking that few NBA players embody such admirable qualities. "I will make time to see you," White murmured, burying his face in the alluring curves of Fox, both aware that his words felt somewhat forced. In reality, his schedule was exceedingly tight, with back-to-back games draining the last vestiges of his energy. During the remaining hours of the morning, White accompanied Fox to the renowned Carne shopping center in San Antonio. Yet they ultimately purchased nothing, cherishing the warmth of each other as company. However, Fox couldn't shake the feeling that White's gaze frequently strayed towards the saleswomen clad in short skirts and stockings. In the afternoon, Fox returned to the set with LeBuff, while White headed to the ATT Sports Center for training. Adjacent to the training facility was the cheerleaders' gymnastics room, where Cindy greeted White with a mix of surprise and a hint of gloom. The team was set to visit Memphis the following day, and today, Popovich had briefed them on the Grizzlies' tactical style and potential pitfalls. The Spurs players seemed unconcerned about the upcoming match. Despite Popovich's insistence that there are no weak teams in the NBA, everyone understood that it was merely platitude. Deep down, even Popovich likely regarded the Grizzlies with indifference. The current Grizzlies were far removed from the formidable team of 2008, which boasted an array of talented players. Presently, they might not even pose a challenge to the Trailblazers. Their sole standout was the all-star caliber power forward, Pau Gasol. Yet the Spurs' strongest asset was also in the power forward position, and he was an all-star starter as well. Is it cold in Memphis? Should I bring a jacket? White inquired quietly of Horry, who was a veritable relic of the NBA. Aside from the ageless African mountain, Mutombo, few had been around longer than him. Horry glanced at his phone and, with an air of mysticism, replied, "Tomorrow, Memphis will transition from overcast to partly cloudy, with temperatures ranging from 18 to 24 degrees Celsius. Wind speed at 4, and humidity at 18%. No need to bring extra clothing." Witt exhibited a look of admiration. Yet a hint of skepticism crept into his voice as he inquired, "Robert, did you check the weather forecast yesterday? How do you possess such knowledge about Memphis weather?" Even if you've seen the forecast, Horry's quite impressive, at least in terms of memory. Finley chuckled, "James, you truly are adorably naive. Did you not notice that Robert was just consulting a weather forecasting website on his phone?" Upon Finley's remark, laughter erupted among several others, including Horry, while Witt remained in a contemplative silence. It was not that Witt intended to feign superiority. Rather, he was acutely aware that Popovich, who was currently elucidating the Grizzlies' transformations for the season, had cast a menacing gaze towards their group. Old tyrant. Horry could only feign rapt attention. For Popovich would not regard them as stars. In his realm, there existed only generals and soldiers, with no doubt that the sole general was himself. "Robert, what does old tyrant mean?" Wood asked boldly, his voice laced with malice, for it was Robert who had earlier attempted to bamboozle them with the weather forecast. Gazing at Popovich's grim visage, Horry felt a surge of despair. It was indeed better to offend Bowen than to cross Witt. Offending Bowen would only result in minor inconveniences during practice games. But crossing Witt could lead to dire consequences, for once he seized upon your vulnerabilities, your fate would be sealed. "Everyone, return and prepare. We gather at 4 for Memphis," Popovich commanded, shooting a dark glance at Horry. As the group dispersed, Cynthia, who had been lingering at the door, stepped inside and cheerfully asked, "Mr. Popovich, may I ask you something?" "Of course, my child. The master says, the quest for knowledge is the driving force behind human progress. I am more than willing to answer your inquiries," Popovich replied, instantly adopting a different demeanor. "Hypocrite," Witt muttered in dissatisfaction, for he constantly felt that Popovich was rather unseemly. Cynthia smiled and continued, "Mr. Popovich, I wish to accompany the team to observe the game. You see, I do not want to remain confined to cheerleading. I aspire to learn something new." Popovich nodded in agreement to Cynthia's request, as the team had its own plane. Whether there were more or fewer individuals was inconsequential. Hearing Cynthia's words, Witt's heart quivered, for he could not help but contemplate the implications. Each team in the league has regulations stipulating that if a cheerleader and a player become entangled, the cheerleader would be dismissed. Witt surmised Cynthia's motive for her career shift. The private jet roared as it descended upon Memphis International Airport, marking Witt's inaugural visit to Tennessee and his first encounter with such a vast airport. Memphis International Airport is the sole international airport in Tennessee and the largest cargo airport in the world. The airport serves as the third largest hub for Northwest Airlines in the United States and is also the headquarters of FedEx. FedEx operates direct flights from Memphis International Airport to 10 cities across the continental United States, including Anchorage and Honolulu, as well as cities in Canada, Mexico, and the Caribbean. Its intercontinental destinations encompass Paris, London, Frankfurt, São Paulo, and Tokyo. Additionally, Memphis International Airport is the third largest passenger hub for Northwest Airlines, with routes extending throughout North America, including daily direct flights to Amsterdam. White leaned against the airplane window, observing hundreds of transport vehicles bustling about the airport. From the aerial perspective, these colossal trucks appeared as mere toy cars, diminutive and agile. What is there to behold? Ginobili, who had already awakened from his slumber, glanced at the enthusiastic White with a look of confusion. Without waiting for White's response, he donned his headphones and began to listen to music, all the while exchanging playful glances with White. White disregarded him, continuing to gaze at the expansive airport. Although Memphis International Airport was sizable, it bore an air of disarray, with numerous cargo warehouses scattered about, resembling unsightly clumps on the tarmac. Upon disembarking from the plane, White soon realized that the basketball culture in this small city was remarkably vibrant. A grand banner, stretching several meters, hung overhead, proclaiming, "Invaders! Do not even think of conquering our Grizzlies." White and his companions chuckled at the words. Just 2 days prior, during the Grizzlies' opening match, the Dallas Mavericks had decisively triumphed over Memphis, winning by a staggering 28 points, the second-largest defeat of the day, surpassed only by the Miami Heat. Boarding the awaiting bus, the Spurs players embarked on their journey to face the Grizzlies. Noticing White's curious fascination with the city, Cindy took the initiative to enlighten him. Memphis is the largest city in Tennessee, situated along the banks of the Mississippi River. Established in the early 19th century, it ranks as the 17th largest city in the United States. As she pointed towards some distant structures, she continued, "The secular architecture of Memphis is rich in neoclassical and romantic styles. The city is dotted with numerous religious edifices, such as the Graceland Church, the Juan Bautista Church, the Docalmo Church, the Nevis Church, and the San Benno Church. These churches, constructed between the 16th and 18th centuries, are adorned with opulent interiors and exquisite paintings, making them splendid attractions for tourists." Observing White's astonished expression, Cindy explained, "I studied tourism management in college, so I have quite a fondness for these historical aspects." A young Caucasian man seated behind Cindy, who had arrived from the airport and appeared to be an official of the Grizzlies, also displayed a look of relief. White smiled at the young man, and together with Cynthia, they quietly gazed out at the classically elegant architecture beyond the window. The two leaned against the pane, occasionally engaging in hushed discussions, resembling a pair of enamored lovers. A vigilant team official cast a disapproving glance at the duo, evidently displeased with their proximity. Horry shot him a glare and softly cautioned, "You would do well to keep your remarks to yourself. They are merely appreciating the beautiful scenery like ordinary friends." White was oblivious to all that Horry had done for him, nor did he possess the luxury of time to ponder such matters, for the team was currently facing turmoil. As the bus descended from the main thoroughfare, a throng of fervent fans surged forward. The vehicle was en route to the Elvis Presley Heartbreak Hotel in Memphis, a modest 4-star establishment that nonetheless boasted proximity to the Grizzlies' home ground, FedEx Forum. For Popovich, a man of military background, the comfort of the hotel was of little consequence. What mattered was its closeness to FedEx Forum, allowing the players to conserve their energy as much as possible. These fans, clearly aware of the Spurs' itinerary, had accurately calculated their route. As the bus turned onto a side road, a group of supporters clad in Memphis Grizzlies jerseys erupted from the sidelines. Among them were men and women, spirited youths and silver-haired elders alike. Without exception, they brandished signs and encircled the bus, intent on causing a disturbance for the Spurs star players. "San Antonians, get off our turf. I will annihilate you. Prepare to be torn apart by the Grizzlies." As twilight descended, the bus driver, though accustomed to such encounters, felt a swell of anxiety, especially given the late hour. White, astonished, remarked to Horry, "Is this really necessary? It's merely a regular season game. Why are the fans here so fervent?" This scene evoked memories of the 2009 to 2010 NBA Finals and White's previous life when the Lakers bus was obstructed by Celtics fans upon entering Boston. However, witnessing that moment on a screen was incomparable to the live spectacle unfolding before him. The driver honked furiously, the cacophonous sound only heightened the spectators' fervor. A young man, who had been seated behind Cynthia, hastily descended from the bus. It appeared he held considerable sway among the local fans. Angrily addressing the crowd, he demanded, "What are you all doing here? What is the purpose of your gathering?" A young African-American responded, "William, please step aside. We have no intention of harming you." "William?" The white youth scoffed, "Do you honestly believe this will deter the San Antonio fans? I understand your aim is to unsettle them, hoping they falter in tomorrow's game. You are all a bunch of cowards. Are you truly that fearful of the San Antonio fans?" His words incited a chorus of protestations. "We are not cowards." Yet, William persisted with disdain, "You are cowards. You fear the San Antonio fans will slaughter our team just like the wretched Dallas fans did. Is that not true? You doubt that Paul can lead our team to victory over the Spurs, don't you?" Following his statement, silence enveloped the crowd. White observed the throng of fans below and shook his head, lamenting, "The Grizzlies players truly lack courage. With such loyal fans supporting them, they still cannot rise to the occasion." Horry shrugged, adding, "The crux lies with the team's leader. The Grizzlies' captain is that soft-hearted Paul Gasol. Look at the Timberwolves, although they only have Kevin as their star. Under his leadership, no team would dare claim, 'We can take a victory from Minnesota.' The Spaniard plays too gently, incapable of galvanizing a passionate team." White looked pitifully at the fans who were beginning to grow silent. William was right. They were afraid that the Spurs would once again snatch victory from Memphis. Parker coldly remarked, "Do these fellows not realize that this will only serve to provoke us further? I had initially intended to spare Paul some dignity, but it seems I must now give my utmost on the court. Let these foolish individuals witness the slaughter that awaits them tomorrow." White cast a cold glance at him. Though Parker spoke the truth and made a sound argument, White was not inclined to hear such words, at least not at that moment. The fans outside filled him with a sense of admiration and affection. It was from these individuals that he grasped the weight of a professional athlete's responsibility. Unlike players in China, American professional athletes are regarded as heroes of their cities, warriors who must continuously defend the dignity of their home through victories. Under Williams' persuasion, the assembled fans eventually departed in despondency. Observing their forlorn figures, White felt an indescribable emotion stir within him. William entered the vehicle, and the bus resumed its journey. With his head bowed, William sat in his seat, appearing more sorrowful than the disappointed fans. "Your name carries an English charm," White remarked as he settled beside William. "When I heard someone call your name, I thought Prince William had arrived, though you are far more handsome than he." William paused, then offered an awkward smile. "Thank you for the compliment. I am an immigrant of English descent. I moved here with my father during my childhood. It is a lovely place." Their conversation was brief before they arrived at the Elvis Hotel, not far from the FedEx Forum, the home of the Memphis Grizzlies. The Spurs had reserved single standard rooms. And upon entering his room, White turned on the television. There was still a game featuring the Timberwolves, who were hosting the Denver Nuggets led by Sweet Melon Anthony. The Timberwolves' home attendance was not particularly high, yet it was the season opener, so the Target Center was reasonably filled, appearing densely populated at a glance. Garnett continued his stellar performance. Despite the presence of the Brazilian Nene and Marcus Camby in the paint, the Nuggets were thoroughly overwhelmed by Garnett alone. By the end of the first half, Garnett had amassed 18 points and 11 rebounds. Fortunately for the Nuggets, they had the sharpshooter Anthony, or they might have faced a complete collapse. White switched channels several times, as it was the peak time for matches, with most television networks broadcasting NBA games. In this regard, American fans are certainly more fortunate than their Chinese counterparts, as in China, only CCTV-5 occasionally broadcasts the Houston Rockets games on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The Raptors game has concluded, and today they face off against the Dallas Mavericks on their home turf. Perhaps fueled by the frustration of having been overturned by the Heat in last season's finals, the Mavericks have decisively trounced their opponents in the last two games. Bargnani played for 32 minutes, delivering a noteworthy performance with 8 points and 6 rebounds. In contrast, his adversary, the second-best center in the West, Dampier, truly lived up to his title, amassing 22 points, 14 rebounds, and 2 blocks, all against Bargnani, making it a challenging outing for him. Commentators mocked Bargnani, labeling him as a disappointing number 1 pick, while highlighting James White's performance in the first regular season game and deriding the league's management as inept. Hearing these remarks, White's esteem for the commentator rose significantly. He discovered that the commentator's name was Blackman, though he had no recollection of him. Compared to the AT&T Center, the FedEx Forum is more luxurious and spacious, having been inaugurated just 2 years ago. Notably, Memphis boasts not only a new arena, but also a relatively new NBA team. The Grizzlies were established in 1995 and, aside from the Bobcats, are among the youngest in the league. Originally named the Vancouver Grizzlies, their home was in Vancouver, Canada. Like many teams newly inducted into the NBA, the Grizzlies faced numerous challenges and struggled against their opponents. In their first 4 seasons, the team's regular season victories never exceeded 20. And they even set an NBA record with 23 consecutive losses. Due to issues with ticket sales and transportation, the Grizzlies relocated to Memphis, Tennessee, in 2001, rebranding as the Memphis Grizzlies. Following the name change, the team committed to a significant overhaul, trading Mike Bibby for the flamboyant Jason Williams, whose entertaining style won the admiration of local fans. Subsequently, they sent core player Raheem to the Hawks in exchange for Lorenzen Wright and Spanish rookie Pau Gasol. Notable players such as Shane Battier and Giddens joined the ranks, bringing together a promising cohort of young talent. Pau Gasol was awarded the Rookie of the Year this season, drawing increasing attention to the Memphis Grizzlies. Since 2004, the Grizzlies have made consecutive playoff appearances for 3 years, only to be thwarted in the first round each time, marking them as a team of profound misfortune. At the onset of the season, fans held high hopes, especially after the Spanish national team, led by Gasol, clinched the championship at the World Championship. The experience gained from this competition appeared to have significantly bolstered Gasol's confidence and skills. However, These aspirations were swiftly dashed when Gasol suffered an injury during the semifinals of the World Championship. Preliminary assessments indicated that he would be sidelined for the first 20 games of the regular season, which culminated in the recent debacle where the Mavericks decisively defeated the Grizzlies. As the Spurs players took to the court, the fans erupted in a chorus of boos, yet White remained unfazed. Noting that compared to the jeers directed at the Trailblazers by Spurs fans 2 nights prior at the AT&T Center, this discontent was akin to a mere woman's sigh. As White high-fived his teammates while entering the arena, he was taken aback to discover that fewer than 10,000 spectators occupied the vast venue, with at least half of the seats remaining vacant. This was truly a lackluster match. White lamented his disappointment. He relished the exhilarating sensation of triumphing over opponents in front of tens of thousands of fans, but today, that thrill was evidently beyond his reach. Horry cast a disdainful glance at Gasol, who sat beside the court in a suit, remarking, "This is all his doing. I cannot deny his talent. Yet this softy is simply unfit to be a leader. Perhaps it would be more appropriate for him to serve as a core player instead." White cast a surprised glance at Horry, utterly astonished that this jovial fellow, who seemed perpetually cheerful, possessed such discernment. He was indeed correct. Gasol was far more suited to be the team's second-in-command. Reflecting on Gasol's past achievements with the Lakers, where he excelled as the linchpin of the interior and the team's secondary star, it was evident that he had performed admirably, with the championships of 2009 and 2010 standing as testament to his contributions. As the Grizzlies and Spurs players engaged in their warm-up routines, the Grizzlies cheerleaders energetically showcased their alluring figures. Prior to the commencement of the match, Gasol, leaning on a cane, made his way onto the court to exchange high-fives and offer encouragement to his teammates. In White's eyes, this was entirely superfluous. If merely stepping onto the court failed to inspire them, how could a few words suffice? Gasol, an old acquaintance of Parker's, approached the Spurs players to greet them. When he acknowledged White, the latter could hardly be bothered to respond, merely offering a disdainful retort. "Spanish man, you ought to be tossed into the Mississippi River to feed the catfish. What have you brought to the team but disappointment?" Gasol looked at him awkwardly. He was known for his amicable nature, and White's words only served to make him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Noticing Gasol's silence as he absorbed the rebuke, White felt a twinge of embarrassment. Did this man truly lack any spirit? This thought brought a sense of sorrow, not only for Gasol, but for the Grizzlies as well. With an affable individual as captain, how could such a team hope for success in the NBA? "Perhaps you could consider becoming a second-in-command for a team in need of a strong interior presence," White kindly suggested. "You might lend your support to that fellow Bryant in Los Angeles. The Lakers are currently in dire need of a core player in the paint." Horry and the others erupted into laughter, mistakenly believing White was merely mocking Gasol, unaware of his earnest intent. However, Gasol seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence. Upon noticing White's serious demeanor, he realized that this rookie was not jesting, although it was rather humiliating to be admonished by a novice. Gasol appeared to lack the habit of reclaiming his dignity through words. "That might actually be a good idea." Gasol responded with a wry smile, while Horry, Finley, and the others looked on in disbelief. Could he truly be taking this seriously? As the referee's whistle signaled the start of the game, White found himself included in the starting lineup once again, suggesting that his performance the previous day had indeed satisfied the old coach. His formidable offensive prowess on the perimeter had alleviated considerable pressure from Duncan, ensuring that Duncan need not exhaust himself on both ends of the court. Rudy Gay, acquired from the Rockets, had not been named in the Grizzlies starting roster. Despite the loss of their absolute cornerstone, Gasol, the Grizzlies still boasted several capable players on the perimeter. Observing White donning the number 1 jersey on the court, Gay felt a mix of envy and admiration. Back in college, he had been leagues ahead of this newcomer. So why was White now so formidable in the NBA? Could it truly be, as the media suggested, that White's lackluster performance stemmed from his solitary dominance in the NCAA? No one suspected that White harbored another soul within him. Although Hollywood is renowned for its plethora of science fiction masterpieces, it does not imply that Americans can readily embrace such fantastical notions in reality. The Spurs maintained their starting lineup from the previous game: center Fabricio Oberto, power forward Tim Duncan, small forward Bruce Bowen, point guard Tony Parker, and shooting guard James White. On the other hand, the Grizzlies starting lineup consisted of center Jake Tsikalitis, power forward Stromile Swift, small forward Mike Miller, shooting guard Eddie Jones, and point guard Damon Stoudemire. The jump ball was contested between Swift and Duncan in the past. It had been executed by Gasol. However, with Gasol sidelined due to a severe injury, The responsibility fell upon the substitute centered Socrates, a white player of lesser stature. Consequently, the burden of the jump ball was entrusted to Swift. Although Swift stood 5 centimeters shorter than Duncan, his leaping ability surpassed Duncan's by at least 10 centimeters. As you may have guessed, this Swift is the same individual who will join the Rockets next year and has been playing for Shandong Gold in the CBA since 2009. As the ball ascended, Swift soared into the air like a rocket, his reaction time even quicker than Duncan's, though he lacked the cerebral acuity of Duncan. While Swift jumped impressively high, he did so prematurely. When the basketball reached its apex, he too had reached his peak. Albeit his apex was lower than that of the ball. Duncan effortlessly leaped and tapped the ball to Parker, while the Grizzlies' head coach, Mike Fratello, shielded his eyes with his hand, clearly disheartened by Swift's performance. Fratello's gesture was captured perfectly by a reporter on the sidelines, providing a fresh and compelling story for the day's match. White trailed behind Parker, retreating to half-court, shaking his head in disbelief. He simply could not comprehend how Swift could be so foolish. Was his head filled with muscle rather than brain matter? Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that the original White was equally as dim-witted as Swift. To be candid, I initially intended for Swift to be the protagonist. But his age proved to be a significant drawback. Swift seemed to realize he had committed a blunder. As he hurried back to position himself in front of Duncan to prevent him from receiving the ball, which he executed correctly. Undoubtedly, even if White's offensive prowess were unparalleled, the offensive cornerstone of the Spurs remained Duncan. White received the pass from Bowen, his body leaning forward as Eddie Jones, who was defending him, hastily retreated a step to thwart his drive. He had meticulously studied the rookie's offensive prowess, recognizing the sheer ferocity of his incursions. As Jones stepped back, White retracted his form and lofted the ball high into the paint, perfectly positioning it between Duncan and the rim. It is a tacit rule of the NBA to entrust the initial shot to the team's star player. Swift circled around Duncan, yet the basketball was deftly flipped into the paint by White, leaving him to merely watch as Duncan effortlessly scored with a layup. Well played, Duncan remarked assuredly to White after a moment of contemplation. White let out a bittersweet smile and nodded, wondering why the boss could not offer a different compliment. Stoudemire orchestrated the offense. This individual was once honored with the title of NBA Rookie of the Year for the 1995-96 season, averaging an impressive 19.0 points and 9.3 assists per game. He participated in the Rookie Challenge during the 1996 All-Star Weekend and was bestowed with the Most Valuable Player Award, the MVP of the Rookie All-Star Game. However, all of this young man's accolades were achieved during his rookie season, as his performance in the subsequent seasons began to wane into mediocrity. The reason we refer to the Stoudemire of the Suns as Little Stoudemire is due to him. He is the big Stoudemire. White gazed at the diminutive white guard, harboring a sense of admiration for this little flying mouse, as he had in a past life. Both stood at just over 1.7 meters tall. For those towering point guards, defending against this agile player was undoubtedly a daunting task. His speed was anything but sluggish. However, for Parker, who was merely a shade over 1.8 meters, the little flying mouse seemed like an easy target, lacking any cause for boastfulness. As they crossed the half-court line, the little flying mouse surveyed his teammates' positions and found nothing remarkable. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Jones, clearly irked by White's earlier deception. Jones glared at him while gripping the ball tightly, declaring with a fierce tone, "Rookie, today I shall show you what it means to be an NBA-level guard. Don't presume that just because you triumphed over a few lesser players. I apologize for the earlier mix-up with the chapter number. Thank you to my friend QW01474 for the correction." White stood close to Jones, who effortlessly held the ball at his waist. Seizing the moment while Jones was uttering his bravado, White swiftly reached out and knocked the ball away. Before Jones could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain. Without needing to look, he was well aware that White had intercepted him. White seized the ball and launched into a fast break, with Jones trailing behind in a desperate chase, accompanied by the agile flying squirrel. Despite Jones's earnest efforts to sprint, his speed paled in comparison to White's, and he could only watch in dismay as White increased the distance between them. Meanwhile, the flying squirrel, with a burst of speed, managed to position himself ahead of White. As they entered the 3-second zone, White, having crossed the free throw line by a couple of steps, leaped without a moment's hesitation. Not so fast. The seasoned flying squirrel let out a mighty roar and sprang into action, not even bothering to adjust his footing. He harbored no illusions about blocking the shot, as the height difference between them was a staggering 30 centimeters. His sole intent was to impede the dunk through a foul. as being stripped of the ball and witnessing a fast break dunk on the very first offensive play would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to their morale. Stoudemire exerted all his strength, grasping White's shoulder, but he had leaped too late, and White's explosive jump left him unable to grasp White's arm. Stoudemire's right arm bulged with veins, resembling an ancient tree trunk entwined with vines, his brow furrowed and teeth clenched in a fierce scowl, exuding an unmistakable air of menace. With a fierce shout, White transferred the ball to his left hand and collided forcefully with the stout and robust figure of the old flying squirrel, attempting to send him flying. In a mere contest of strength, the elderly Stoudemire would undoubtedly fall short against White, yet at this moment, both players were airborne, and the battle was clearly dictated by sheer willpower. Stoudemire let out a menacing chuckle. It felt as though he had been struck by a speeding tank. His chest throbbed with pain, but that was not a justification to relent. He clung resolutely to White's shoulder, his arm continuing to exert downward pressure. It was impossible. White summoned the last vestiges of his strength, striving to elevate his arm and forcefully slam the basketball into the hoop. However, he found himself devoid of any leverage, as Stoudemire's weight still bore down upon him, robbing his left arm of the power to rise. The basketball struck the backboard with a resounding thud, the sound echoing through the gymnasium, merging with the collision of White and Stoudemire into a dual cannonade that reverberated throughout the arena. As the ball slipped from his grasp, White could no longer maintain his balance, and he staggered to the ground alongside Stoudemire, tumbling into a heap among the reporters. Every spectator near the court witnessed the breathtaking moment as White valiantly resisted Stoudemire's dunk, and they seemed to feel the immense force of their collision. Several spectators, momentarily overcome, sank back into their seats as if rendered weightless. Jones, with his hand raised, was vocally contesting White's foul to the referee, who paid him no heed, engrossed instead in deliberating whether to call Stoudemire for a flagrant foul. When White fell to the ground, he landed atop Stoudemire, his towering stature perfectly enveloping the old flying squirrel beneath him. White rose to his feet and, with a friendly gesture, assisted the old flying squirrel in standing up. This veteran truly exemplified what it meant to be an NBA-caliber guard. At the very least, his steely resolve was something that White currently lacked. Old Steve was momentarily taken aback, then grasped White's hand to rise, expecting that White would confront him over the somewhat malicious foul he had just committed. "You may write about it tomorrow," the veteran imparted a profound lesson to the Spurs' audacious rookie through his words and actions. White earnestly addressed the journalists who were inspecting whether their cameras had sustained any damage. Upon hearing this, Old Steve and the reporters gazed at him in astonishment, wondering if this young man had been rendered dizzy with anger. After White finished speaking, he turned and stood at the free-throw line. Observing the calm demeanor of both White and Old, the chief referee merely whistled for a common foul without deeming it a malicious one. Old gazed at White's proud and audacious silhouette with a complex expression, aware that the achievements of this rookie would far surpass his own imagination. At the very least, during his own rookie days, he could not maintain such composure after enduring a malicious foul from an opponent, nor could he learn from them. What a formidable willpower! White sank both free throws, and in that fleeting moment as he turned, he expressed his admiration to Duncan beside him. Duncan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. No one could ascertain the reason behind his nod. Perhaps he himself was unaware. Jones received the ball once more, his voice dripping with menace. "Kid, you were tough just now, but you won't have any chances in this game. I will teach you a harsh lesson. In the realm of banter." White was unyielding to anyone. With a cold smile, he retorted, "Bring it on. You're not even close to being able to teach me a lesson, especially compared to Damon." Jones executed a feint to his left, but White remained utterly unfazed, knowing well that in terms of the authenticity of fakes, he could never rival Ginobili's Demon Blade. Realizing that White was not deceived, Jones accelerated past White's left side. Fool! White stayed tightly glued to his side, denying him any opportunity to break through. Finding it impossible to surpass White, Jones suddenly planted his right foot firmly on the ground. Seizing the chance while White's body still shifted left, he dribbled the ball through his legs and changed his attacking direction. Swiftly, he pinned Duncan behind him, leaving no chance for him to assist defensively. With eyes wide open, Jones leaped high and released the ball. Smack! White unexpectedly leapt to intercept the ball, sending it soaring away. As Jones broke past White, the crowd erupted in cheers. When they witnessed Jones take off for a shot, everyone braced themselves to celebrate a score. However, the sudden appearance of a figure behind Jones abruptly silenced the cheers. White, with astonishing agility, forcefully altered his trajectory and swatted the basketball away just as Jones released it. I have told you it is not that easy. White sneered as he landed. Jones wore a sullen expression, secretly astonished by the rookie's speed and leaping ability, as well as his cleverness and acuity. White shrugged his shoulders and continued to defend, having just sent the ball soaring out of bounds, yet possession remained with the Grizzlies. Olds controlled the ball and executed a lob pass into the paint, where Swift relayed it to Mike Miller, who scored with a mid-range jumper. Parker brought the ball past half-court and utilized a crossover dribble to break through, passing to Alberto, who scored with a bank shot. Olds then passed to Miller, who reciprocated by assisting Swift. However, Swift's dunk was thwarted by Duncan. Bowen seized the ball and, alongside White, rushed down the court for a fast break. Olds obstructed Bowen's path, leading to a return pass, enabling White to score with a layup. Olds navigated past Parker, lofting the ball high into the paint, where Swift caught it mid-air for a resounding dunk that invigorated the Grizzlies' morale. Next, Parker assisted Duncan, who sank a shot from a 45-degree angle. Nevertheless, the Grizzlies' subsequent offensive maneuvers flowed seamlessly, with Jones capitalizing on a pick from Shakradis to nail a three-pointer. Parker's sudden stop-and-shoot attempt over Olds fell short, leading to Swift grabbing the rebound, and Olds executing a quick layup for points. The Grizzlies' successive scoring ignited the crowd, with DJ enthusiastically praising the team. Popovich furrowed his brow but refrained from comments, seizing a dead ball opportunity to call a timeout and substituting Horry for the underperforming Alberto. Upon entering the game, Horry quickly snatched a rebound and passed to White, who attracted the attention of both Olds and Jones. As he charged into the paint, he unexpectedly passed back to Horry, who effortlessly scored a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Olds responded with a long-range three-pointer that left Parker embarrassed. As he neglected to defend Olds, who was still over a meter behind the arc, no one anticipated such an audacious shot. Despite the Spurs' commendable defense, the Grizzlies maintained their lead through adept long-range and mid-range shooting. As the first quarter concluded, the Grizzlies led the Spurs 26-22, a situation that displeased Popovich. Though he chose to remain silent, recognizing his players' commendable efforts and defensive tenacity, evidenced by 3 steals and 2 blocks in the quarter. There was little concern, however, as several veteran players on the Grizzlies were visibly fatigued, particularly Eddie Jones, who appeared nearly exhausted upon leaving the court. White's relentless pressure had evidently taken its toll. "Drink some fluids," Cynthia offered, handing White a bottle of Gatorade, as beads of sweat streamed down his face like a small river. White took the drink and casually brushed his hand against Cindy's small hand, oblivious to the fact that a reporter captured the entire moment. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the second quarter. The Memphis Grizzlies secured possession of the ball, and Olds stepped forward to receive it. White was astonished to discover that his opponent had been replaced by Rudy Gay, while Jones had been substituted out. The weariness etched on that man's face was unmistakable. This was to be expected, as Eddie Jones, born in 1971, was now 35 years old. It is indeed remarkable for a player of that age to still be active on the NBA's backcourt. White offered a friendly smile to Rudy Gay, who responded with an impassive glance. He was fervently eager to demonstrate his superiority, to prove that he was more formidable than this second-round rookie. White looked at Gay with a sense of bewilderment. What had he done to provoke such arrogance? Discontent began to brew within him, intensifying his defensive efforts. In the first quarter, he managed a mere 8 points, failing to showcase any remarkable plays. However, in the second quarter, he sought to make a statement. The fact that the Spurs were trailing behind the Grizzlies lit a fire within the team. As the second quarter commenced, the Spurs elevated their defensive game, leaving Old S with no viable passing options. At this moment, Gay was in peak physical condition and possessed an indomitable spirit. He swiftly maneuvered beyond the three-point line, eagerly demanding the ball as he noticed Old S struggling to make a pass. Old S, relieved to have someone to share the offensive burden, tossed the ball to Gay as he approached. Yet, as the ball left his hands, a sense of foreboding washed over Old S. Perhaps his previous success had led to a moment of complacency. Spotting White closely trailing Gay, a troubling premonition crept into his mind, which soon materialized into reality. Just as Old S released the pass, White surged past Gay with sudden acceleration, using his body to shield Gay and deftly snatching the basketball. A fast break ensued. Once again, the spectacle of a fast break unfolded. Rudy Gay's athletic prowess placed him among the top 5 rookies of the 2006 draft class. Though his speed was slightly inferior to White's, the ball was in White's possession, creating a near parity in momentum. Gay exerted every ounce of effort to position himself before White, determined to thwart the impending fast break. However, White's ball handling skills proved exceptional. executing sharp changes of direction and sudden stops that nearly caused Gay to stumble. As he charged into the paint, White leaped once more. Gay raised his right hand high, propelling himself into the air to meet the soaring White. Without a hint of hesitation, White propelled his body forward, resolutely soaring towards the hoop. A flash of rage ignited in Guy's eyes. "How dare you underestimate me? With me here, you shall not dunk effortlessly." He seethed inwardly, leaning into the motion as his elevated right hand swung down violently towards the ball in White's grasp. White shook his head with a faint smile, and in an instant, their bodies collided with tremendous force. Both were muscular men, and this impact was far more fierce and potent than the earlier clash with Olds. It was akin to a meteor striking the earth. This was the sole thought of the journalists beneath the basket, who gazed at the two robust figures in midair, feeling an impulse to seek shelter. The ensuing narrative seemed destined to unfold with White exerting himself to slam the ball through the hoop, or Gay executing a powerful block with success, for the competition being showcased was undeniably intense. Yet, the outcome proved to be quite different. White harnessed the strength of his wrist, elevating his right hand high before deftly flicking the ball with his palm, allowing it to gracefully roll into the hoop. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a blocking foul by Gay. A splendid display of power, accompanied by an elegant gliding layup, revealed that Memphis's rising star still had much to learn. Undoubtedly, Mr. Dunk was a commendable mentor. The esteemed commentator and former Spurs superstar, George Gervin, remarked that he had initially intended to arrive on a private flight for the Spurs, but due to other commitments, he opted for a commercial flight to Tennessee instead. Gay glared furiously at the individual who had snatched the ball from his grasp and toyed with him, sneering, "What a coward. Why don't you dare to dunk?" White skillfully executed the free throw, nonchalantly remarking as he retreated, "Who told you that I can only dunk? Youngster, the offensive skills I possess will elude you for a lifetime." The continuous breakthroughs severely drained Old Street's stamina, compelling him to signal for a stationary offensive strategy, urging everyone to establish their positions. Swift and Charlie ceased their movements in the paint, positioning themselves on either side to obstruct their opponents while awaiting Old St's pass. If the Houston Rockets were to engage in a half-court offense, the Spurs would approach with caution. However, the Grizzlies' half-court execution was utterly lacking, especially considering that both key players, Swift and Charlie were inept at backing down opponents, an absolute detriment to their offensive strategy. Old St passed the ball to Charlie, who desperately attempted to shove Horry down to the basket. True, Horry was aging, but his wealth of experience compensated for it. He braced his knee against Charlie's leg, rendering his opponent powerless. Charlie, focused solely on Horry behind him, failed to notice Parker surging forward. Parker leaped, swiping the ball from Charlie's grasp, prompting Horry to hurriedly bend down to retrieve the ball before flinging it to White. White protected the ball, taking a bold stride forward with his right foot, and bellowed, "Fast break." Parker, with a swift kick, surged ahead. Hearing this, Old Stiff and Gay dashed down with all their might, intent on thwarting White's fast break. However, to their astonishment, they soon realized that White had no intention of rushing. Instead, he chuckled as he leisurely advanced the ball up the court. "Shite!" Gay exclaimed in frustration, unable to contain his anger. Old Stiff, equally bemused, found himself at a loss. After a decade in the league, he was being toyed with by a rookie. He leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, hoping to regain some stamina before White approached. At that moment, Parker had already burst into the three-point line, and White, cradling the ball at his chest, suddenly retreated, delivering a precise pass to the front court. Parker caught White's pass, executing a quick three-step motion to sink the ball, leaving Gay and Old Stiff in a state of exasperation. "I told you it was a fast break. Why didn't you believe me?" White's expression was almost taunting, appearing quite insufferable in the eyes of the Grizzlies. Horry and Bowen laughed heartily. Even Duncan, with his perennial poker face, revealed a hint of amusement. As the ball found its way to Gay once more, he seized it and feigned a jump shot. White, having been deceived by Gin Billy in practice on numerous occasions, remained unfazed. Just as he was about to jest with Gay, he was startled to see Gay actually leap, forcefully launching the ball towards the hoop. White quickly turned, only to witness the basketball arcing in a crooked trajectory, finding its way through the net. "Your defense is pathetic, James. I will expose your true form before me. You are still that foolish NCAA bird." Gay laughed boastfully, finally gaining an advantage over White. A smile crept onto Gay's face, but just as it did, Duncan passed the ball to Parker, who seized the moment of negligence from the Grizzlies and dashed down the court. Gay and the others had no choice but to chase after him desperately. Parker surged towards the basket and, just before Gay could catch up, launched the ball towards the hoop. Only Gay managed to keep pace. Old Stiff lacked the energy. Although Gay could not block Parker's shot, he discerned that the ball's trajectory was far too straightforward for it to succeed. As Gay steadied himself to secure the rebound, he suddenly caught a glimpse of an eerie smile on Parker's face, and a sense of dread washed over him. He realized that if he could keep up, then White, who was even faster, would surely be right behind him. Indeed, as this thought crossed his mind, a tremendous force slammed into his back, followed by a heavy weight pressing down upon him. Boom! The sound echoed from the impact of hands colliding with the rim. Gay staggered but did not fall, however. A greater sense of shame and fury welled up within him than if he had hit the ground. The weight upon him and the massive thighs draped over his shoulders made it unmistakably clear he had been dunked on. A dunk is perhaps the most humiliating form of offense one can endure. Since his arrival at university, relying on his exceptional talent, Guy has typically dominated the court, where he has always been the one to dunk on others, rather than being the victim of such an act. However, he is now compelled to confront a painful reality. He has been humiliated by a dunk from White, a second-round rookie he had previously looked down upon. Following this disgraceful moment, Guy's performance deteriorated significantly, marred by numerous errors. Near the end of the second quarter, Froyle had no choice but to bench him alongside Olds. Meanwhile, the Spurs maintained their steady performance, leading by 5 points as the second quarter concluded. As the second half commenced, the performance of the Grizzlies players became increasingly dismal. The two substitutes on the perimeter proved no match for White and Parker. Inside, Duncan and Horry combined their strengths, while Parker and White scored consecutively. The only remotely capable player for the Grizzlies, Mike Miller, was effectively neutralized by Bowen, who denied him any receiving opportunities. By the third quarter, the Grizzlies were on the verge of collapse. Before the quarter concluded, disheartened Grizzlies fans began to exit the arena, pondering what more there was to witness. Another brutal defeat? The remaining spectators were not awaiting a miraculous turnaround. Miracles are crafted by individuals, and does the Grizzlies team possess anyone capable of such? With the current lineup, one could hardly expect a miracle to manifest unless divine intervention occurred in the next century. Most fans were merely hoping to witness White deliver a few more breathtaking dunks, those adrenaline-pumping slams that every fan adores. It is not that we lack affection for our local team. Rather, we are all struggling financially, and attending a game is no easy feat. We certainly wish to see a return on our ticket investments. This sentiment resonates uniformly among the fans of the Memphis Grizzlies. In the latter half of the third quarter, Popovich substituted White, allowing Ginobili and the bench players to deliver yet another crushing blow to the Grizzlies. White visited Cynthia to review his statistical performance. Quite impressive. He played for 31 minutes today, scoring 22 points, securing 6 rebounds, providing 6 assists, achieving 2 steals, and executing 2 blocks. Such statistics are truly those of a superstar. Cynthia, adorned in a pristine white office ensemble, exuded both intellect and elegance, coupled with her inherent charm. White couldn't help but feel that the cheerleaders of the Grizzlies paled in comparison to her. White sat directly beside Cynthia and inquired, "Do you have any plans for tonight? Would you care to join me for dinner? I have yet to explore the city of Memphis and could use a guide." "You need a guide?" Before Cynthia could respond, a clear male voice interjected. Displeased, White turned to see it was William. "Congratulations on your resounding victory," William remarked with a wry smile, though his expression betrayed his discomfort. The team's defeat weighed heavily on him. At that moment, the score stood at 92-70, with the fourth quarter nearly half over, leaving the Grizzlies with little hope for victory. The reality of his beloved team suffering 2 consecutive losses was disheartening for anyone. White extended his hand in a gesture of comfort, while the nearby reporters' flashes erupted in a dazzling display, heralding yet another captivating story for tomorrow. As White and William belonged to opposing rosters, "I plan to explore the enchanting city of Memphis by night with Nora. What about you? Are you interested?" White inquired with a cheerful smile, casting a glance at the averted gaze of Cynthia, and then at White's unmistakably eager expression. William realized he had inadvertently become an unwelcome presence. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he advised, "Be careful. You must understand that the two of you are not exactly in compatible circumstances." He was aware of Cynthia's identity as a cheerleader, having attended games at the Spurs' home ground before. "By the way, White, do you require a manager?" Cynthia interjected abruptly, wishing to obscure her connection with White from the stranger, who was evidently William. William, perceptive as he was, grasped her implication and promptly tore off a piece of paper, jotting down a few numbers for White. "If you need a guide, don't hesitate to call this number. My phone is always on," he remarked, winking as he spoke. The Flashes resumed their frenzied dance. As the game concluded, the final whistle blew, marking a comfortable victory for the Spurs at 108-78 against the Grizzlies. Disappointment clouded the faces of the Grizzlies supporters as they exited the arena, their team once again suffering a disheartening defeat, a reality that was truly disheartening. Memphis, already chilly in the northern autumn, saw many fans shiver as they stepped outside into the biting wind. In this away game, the team's bus awaited outside, prompting the Spurs players to rush out of the arena to claim their seats, seemingly indifferent to the reporters' inquiries. This was an away match, and local journalists were unlikely to flatter them. Any slip of the tongue could lead to harsh criticism from the nation's so-called experts. Rookies, as they are, often lack experience not only in gameplay but also in dealing with post-game matters. Engaged in conversation with William, White found himself unable to leave in time. By the moment he regained his awareness, he was encircled by dozens of reporters. "Mr. White, what are your thoughts on today's game?" The question was a familiar one. It was a great match. Both we and the Grizzlies performed admirably, but our skills outshone theirs, particularly as the Grizzlies were missing their leader, which ultimately led to our victory, White articulated, striving to articulate his thoughts clearly to avoid any missteps. "Mr. White, do you have any comments regarding the Grizzlies players? They must gain a clearer understanding of their responsibilities. They should no longer disappoint the people of Memphis. Some individuals need to step up. If each player performed as Damon does, the Grizzlies would be a formidable team," White critiqued with a hint of dissatisfaction, recalling the desolate silhouettes he had seen under the night sky, stirring a sense of melancholy within him. As soon as White finished speaking, Cynthia sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, the journalists began fervently jotting down notes in their notebooks. Tomorrow, White would undoubtedly face the consequences, Cynthia thought, covering her face. "What are your thoughts on Rudy Gay, your opponent today?" "Rudy is an excellent player with immense potential. The Rockets should not give up on him. With just a little time, he could truly become the new leader of the city." White, now visibly excited from the interview, spoke with a lack of discretion. After all, he was still a rookie, having never undergone a major interview, which inevitably led to some erratic behavior. The reporters became even more exhilarated, abandoning their notes in favor of recording devices for the interview. What is the Spurs' goal for this season? It's worth noting that both the Cavaliers and the Pistons are performing well. The championship, of course. Our only goal is the championship. We have the strength to win it. Yes, we possess the capability to claim the title. What is your relationship with this young lady beside you? You appear quite close. I am a colleague of James, and of course, a good friend. Thank you. But we must be on our way, Cynthia interjected, her demeanor icy as she realized White might inadvertently reveal something private. With that, she grasped White's arm and pulled him firmly through the throng. Behind them, the cameras clicked incessantly, undoubtedly focused on the intertwined hands of the two. Upon exiting the arena, a gust of cold wind swept by, and noticing that Cynthia was clad only in a white dress, White promptly shed his athletic jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Cynthia looked up and smiled, radiating happiness. Back at the hotel, White washed up and went to bed, lacking the energy to watch the post-game analysis. Had she turned on the television, she would have been quite astonished. The following morning, the Spurs boarded a plane back to San Antonio, preparing to face their divisional rivals, the Houston Rockets, at home the next day. The regular season had just commenced, and most games consisted of challenges among divisional opponents. Much like the previous night's match against the Grizzlies, who were also part of the Southwest Division, White sat on the airplane, engrossed in the rhythms of a rap song, when he suddenly noticed Horry, Ginobili, and others gathered together, laughing heartily. Each of them clutched a stack of newspapers, glancing at White with peculiar laughter. What was going on? Confused, White cast a glance at several of them but chose to ignore their antics. He simply wished to immerse himself in the music. Unfortunately, Horry and the others were determined not to let him be. A moment later, Ginobili approached with a grin, tossing a pile of newspapers beside White's seat, and exclaimed, "Rookie, take a look at these. You are the main character." White, bewildered, picked up the newspaper and was met with a prominent image on the front page, his own background while riding alongside Guy. Another ode to him, perhaps? His heart raced as he eagerly unfolded the paper, only to discover that the commentary was not one of praise. Instead, it critiqued the Grizzlies' star player for his absence, candidly stating that the Grizzlies were too feeble to be considered a formidable opponent for the dominant Spurs. This was news from the Memphis Sports Daily. When had he ever uttered such sentiments? In shock, White swiftly opened another newspaper, which also featured a report about him on its front page, a rookie discussing responsibility, admonishing Grizzlies players to rise to the occasion, as noted by the NBA preview. White was accused of condemning the Rockets trade while supporting the Grizzlies rookie in a power struggle. My goodness, the Philadelphia Cavalry Journal dares to publish anything. Are they unaware of the legal concept known as defamation? At this moment, White was drenched in cold sweat. He continued to read, only to find the Washington commentary boldly stating, "The Spurs regard the league's powerhouses with disdain." As the rookie declares that the team is destined to triumph over all and seize the championship, White was so astonished that he felt numb. He opened another newspaper, the NBA Sports Review, which reported that the Spurs had decisively triumphed over the Grizzlies, heralding the emergence of the rookie White Comet. This newspaper faithfully recounted the events of yesterday's game, lavishly praising the performance of the Spurs' new star, James White, declaring him a sure contender for Rookie of the Year and asserting that he was the finest rookie in a decade, surpassing even the likes of King James himself. After reading this article, White finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Jen Billy timely presented the final newspaper, which featured a cover story on the filming of Transformers, with Fox beaming radiantly at the camera. White turned the newspaper to the second page, where there was also an image of Cynthia sprinting while holding her own hand, accompanied by the headline "Rising Star Finds New Romance. Scandals abound on and off the court." What more could be said? Overwhelmed with frustration, White reclined in his chair. Ginobili, noticing the profound impact this had on him, withdrew his smile and seated himself beside White, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. "Do not let this weigh heavily on your heart," he advised. "Limit your interactions with such individuals. After the game, retreat swiftly to the locker room and hide away. Consider this a lesson learned." White chuckled bitterly, "Yet I have already offended several teams. Just look at the abhorrent things these fellows are saying. I never fervently supported that guy in his bid for dominance, nor have I ever belittled the other teams." Horry approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Why do you concern yourself with such matters?" As White was about to hear how he would console himself, Horry continued, "You've already offended the entire league during the draft, so what's the harm in upsetting a few more teams now?" With that, he and Ginobili erupted into laughter. Hearing this, Duncan opened his eyes and chuckled as well. Frustrated, White contemplated rushing over to confront the two jesters. Noticing White's gloomy expression and the malicious glint in his eyes, Horry, well aware of White's vengeful nature, quickly added, "But James, you really shouldn't take this to heart. Do you think other players have nothing better to do than to read this drivel? Rest assured, only some bored readers would bother with such comments." White felt a twinge of melancholy as he considered the misunderstanding. After all, had he not already alienated all the readers he needed to during the draft? Popovich distributed a dossier to the players, detailing their upcoming opponents, the Houston Rockets. Tomorrow's matchup held a hint of suspense, as the Rockets were a quintessential regular season experts. Playoff novices team. Rarely did any team manage to outplay them in the regular season, especially now that their dual superstars, Yao Ming and former scoring champion Tracy McGrady, were both healthy and part of the squad. The Spurs players held vivid memories of their encounters with the Rockets, particularly the infamous incident from 2004, which you may have already guessed was McGrady's astonishing 13 points in 35 seconds feat. Let us recall that iconic moment. On December 10, 2004, the Spurs faced the Rockets on their home court, trailing by 10 points with less than a minute remaining. McGrady attempted a layup that missed, but Yao Ming swiftly followed up with a dunk. Just 2 seconds later, a pass from the Spurs was intercepted by the unheralded Padgett, who scored with a dunk, narrowing the gap to 4 points in mere seconds. However, time was running short, and the Rockets resorted to a foul strategy, allowing Brown to sink 2 free throws, extending the deficit to 8 points. With 44.2 seconds left, McGrady's performance commenced. First, he dribbled to the front court and effortlessly sank a three-pointer, without any preparatory motion. Following this, he was fouled, and the opponent conceded 2 more free throws. Yet, McGrady executed an incredible play after setting a screen with Yao Ming. He baited Duncan into committing a foul and, while descending, launched a three-pointer that found its mark, successfully completing a 4-point play. Immediately following, a tactical foul was committed, allowing Duncan to sink both free throws. With only 16 seconds remaining, the Rockets struggled to inbound the ball. In a critical moment, it was McGrady who caught a challenging pass, and with the defensive specialist Bowen in his face, he executed a fading three-point shot that found the net once again. At this point, the Spurs were flustered and called their final timeout, preparing to inbound the ball. When the timeout concluded, Yao Ming defended the inbounder, and the ball reached Brown, who dribbled into the Rockets' paint but fell to the ground. McGrady swiftly retrieved the ball and charged down the court, launching another three-pointer near the left arc, which also swished through the hoop. With only 7 seconds left, Parker attempted a three-pointer from the backcourt, but it missed its mark. The game concluded with the Rockets achieving a miraculous victory over the Spurs, 81-80. 13 points in 35 seconds. This was a display of McGrady's brilliance, an unprecedented feat in the NBA. This game catapulted McGrady to fame, as he was then regarded as the finest swingman in the league, overshadowing even Kobe Bryant, who was embroiled in a scandal at the time. As the Spurs exited the San Antonio airport, they were met with a warm reception from local fans. Despite the inclement weather along the Pacific coast and light rain in San Antonio, over 20 fans held signs, eagerly awaiting the return of the players. Witnessing the fans standing in the rain, White and his teammates felt a sense of appreciation, taking time to sign autographs and pose for photos. Unsurprisingly, Duncan garnered the most requests for autographs. Though his style of play was unembellished, he had become a symbol of San Antonio sports, the sole king of the local basketball scene. In a surprising turn, White received the second most autograph requests, with several young admirers regarding him with admiration, encouraging him to secure the Rookie of the Year title this season. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic fans, White returned to his rented residence. He rested in the morning, with training scheduled for the afternoon. A day and a half was a brief interval, and White's training consisted merely of a muscle workout before it concluded. On his way home at noon, Cynthia called to inquire if he needed an agent, offering to assist him in finding one. White contemplated for a moment and felt that there was no need for haste. Although he was performing admirably, it was merely the second game of the regular season. It was improbable that advertisers would be in such a rush to secure endorsement deals with him. As for the contract for the upcoming season, there was even less urgency, given that it was just the second game. However, White did not hastily decline Cynthia's offer. Instead, he invited her to discuss the matter in his quarters after the game, to ascertain whether he truly required a manager at this juncture. Cynthia did not refuse, aware of White's intentions, yet she did not give a definitive answer, merely mumbling a few words before ending the call. After a brief rest at noon, White mounted his bicycle and pedaled towards the training facility, unnoticed by passers-by who could not recognize the young man in large sunglasses as the burgeoning star of San Antonio. They certainly would not have guessed that this basketball luminary chose to ride a bicycle to practice. As the evening approached and the game loomed, Coach Popovich began by showing the team footage of the Houston Rockets' recent 2 victories. Like the Spurs, the Rockets had triumphed in both matches, overcoming the Timberwolves and the Magic in succession. In the game against the Magic, Yao Ming decisively outperformed Dwight Howard, who, still somewhat inexperienced, found himself unable to contain Yao's lethal hook shot. Reflecting on how long it had been since he last contacted Howard, White seized the opportunity to call him and engage in a lively conversation. Clearly, Howard had been closely following White's performances, as he was aware of White's impressive displays in the last 2 games. Howard expressed regret that White had not joined the Magic, believing that the two would have made a perfect pairing, one inside and one outside. White shared this sentiment, but was reluctant to become just another subordinate to Howard, who seemed perpetually immature. Once the game footage concluded and their conversation wrapped up, Popovich summarized the situation. The Rockets currently possess 2 engines, Yao in the paint and Tracy on the perimeter. Tomorrow, Duncan would take on the responsibility of guarding Yao. While regarding Tracy, he stroked his chin thoughtfully, recognizing that none of his players appeared capable of effectively defending that scoring machine. When he spoke of defending against Tracy, he did not mean to suggest that he could simply prevent him from scoring. Rather, it was clear that no one could entirely stifle a player of Tracy's caliber. What Popovich required was a player who could make scoring difficult for Tracy. Bowen might have fit the bill, but he had unfortunately aged and could no longer keep pace with Tracy. Popovich then regarded the seemingly earnest White and shook his head, saying, "Let James handle Tracy. You all focus on providing help defense. James, if Tracy scores 25 points against you in this game, be prepared to sit on the bench for the next one." As a seasoned coach, Popovich recognized White's exceptional defensive potential, yet he noted that White was overly enthusiastic about offense and not sufficiently attentive to defense. This was not a promising sign, for Popovich favored players who exhibited a balanced approach to both offense and defense. White smirked slightly, and upon observing Popovich's stern expression, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would find himself confined to the bench in the upcoming game. Unlike the 2010 version of himself, who was deemed a fragile knee with no team willing to claim him, McGrady now carries the formidable legacy of being a two-time scoring champion, firmly establishing himself as one of the elite swingmen in the league. In the recent two matches, White's offensive performance has been quite fierce, however. When compared to this offensive juggernaut, it pales in insignificance. McGrady is undoubtedly the current slam dunk maestro of the league. Although White possesses commendable physical attributes and a keen defensive awareness, restraining McGrady's scoring to a mere 25 points remains a formidable challenge. Reflect on his scoring in the aforementioned matches. At home against the Timberwolves, he achieved a remarkable 32 points, and in another home game against his former team, the Magic, he netted an impressive 35 points. White painfully rubbed his bald head, realizing that in this match, offense was an unattainable goal. Even the defense alone could exhaust him to no end. Observing White's anguished expression, his teammates, Bowen and Parker, cast a sympathetic glance his way. Relieved that it was White who bore the brunt, for otherwise, it would have been them facing that offensive juggernaut. At 7:30 in the evening, Pacific Time, the Southwest Division Derby commenced, with the San Antonio Spurs hosting the Houston Rockets. Currently, Tracy McGrady is immensely popular in the NBA, and many fans attending the game donned his jersey. Although it was the Spurs' home ground, Spurs supporters prevailed, and White felt a slight thrill upon spotting fans wearing his jersey. Today's commentators were the Iceman George Gervin and former Rockets legend Moses Malone. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Malone was the first to raise his hand and greet the audience. White cradled a basketball, gazing at the opposing Rockets team. Even amidst the towering figures of the NBA, Yao Ming remained an unmistakable emblem. However, White's attention was not on this fellow compatriot from a past life. Rather, he was focused on the ever-somnolent Tracy McGrady, whose eyes seemed perpetually closed in slumber. McGrady received a pass and gracefully leaped beyond the three-point line. It was undeniable that while he might not possess conventional good looks, his shooting form was undeniably exquisite. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark, prompting White to leap in excitement. It appeared this fellow was particularly spirited today. As the game commenced, the starting lineups illuminated the arena's grand screen, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The San Antonio Spurs starting roster for the season had been firmly established. Center Fabricio Oberto, power forward Tim Duncan, small forward Bruce Bowen, point guard Tony Parker, and shooting guard James White. On the Rockets side, the starting five comprised center Yao Ming, power forward veteran Juwan Howard, small forward and former Grizzlies player Shane Battier, shooting guard Tracy McGrady, and point guard the legendary streetball king Rafer Alston. From a superficial glance, the two teams appeared equally formidable, each boasting an all-star caliber player in the paint. Juwan Howard, once a member of the celebrated Fab Five from Michigan, was indeed powerful, yet age had tempered his prowess, placing him on par with Oberto. In terms of interior strength, both teams seemed evenly matched. On the perimeter, however, the Rockets showcased the superlative swingman McGrady, the defensive stalwart Battier, and the renowned streetball maestro Alston. Conversely, the Spurs also had an exceptional point guard in Tony Parker, whose skills far surpassed those of Alston in the NBA. At small forward, Bowen and Battier were comparably adept. Both were excellent perimeter defenders with reliable long-range shooting. Nevertheless, Battier was in the prime of his career, while Bowen was nearing retirement. As for McGrady and White, the disparity between them was stark. One was a two-time scoring champion, while the other had only played 2 games as a rookie, an incongruity that was all too evident. Malone surveyed the Rockets starting lineup with satisfaction and remarked, "George, do you not see that the Rockets now possess championship caliber?" The team's current roster was indeed remarkable. Gwen cast a disdainful glance at him and replied, "That is merely your opinion. The Spurs are the true epitome of perfection. You might as well pray that the Rockets can at least advance to the Western Conference semifinals this season." Malone felt a surge of frustration, yet found himself at a loss for words. Since 1998, the team had failed to reach the semifinals for 8 consecutive years. Duncan and Yao Ming stood at midcourt, preparing for the jump ball, while White gazed up at the giant with admiration. Standing at a towering height of 2 meters and 26 centimeters, one might initially perceive such stature as merely impressive. Yet, when faced with an individual of this magnitude, the pressure is utterly unfathomable. White currently experiences this sensation, gazing up at a giant who surpasses him by 20 centimeters. His heart races fervently. With Yao Ming before him, he momentarily overlooks the presence of McGrady beside him. McGrady, however, wears an expression of discontent, feeling that Popovich has underestimated him by assigning a mere rookie to defend against his prowess. He suspects that Popovich's decision is a deliberate affront, especially considering the humiliation of his own remarkable feat in 2004. The 35 points in 13 seconds, which stands in stark contrast to the Spurs' self-proclaimed reputation as the best defensive team in the league. As the whistle blows, both giants leap into the air. Duncan ascends higher than Yao Ming, while Yao's height eclipses Duncan's. Their hands nearly meet the basketball simultaneously. Yet Duncan's longer wingspan allows him to tap the ball to Parker ahead of time. Upon receiving the pass, Parker cradles the ball close, skillfully evading Alston's defense as he waits for his teammates to position themselves. Battier stands resolutely in front of White, indicating that Van Gundy holds White in high regard, deploying his best perimeter defender against him. Battier, though lacking in exceptional physical prowess and flashy one-on-one skills, possesses an unparalleled basketball intellect that sets him apart. In his past life, Battier was White's idol. His defensive skills were nothing short of artistry, relying on agility, acute awareness, and superior basketball acumen rather than the subtle fouls employed by Bowen. Yet, now, this once-admired figure poses an insurmountable challenge for White, who finds himself unable to evade Battier's vigilant gaze, leaving him devoid of any opportunity to handle the ball. "Thank you for the generous support, my frustrated puff friend," he thinks. "Could you ease up on me a little?" Observing Battier, who exudes elegance even during the most intense physical exertion, White cannot help but smile bitterly. "I'm just a rookie." Taken aback, Battier flashes a faint smile and replies earnestly, "My apologies. The coach has instructed me to shadow you. You are more formidable than the veterans." The two engage in conversation as the first offensive play concludes, the ball having cycled through Bowen, Parker, and Duncan before returning to Parker's hands. Frankly, Alston's defense leaves much to be desired. After a few exchanges, he loses his mark, allowing Parker to seize the opportunity for an open jump shot, which he successfully sinks. The crowd erupts in jubilant cheers as their team takes the lead. As the momentum shifts from offense to defense, White can no longer afford to converse with Battier. He spots McGrady, who now possesses the ball, and rushes over to guard him. Noticing White's anxious demeanor, McGrady wears a mischievous smile, teasingly remarking, "Rookie, have you perhaps offended that old coot Greg?" He smiled. At that moment, McGrady held the ball in his left hand, extending his left arm back, adopting the classic offensive posture. White took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. He hadn't quite caught what McGrady had just said and could only respond with a question. "What did you say?" McGrady replied with a sly grin, "You must have offended that old coot Greg. Otherwise, why would they assign you to guard me?" White grinned, then leaned in and whispered, "In truth, I am the illegitimate son of that old man, which is why he entrusted this heavy responsibility to me." Upon hearing this, McGrady was momentarily taken aback. Nearly choking on his own saliva, this rookie was truly formidable. Seizing the fleeting moment of McGrady's surprise, White suddenly lunged forward, attempting to steal the ball. Unfortunately, he underestimated McGrady, particularly the McGrady at his peak. Though White was swift, McGrady's reflexes were equally sharp. With a deft motion, he shifted the basketball from his left hand to his right, then swiftly bent down, maneuvering the ball past the out-of-position White. "Damn," White cursed under his breath, striving to regain control of his body before pivoting to chase after McGrady. While McGrady's average speed was not particularly fast, his explosive first step was immensely powerful. By the time White regained his bearings, McGrady had already surged into the paint. Oberto hastily abandoned his defense of Howard and rushed to intercept McGrady on his path. Intent on thwarting his advance, White positioned himself directly beside Howard, thwarting any opportunity for an open shot. Observing White's performance, Popovich offered a subtle nod. He did not genuinely expect White to contain McGrady, but rather hoped for his defensive maturation. It seemed that his objective had been achieved. As White began to engage earnestly on the defensive end, confronted by the towering figure of Oberto, McGrady smirked slightly, executing a sudden stop that elevated his center of gravity, appearing as though he was poised for a jump shot. Oberto promptly leaped, striving to contest McGrady's attempt. Alas, White shut his eyes. Fully aware that McGrady's maneuver was merely a feint, how could Oberto be so easily deceived? Indeed, McGrady slipped past Oberto as he ducked beneath his jump, lifting his hand to bank the ball into the hoop. 2 points. White begrudgingly glanced at the scoreboard, which now bore an additional 2 points. "Rookie, you're far too eager," McGrady jested, making the basket appear effortlessly simple. "It's all right. We just need one more," Duncan murmured in an attempt to console White, recalling his own experiences during his rookie season against the legendary Olajuwon. Had it not been for Robinson, he too would have likely been thoroughly outmatched. White nodded slightly, and sprinted back to the half-court alongside Duncan. In truth, this match held little excitement, as both teams favored a heavily defensive strategy over offensive play, and each preferred a methodical approach to the game, resulting in a painfully slow pace. Battier closed in once more, and White braced himself against his physical presence, extending his right hand, while Parker promptly delivered the ball. White took a deep breath, then focused intently on Battier, shifting his weight with determination. Battier remained unfazed, his gaze fixed firmly on White's shoulder, with a powerful surge reminiscent of ancient roots. The muscles in White's calves erupted with strength as he engaged his core and leapt into the air. His forearms bent slightly, and with a gentle lift of his right hand, he released the basketball in a fluid motion. It was a clean jump shot. Battier, astonished, watched the young man. Knowing without needing to turn around, the unmistakable swish emanating from the speaker confirmed that the ball had found its mark. White cast a proud glance at him, then raised his fist in acknowledgement of the cheering fans. Popovich also applauded, recognizing the potential in the young player. "Rookie, well done," McGrady teased, his expression still languid. Yet his gaze towards White had become more cautious, although White had failed to successfully steal the ball from him moments earlier. His lightning-fast moves and audacious demeanor had left a lasting impression. Yao Ming extended his legs, lowering his body to position himself against Duncan, then reached out his right hand for the ball. Duncan exerted all his strength to shake Yao Ming's waist, but he couldn't maneuver himself in front of Yao. Alston lobbed the ball to Yao, who raised it above his head and pressed his mountainous back against Duncan. Duncan braced himself against Yao's back with all his might, using his calves to pin Yao's knees in hopes of restricting his movement. Seeing Oberto blocked by Howard, Yao dribbled the ball on the floor, then suddenly thrust his back to dislodge Duncan, swiftly inserting his legs inward. Seizing the opportunity, he lifted his right hand and deftly guided the ball into the hoop. Duncan gazed at the towering figure in astonishment. Having not seen him over the summer, he noted the improvement. Not only was he stronger, but his movements were also more fluid. Duncan passed the ball to Parker, who surged forward. Alston extended his hand to impede Parker's advance, while White evaded Battier to stand in front of Alston, blocking his path. Parker seized the opportunity to break past the three-point line, prompting Battier to rush in for defense. Parker tossed the ball backward, perfectly into White's hands. Upon receiving the ball, White lowered his center of gravity, gripping it tightly as if preparing for a jump shot. Alston, startled, leaped from the ground in a desperate attempt to block White's shot. Being shorter, he had to jump early, hoping to obstruct White's release. In that split second, he regretted his decision, for White's figure vanished from his sight. The crouch had merely been a feint. As Alston leaped, White propelled himself forward with renewed vigor. McGrady had also entered the fray, and upon seeing White's ascent, he too leapt, extending his large hand toward the basketball in White's grasp. White leaped into the air alongside Battier, who, instead of focusing on the ball in White's hand, raised his large hand to obscure White's face, thereby blocking his line of sight. The act of blocking was familiar to McGrady, who had already noticed McGrady jumping up as well. White paid no heed to the two individuals flanking him. With a sudden motion, he retracted his outstretched hand and then relaxed it downward, allowing Parker to receive the ball and score off the backboard. A splendid display of teamwork. Malone could not help but express his admiration, while Gwynn cast a defiant glance in his direction. One aspect in which the Spurs surpass the Rockets is their unparalleled synergy and coordination. Under the meticulous guidance of Popovich, the Spurs operate like a well-trained battalion, with each member fulfilling their role while remaining interconnected. Alston, utilizing his flashy ball-handling skills, deceived Parker and executed a bounce pass to McGrady. Seizing the momentum, McGrady took his shot, but alas, the ball grazed the rim. Duncan positioned himself to secure the rebound over Yao Ming, only to be surprised as Yao leapt early to execute a powerful putback dunk. Yao and McGrady exchanged a celebratory high-five, marking the success of their offensive maneuver. White released the tension that had soared moments ago, relieved that McGrady's mid-range shot had missed. "This fellow has grown stronger," Oberto mused, uncertain whether he referred to Yao Ming or McGrady, both of whom had performed admirably. McGrady had once again deceived White with a series of feints, while Yao Ming had successfully maneuvered past Duncan to score with a powerful follow-up dunk. As the Spurs mounted another offense, they relied on their speed to conclude the play before Yao could establish his position. Parker passed the ball to Duncan, who executed a flawless jump shot. McGrady swiftly brought the ball across half-court, with you setting a screen to shield White. However, McGrady's return pass was intercepted by White, who prepared for a fast break. Yet, as he moved, he collided with Howard, who fell dramatically to the ground, prompting the referee to blow the whistle for an offensive foul. It seemed to White that he had merely brushed against Howard, wondering if Howard had indeed aged so considerably. Reluctantly, he raised his head, conceding the first foul of the match. The referee's whistle echoed through the arena as Howard pulled Yell up from the floor. While the crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, all in vain, unable to alter the referee's decision. "Rookie, you underestimate the complexities of the NBA," McGrady chuckled, recalling his own initial struggles when he first entered the league. However, he had since evolved, now poised to enjoy the unspoken rules of the game. With a fierce glare directed at McGrady, White felt a surge of frustration, but McGrady remained unfazed. Howard initiated the inbound pass, and from just beyond the three-point arc, McGrady leaped and launched a long-range shot, catching White unprepared and unable to contest the shot. The ball swished through the net, leaving White despondent. McGrady was a madman, playing by his own unpredictable rules. It appeared that his starting position in the next game was in jeopardy. 5 points. This illustrates the chasm that exists between us, McGrady declared with swagger, his three-pointer crisp and decisive, garnering applause from numerous spectators in the arena. White scoffed, "Indeed, I never take reckless shots. Your attempts hold no significance whatsoever." McGrady blinked and replied, "No significance? At least our team has garnered 3 points." At this moment, Yao Ming had already positioned himself in the paint, and Parker's hopes of exploiting a time differential for a score were thwarted. "I've heard your offense is quite sharp. Why not drive right past me?" Battier taunted. As the ball found its way into White's hands, he glanced at McGrady, who had been pushed to the baseline by Bowen. With a firm posture and a slight bend in his legs, White seemed poised to leap once more from his spot. Battier rushed forward to block White's view. And as Battier moved, White forcefully pushed off the floor, utilizing its powerful reaction to shake off the crouched Battier and charge toward the three-point line, heading directly for Yao Ming. Caught behind Duncan, Yao could only watch helplessly as the young African-American raced forward. The moment White took his first step, McGrady sprang into action. Never underestimate McGrady's defensive awareness. Back in his Raptors days, he had performed countless unglamorous but essential tasks to support his cousin, Carter. He was at a loss, yet McGrady had the opportunity to defend White. However, as he neared White, the latter jerked back suddenly, halting his forward momentum, and launched the basketball far beyond the three-point arc. Bowen caught the ball, leaped from beyond the arc, and scored. The crowd erupted in cheers, and DJ shouted Bowen's full name. Bowen gave White a thumbs up, stating, "Great play, James. That's how we do it. Let us show these Houstonians what we're made of." Having been toyed with repeatedly by White, even the usually good-natured McGrady felt a surge of anger. White had delivered 2 assists right in front of him. This time, McGrady received the ball and took a direct shot, but unfortunately, it veered off the rim again. White, observing McGrady's wide-open eyes, understood his intentions and kept his large hand firmly in McGrady's line of sight. Duncan retrieved the rebound, and Parker initiated a fast break with White and Oberto flanking him. McGrady was overwhelmed, outnumbered 3-1. Parker passed the ball to White, who immediately relayed it to Oberto. As Oberto jumped, he sent the ball back to Parker, who scored off the backboard. "King of reckless shots, that's what you are," White exclaimed, twisting his body as he spoke. Upon hearing the term king of reckless shots, McGrady's expression darkened. "Young man, you are far too audacious." The current score stands at 12-9, with the Spurs holding a 3-point lead. Each offensive possession has consumed no less than 20 seconds, while scoring has been sparse. 8 minutes of the first quarter have already elapsed, leaving less than 4 minutes on the clock. Popovich has called a timeout and substituted the lackluster Oberto for Horry. From Popovich's discontented expression, it is evident that Oberto's starting career has come to an abrupt end, as his performance on the court has been inferior even to that of the older Francisco. Horry and Howard, longtime acquaintances, exchanged a glance filled with competitive spirit before succumbing to laughter. The first quarter has unfolded without any remarkable incidents. Yao Ming and McGrady have begun to collaborate effectively, placing White and Duncan in a passive position. McGrady has executed 2 backdoor cuts, benefiting from Yao Ming's assists, while the newly entered Horry showcased his long-range shooting prowess, sinking 2 mid-range jumpers courtesy of passes from White and Parker. As the first quarter concludes, the Spurs lead by 2 points at 20-18, indicating that both teams are playing cautiously. Notably, out of the Rockets' 18 points, McGrady has accounted for 9. White sat on the bench, attentively listening to Popovich as he elucidated the strategies. Neither coach called for a timeout in the first quarter, as both teams exhibited no significant errors that warranted such an interruption. "James, why do you persist in prowling the perimeter? Are you not capable of posting up?" Do not tell me that Sean possesses greater strength than you. Popovich reproached White with evident dissatisfaction. An epiphany struck White as he recalled the back-to-the-basket techniques he had diligently honed in his previous life. He had demonstrated these skills during intra-squad scrimmages, primarily to outmaneuver Bowen. The intermission concluded swiftly, and the players re-emerged onto the court. The Rockets maintained their starting lineup, while the Spurs made no notable alterations. In a moment of decisive action, McGrady seized control of the ball from Alston. It appeared that Van Gundy had imparted some wisdom to him. As McGrady's demeanor was unusually grave when he took to the court, an unsettling premonition coursed through White. As anticipated, McGrady capitalized on his explosive agility to penetrate White's defense, compelling Duncan to step in for assistance while White switched to guard Yao Ming. McGrady passed the ball to Yao, and White firmly positioned himself, gripping Yao's waist. The height disparity between them was striking, exceeding 20 centimeters, rendering the situation seemingly imbalanced. White finally comprehended Duncan's anguish. Defending against Yao Ming required enduring not only his formidable strength, but also the pressure exerted by his towering height. As Yao Ming forcefully pushed forward, he merely managed to displace White by a mere step. After over 3 months of relentless training, the current White was no longer the slender rookie who had entered the league. Surprised by White's unexpected strength, Yao Ming had no choice but to pivot his body and execute a hook shot. Swish, it found its mark. Parker controlled the ball, and the remaining 4 players of the Spurs began to move dynamically. Horry evaded Howard, receiving Parker's pass before retreating to the perimeter. White maneuvered himself into the paint, subsequently positioning himself to receive the ball from Battier. Horry delivered the ball into White's grasp. Embracing the ball, White forcefully collided with Battier, proceeding to bulldoze his way into the lane with the relentless determination of a bulldozer. Battier found himself in a dire predicament. Although he possessed commendable strength and stamina, far superior to what one might perceive, White wielded an even more formidable power. Battier felt as though he were defending against that relentless beast from Cleveland, endowed with both overwhelming strength and rapid agility. White leaned against Battier's back and then suddenly leaped to shoot the ball. Now perilously close to the hoop, the basketball passed through the rim. Van Gundy's expression darkened, while Popovich wore a satisfied smile. The score widened once more as McGrady stepped inside the three-point line to receive the ball, with White anxiously guarding him. Both players were of similar height and explosive power, rendering McGrady's signature pull-up jumper ineffective. However, he possessed a repertoire of offensive tactics. He bent low, controlling the ball as he slowly advanced. Then with a sudden thrust of his right foot, he moved forward, prompting White to lean left and hurriedly keep pace. "Rookie, let me show you what offense truly is." McGrady pulled the basketball back with one hand, transferring it to his left as he swiftly maneuvered towards the baseline, with White attempting to impede his progress. With a thunderous shout, McGrady executed a sudden stop, and White instinctively halted, trying to block him. Yet, McGrady surged ahead with a burst of speed, relying on his formidable explosiveness to dart past White in an instant. "Watch my dunk," McGrady exclaimed as he soared over White, cradling the ball, then pivoted his body in a jump, propelling himself upwards like a majestic bird. His right hand, in a windmill motion, raised the basketball high, and as he descended, he forcefully slammed the spinning ball into the hoop. At that moment, White could only watch in disbelief as McGrady successfully executed the dunk. By the time he reacted, McGrady had already taken off, leaving him no opportunity to block the shot. This was the disparity. This was the mastery of timing in the game. Frustration mingled with excitement in White's heart as he contemplated a future that promised greater strength. Next, Parker received a pass from Duncan and glided along the baseline for a layup. Although McGrady could not match Parker's speed, his vertical leap surpassed Parker's, allowing him to soar from behind and swat the ball that Parker had lofted into the air. Howard caught the ball and swiftly launched it, while Alston initiated a fast break, finding the basket unguarded, adding 2 more points for the Rockets. The score was now tied, as McGrady's sudden assist, dunk, and block had erased the advantage the Spurs had built in the first quarter. White received a pass from Parker beyond the three-point line, but unfortunately, his shot was disrupted by Battier and clanged off the rim. Horry withstood Howard's challenge to secure the offensive rebound and, while attempting a layup, was met with a block from Yao Ming. McGrady seized the opportunity to score on the fast break. Popovich was compelled to call a timeout, as the Spurs had been performing dismally during those minutes, struggling both offensively and defensively. Robert extended to the perimeter, while James cut inside. "Tim, once you receive the ball, draw Yao's attention and then distribute it to James, who should aggressively attack Sean. passing to the outside whenever possible. Tony and Mike floated between the mid-range and the three-point line, understood? Popovich appeared unfazed. He had witnessed such surges countless times before. Bowen was substituted out. In the season, Finley stepped in. Following Popovich's instructions, Parker passed to White, while Duncan moved near the midline, compelling Yao to follow him, thus leaving only White and Battier in the paint. Once more, White barreled into Battier under the basket and leaped for a dunk, releasing the pent-up frustration from earlier when McGrady had subdued him. McGrady, holding the ball, also attempted to back down White. Though he possessed considerable strength, he was no match for White. After pushing White firmly with his back and finding no give, McGrady stepped back and executed a turnaround jumper, which found its mark. White felt utterly despondent. This was a signature move of Kobe's that emerged post-2008, famously dubbed the most indefensible shot. Now, White could only hope that McGrady was merely playing tricks, or else he would have no choice but to sit by the water cooler in the next game. White once again drove hard into the paint against Battier, leaving Battier feeling utterly despondent. Aside from Yao Ming, it seemed there was no player on the court more adept at backing down opponents than White. Even Duncan's post moves paled in comparison. Ironically, White was primarily an outside shooter, which posed a significant dilemma for Van Gundy, as Howard stepped in to provide help defense. White swiftly passed the ball to Horry, who then set up Finley for a quick jump shot that found its mark. McGrady, with the ball in hand, penetrated the lane. White and Horry attempted to close in, but McGrady, soaring through the air, delivered a pass to the open Howard, who sank a mid-range jumper. The back-and-forth scoring continued. Yet the Rockets maintained a slender lead, with McGrady excelling while White struggled to contain him. The second quarter belonged to McGrady, whose prowess invigorated the Rockets' offense. He and Alston effectively swapped roles, with Alston taking on the scoring guard position while McGrady orchestrated the plays. Remarkably, both players flourished in their new roles, as evidenced by Alston's 2 mid-range shots and a long-range attempt. With just 5 seconds remaining in the half, McGrady capitalized on a screen from Yao Ming to nail another 2-pointer, bringing the score to 48-44 as the Rockets entered the third quarter with a 4-point advantage. With a 4-point deficit and the anticipation of the home crowd weighing on him, White followed his teammates into the players' tunnel and retreated to the locker room. Meanwhile, Cynthia led the cheerleaders, freshly dressed, out of the tunnel. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and Cynthia discreetly flashed a sign. Upon witnessing Cynthia's confident smile, filled with hope, and her striking figure, White felt an immediate surge of adrenaline, eager to return to the court and show McGrady who truly ruled the perimeter at the ATT Center. Once in the locker room, White collapsed onto the bench, utterly drained. Matching up against McGrady was exhausting and burdened by the expectation of scoring 25 points. He felt both physically and mentally depleted. "James, are you feeling tired?" Popovich suddenly inquired after outlining several offensive strategies. White was just about to nod in agreement, but upon seeing the joyful expressions of the substitute players, he quickly changed his response. "It's all right, Greg. I'm fine and can hold my ground." As he spoke, he struck a pose, showcasing his muscles that resembled those of a bronze statue. Admittedly, he had failed to adequately guard Tracy, and that was my oversight. "I will ensure that his scoring does not exceed 25 points, White proclaimed with unwavering confidence. However, deep down, he felt quite anxious. For McGrady had already scored 16 points in the first half, and it seemed trivial for him to add another 9 in the second half. "Excellent, James. Your attitude is commendable, but do not overly concern yourself with that wager. Your performance today has been remarkable, and I am quite satisfied," Popovich remarked appreciatively. Upon hearing these words, White was filled with joy, while the other substitutes wore expressions of dismay. Popovich retrieved the tactical board and began to elaborate on some offensive techniques. Suddenly, White heard his phone ring. Looking down, he was surprised to see that the caller was Yi Cixue, who was far away in China. Turning his back to Popovich, White discreetly answered the call, as athletes were prohibited from using their phones during the game. Yi Cixue's melodious voice came through the line. Just as White was about to remind her that he was in the midst of a match, he heard her cheerful words. "James, you must give it your all. Many people in China are watching your game, and both Yin and I are tuned in. You're performing well today. But the red number 1 you are matched against seems even stronger." White was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that every time the Rockets played, CCTV would broadcast the game, attracting hundreds of millions of viewers. If Cynthia's encouragement had ignited a fire within him, then Yi Cixue's words sent his blood racing with fervor. The notion of achieving fame in one battle consumed White's thoughts. Once he Sishu had delivered her message, she promptly hung up, as international calls were quite expensive. As the halftime break concluded and the game resumed, White's face radiated determination. Unaware of the truth, Hori, Finley, and others commented on the vitality of youth, while Popovich expressed satisfaction with White's fighting spirit and attitude towards the game. "Rookie, you seem quite furious. What's the matter? Did Popovich scold you? You are no match for us, so stop struggling," McGrady teased while dribbling, exuding arrogance. White was certain that this fellow was aware of the live broadcast in China. He had no inclination to engage in banter with McGrady. Instead, he positioned himself in front of him, disrupting his dribble and preventing an easy breakthrough. Across the ocean, two men sat at a round table, watching the match. "Now that the second half has commenced, Director Zhang, who do you believe has a better chance of winning?" inquired a middle-aged man wearing glasses. After a moment of contemplation, the elderly gentleman with graying hair responded, "I believe it is more reasonable to assert that the Rockets will secure victory, as they have clearly played more fluidly throughout the match, excelling in both offense and defense. Moreover, observe that McGrady has been distributing the ball to his teammates, effectively conserving Yao Ming's stamina for a potential explosive performance in the second half." The bespectacled man, Yu Jia, nodded in agreement. Director Zhang raises valid points. However, what are your thoughts on this rookie from the Spurs? We have witnessed that in the first half, this second-round pick displayed impressive offensive skills and solid defense, making quite a commendable impression. This rookie possesses exceptional individual talent. However, he may find it challenging to match up against McGrady, whose offensive prowess is nearly insurmountable. This rookie simply cannot contain him. And it appears he has yet to fully integrate into the Spurs system, as several of his offensive attempts have been thwarted, Zhang replied with a serious analysis. Currently, numerous enthusiastic viewers are reaching out to us, either by phone or text, inquiring about this rookie. Allow me to introduce him. His name is James White, a graduate of the University of Cincinnati, standing at 2.01 meters tall. He is capable of playing as a small forward, shooting guard, and point guard. He was selected first in the second round of this year's draft. Since entering the NBA, White has demonstrated extraordinary talent, earning recognition as one of the most underrated players in the past decade of drafts. Now, the match has resumed. Let us continue to focus on the game. Yu Jia switched the camera, once again presenting the match before the Chinese audience. "Rookie, your speed and reflexes are commendable." McGrady executed a spin, attempting to shake off White. Yet upon turning his head, he found White still firmly positioned in front of him. Nevertheless, this did not deter McGrady. A faint smile graced his lips as he transferred the ball to his right hand, his feet forcefully pounding the ground as he surged past White's left side. White closely trailed behind, refraining from attempting to overtake him. As McGrady charged into the paint, he leapt without a hint of hesitation, his left foot striking the floor with great force, his knees bending powerfully as he let out a fierce shout while soaring upwards. In front, Hori also leapt in an effort to block, yet his attempt appeared futile, for his jump came too late, and his outstretched arms could barely graze McGrady's elbow. McGrady aimed to slam the ball through the hoop with one hand, but as he pressed down, it proved exceedingly challenging. Not a chance. A thunderous sound echoed in McGrady's ears, his smile transforming into astonishment. A large, dark hand forcefully slapped the basketball, pinning it against the backboard. The resounding collision between the ball and the board reverberated through the arena. Hori quickly leaped to catch the ball midair, while White stumbled to the ground, hastily rising without a moment to regain his balance, and dashed toward the front court. Hori made a long pass, and White, receiving the ball, took a giant step beyond the three-point line, and with a powerful push from his legs at the free-throw line, soared into the air like a magnificent bird. With his legs bent backward, White's body arched in a manner reminiscent of a bow drawn taut, his arms akin to arrows poised for flight. A triumphant roar erupted from White as he engaged his core, propelling his descending form upward once more, gliding forward with grace. At the apex of his ascent, his eyes were level with the rim, his arms nearly brushing the upper edge of the backboard. With a thunderous impact, White's wrist struck the hoop, and the basketball was emphatically thrust through the net. The audience erupted in fervor. Every spectator in the arena and those watching from home swept up in a wave of exhilaration, rising to their feet and cheering passionately. Even the usually stoic Popovich displayed a flicker of excitement, gesturing emphatically as he recognized the momentum shift for his team. This emphatic dunk had ignited their spirits, while the Rockets found themselves in disarray. "I've warned you. I am not to be underestimated," White proclaimed with undeniable confidence, standing proudly beneath the hoop. The basketball nestled at his feet like an eager pup seeking its master's affection. Cameras flashed incessantly, capturing the moment, all eyes focused on White. After Jordan, the Emperor graced the court once more. Replacing Alston was John Lucas III, who appeared visibly rattled by the astonishing dunk. As he attempted to pass the ball to the approaching T-Mac, his wrist trembled, sending the ball soaring erratically. In his distraction, Lucas had entirely overlooked the presence of James White stationed at the baseline. White soared high, cradling the ball in his arms before slamming it down onto the court with force. He leapt once more, as if propelled by a rocket, executing a vertical ascent to deftly dunk the basketball into the hoop. Van Gundy was compelled to call a timeout. His team's morale had plummeted to an abyss, while the Spurs exuded an invigorating zeal. It was James's moment to shine, a time for the Bombardier to unleash his fury upon the adversary. DJ erupted from his seat, bellowing with fervor, as over 10,000 fans, including those clad in McGrady's number 1 jersey, rose in a cacophony of excitement. The roar of nearly 20,000 voices resembled a tsunami, causing Popovich to feel as though he might topple. How long had it been since fans had erupted in such a fervent cheer for a player? A year? 5 years? Veteran fans watched with tear-filled eyes as George Gervin stood in the commentary booth, transported back to their youth, when Gervin was the emblematic figure of the team. Back then, although the Spurs were not a dominant force in the NBA, they played with unbridled passion. Those evenings spent after dinner at the arena, witnessing the Iceman George Gervin lead a motley crew to challenge formidable opponents, were among their most exhilarating memories. As White took the stage, he was met with a fervent reception from the audience. They rose to their feet, applauding with increasing rhythm, and some spectators chanted in unison, "Bomber, bomber, bomber." White exchanged enthusiastic applause with his teammates, and Horry immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace, his heart racing with exhilaration akin to that of the audience. The Rockets faced considerable challenges in this match. However, James White's entry into the game was marked by a pivotal block, a crucial steal, and 2 electrifying dunks that significantly dampened the Rockets' morale. If no one could rise to the occasion, defeat was inevitable for the Rockets. Zhang Weiping shook his head with a sigh, remarking on the emergence of a new star in American basketball, while thinking of his beloved China. What of you? In a moment of glory, Yao Ming powered through Francisco, elevating to score with finesse. Popovich furrowed his brow, signaling for Duncan to take the court. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the game, the Spurs leading 86-80 by 6 points. Yet, Yao's recent basket had narrowed the Spurs' advantage to 4 points. Duncan shook his head, a hint of frustration evident on his otherwise stoic face. This was not their first encounter, and he recalled how Yao had previously dominated the first half only to fade in the fourth. But today was different. Perhaps the 10-minute respite during the third quarter had revitalized him, as Yao delivered a remarkable performance, scoring 12 of the 18 points accrued by his team in the final quarter. Duncan replaced Francisco, who, at 34 or 35, appeared utterly exhausted. They exchanged a brief handshake, Francisco displaying a bittersweet smile. "James, you're subbing in for Bruce," Popovich instructed, addressing White, who was covering his face with a towel. Upon hearing this, White discarded the towel and rose with fervor. Throughout the match, he had only rested for a mere 5 minutes, the initial 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. Battier, too, seemed to be running low on energy as White dribbled, observing the lean figure of his teammate, sweat cascading from his forehead in steady rivulets, 1 drop, 2 drops, and then streams. White did not gaze into Battier's focused eyes. His attention was entirely captured by the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. As fate would have it, a drop of perspiration unexpectedly found its way into his eye, prompting him to close his eyes momentarily and rub them. At that very moment, White leapt into the air with a decisive jump, his restored stamina granting him an impeccable command over his shot. The basketball spun elegantly from his hands and swished through the net. Battier wore an expression of frustration, while White triumphantly waved his hand and cast a smug glance at McGrady, declaring that, thanks to him, his friend would not be starting in the next game. In the first 3 quarters, McGrady had amassed 26 points, along with 8 assists and 8 rebounds. Alston pushed the ball forward on a fast break, with time running short. Ginobili closely followed in his footsteps, reaching out to disrupt his dribbling. This tactic might have worked against other point guards, but against the former streetball king Alston, it was utterly ineffective. The basketball thudded against the ground as Alston's body jolted. He suddenly yanked the ball to the right with his right hand. Ginobili hurriedly shifted to the right, but at that moment, the basketball was sharply pulled back to his left hand. Ginobili was taken aback. desperately trying to shift his body to the left. Alston grinned, performing a magical wrist flick, and the ball returned to his right hand. By this time, Ginobili had exhausted his capacity to maneuver, helplessly watching as Alston charged past him on the left side. The two directional changes were inconsequential. Yet one must understand that Alston had maintained control of the ball while advancing, meaning both alterations occurred while he was still progressing. With just a minute and a half remaining, Yao Ming surged forward, mustering his remaining strength to initiate a fast break. He drove straight toward the midcourt, while Wells cut into the paint from the right side. Using his robust physique, he shoved aside Horry, who was attempting to impede him, and reached out for the ball. Horry desperately clutched his shoulder, trying to maneuver in front to block the pass, but to no avail. Alston's eyes lit up as he locked onto Wells. With no obstacles in front of them, he drew back his arms, appearing ready to pass to Wells. Duncan swiftly moved in to intercept the passing lane between the two. Yet the ball had already been released by Alston. However, the recipient was not the highly threatening Wells, but rather Yao Ming, who had just crossed the three-point line. Yao struck the ball forcefully against the floor, then retracted his upper body, which had leaned forward due to inertia, and with powerful legs, he leapt into the air. Damn it! Yao's mid-range shot was as renowned as Duncan's. The moment Yao caught the ball, White abandoned his defense against Battier, sprinting 2 steps to position himself beside Yao. As Yao leapt, White simultaneously took off. Although Yao was indeed much taller than White, the latter's leaping speed and agility surpassed Yao significantly. White leapt with such remarkable speed and height that he even had the opportunity to adjust the position of his raised hand to complete the block, making contact with the basketball. However, Yao Ming did not attempt a shot. Instead, he deftly reversed the ball above his head. Behind him stood the vigilant Sean Battier, whose unwavering focus on defense was evident. From the perspective of the spectators, it appeared as though White had successfully blocked Yao Ming, sending the ball either just released or still in the process of being shot flying away. As the crowd began to erupt in cheers, many of whom had started their applause even before White took off, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Battier, positioned comfortably 2 meters behind Yao, caught the ball effortlessly and, with a swift motion, launched a three-pointer that found its mark. Battier was not merely an exceptional defensive specialist, he was also a renowned sharpshooter. Yet, due to his dedication to defense and his commitment to performing the less glamorous tasks for the team, many had overlooked that this former leader from Duke University was indeed an outstanding shooter. The score gap once again narrowed to 4 points, with the Spurs in the lead, holding possession of the ball, and only 1 minute and 32 seconds remaining in the game. In a fast break orchestrated by White, Duncan positioned himself in the backcourt, effectively obstructing Yao Ming's movement, while the frontcourt engaged in a 4-on-4 confrontation. White leapt high into the air, passing the basketball to Ginobili, who executed a peculiar shoulder shimmy before driving towards the basket with the ball in his left hand. As Wells attempted to defend, Ginobili deftly passed the ball to Horry, who drew the defense of Sula. The ball was swiftly returned to Ginobili, who scored with a reverse layup off the backboard. At that moment, Yao Ming and Duncan had just returned to the court, with possession now belonging to the Rockets. Yao Ming passed the ball to Sula, who missed a 3-point attempt. White soared above Wells to snatch the rebound, launching a long pass to Ginobili, who added another 2 points. The Spurs led by 8 points. As the final whistle blew, the Spurs triumphed with a score of 96-90 on their home court. Post-game, Yao Ming shared a friendly handshake with Duncan before embracing White, whose remarkable performance was nothing short of astonishing, rivaling that of the seasoned McGrady. White felt a jolt of surprise as he saw Yao Ming approaching him. In his previous life, this not particularly athletically gifted giant was a source of pride for all Chinese basketball fans, as he embodied China's singular pride on the global basketball stage. "Hello, Yao," White greeted, wrapping his arms around Yao's waist, speaking in Chinese, albeit with a somewhat clumsy accent due to his large tongue. This time, it was Yao Ming who was taken aback. He patted the shoulder of the shorter player, in comparison to Yao, and said, "You played very well, very well." Also in Chinese. To ensure the smaller player understood, he deliberately flashed a thumbs up. In the United States, there are indeed many who understand Chinese, though they typically only master simple phrases like hello and thank you. White chuckled heartily, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. I comprehend your words. I have harbored a fondness for the Chinese language since my childhood, and I can speak it reasonably well." Despite his awkward delivery, his words were sufficient to astonish Yao Ming. Swiftly, he approached a nearby recorder to procure paper and a pen, diligently jotting down his phone number and MSN to present to White. "I would be delighted to invite you for a meal," to savor authentic Chinese cuisine. Yao Ming warmly proposed. White provided his contact information to Yao Ming, who nodded and remarked, "The next time I play in Houston, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Authentic Chinese cuisine, do not deceive me. I crave boiled pork slices and mapo tofu." Upon hearing this, Yao Ming was taken aback, as if he had heard someone announce Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's comeback. While he had encountered foreigners who spoke Chinese before, he had never met an NBA player who could use terms like pay a visit and authentic, particularly one who was familiar with dishes such as boiled pork slices and mapo tofu. A throng of reporters gathered around, and recalling his previous experience in Memphis, White embraced Yao Ming once more before hastily departing. "Yao Ming, it seemed you were conversing in Chinese with that rookie just now, correct?" inquired a reporter from China's Central Television, the first to pose a question, a privilege reflecting the respect other media outlets held for Yao Ming. Standing like a pillar at the center of the court, Yao Ming tilted his head and touched his nose, responding, "Yes, James was indeed speaking to me in Chinese. He speaks quite fluently and can be considered a sinophile. Of course, during interviews, we must use English, as it would not be appropriate to speak in a language that so many from around the world cannot comprehend." The media, particularly the Chinese reporters, buzzed with excitement. Yet another excellent interview subject and a splendid topic for writing. Yao Ming's remarks also served to assist White, potentially garnering him numerous pseudo-fans in China. White entered the players' tunnel, where Cynthia, clad in a jacket, was engaged in cheerful conversation with her fellow cheerleaders. He cast a lingering glance at Cynthia's exposed legs, which were straight, elongated, and voluptuously beautiful, a truly captivating sight. "Nora, do you recall the data from today?" White inquired, seeking a conversation that would allow him to discuss business matters without arousing suspicion. Cynthia flashed a charming smile, and before she could speak, another striking woman with dark skin interjected playfully, "James, you were phenomenal today. I just checked your stats. 24 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 4 blocks. Simply outstanding." White smiled modestly before striding away. The NBA prohibits players from engaging in romantic relationships with cheerleaders. However, it does not forbid them from indulging in more intimate encounters. One cannot deny the allure of the towering athletes juxtaposed with the youthful beauty of the cheerleaders, making it almost inevitable that some form of connection arises between them. In reality, the league also frowns upon players frivolously mingling with cheerleaders, yet this regulation is often disregarded by the globally renowned athletes. The stunning women who dedicate themselves to the demanding role of cheerleading do so not solely for the substantial compensation but also with aspirations of igniting scandals with these players, thereby gaining notoriety. Naturally, if one could capture the attention of these stars and become their significant other, it would be akin to soaring to great heights. How to explain this to Megan? White's performance today once again attested to his prowess as the first overall pick in the 2006 draft. Numerous journalists gathered at the entrance of the ET Center, eagerly awaiting the departure of the players' vehicles. White curled his lips and donned his baseball cap before pedaling away from the stadium on his bicycle, drawing no attention from anyone. The reporters were all preoccupied with their cameras at the entrance. It was a splendid evening. As White gazed up at the clear night sky, his heart brimmed with enthusiasm. However, after over 40 minutes of play, his muscles were laden with lactic acid, leaving him with a sense of soreness throughout his body. Upon returning home, he tidied his disheveled room, knowing that no girl favors a man with poor habits. He arranged the roses he had picked from the apartment garden in a vase, eagerly awaiting Cynthia's arrival. When the doorbell rang, White excitedly opened the door to find the youthful and radiant Cynthia, her beloved BMW gracefully parked at the entrance. As she stepped inside, Cynthia was taken aback, having expected the bedroom of a single man like White to be in disarray. Instead, it was impeccably organized. "Megan really indulges him," Cynthia mused, feeling a twinge of bitterness, for she could not fathom that the rough around the edges White had any interest in tidying up. Suddenly, Cynthia burst into laughter, prompting White to touch his bald head, perplexed, and inquire, "What is so funny, dear?" Hearing the ambiguous term dear, Cynthia shot him a glare, not out of reproach for taking liberties, but in disdain for his timidity. With fox absent, why was he being so cautious? "Where did you get these roses?" Cynthia chuckled, her beautiful eyes sparkling like a clear spring, exuding grace. "Roses? Oh dear," White awkwardly grinned, explaining, "I thought they were roses. What bad luck. That landlord deceived me, boasting about her garden and how exuberantly those roses bloom." Just then, the doorbell rang again. With a flutter of anxiety, White opened the door to find his ordered dinner had arrived. Thank heavens, it wasn't Fox returning. James, you ought to have an agent by now, Cynthia advised as she munched on her food. You've established your worth, and soon, many sponsors will seek you for endorsements. Is that so? White replied somewhat distractedly, his attention drawn to the slight opening of Cynthia's blouse, revealing an alluring glimpse of her beauty. Particularly captivating were her alabaster treasures, barely exposed yet astonishingly enticing. Noticing White's inattentiveness, Cynthia shot him an annoyed glance, delicately licking the wine from her lips. Observing her seductive demeanor, White could hardly suppress a gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. James, were you even listening to me? Cynthia set down her goblet, her expression betraying a simmering discontent that threatened to erupt at any moment. Having nearly finished their meal, White rose from his seat, taking Cynthia's hand in his. He endeavored to project a tender demeanor before enveloping her in an embrace, declaring, Nora, some matters can be discussed later. At this moment, I simply wish to express how fond I am of you. For lovers, red wine serves as the finest aphrodisiac. As Cynthia inhaled the robust scent of masculinity emanating from White, she contemplated declining his invitation. However, before she could articulate her refusal, White captured her enticing lips in a deep kiss. After a brief moment, Cynthia managed to extricate herself from his embrace, shaking her head as she gasped for air, her petite nostrils flaring as if she were struggling to breathe. Have you never been kissed? White questioned incredulously. With Fox's guidance, White had become somewhat of a dandy himself. Cynthia's response to the kiss had been marked by clenched teeth, a rigid tongue, and heavy breaths, reminiscent of White's own first experience. Cynthia shook her head and nestled into White's arms. Almost in a whisper, she confessed, We are advancing too swiftly. James, I do not wish for this. I feel a sense of fear. At this moment, White was consumed by desire, paying no heed to Cynthia's words. He lifted her and entered the room, fortunately having purchased a large bed beforehand. The wooden bed emitted a creak, and after a moment, a girl's voice suddenly exclaimed, You scoundrel, you're hurting me. It hurts. The breathy sounds were the only tender words exchanged by the man during such intimate moments, yet they were the most sincere. As the storm subsided, White and Cynthia lay entwined on the bed. He held her tightly, as if by embracing her he could grasp the entire world. Cynthia's delicate eyes were gently closed, and she relished White's embrace. Although devoid of romantic declarations or grand promises, she felt utterly content with the warmth of his hold. White was utterly oblivious to this secret, and perhaps he would never uncover the truth regarding the embrace. He cherished holding his beloved tightly, for in his eyes, enveloping his dearest was akin to embracing his entire world. How should we communicate this to Megan? Cynthia twirled her golden locks that cascaded onto her shoulders, her delicate brows furrowed in a manner that was both endearingly anxious and charming. In that moment, her usual spirited and audacious demeanor had vanished without a trace. Uncharacteristically, Fox had not called to check in that evening. Perhaps even the divine was encouraging White to win the heart of the enchanting beauty who captivated all of San Antonio. White gently smoothed the furrowed brows of Cynthia with his empty right hand, speaking softly yet resolutely, Allow me to resolve such matters. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything. With me by your side, your world shall never falter. Cynthia nodded obediently, finally comprehending why Fox was so utterly devoted to this unassuming man. In the past, she had occasionally speculated that perhaps Fox sought to leverage White's influence for his own advancement. However, her perspective had shifted. No woman could withstand the tender affections of this man, a blend of strength and gentleness. White sighed, astonished to discover that this was Cynthia's first experience. He could hardly fathom how an openly expressive cheerleader could have retained her virginity until now, particularly in a country as liberal as the United States. Yet, the crimson drops on the sheets and Cynthia's earlier anxiety and trepidation revealed the stark truth to him. It was beyond his imagination that such a stunning blonde, endowed with a voluptuous figure, had preserved her innocence for so long. The only certainty was that he now bore a profound responsibility towards this enchanting woman who had entrusted him with something she had safeguarded for many years. It was indeed a perplexing situation. Choosing to dismiss these thoughts, White replaced the soiled sheets and drifted into a deep slumber, enveloping Cynthia in his arms. After an intense match and a night of passion, his physical stamina had certainly been depleted. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the bedroom and heralding yet another beautiful day. As Cynthia stirred from her slumber, she noticed the small dining table adorned with 2 glasses of milk, 2 portions of bread, and some scrambled eggs. Upon seeing her awaken, White, seated at the table, broke into a radiant smile that mirrored the warmth and gentleness of the sun outside. When did you rise? He inquired. Has the milk been warmed multiple times? Cynthia tossed her golden hair back while pulling the thin blanket over her, though it scarcely concealed her ample allure. White brought her a nightgown, which belonged to Fox and was somewhat small, but that was of no consequence. He planted a fervent kiss on Cynthia's forehead and chuckled. It's early. I have always risen quite early. Come, rise and shine. Let us indulge in the heartfelt breakfast I have prepared for you. Cynthia, rubbing her sore muscles, inquired insistently, how many times has the milk been warmed? White shrugged and remarked, twice, of course, or perhaps double that. Who can remember clearly? Cynthia offered a slight smile but chose not to elaborate further. Cautiously, she made her way to the bathroom for a quick refresh. The previous night had been quite wild, leaving her body languid and fatigued, rendering her incapable of attending cheerleading practice today. Fortunately, the next game for the Spurs was an away match, granting her a reprieve from performing for the next 4 days. After breakfast, she seized the opportunity while White was tidying up the dishes to glance into the kitchen, where the microwave displayed a count of 8 uses for the day. The milk had been heated 8 times. She closed her eyes, her hands clasped across her chest, recalling a moment with her mother in her final days, who once imparted a piece of wisdom. If a man is willing to heat milk for you 4 times in the morning, then marry him. Mom, she thought, there's a man who is willing to heat it for me 8 times. That's double what Dad used to do for you. In the early morning, within a luxurious apartment kitchen in California, a stunning girl with light brown hair heated milk while perusing the sports news on television. The Spurs' hard-fought victory over the Rockets the previous day was undoubtedly significant news. The anchor first recounted the match's results before showcasing thrilling highlights, with White prominently featured. The girl watched as White soared to block a dunk attempt from McGrady and then, receiving a pass from Horry, executed an extraordinary long-distance slam dunk, causing her eyes to twinkle with admiration. So cool, so handsome. She hurriedly retrieved the morning sports newspaper from the dining table in the living room, anxiously flipping through its pages until she finally spotted the legendary figure on the second page of the sports section. James White? Wow, that dunk was impressive. But why does he look so unattractive? In early November, amidst intense competition and tender moments with Cynthia, the Spurs embarked on a dreamlike start to the season. Their 8 consecutive victories had signaled their championship aspirations to the entire league. The Spurs strode through early November with an unstoppable momentum, leaving no opponent capable of halting their winning streak, neither the Rockets nor the Pistons, nor any other challengers. While the fans in San Antonio could take pride in the Spurs' achievements, the players and coaching staff remained grounded, aware that apart from the Rockets and Pistons, most of their opponents were rather lackluster. Consider the caliber of teams the Spurs had triumphed over. On November 6, 2006, the Spurs defeated the Pacers on their home court, with James White coming off the bench, delivering a bombastic performance against his former team. He recorded 28 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, and 6 blocks, demonstrating to the Indiana fans just how monumental a mistake it was for the team to let him go. Post-game, Popovich remarked, James is like the Tracy of the Spurs. On November 7, 2006, the Spurs embarked on a back-to-back journey to Los Angeles to confront the Clippers. With little suspense, the Spurs effortlessly sank this beleaguered vessel to the depths of defeat. The entire match unfolded with remarkable ease, as the Spurs exhibited a comprehensive display of talent. White amassed 16 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 blocks, performing commendably, though he also secured 2 steals. Undoubtedly, White emerged as the Rookie of the Week. The players of the week were none other than LeBron James from the Eastern Conference and Dirk Nowitzki from the Western Conference, both of whose teams triumphed in their respective matches throughout the week. On November 10, 2006, the Spurs returned to their home court to face the visiting Pistons in what promised to be a challenging contest. Chauncey Billups led the new core of the Pistons into battle. However, the absence of their formidable center, Ben Wallace, who had transferred to the Bulls, rendered the matchup less formidable than it could have been. Billups and Hamilton combined for an impressive 58 points, casting a shadow over White's performance, as it was Hamilton, whom White was tasked with defending, who showcased the prowess of a top-tier shooting guard. Throughout the game, White shadowed Hamilton relentlessly, managing to block him twice. Yet, Hamilton's 13-4-22 shooting resulted in a total of 30 points. Prince, the Little Prince, thwarted White's attempts to penetrate, while White could still exploit Battier in the paint. However, this strategy proved ineffective against Prince, a similarly strong adversary. Ultimately, White shot 2-4-8, accumulating merely 8 points, yet he did secure 12 rebounds and delivered 7 assists. Following this match, external criticism of White's solitary approach intensified, with many pundits proclaiming theories about his regression, suggesting his earlier performances were mere flukes. On November 12, 2006, the Spurs faced the Bucks on their home turf, where the previous year's #1 draft pick, Andrew Bogut, proclaimed he would impart a lesson to White, vowing to knock him out in the game and restore him to his true self. White disregarded the clamorous outbursts of the so-called experts. Yet he was incensed by Bogut's brash proclamations. In his debut as a starter, White executed a remarkable performance, sinking 10 of his 18 attempts and amassing a game-high 28 points. In addition to this, he secured 5 rebounds, delivered 5 assists, recorded 4 blocks, and achieved 4 steals. Notably, 2 of his blocks were directed at Mr. Bogut, with half of his steals also garnered from Bogut's possession. It is worth mentioning that all of White's 2-point scores in this match were accomplished through electrifying dunks. He soared over Bogut for 2 thunderous slams. And during the second dunk, Bogut, in a fit of humiliation and rage, yanked him down by the neck. Had it not been for Horry, who was positioned nearby and landed to cushion White's fall, the outcome of the incident could have been unpredictable. Ultimately, Bogut was ejected from the game. The provocative nature of his actions incited ire even among the 3 referees who had consistently favored the home team. As Duncan remarked in the post-game press conference, that was not merely a foul, it was akin to murder. Following this incident, the entire team was engulfed in fury, with Parker, who had often held a critical view of White, loudly berating the referees, insisting that such a player must face suspension from the league. The players, fueled by their indignation, united in their efforts, leading the Spurs to a resounding victory over their opponents with a score of 116-78. On November 14, 2006, the Spurs faced the Supersonics in an away back-to-back matchup, and predictably, despite their fatigue, the Spurs effortlessly triumphed over their adversaries. White once again recorded an impressive 21 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists. His remarkable stamina earned him the most playing time of the game, 48 minutes, indicating that he played the entirety of the match. Undoubtedly, White was named the Rookie of the Week once more, and he even received a nomination for Player of the Week. However, McGrady exploded during that week, averaging 35 points, leaving all other guards astonished. After 8 games, White's reputation had soared across the nation. Everyone recognized that he was destined to secure the title of Rookie of the Year. "James, the team is considering trading you," Horry chuckled as he tossed a sports newspaper to White, revealing the increasing media attention surrounding him. The articles predominantly addressed 2 topics: the rumors of White's potential trade and his burgeoning romantic entanglements. "Rookie, go buy 20 bottles of water," Parker boisterously declared as he approached White, tossing $10 onto the bed where White reclined. The entire team fell silent, cautiously observing White. Now a star in his own right, White was no longer treated as a mere rookie after 8 games. He had firmly established himself as the second leading scorer on the team, closely trailing Duncan, while also claiming the title of the leading scorer from beyond the arc. White glanced at the arrogantly smug Parker before smiling faintly and picking up the $10 as he exited the court. He uttered not a single word, fully aware of the reasons behind Parker's ire. Had Parker's plight been his own, he would have undoubtedly unleashed his fury upon the instigator. Over the course of 8 games, White had garnered the lion's share of the shooting opportunities from the perimeter. Although Parker played as a point guard, he had, in truth, also functioned as a shooting guard, consistently averaging around 20 points per game. However, since White's arrival, Parker had transformed into a genuine point guard, now averaging a mere 12.6 points per game, which was undeniably infuriating for him. Yet, Parker, ever the team player, was willing to endure some discomfort, recognizing White's superior offensive prowess. Nevertheless, there were instances when White even usurped his ball-handling duties. When White became frenzied on the court, he was relentless, scoring at will with a voracious appetite for points and ball control alike. Moreover, not long ago, a gossip journalist had managed to snap a photograph of White and Eva sharing a jovial moment in a car, leading to rampant speculation. As one might expect, rumors spread like wildfire, with everyone adamantly proclaiming that Eva had left Parker for the more promising White. In truth, White harbored his own frustrations. Ever since he had tasted the thrill of infidelity with Cynthia, he had found himself in a wild state of mind. Men are often like this. Before they have ever strayed, they may harbor bold thoughts, but only dare to entertain them privately. However, once they have crossed that line, reining in such desires becomes a formidable challenge. Undeniably, White harbored ambitions regarding Eva, particularly given that in a previous life, he had nearly met his demise over her. Yet, he felt wronged by the circumstances surrounding that incident. It had been a chance encounter outside the gym after a late-night training session when he stumbled upon Eva. After seeing him on his bicycle, she offered him a ride, and as they settled into the car, a journalist captured the moment. Initially, this could have been brushed aside. But during an entertainment segment in Los Angeles, Eva, as a guest, was asked by the host for her impressions of James White. Her response, passionate and sexy, set the rumor mill ablaze regarding their car ride. This saga had yet to subside. Even Fox had called 2 days prior to inquire about the matter. White felt a pang of guilt towards Fox, who had treated him exceptionally well. In truth, anyone familiar with the entertainment industry understood this to be mere publicity. And it was likely that Eva's description of White had been concocted by her agent as a ploy to generate buzz. As a darling of Hollywood, Eva certainly comprehends the ramifications of her words. She is not a woman devoid of intellect and would never indulge in actions detrimental to her own interests. Her objective has been accomplished, as Eva has once again ascended to the pinnacle of Hollywood-esque conversation. However, Parker holds a differing opinion. He firmly believes that White harbors ulterior motives towards Eva. It must be acknowledged that, at times, a man's intuition can indeed prove to be remarkably accurate. One cannot entirely fault Parker, as White's impression during the draft was far from favorable, despite the unfolding of his predictions proving to be eerily accurate. The first overall pick, Bargnani, has turned out to be a bust, while the second and third picks, Aldridge and Roy, have emerged as promising talents. And the Bobcat selection of Adam Morrison has revealed him to be rather frail. White harbored no desire to engage in a quarrel with Parker. He felt no guilt, as his numerous attempts were executed at the behest of Popovich. He had not contributed to the incident in question, yet Popovich sat nearby. And White wished to leave no unfavorable impression on the venerable coach. As a newcomer, he understood that despite his righteousness, the seasoned players of the team would naturally lean more towards Parker. Nevertheless, he would not let Parker off the hook easily, for Parker's recent behavior had been quite excessive. After retrieving some water, White resumed his seat, sharing laughter and camaraderie with the other players, while Parker continued to cast his usual sullen gaze in White's direction. To be candid, White held a certain admiration for the French speedster. Parker's style of play resonated with him, and his incisive drives and signature floaters had provided White with considerable inspiration. Popovich, however, was disinclined to observe the undercurrents of rivalry among his players. With the California Derby looming, he felt a measure of trepidation regarding the Dallas Mavericks, who were also on an impressive 8-game winning streak. Tomorrow's match would serve as a pivotal clash for the title of Western Conference leader, and Popovich was determined not to suffer defeat. In his eyes, the upcoming game resembled a preview of the Western Conference Finals. Conversely, White scoffed at this notion. He understood the trajectory of the NBA's development. Indeed, as Popovich speculated, the Mavericks were the season's most formidable team, poised to achieve a remarkable record of 67 wins and 15 losses, with their cornerstone, Nowitzki, likely to claim the MVP award. Yet, in the playoffs, the Mavericks would face a catastrophic first-round exit, overturned by the Warriors led by the shrewd Nelson. At present, however, none were privy to the impending fate, least of all Popovich, who was diligently scrutinizing footage of the Mavericks, seeking to discern their vulnerabilities. The Mavericks charter landed at San Antonio Airport, and a tall young man sporting a small mustache was the first to disembark, Nowitzki, the German tank, at the ATT training center. A stoic bald man practiced his free throws, while a group of jovial giants behind him jested at his expense. Yet, the bald man remained unfazed by their banter. Duncan, the Finnish stone Buddha. The ATT training center was filled to capacity well before the game, the arena buzzing with anticipation for what was destined to be a classic confrontation. Everyone understood that this would be a battle for the title of Western Conference leader, a coveted accolade that stirred fervent aspirations in all, particularly among the athletes. As the visiting players made their entrance, a chorus of boos erupted, though cheers could also be heard. For it was impossible for the crowd of 20,000 to consist solely of Spurs fans. Alongside some Maverick supporters, fans of other teams also filled the stands. As the likes of Black Mamba Kobe Bryant, King LeBron James, and Air Canada Vince Carter boasted their own loyal followings across the nation. When the home players took to the court, the roar of the crowd surged like thunder. As White waved in greeting and entered the arena, he was taken aback to see numerous individuals adorned in the number 1 jersey of the Spurs, his own insignia. James, unleash a torrent upon the Dallas Mavericks, obliterating their stronghold and reducing it to mere fragments, read one banner, accompanied by an illustration of a B-52 bomber. Of course, such slogans were relatively refined. The majority of fans maintained a sense of rationality, well aware that the Mavericks were a formidable adversary, and the team's prospects today seemed rather grim. Nonetheless, a faction of zealous supporters remained fervently optimistic, their banners reflecting a more audacious spirit. Germans, I shall ravage your pride. Dallas's little heifers, prepare for devastation. A mercenary shall seek you out tonight. Cuban, the homosexual, and Dirk, referring to Nowitzki, a purveyor of illicit pleasures. White was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed the San Antonians exhibit such fervor. It is well known that the residents of San Antonio pride themselves on their gentlemanly demeanor, often claiming to be the most refined spectators, particularly when their team plays with such lethargy. What could have stirred such excitement among them today? As he waved his hand, he posed his question to Horry, who cast a curious glance in his direction before mentioning last season's semifinals. With that, Horry redirected his gaze, filled with intensity, towards the players of the Mavericks. White understood that during the 2005 to 2006 season, despite the Mavericks achieving an impressive 60 wins in the regular season, they were only ranked fourth due to the prevailing seeding rules. Consequently, the Mavericks faced the top-seeded Spurs in the second round of the playoffs. Although the decisive game took place in San Antonio, the Mavericks, led by Dirk Nowitzki's remarkable performance of 37 points and 15 rebounds, valiantly triumphed in overtime with a score of 119 to 111, eliminating the Spurs. This outcome was unfathomable for the residents of San Antonio, as the Spurs had been the champions in 2005 and had boasted the best record in the Western Conference during the 2005 to 2006 season, aiming to defend their title and prove to the world that they could win championships in both odd and even years. However, this aspiration was thoroughly shattered by the Mavericks, who, as the fourth seed, managed to dethrone the mighty Spurs right in the AT&T Center before the eyes of numerous San Antonio fans. Thus, for the Mavericks, the animosity from the San Antonio locals was palpable. White found himself stifling a laugh. However, witnessing over 10,000 fans vociferously berating the Mavericks, he refrained from amusement. He had no desire to provide the reporters with any incriminating material, especially as his teammates glared ominously at the Mavericks players. This internal conflict between the urge to laugh and the necessity for restraint was quite uncomfortable, compelling him to redirect his focus toward the Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks joined the NBA in the 1980 to 1981 season. Unlike other rookie teams, the Mavericks quickly established themselves as a competitive force after entering the league. Throughout the 1980s, they were regarded as a team with considerable potential. However, the early 1990s saw a decline, with the team approaching its worst records on two occasions. Starting in the mid-1990s, the Mavericks began to regain their vigor. The selection of Dirk Nowitzki in 1999 marked their official emergence as a formidable contender in the Western Conference. One cannot discuss the Mavericks without mentioning the 3J legend of Dallas, a term unfamiliar to many younger fans who may not recognize the renowned Mavericks 3J from the 1990s. In the 1993-94 season, Mavericks head coach Dick Motta utilized the second overall pick to select rookie Jason Kidd, notably the only point guard among the top 10 rookies that year. This draft choice proved to be a triumph, as Kidd averaged 7 points, 5 for rebounds, and 7 assists per game during his rookie season, earning him co-rookie of the year honors alongside Grant Hill. Alongside Jamal Mashburn and Jim Jackson, Kidd formed the illustrious 3J trio. With this formidable 3J combination, the Mavericks experienced a remarkable turnaround in their performance that season, finishing with a record of 36 wins and 46 losses, an improvement of 23 games over the previous season, one of the largest single-season turnarounds in NBA history. It is worth noting that the greatest improvement in NBA history occurred from the 2006 to 2007 to 2007 to 2008 season with the Celtics, who, bolstered by Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen alongside Paul Pierce, won 42 more games. Regrettably, the joy of success was fleeting, as loss followed swiftly on its heels. In the 1995-96 season, tensions arose between Kidd and Jim Jackson over a model, leading to a rift within the 3J trio. The situation escalated the following year when Mashburn, Kidd, and Jackson infamously clashed over a prostitute, culminating in the disintegration of the once prominent 3J combination. White found himself stifling laughter, despite the overwhelming urge to chuckle. He relayed his thoughts to Horry, Ginobili, and the others. Although he was already aware of this widely circulated NBA gossip, hearing it in this moment brought a unique delight. Horry and the others erupted in hearty laughter, and White, feeling relieved, joined in their mirth. The Mavericks players looked on in confusion at the jubilant Spurs. Unable to discern the cause of their amusement, but they could surmise it was not something favorable. Suddenly, a disheveled middle-aged man with a small mustache stood up from the audience, shouting vehemently towards the Spurs. Who could he be? White pondered, realizing they were in Spurs territory. And this seemingly reckless fan dared to insult the Spurs players. Ginobili cast a disdainful glance at him and scoffed. Mark Cuban, a quintessential fool. Was this really Mark Cuban? White was taken aback. Cuban was the owner of the Mavericks and a well-known figure in America. He had once paid for his college tuition by teaching disco dancing. In 1990, he sold a company he founded, becoming a millionaire. In 1995, he conceived the idea of broadcasting sports events over the internet, leading to the establishment of the renowned broadcast website. In July 1999, he sold the site to Yahoo, netting a staggering $2 billion. His rags-to-riches story in Dallas and Pittsburgh is legendary, making him a veritable idol of youth. Subsequently, he purchased the Dallas Mavericks, investing heavily in the team. While White refrained from critiquing Cuban's investment in the Mavericks, as it was evident that without Cuban's substantial financial support, the team would not have transformed from a bottom feeder into a formidable championship contender. However, compared to his ventures in IT, his management of the team's elite players left much to be desired. Most notably, he allowed the all-star point guard, the Matrix Steve Nash, to depart. Currently, the entire league is mocking two incidents: the Trailblazers and Pacers selecting and then discarding the top rookie, James White, and Cuban's decision to let Nash go. In 2004, Nash demanded a $10 million annual salary, believing he was worth that sum. However, Cuban refused, publicly ridiculing Nash's aspirations, convinced that he would never become a superstar. Consequently, Nash left for Phoenix, returning to the Suns. Meanwhile, Cuban awarded exorbitant contracts to players like Josh Howard and Dampier, deeming them the true stars of potential. Yet, what transpired? After returning to the Suns, Nash was named MVP for 2 consecutive years, becoming only the second player after Larry Legendbird to achieve back-to-back MVPs. Moreover, he, alongside other players, transformed the struggling Suns into a powerhouse within the league. As for Josh Howard and Dampier, they are merely supporting figures, unworthy of even carrying Nash's shoes in comparison. White stood to the side, lost in a reverie, while the other players began their warm-up. "What are you thinking about?" Cynthia quietly approached and inquired. After uttering these words, she gradually made her way to the baseline, making an effort to avoid any interaction with White in public, lest their relationship be discovered by others. White regained his composure and smiled at Cynthia, shaking his head before commencing his shooting practice. Cynthia appeared even more enchanting now. Under White's influence, the beauty of this young matron had ascended to new heights. After 8 games, the Spurs had established a cohesive starting lineup: center Francisco, power forward Tim Duncan, small forward Bruce Bowen, point guard Tony Parker, and shooting guard James White. On the other hand, the Mavericks starting lineup consisted of center Eric Dampier, power forward Dirk Nowitzki, small forward Josh Howard, shooting guard Jerry Stackhouse, and point guard Jason Terry. As the referee blew the whistle, the substitutes descended from the court. White shed his training attire, revealing his streamlined physique, with the prominent number 1 making a triumphant return to the arena. As White stepped onto the center court, a throng of exuberant youths erupted in cheers, rising to their feet as they collectively raised a banner stretching several meters long, emblazoned with the words "Super Bombers, San Antonio Long-Range Gunners." Simultaneously, a group of scantily clad young women held aloft another banner, which declared, "LeBron, I love you. Tomorrow I shall marry you." Despite the size and width of these banners obstructing the view from many behind them, no one voiced any complaints. Instead, the crowd behind joined in the fervent celebration with enthusiastic cheers. White stretched his body, endeavoring to elongate his muscles and fascia, for he sensed that an arduous battle awaited him. "Rookie, I've heard you've performed commendably in your recent matches, but your opponents were truly lackluster. Today, however, such fortune shall evade you." Starhouse, equally bald, gazed at White with a menacing grin, exuding an unmistakable aura of ferocity. 50 Mavericks in a frenzy. 50 Mavericks. White gazed incredulously at Stackhouse, utterly perplexed as to where this fellow derived such unwavering confidence. Did he genuinely believe that he was merely fortunate to have secured those 2 Rookie of the Week titles? Although Dampier was hailed as the second-best center in the West, this was merely a delusion of his own making. As the coach tossed the basketball into the air, both he and Duncan leapt simultaneously. Duncan, however, managed to tip the ball first, allowing Parker to seize possession. With Duncan's leap, White abruptly broke free from Stackhouse and sprinted down the court. He could see that Duncan's arms reached higher than Dampier's, leaving no doubt as to who would claim the ball first. Upon receiving the ball, the expressions of all the Mavericks players shifted. It wasn't that they feared Parker, but rather the fact that the recently celebrated rookie had already penetrated the paint. A single long pass from Parker could very well secure an early score for the Spurs. Given the rookie's temperament, this score might even manifest as an emphatic slam dunk. Facing an opponent's explosive dunk right from the outset could be devastating to their morale. To their collective relief, Parker did not execute a long pass. Instead, he cautiously dribbled across half-court, biding his time for his teammates to position themselves. "What are you doing?" Horry exclaimed as he leaped from the bench. Even the casual fans could discern that the Spurs had squandered a prime offensive opportunity. Popovich furrowed his brow and cast a stern reprimand in Horry's direction. Mutual blame was not the hallmark of a championship-caliber team. Parker raised his empty right hand, thumb aloft, signaling that the first play would be entrusted to the team leader. White could only weave through the positioning to create an opening for Duncan. Stuckey trailed closely behind, mocking, "Rookie, is there some friction between you two? It seems quite profound. Have you truly been involved with that young lady? To be honest, Langley is quite the vixen. It must be quite exhilarating, wouldn't you agree?" White initially felt disinclined to engage, for he was far more adept at delivering trash talk than this elderly gentleman, in the rich tapestry of Chinese street culture. Honed over 5 millennia, was not something that could be rivaled by these individuals with merely a few centuries of civilization. Nevertheless, he had ascended to the status of a supernova, and further insults seemed rather pointless and unbecoming. However, upon hearing Stackhouse's words, he could not help but chuckle, responding, "Indeed. It was quite exhilarating. That day I was thoroughly elated." Stackhouse, taken aback, did not expect this rookie to dare challenge his teammate, yet White continued. "It was far more pleasurable than your wife, mind you. I only felt disgust when I was with her." With that, he executed a sudden stop and darted away, slicing through the baseline and into the paint, prompting Nowitzki to retreat a step in preparation for defense. In his estimation, should the guard loft the ball into the paint, this rookie could easily attempt an alley-oop. Though challenging, Nowitzki knew better than to underestimate the rookie's burgeoning prowess. All those who had dismissed this fledgling were now mere background players to his performance, including Bogut, who was tall yet lacking in intellect. Nowitzki retreated, and Duncan seized the opportunity to pull back. Parker flicked his wrist, and the basketball was effortlessly caught by Duncan, who stood just outside the paint. Leaping slightly to release the ball, swish, the ball sailed through the net, giving the Spurs an early lead. Jason Terry took control of the ball, sprinting forward as if to launch a cannonade, with the other 4 players trailing behind, Stackhouse notably quick on his feet. However, he had evidently underestimated White's speed. White leisurely followed Stackhouse, biding his time to deliver a block should Stackhouse dare receive the ball, hoping to bring him back to reality. As the Mavericks crossed half-court, their pace suddenly slackened, leaving the Spurs players momentarily disoriented. Nowitzki maneuvered into the paint, and Terry promptly passed him the ball. Nowitzki feigned a move, but Duncan was not deceived. Maintaining a steadfast gaze on his shoulder, the two were seasoned adversaries, intimately familiar with one another's tactics. Dampier and Francisco jockeyed for position in the paint, pushing against each other like 2 frenzied bulls vying for dominance. Seeing no opportunity, Nowitzki passed the ball to Howard, a star player in his own right at the small forward position. However, he was met with the relentless defense of Bowen, who clung to Howard like a piece of chewing gum, denying him any chance to shoot. Stackhouse moved forward to receive the ball, prompting Howard to pass to his teammate. Unfortunately, his position was compromised, with Bowen close by and Francisco looming nearby. The ball was lightly tossed, and as Stackhouse prepared to catch it, he felt a sudden force at his waist, causing him to stumble slightly. In that moment, a figure clad in a white number 1 jersey surged past him, slamming the ball down with authority. Fast break. White charged forward with the ball, astonishingly unchallenged by anyone behind him. As he sprinted into the key, he planted his feet firmly, launching himself into the air. Turning his head, he meticulously aimed for the hoop, cradling the ball with both hands as it traced a graceful arc through the air, culminating in a powerful dunk. The arena erupted with fervor at the sight of his side slam dunk. "I am far from just a rookie," White remarked with a playful grin at Stackhouse, who was preparing to inbound the ball. Standing at the baseline, he taunted Stackhouse while attempting to disrupt his concentration. Stackhouse's face turned a shade of green, though his dark complexion masked the change. "You're finished, rookie," Stackhouse retorted angrily, passing the ball to Terry before storming back onto the court. White was utterly unfazed by the intimidation. Compared to Bowen's threats, they seemed merely like gentle whispers meant to soothe a child. Nowitzki positioned himself beyond the three-point line to receive a pass from Terry, with Howard providing a screen that momentarily obstructed Duncan in the paint. Bowen rushed forward to bolster the defense, but as Nowitzki caught the ball, he turned his back to Bowen and forcefully thrust his hips, causing Bowen to stumble back 2 steps. Seizing the opportunity of newfound space, Nowitzki leaped high beyond the arc and sent the ball soaring through the hoop. 4-3. With the Spurs in the lead, Parker passed to Bowen, who feigned a shoulder move to draw Howard's attention before swiftly transferring the ball to White, who had just cut into the paint. White used his body to shield Stackhouse and then executed a low-post isolation play. Terry, having evidently studied White's low-post tactics on tape, had no choice but to abandon Parker and position himself alongside White to thwart any potential spin move. Aware that White had scored no less than 40 points utilizing this very maneuver in previous games, White suddenly jerked his shoulder, while Stackhouse forcefully pressed against his body, and Terry reached out to disrupt his control of the ball. Yet, White leapt with vigor, delivering a pass to Parker on the perimeter. Upon receiving the ball, Parker propelled himself into the paint with determination, launching a high shot just before Dampier could intervene. The ball swished through the net, securing the points. After receiving White's pass, Parker's expression brightened slightly, while White disdainfully curled his lip, pondering who would assist him if not for the watchful gaze of Popovich looming on the sidelines. He was no fool. Popovich had already discerned the discord between the two, and if he did not respond promptly, one of them would surely be benched, or worse, one might be relegated from the starting lineup in the next game. As for who would become the tragic figure, White had never considered it might be Parker. After all, despite his commendable performance in recent games, he was merely a rookie with strong individual skills. Conversely, Parker was the backbone of 2 championship victories and an experienced player whose synergy with the team was undoubtedly superior to his own. White believes that what Popovich needs is not an offensive savant, but rather the lubricant of the court. He values team basketball far above the allure of star-driven play. At this moment, Stackhouse no longer dares to underestimate the rookie. He cautiously controls the ball while surveying the surrounding players. Terry evades Parker and charges into the paint, eliciting a flicker of joy on Stackhouse's face while White feels a surge of dread, hastily shifting his body in an attempt to obstruct the passing lane. However, as he moves, Stackhouse leaps and releases the ball. He is merely a step away from the basket, and should he fail to score, his place in the NBA would be in jeopardy. Stackhouse sinks the 2-pointer and, with his head held high, casts a sidelong glance at White, declaring, "A rookie is just a rookie. Remember, next time I will score again from this spot." Parker, somewhat dissatisfied, chimes in, "James, defense, defense." White's expression immediately darkened as he nodded at Parker, casting a sidelong glance at Popovich. "Fine, old man. I want you to stoop to your level. But you may continue to bask in your arrogance." Parker found himself unable to contend with the situation, yet Stackhouse had been inscribed onto his death list. "You dare to call yourself Grandpa? Very well. Today I shall deliver you to your grandfather." Bowen received Duncan's pass, but missed the long-range shot. White leaped with all his might to seize the rebound and, after drawing Dampier's attention, distributed the ball to Francisco, who scored off the backboard. Dampier promptly retaliated, positioning himself against Francisco in the paint before executing a turnaround jump shot for a score. Parker passed to Duncan, who was preoccupied with Nowitzki behind him and inadvertently had the ball stolen by Howard, who then executed a fast break to score. The Mavericks took the lead. White maneuvered past Stackhouse, driving into the paint for a layup that unfortunately did not find its mark. However, in his ascent, he drew the defensive attention of Nowitzki, allowing Duncan a chance to seize the offensive rebound, which he converted into a powerful one-handed dunk. Stackhouse attempted to penetrate White's defense but was called for an offensive foul as he charged forward, colliding headlong with Bowen, who had been strategically positioned behind White. Bowen fell to the ground as a result. The Spurs regained possession, with Duncan evading Nowitzki's long-range shot, leading to Dampier grabbing the rebound. He swiftly passed to Josh Howard, who then delivered a behind-the-back pass to Terry, enabling Terry to score on a fast break. Parker, exhibiting exceptional ball control, successfully broke through the defense, forcing Howard to assist. Parker then passed to Bowen, while Stackhouse switched to guard Bowen. Bowen found White waiting beyond the three-point line. Stackhouse, startled, rushed back to contest White's jump shot. White, however, returned the ball to Bowen, who made the three-pointer. Stackhouse, having exerted considerable effort during this play, felt a mix of frustration and embarrassment, but fortunately, the first quarter was nearing its conclusion. The two teams exchanged points in a fierce contest, despite the Spurs' diligent defensive strategy. The Mavericks were on fire and difficult to contain. In the first quarter, Nowitzki's long-range threat successfully drew Duncan outside, leaving the Spurs' interior defense reliant solely on the aging Francisco, who struggled to hold his ground. 51. The Demon Blade unsheathed. Well done, gentlemen. Let us continue in this manner for the remainder of the game. Popovich cast a knowing glance at his players, nodding specifically at White, evidently acknowledging White's obedient demeanor on the court, which had earned him the old tyrant's approval. Our defense has been commendable. Do not overly concern yourselves with the Mavericks' long-range shooting, Popovich continued. Manu, you will replace Bruce. Let him rest for a moment. Robert, you will take Francisco's place. Ginobili and Bowen exchanged a high five, while Francisco nodded towards Horry. White was taken aback. Was Popovich truly intent on engaging in a shootout with the Mavericks? It was important to note that both Ginobili and Parker were offensive players who thrived with the ball in hand. While Horry's ability to withstand the rigors of interior play was certainly inferior to that of Francisco. In previous games, Parker and Ginobili had seldom shared the court simultaneously, as both required ball control to exert their influence. Ignoring the players' astonishment, Popovich proceeded to explain the substitutions, then retrieved the tactical board to outline the strategies for the upcoming plays. Robert, you will switch to guard Dirk. Do not allow him easy access to the ball. Tim, maintain your position in the paint. He drew several lines on the tactical board to illustrate the defensive arrangements. James, you will take up the 3 position. Your height matches that of Josh, rendering him no match for you. Popovich pointed at the 3-point line, addressing White. Not only must you shadow that peculiar fellow, but you must also draw them here to create some semblance of threat. Wade nodded slightly, then cast a glance at the envious expressions of the other players on the bench. The implication of Popovich's words was clear. Today, from beyond the arc, you possess the freedom to unleash your full potential. There was no denying it. The Mavericks players were on fire, and mere defense would not suffice. Meanwhile, the Mavericks were strategizing, with a dozen tall players encircling the young general, Johnson, attentively absorbing his instructions. They too were eager to claim victory in this match. Last season had been akin to a nightmare for the Mavericks. They had initially believed that defeating the reigning champions, the Spurs, would pave the way for an effortless championship. Alas, all their aspirations crumbled under the relentless advances of the Flash. This season, they approached the game with a resolute determination to rebound, intent on conquering the Spurs. Their formidable rivals within the same division, improving themselves as the most formidable contenders for the title. However, no one could have anticipated that this group of Mavericks would once again face tragedy, as they would be eliminated by the team they had always underestimated, the Warriors, in a devastating Black 8 upset. As the whistle sounded, the game resumed. Despite his advanced age, Stackhouse exhibited remarkable stamina and remained on the court as Johnson had strategically placed him there. Upon seeing White take the court, he regarded him with a provocative gaze, as if the head coach had imparted some newfound tactic to him. White, disinterested in the absurdity of the individual before him, directed the ball towards Josh Howard. Howard, taken aback by the remarkable prowess of this rookie in executing dunks, was astonished to discover that he could adeptly play both small forward and shooting guard positions. He cast a glance at White, who wore a serious expression, and responded with a hearty, albeit simple-minded, smile, resembling a neighborly older brother, albeit one of a darker complexion. As Nowitzki initiated the play by passing to Terry, the Mavericks head coach refrained from substitutions, perhaps due to the commendable performance of the players on the court. Parker, employing an aggressive defensive strategy, closely shadowed Terry, aiming to disrupt his drives and passes, thereby heightening the likelihood of offensive errors. Nevertheless, Terry, a seasoned veteran, had his own methods for countering such pressure. He employed a powerful push against Parker, sprinted a few steps, and executed a sudden stop that allowed him to shake off Parker. With Parker momentarily out of the equation, Terry swiftly passed the ball to Nowitzki, who found himself closely guarded by Horry. Positioned near the 3-point line, Nowitzki had no opportunity to shoot as Horry's defense was too tight. Howard attempted to shake off White to receive the ball, but White, exhibiting superior speed and athleticism, effectively blocked Howard's advance. The ball was reluctantly returned to Terry, as the Spurs intensified their defensive efforts, leaving the Mavericks devoid of viable offensive options. As the shot clock dwindled, with mere seconds remaining, Terry, with no other choice, launched a 3-pointer from beyond the arc. Only to his surprise, the ball swished through the net. Terry erupted in laughter, glancing at his own hands. Clearly astonished by the outcome, Parker pushed the ball into the paint, distributing it to Gin Billy. Stackhouse diligently focused on the Argentine, striving to prevent his uncanny and formidable drives. Ginbili, with a slight smile, controlled the ball with his left hand, narrowing his eyes and emitting a low growl. Seizing the moment, he deftly maneuvered past Stackhouse, plunging into the lane. Stackhouse hurriedly pursued, prepared to obstruct Ginbili, but was met with a swift retraction of Ginbili's left hand, a sharp pivot of his shoulder, and the basketball was snatched by the outstretched right hand, propelling him forward past Stackhouse and into the restricted area. After a couple of quick strides, Ginbili leapt, while Dampier, with a loud shout, followed suit. His right hand elevated in a determined attempt to block the shot. Dampier's timing and vertical leap were impeccable, yet he was up against Ginbili, known for his slicing blade finesse. Ginbili raised his left hand to shield Dampier's right arm, twisting his body midair, pulling the ball down with his right hand, and with a forceful release, sent it on a smooth arc towards the basket. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul by Dampier, as Ginbili successfully executed the 2-1 play. Rising from the court, Ginbili patted his backside, casting a playful glance at Dampier before confidently converting the free throw. The blade has been drawn, and it thirsts for victory. White's eyes narrowed. Although he was accustomed to witnessing Ginbili's prowess, each time he scored, it sent a shiver down his spine. It was not due to any sense of danger, but rather the sheer peculiarity of his play. Terry seemed eager to test his shooting touch for the day, raising his hand once more to launch a three-pointer. It soon became apparent that his previous shot was merely a stroke of luck, as his attempt clanged heavily against the rim. Observing the trajectory of the ball in midair, White could roughly predict its landing spot. He swiftly outmaneuvered Howard to secure the rebound, twisting his waist to shake off Howard and initiate a fast break, with Parker and Ginbili trailing closely behind. Howard, though slightly delayed, began his pursuit, while Terry positioned himself in the paint, cautiously watching the rapidly advancing White. Undoubtedly, if White were to execute a dunk during this fast break, Terry would be powerless to stop him. However, having recognized that this contest would be exceptionally arduous, White resolved against expending his energy on a dunk to conclude the play. He leapt toward Terry, who assumed he was going for the dunk and followed suit. Yet, White abruptly pulled the ball back behind him and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed it to Ginbili. Ginbili took 2 quick steps before soaring high, while Terry, suspended in midair, could only watch as Ginbili effortlessly placed the ball through the hoop. As for Howard, he had only just arrived and could not react in time to intercept. What a splendid pass! Ginbili extended a thumb of approval towards White, who smiled and nodded back, casting a triumphant glance at Parker, relishing the moment of withholding the ball from him. Indeed, that play could have gone to anyone. But with Ginbili available, White certainly did not intend to pass to Parker. Parker's expression darkened, and at that moment, Eva on the sidelines was applauding the score, further deepening his dissatisfaction. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Spurs had scored 5 consecutive points, or rather, Ginbili had netted 5 points, narrowing the gap against the Mavericks. Stackhouse attempted a pass, but White intercepted it successfully, leading yet another fast break. Howard trailed behind, fully aware that even a foul at this juncture would be unacceptable, as it would undermine the Mavericks' morale in the second quarter. As he entered the paint, just as Howard reached out, White preemptively tossed the ball against the backboard, then pivoted his body using the powerful momentum of his knee. Howard reached out but grasped nothing, his steps faltering slightly. White planted his feet firmly on the ground, then suddenly lowered his center of gravity, propelling himself high into the air once more. He seized the basketball, which had rebounded off the backboard, and with his right hand, yanked it back before soaring over Howard to slam the ball into the hoop. A timeout was called. The Mavericks had no choice but to request a pause. In just 2 minutes, they had suffered a 7-3 surge from their opponents, which might have seemed trivial, yet the critical issue was that this occurred at the very beginning of the second quarter, leaving the Mavericks devoid of morale. The score stood at 31-31. Thanks to the stellar performances of White and Nowitzki, both teams found themselves back at the same starting line. Nowitzki calmly glanced at the scoreboard, then took a towel to wipe away the non-existent sweat from his body. He had yet to exert himself. Naturally, he wasn't sweating, indicating that he was not fatigued in the slightest. The dunk executed by White was indeed formidable and fierce, igniting a fervor among the spectators, whose blood was set ablaze by his electrifying performance. When the Mavericks called for a timeout, countless fans rose to their feet, collectively applauding and cheering for their hero as he exited the court. That was an incredible play. What a magnificent dunk, Eva exclaimed with a smile, squinting her eyes in delight as she handed Parker a bottle of water and graciously offered one to White, showering him with praise. Witnessing this scene, the reporters in the arena swiftly raised their cameras, capturing the moment of camaraderie between the two. White let out a dry chuckle as he accepted the drink, nodding before returning to Popovich's side. He noticed Parker's demeanor was somewhat off, yet he chose not to delve into explanations. After all, he had done nothing amiss, had he? Popovich glanced at the two of them and, with an inscrutable expression, said, "Bruce, substitute for James. Avery will undoubtedly urge the team to mount a comeback. So you must guard Josh closely and ensure he has no opportunity to receive the ball." White was momentarily taken aback, then could only manage a wry smile, as he realized that the old man, nearly sage-like in his wisdom, had seen through the little tricks he had been playing with Parker. He was still substituted. Still merely a novice. We had nearly clinched the championship. This was but a brief interlude. The game must continue. Johnson replaced the underperforming Stackhouse with Devin Harris and substituted Disagana Diop for Dampier. Upon witnessing Harris take the court, White understood that the contest had truly begun. For this young man was destined to become a cornerstone of the Nets in the future, and White was fairly well acquainted with Harris. Harris was selected as the 5th overall pick by the Mavericks in the 2004 draft. This season marked his 3rd year in the NBA. Over the course of his rookie season, Harris had steadily ascended. In his inaugural year, under the indulgence of then-coach Don Nelson and the guidance of the young general who was still warming the bench, the tall, slender rookie repeatedly soared past defenders towards the basket. In his 2nd year, having gained muscle, he began to hone his passing skills, although the height of his leaps diminished. It did not impede his ability to score. Now, in his 3rd year, his long arms were beginning to irritate many of his peers, and he was starting to develop an instinct for movement without the ball. Unfortunately, this was indeed his 3rd year. White was correct. As soon as Harris entered the game as a substitute, he delivered a formidable warning to the Spurs. Receiving a pass from Terry, he accelerated past Ginobili, then capitalized on the space created by Diop to score with a layup. At this moment, Harris's defensive capabilities appeared quite commendable, although Ginobili showcased his incisive driving skills. Harris's speed was overwhelming. While Ginobili might temporarily shake him off, in just a second, Harris could effortlessly match his pace. Ginobili passed to Duncan, but the ball was intercepted by Nowitzki, leading Terry to initiate a fast break. Nowitzki executed a long pass across the court, landing in Terry's hands, who then scored with a layup. Horry received a pass from Parker and managed to make a long-range shot just inside the three-point line. Terry attempted another three-pointer, but unfortunately missed. Duncan secured the rebound, while Terry and Harris retreated to the front court, rendering the Spurs' fast break too late to execute. Parker had no choice but to direct the team into a half-court offense. However, this strategy was less than optimal. Diop towered over Horry, rendering him completely unable to even touch the ball. Consequently, Duncan attempted a forceful play under the basket, but his hook shot failed to find the net. Diop grabbed the rebound and passed the ball to Harris, who once again showcased his speed to the audience of over 20,000. Like a whirlwind, he swept across the court. Although Parker kept pace with him, he was unable to block Harris's floating shot. In front of Parker, Harris scored using Parker's signature move. White let out a sigh, recognizing that Harris's performance today was not a mere coincidence. He understood that from this season onward, Harris would transform into a formidable asset for the Mavericks, remaining a key scorer until the day he was traded. Upon hearing White's sigh, Eva offered him reassurance, saying, "James, it's nothing to worry about. You must have faith in your teammates' potential to improve." White let out a bitter smile, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Eva's consolation. In truth, he was not apprehensive about the match. His sigh was merely an instinctive reaction. He was merely reflecting on Harris's imminent emergence as a scoring maestro on the Maverick stage. I suspect that Manu and Tony are already facing difficulties as the Mavericks' backcourt begins to assert its dominance. White gazed at the court, striving to maintain a serious demeanor to prevent those keen-eyed reporters from uncovering anything amiss. It was not only the reporters who were scrutinizing White and Eva. Cynthia was also observing them closely. She was well aware of the kind of person White was, admirable in many respects, yet notoriously fickle in matters of the heart. White's remark was akin to stating the obvious. It was clear to all that the Spurs were in dire straits, not merely in their backcourt. The Mavericks were now dominating the entire court, with Nowitzki blocking Ginobili's layup. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Mavericks were gradually seizing control of the game's tempo, while the Spurs were unwittingly playing to that rhythm. In their desperate pursuit of points, the Spurs players found themselves hastening the pace of the game, which was a torment for the 30-something Horry and Bowen. When Duncan shot, Nowitzki committed a foul, and Duncan's free throw was undoubtedly the weakest of all his scoring methods. White speculated that among the stars of the league, only Shaq O'Neal possessed a free throw technique inferior to Duncan's. Duncan gazed intently at the hoop for 30 seconds, muttering to himself, according to White's conjecture. He was likely beseeching divine intervention to grant him the ability to sink the shot. He took a couple of deep breaths and then gently released the ball. Both free throws missed. Nowitzki seized the rebound and exchanged a few jests with Duncan, who, unfazed, merely cast a blank stare at him before trudging back down the court. Tim was indeed an intriguing character. Eva chuckled, and White, caught between laughter and exasperation, nodded knowingly, aware that Eva was referring to Duncan's free throws. Although the Spurs were trailing, many fans still erupted in laughter at Duncan's attempts from the line. Glancing at Eva's charming smile stirred something within White, prompting him to steal a glance at the even more stunning Cynthia, seeking to quell his burgeoning thoughts. It seemed he was nothing but a lecher. White mused with a bitter smile. Suddenly, Eva rose to applaud, prompting White to turn around, only to discover Horry had just made a long-range three-pointer off Parker's assist. White joined in the cheer, though inwardly he marveled at Eva's impressive physique. Unfortunately, the good fortune was short-lived as Nowitzki returned fire with a three-pointer of his own. Despite Duncan's interference, the shot found its mark. Popovich called a timeout, as the Mavericks had been relentlessly aggressive in their counterattack, with Harris scoring 7 points single-handedly. The Spurs now found themselves trailing by 5. White had anticipated being substituted, yet Popovich remained unmoved in his decision. After all, the deficit on the scoreboard was not a result of the players' synergy faltering, but rather due to the scorching hot shooting from the Mavericks. Popovich was unperturbed. Having coached a professional team for a decade, he had witnessed countless breathtaking comebacks and miraculous turnarounds. A mere 5-point deficit was hardly sufficient to elicit even a furrow of concern from him. Disappointed, White reluctantly returned to the bench. Fortunately, he had Eva and Cynthia by his side, so he did not feel entirely alone. Popovich's timeout proved effective. As soon as the Mavericks took the court, Hardy's attempted a mid-range shot, but alas, it did not find its mark. The rebound was seized by Duncan, who diligently orchestrated the offense. The viewership ratings for Desperate Housewives were astonishing. In an attempt to strike up a conversation, White noticed a film magazine on the seat behind him, featuring an introduction to the television series. It seemed to have been brought by someone who had been coerced by friends to watch the game, and it appeared quite new, being the latest issue. Eva smiled sweetly and asked, "Is it any good? Do you enjoy watching it?" White nodded with enthusiasm, expressing his fondness for the leisure of returning home after a game to unwind with television. His words were not mere ramblings. He possessed a genuine interest in both television series and films, a trait carried over from his past life. Notably, the show Desperate Housewives was particularly well-crafted. For those who have yet to watch it, it is a situational comedy brimming with beautiful women, and it was currently being fervently aired across numerous networks. The two engaged in lively conversation about their favorite shows, finding joy in their shared interests. "James, would you like some water?" Cynthia inquired warmly, sensing that if she did not intervene, the chemistry between the two might lead to unforeseen complications. She never viewed Wade as a faithful companion. Observing Cynthia's enchanting smile, Wade forced a grin, accepted the drink, and then moved to sit beside Finley, a spot previously occupied by Cynthia. The sight of two stunning beauties beside the court added a unique charm, at least from Wade's perspective. The Mavericks were gaining momentum in the game, with Terry successfully executing 2 challenging layups in succession. The Mavericks' strategy involved Nowitzki drawing defenders to shoot, leaving Diop in the paint, whose sole offensive role was to firmly guard Duncan while passing the ball to others for play. It must be acknowledged that Johnson's strategy proved highly effective. Though Horry was tasked with marking Nowitzki, he was no match for him, merely able to disrupt Nowitzki's shooting accuracy. Diop, while not particularly impressive on offense or defense, possessed sufficient bulk to challenge Duncan, whose strength paled slightly in comparison. Once Diop managed to position himself behind Duncan, it became increasingly difficult for Duncan to safeguard the paint. Terry, Hadris, and Howard combined their efforts, nearly obliterating the Spurs' defense with their relentless offense. Fortunately, Duncan's characteristic composure steadied the Spurs, as he consistently scored with mid-range shots and hooks. Horry, Parker, and Ginobili occasionally contributed from the perimeter to alleviate some of the pressure on Duncan. The tempo of the game remained firmly in the Mavericks' control. Popovich had summoned Finley to the court. Howard's rapid movements proved too challenging for the aging Bowen, who at 35 could not keep pace. Finley, now revitalized, immediately made an impact with a stop-and-pop jumper that netted 2 points for the Spurs. Once the Mavericks' leader, Finley was a pivotal figure in the franchise's history, playing a crucial role in their return to the playoffs in the 2000-2001 season. Regrettably, in 2005, team owner Cuban disregarded Finley's past contributions and bought out his contract. Subsequently, in pursuit of a championship, Finley joined the Spurs, becoming a significant asset to their bench, with his stop-and-pop jumper evolving into a new spectacle at the AT&T Center. Before White's arrival, Finley was the starting shooting guard for the team. Facing his former team, Finley showed no mercy, as he stood a full 10 centimeters taller than Harris, allowing him to confidently shoot over him. Duncan pushed past Diop, watching the basketball slip through the hoop from Nowitzki's hands, feeling a twinge of regret as he wished to defend Nowitzki. However, Nowitzki consistently positioned himself beyond the arc. If Duncan followed him out there, the Spurs' paint would cease to exist, and without Duncan, the area would hardly merit the name restricted zone. Nowitzki, witnessing the ball swish through the net, smiled faintly and pointed at Duncan, exclaiming, "Tim, you need to guard me. Robert cannot match me." He urged them not to underestimate their prowess, as they had come perilously close to the championship last season. The pace of the game, dictated by the Mavericks, left Duncan feeling disgruntled. He harbored resentment as he glanced at Nowitzki and nonchalantly remarked, "We are a team that has claimed the championship countless times. What are you?" With only 2.5 minutes left in the third quarter, White remained seated on the sidelines, watching the intense competition unfold. He eagerly glanced at Popovich, who remained unfazed, comfortably entrenched despite the team trailing by 12 points. At this juncture, the contest was primarily between the two teams' bench players, with the game proving arduous and the players visibly fatigued. The Mavericks, boasting a younger roster, held an advantage in stamina. Ginobili took a sip of his drink, feeling exhausted. He relied heavily on his aggressive drives for scoring, but ironically, he was matched defensively by Harris, who played a similar game, resulting in a relentless exchange that drained their energy. "The Mavericks are on fire today," Francisco remarked, exhaling heavily as he replaced Horry to contend with the formidable Diop. Acknowledging the toll it took on him, Duncan, draped in a towel, nodded. He had amassed 22 points and 14 rebounds. Yet Nowitzki had outshone him with 31 points and 12 rebounds. Both the Mavericks and the Spurs possess some of the top 5 benches in the league. The former due to the owner's willingness to invest, while the latter attracted seasoned veterans drawn by the team's championship aspirations. However, the Spurs bench struggled to keep pace with the Mavericks' reserves, primarily because the aging players on the bench lacked the stamina of the starters. Parker broke through Harris's defense to score another 2 points. He had yet to rest, and fatigue was setting in after over 30 minutes of relentless running. Even the strongest could be worn down. James, substitute for Michael, Popovich instructed during the opponent's free throw opportunity, adjusting the game strategy with a furrowed brow. "Bruce, take Tony out. James, play the game in the manner that pleases you," Popovich added. "It is not yet the time for the decisive battle, and we cannot deploy all our key players just yet." White was overjoyed. His seat had grown cold beneath him. As he stood before the record table, the crowd erupted in ecstatic screams. White's popularity had soared, particularly among the youth, who revered him as an idol. Finley descended, panting, and clapped White on the shoulder, saying, "James, show no mercy to the Dallas team. Annihilate them completely. If we win today, the night out is on me." White flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, and said, "Rest assured, Michael, all you need to do is prepare the funds for the treat." Observing White take to the court, Johnson cautiously sent Starhouse into play. He had scrutinized the footage of this rookie, who appeared to be a formidable offensive machine. In his estimation, despite the rookie averaging merely a handful of points in recent games, it was not due to a lack of scoring ability. Rather, he had been restrained by Popovich. In a bid to maintain balance within the Spurs, Popovich had curtailed his offensive prowess. Now that the team was trailing, the seasoned strategist was finally unwilling to keep this offensive beast caged any longer. Starkhouse boldly declared, "Rookie, we meet again. You fled too swiftly in the first half. I hadn't even had the chance to teach you a lesson before you ran away. Were you afraid of me?" White seized the ball, casting a cold glance at his opponent, then propelled himself past Stackhouse with a surge of power from his calves. Stackhouse attempted to shift and block White's advance, but it was a futile endeavor. As White barreled forward, Diop, still on the court, shouted and rushed to intercept. White stepped into the paint, raising the ball effortlessly above his head, and leapt into the air. Diop followed suit, his large hands outstretched in an attempt to swat the ball away. Having never faced White before, Diop regarded him as merely a rookie, naively attempting a dunk that seemed almost laughable. He pondered whether the rookie had been daydreaming, recalling how he had just successfully blocked Finley's dunk in a similar manner. However, Diop soon realized that there was indeed someone Navii on the court. But that person was not the rookie, it was he, Desagana Diop. This time, White ascended without a roar, his lips pressed together, his gaze fixed intently on the basket. Oblivious to Diop, who was attempting to block him, his body surged upward, continuing to rise as Diop descended. In an instant, at the apex of his leap, White thrust his waist forward, momentarily suspended in midair like a helicopter. Then, he collided with Diop, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Diop's hand weakly struck White's shoulder. Yet he was violently pushed aside by White's momentum. The basket counted, a blocking foul was called, and a free throw was awarded. The referee's gestures ignited a fervor among the spectators, their cheers resounding with a long-awaited enthusiasm. Who was the rookie you just mentioned? Perhaps it was you? White raised his arm gracefully, the ball swishing through the net. His free throw percentage was the highest on the team, standing at an impressive 92% from the very first game against the Trailblazers to this moment. Stackhouse's face reflected his humiliation. For anyone prideful, being schooled by a rookie was a grievous blow. He stared intently at White, hoping to disrupt his concentration and induce a miss on the free throw. Alas, White ignored him, and the shot went in without a hint of doubt. Stackhouse took control of the ball, with White closely guarding him, making it exceedingly difficult for Stackhouse to even maintain possession, let alone break through. Fortunately, Diop had effectively matched up against Jackie Butler, allowing Stackhouse to pass to him, resulting in a dunk. Bowen inbound the ball to White, who leisurely guided the team over half court. Having noted the frenzied pace of the game from the sidelines, he was now determined to slow things down as he controlled the ball. Standing at the top of the three-point line, White casually glanced at Bowen before lifting his gaze to the hoop in the distance. He gently shook his head, seemingly at a loss against Stackhouse's defense. Just when Stackhouse relaxed slightly, White suddenly sprang into action. With a lightning-quick motion, he stepped right with his left foot, his body leaning forward in tandem. Stackhouse shifted his left leg back, but White abruptly halted, planting his left foot mid-stride. With a deft maneuver of his right hand, he spun the ball, which obediently bounced into his left hand. Stackhouse, compelled to step forward and slightly to the right to regain his previous position, found that White's seemingly stationary right foot suddenly unleashed its power, propelling his body forcefully to the right. Stackhouse attempted to catch up by moving his right foot, yet his left foot had yet to find stability. The entangled positioning of his feet caused him to stumble, and he fell to the ground in a precarious manner. White was oblivious to the thrilling scene unfolding around him. As he maneuvered past Stackhouse, he encountered Diop, who had positioned himself defensively, crouching slightly with outstretched arms in an attempt to draw an offensive foul against him. White let out a cold chuckle, then suddenly pulled his body back, his shoulders shifting to dissipate some of the kinetic energy generated by his acceleration. He halted on the court, the ball still rapidly dribbling in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball sprang to life, bouncing heavily on the ground before slipping through Diogo's legs, much like a mischievous child darting through a doorway. Diogo felt a chill beneath him, followed by the thunderous sound of Butler's dunk reverberating through the arena. The spectators were momentarily stunned by White's display, creating an unexpected hush in the crowd, until the DJ's trembling voice broke the silence. "Oh my God, come and witness the Bombers' performance." The Bombers had actually shaken Starhouse. Yes, he had indeed maneuvered around Starkhouse, and not only that, he toyed with the Mavericks using a behind-the-back pass. Indeed, a behind-the-back pass. The crowd erupted in fervor. Such a spectacle had not graced the NBA in quite some time. Some seasoned fans in the stands waved anything they could, exuberantly shouting, the magician has arrived." Evan Johnson, the eternal legend of the NBA, had exhibited a level of passing artistry that had been absent from the league since his retirement in 1991. Now, the classics had returned. The Mavericks players could not restrain themselves from rising from the bench, their eyes glued to the massive screen above as they witnessed White's dazzling display, where he faked out Starhouse with two swift changes of direction, miraculously stabilizing himself just before colliding with Diogo, and finally, with a deft touch, bounced the ball to Butler, who was obstructed by Diogo. Tomorrow, James will once again grace the sports headlines. Horry exclaimed with excitement. Absolutely fantastic. James is doing an incredible job. Finley, wiping the sweat from his brow, marveled, James is a genius. Mark my words. Today's top plays will undoubtedly feature this moment. Top plays? No. This will be the most spectacular performance of the season, the most breathtaking display. Horry exclaimed, clapping Francisco on the shoulder with fervor. Despite the force of the clap, Francisco remained entranced, his gaze fixed on the replay on the big screen. White's performance transported him back to his youth, a time when his idol was none other than the maestro of Showtime, Magic Johnson. The referee sounded his whistle, signaling that the score was valid, and the game continued. As a gray-haired official passed by White, he quietly remarked, "James, please give me an autograph later. I intend to pair it with this video as a birthday gift for my grandson." White beamed with laughter, utterly astonished that a spur-of-the-moment pass of his had garnered such acclaim. In truth, his pass was rather ordinary. He was not the first player to execute a through-the-legs pass. However, when this particular pass was juxtaposed with his earlier maneuver that had bewildered Stackhouse, it ascended to the realm of the iconic. Stackhouse, incensed by White's earlier trickery, was acutely aware of the impending ridicule he would face the following day, as he would become a laughingstock throughout the league, having been outsmarted by a rookie. Eager to redeem himself, Stackhouse launched a fast break, only to inadvertently set the stage for White once more. White trailed closely behind, and at the moment Stackhouse released his shot, he swatted the ball away with precision. "I have vowed to send you straight to heaven to meet your grandfather," White mused wickedly in his mind. The ball was passed to James. Nowitzki raised his arm and took a shot, but alas, it clanged off the rim. Duncan roared as he secured the rebound and swiftly handed the ball to White, who immediately transitioned into fast break mode, with Ginobili and Bowen in tow. Terry and Harris also sprinted alongside them, with Harris managing to outpace White momentarily, attempting to dislodge the ball. White cleverly retracted his knee, momentarily halting his pace before accelerating once more, leaving Harris in his wake. Seizing the opportunity created by White's brief pause, Terry caught up, and White deftly delivered a diagonal pass. Bowen, trailing closely behind Terry, received the ball and executed a smooth three-step motion, depositing the basketball into the hoop. Terry, who had been right beside White, could only watch as Bowen effortlessly scored, with the score now standing at 102-100, the Mavericks leading by 2 points, with just 1 minute and 38 seconds remaining in the game. Towards the end of the third quarter, propelled by White's remarkable performance, the Spurs bench players orchestrated a 7-0 run, compelling Johnson to reinstate the starting lineup earlier than anticipated. In other words, the decisive moment had been hastened by White's emergence. Stackhouse, having underperformed, was substituted for the little whirlwind Harris, who, in White's estimation, was even more formidable than Stackhouse. Although Stackhouse possesses superior skills and experience compared to Harris, he lacks the fervor and competitive spirit that Harris embodies. Harris is akin to a young lion, fierce and brimming with energy. Terry maintains a steady grip on the ball, closely shadowed by Ginobili. Francisco and Dampier engage in a fierce battle for position in the paint, while Duncan and Nowitzki roam the perimeter, both showcasing exceptional mid-range shooting abilities. Notably, Nowitzki's shooting range is arguably the finest among tall players. Harris weaves around the three-point line, with White struggling to keep pace behind him, not due to a lack of stamina or speed, but rather because Harris enjoys a 10-centimeter height advantage, granting him greater agility. Terry appears unhurried to conclude the confrontation. He methodically advances across half-court, his gaze fixed intently on his 4 teammates. Who will receive the ball? White speculates as he doggedly trails Harris, contemplating the possibility of a steal as time dwindles. Howard and Nowitzki execute a pick-and-roll, momentarily catching Duncan and Bowen off guard. That brief window is sufficient. Nowitzki has slipped into an open space, and Terry quickly recognizes his newly available teammate. "It's you," White silently exclaims as he lunges forward, positioning himself in front of Nowitzki just as the ball departs from Terry's fingertips. With an outstretched hand, he intercepts the basketball and, amidst Terry's astonished gaze, initiates a fast break. Regretting his oversight, Terry hastily pursues White, attempting to commit a foul without the ball. The Mavericks are playing smoothly in the second half, having yet to reach 5 team fouls, which means that fouls at this juncture do not result in free throws. White was evidently aware of the situation. He tossed the ball forward toward the rebound, then swiftly ducked under Terry's outstretched hand, propelling himself into the painted area once more. With the ball in hand, even Harris could not keep pace with him. As he crossed the three-point line, White leaped high, securing the airborne rebound, and then quickly maneuvered into the paint. Before Harris could close in on him, he soared once again, not for a thunderous dunk, but rather to gently kiss the ball off the backboard, resulting in a successful shot for 2 points. The score was now tied at 102, and with just 58 seconds remaining, White executed a deft steal followed by a stunning bank shot, contributing crucial points to his team. Johnson was compelled to call another timeout, not only to strategize but also to conserve a bit of time on the offensive clock during the inbound play. Though White had not been on the court for long during the third quarter, the presence of substitutes allowed him to take command of the game, leading to significant depletion of his stamina. This exhaustion explained why he opted against a more forceful and secure dunk to conclude the offensive play. The crowd rose once more, showering White and his fellow Warriors with fervent applause. They now faced three choices: pass the ball to Dirk for a shot, hand it to Terry for a three-pointer, or entrust it to Josh for a drive to the basket. Popovich swiftly sketched strategies on the clipboard, declaring that while a three-point shot was risky, the next move should involve either Josh or Dirk delivering the decisive blow. Tim, stay close to Dirk. Do not allow him any opportunity to receive the ball. Bruce, free up Josh to receive the pass. Once he has the ball, you both must be vigilant in your defense, ensuring he cannot penetrate the lane. Go, 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 boys. Let's move. Popovich shouted, his voice hoarse, trembling with the weight of his years and the turmoil within his heart. In this fierce battle for supremacy in the West, this vengeance match, defeat against such a formidable divisional rival, was simply unacceptable. As Duncan took the court, he positioned himself strategically against Nowitzki. While Howard entered to receive the ball, Dampier was substituted for Johnson, and Stackhouse, known for his precise shooting, replaced him. A lineup of one big and four small players? White was taken aback, realizing that Johnson sought a decisive blow, for the five players under his command were hardly adept at securing rebounds. Francisco positioned himself before the inbounding Jason Terry, his towering frame nearly obscuring the slightly over 6-foot Terry. Howard, Stackhouse, and Harris stood together. As soon as the referee's whistle pierced the air, they scattered like blooming flowers, each darting in a distinct direction. Howard's athletic prowess surpassed that of Bowen, especially given that Bowen was somewhat lax at that moment. Thus the ball was inevitably delivered into Howard's awaiting hands. Despite two rapid stops, Howard failed to shake off the tenacious Bowen, but Harris, stationed behind Bowen, afforded Howard a fleeting opportunity. Like a tiger unleashed, Howard charged into the paint with two powerful strides, his path only obstructed by Francisco. Francisco crouched low, eyes keenly fixed on Howard, poised to leap and disrupt his layup. Not necessarily to block, but merely to interfere. Howard bellowed, halting to lower his center of gravity, feigning a jump. Yet Francisco was not deceived by his ruse, maintaining a steadfast gaze on Howard's shoulder. Indeed, Howard refrained from leaping, opting instead to pass the ball to Nowitzki, who had circled past Duncan. Nowitzki caught the ball with outstretched arms, Duncan still a half-step away. Nowitzki rushed forward to bolster defense, needing to afford Duncan time to reposition himself. As Ginobili stepped aside, White was compelled to cover the now-open Harris, while Bowen pivoted to guard Stackhouse, preventing the veteran from finding an opportunity to shoot. However, everyone had overlooked another pivotal player in this contest, the Mavericks engine, Jason Terry. Positioned at the baseline's 0-degree angle, Terry received Nowitzki's pass and surged into the paint. Gently releasing the ball, the basketball struck the rim forcefully several times before reluctantly surrendering to the net. A collective sigh of despair resonated from the audience. Popovich called for the team's penultimate timeout. With 42 seconds remaining, the preceding sequence, though intricate, consumed merely 16 seconds. Horry substituted for Francisco, and Parker replaced Bowen, leaving 5 exceptional shooters on the court. Johnson also took Harris out, bringing in Dampier. As the ball was inbound from the midcourt, White received Horry's high pass, his gaze vacant as he surveyed the court, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Howard, defending him, dared not relax. This rookie's performance throughout the game could only be described as dreadful. White dribbled towards the three-point line, and as he charged in front of Howard, he executed a swift and thunderous spin. Howard quickly retreated a step to establish his defense, aiming to thwart White's advance. However, when he glanced back, he realized that the ball in White's possession had vanished. As White turned, he deftly passed the ball into Duncan's hands. Now, with Nowitzki firmly pressing against Duncan's waist, what significance did that hold? Duncan was not merely a player reliant on backing down his opponent. He swiftly pivoted, charging forward with 2 powerful strides, then angled his body to shield Nowitzki as he leapt into the air. With a flick of his wrist, the familiar hook shot emerged once more. As Duncan soared, Dampier followed suit, the two of them nearly sandwiching Duncan in between. Nevertheless, Duncan managed to sink the shot. 2 points secured, coupled with a free throw opportunity due to Dampier's foul, a critical misstep. With only 28 seconds remaining in the game, Duncan displayed remarkable composure, smoothly converting the free throw. As he prepared to take the shot, the arena held its breath, fearful that even the slightest sound might disturb his focus. For one must acknowledge that Duncan's free throw was as unpredictable as White's romantic promises. Once the ball swished through the net, a collective sigh of relief erupted from the crowd, followed by an enthusiastic cheer. Johnson called for a timeout, prompting a shift in both teams' lineups. Dampier was replaced by Harris, and Horry by Bowen. Terry, controlling the ball, maneuvered along the perimeter until the shot clock dwindled, at which point he shook off Parker and charged into the paint. Bowen, startled, rushed to provide support, yet Terry's wrist flicked, sending the ball soaring. Harris, another three-pointer. This time, it found its mark. Tonight, even the heavens seemed to bless the Mavericks, as Harris made the game's first and only three-pointer. The score now stood at 105-103, with the Mavericks leading by 2 points and just 2 seconds to play. Popovich called the Spurs' final timeout, the last pause of the game. He scanned the court with keen eyes before decisively marking a spot on the tactical board, just left of the three-point line at a 60-degree angle, indicating for the ball to be handed to James. You all set screens for him. Let him take this position. Let us conclude the game with a three-pointer. Whiteside was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the final decisive shot would be entrusted to Horry, renowned as the NBA's clutch performer. He had assumed that the last shot would be given to Duncan, allowing him to secure 2 points to push the game into overtime. He had even considered that the critical moment might belong to Ginobili, given his superior mental fortitude. Yet, speculation remained mere speculation in the end. Popovich entrusted the most crucial shot to him. As the moment of truth approached, Whiteside's body began to tremble, not out of fear, but from exhilaration. As he felt the blood coursing through his veins reach a boiling point. James, don't overthink it. Just shoot the ball as you do in practice, Horry calmly advised, giving him a reassuring pat on the back. Nodding with a sense of pride, a heaviness settled in my heart. The team had toiled throughout the night, and now, at this moment of decision, the fruits of our labor rested in my hands. If I were to miss this shot, then all the team's efforts would be rendered futile. If I were to fail in making this basket, the team would merely secure the position of second in the West. White, Horry, Parker, and Duncan embraced one another, and as the referee's whistle pierced the air, the four exchanged playful nudges before dashing away in a graceful scatter. In that fleeting moment, they dispersed like startled birds, chaotic, fragmented, yet swift and elegant. White closely adhered to Nowitzki's body as he approached the mid-court line, extending both hands to receive Ginobili's inbound pass. While Howard finally caught up and positioned himself directly in front of him, Ginobili burst forth from the sideline, inadvertently blocking Howard's path, allowing White to seize the opportunity and dash past Howard's right side. Starhouse, initially focused on guarding Ginobili, swiftly shifted his defensive attention to White, who, throughout the match, had subjected him to an abundance of indignities. It was due to this insufferable rookie that he appeared as a mere jester in this contest. This could not continue. He was determined to thwart the ball, inflicting upon White the anguish he deserved. White maintained his swift momentum, surging towards the three-point line alongside Stackhouse. With a sudden intake of breath, he let out a fierce roar, abruptly halting his advance and lowering his center of gravity. His right hand descended, seemingly poised to catch the basketball controlled by his left hand, as he gazed intently towards the distant hoop. Stackhouse, too, unleashed a battle cry, leaping first and extending his large hand in a commanding gesture, exclaiming, "Dream on." The entire scene felt surreal as White's left hand struck the floor with a resounding thud before transferring the ball to his right hand. With deft control, he propelled himself forward, akin to a fighter jet taking flight, charging into the paint. His shoulders swayed rhythmically, and upon entering the restricted area, he executed a sudden lateral shift to the left. The defending Dampier instinctively shifted to the right, but as he made his move, he witnessed White accelerate sharply to the right, directly approaching him. In that instant, Dampier comprehended the rookie's intent, a potential 2-1 opportunity. Realizing this, he hastily retreated. However, White denied him any chance. As Dampier stepped back, White surged forward once more, twisting his body toward Dampier. Cradling the ball, he darted beneath Dampier's right arm, leaping up while bracing against it. Just before losing his balance, he elevated his left hand, gently releasing the ball towards the backboard. The basketball struck the square on the backboard with precision, then cascaded down into the hoop with exhilarating ease. The crowd erupted in jubilation as the referee's whistle pierced the air. The shot was made. The bomber had executed the play flawlessly. It was a moment of brilliance from the prodigious James, our very own James. DJ leapt up, his voice hoarse from excitement, as tears of joy welled in his eyes. The arena was engulfed in madness. Both teams, coaches and players alike, gasped in awe at this rookie, whose basketball IQ and remarkable judgment were truly extraordinary. White rose from the ground, casting a sympathetic glance at the somewhat dazed Dampier, before bursting into laughter and striding confidently towards the free-throw line. As White stepped up to the free-throw line, all the spectators instinctively fell silent. The arena transitioned from a cacophony to utter stillness in less than 10 seconds. Everyone gazed at him with bated breath, anticipating the emergence of a miracle. The four Mavericks players stationed beneath the basket fixated their icy stares upon this rookie. For it was he who had imperiled the team's arduous efforts throughout the evening. As White received the ball, he gently lowered his center of gravity and then rose fluidly, the basketball spinning elegantly from his fingertips. The net swished, a wave of excitement surged through the arena. With just 0.6 seconds remaining in the match and the Mavericks devoid of any timeouts, Nowitzki passed to Terry. Terry launched the ball, which struck the backboard before soaring high into the air. It appeared to have no chance of success, and indeed, that was the reality. This shot held no promise whatsoever. White was hoisted onto the shoulders of Horry and a dozen other players as they carried him into the players' tunnel. Hundreds of fans lined the passageway, eagerly reaching out in hopes of making contact with James. Like a triumphant hero, White extended his arms, exchanging high-fives with the fans on either side, who fervently chanted Bomber and James. In that moment, he reigned supreme in the arena, the sole monarch. As the vibrant red wave surged and the spring light flourished, Cindy entered White's room, only to be swept into the bedroom by him, where the two of them, utterly bare, rolled upon the expansive bed, consumed by primal passion. "Your performance tonight was extraordinary," Cindy murmured intermittently. "Darling, it was simply magnificent." "Are you referring to my performance on the court or our current engagement?" White gently embraced Cindy, his hands resting on her delicate waist, before suddenly thrusting himself deep within her. Cindy giggled. "Both were splendid, truly splendid. You achieved your first double-double of the regular season tonight. 28 points and 12 rebounds. Simply marvelous." "Now is not the time for such discussions," White gasped. "Save those tidings for later. At present, we must wholly immerse ourselves in each other's presence." On the morning of their day off, with the upcoming game against the Miami Heat set to take place in San Antonio, Cindy awakened earlier than usual, dressed in her pajamas. She refreshed herself and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Cindy was no delicate damsel. In the culinary arts, she exhibited remarkable skill. Dressed in oversized shorts, White observed Cynthia bustling about with a sense of contentment when suddenly the doorbell resonated through the air. Assuming it was the newspaper boy delivering the morning news, Cynthia donned a coat and opened the door. She was unconcerned about Fox returning. After all, he would not ring the bell, possessing a key that allowed him to enter at will. However, the visitor was not the expected paperboy, but rather a middle-aged Caucasian man, impeccably dressed like a city elite. Upon witnessing the enchanting beauty before him, the man appeared momentarily taken aback. Cynthia, equally surprised, proactively greeted him. "Good day, sir. Might you have the wrong address?" The gentleman, somewhat sheepish, glanced at the house number and replied, "Greetings, beautiful miss. May I inquire if this is the residence of James White?" Cynthia, maintaining a guarded demeanor, responded, "Sir. Do you have business here?" Despite her inquiry, her expression remained composed, betraying no signs of alarm. The middle-aged man, recognizing her subtle cues, deduced that he had indeed arrived at the abode of the NBA rising star, James White. With a friendly demeanor, he introduced himself. "Allow me to present myself. I am Dao Chodubai, a former professor of business negotiation at California State University. I wish to propose my services as Mr. White's agent." Cynthia replied with a smile that is quite considerate, "Mr. Dubai, but as you can see, the hour is still early. If you wish to discuss matters with James, I suggest you arrange a meeting with him. Don't you think it's rather premature to talk about timing?" While she was not opposed to finding an agent for White, she was keen to keep their relationship private. "You may leave your contact information, and I will ensure it reaches James. He is not currently residing here," she added, her mind swiftly crafting a strategy. "As you may know, James has become quite the star. He has secured a more suitable residence, and this place is merely a temporary arrangement for me." Dao Chio, evidently no fool, recognized the unmistakable signal of his unwelcome presence. He shrugged and handed her a business card, saying, "I would appreciate it if you could pass this card along to Mr. White. I believe I can provide substantial assistance in his business endeavors." Once he was dismissed, Cynthia promptly shut the door. "Who is it?" White inquired with curiosity, hoping it was indeed the newspaper boy, eager to see the coverage of his recent performance, which had been nothing short of spectacular, especially that exquisite game-winning shot. Cynthia handed him the business card and recounted the man's intentions. "James, when you have a moment, consider arranging a meeting with him. You genuinely require a professional agent to assist you with your business dealings." In conclusion, she summarized her thoughts. Regarding the agent White, she was not particularly enthusiastic. It turned out that during his university days, he had an agent who abandoned him shortly after his arrival. Influenced by the news from White's ex-girlfriend that he had been in a car accident and was incapacitated. Initially, White intended to wait a few days before reaching out to that individual in Dubai, but soon enough, a business opportunity presented itself. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a phone call came through. "Hello, Mr. White. I am the general manager of Hartsour's travel company. We would like to collaborate with you on an advertisement, and we can discuss the financial aspects in person." A vibrant male voice resonated from the phone. "An advertisement? Business is knocking at my door so soon?" White felt a mix of trepidation, anxiety, and a hint of excitement. In his previous life, he had merely been a student, devoid of opportunities to engage in advertising. Especially in the media-rich landscape of America, the prospect of being approached for an advertisement indeed filled him with a sense of nervousness. However, financial constraints loomed over him. As he was responsible for 2 women, could he afford to be anything but anxious? After ending the call, White turned to Cynthia and inquired, "Should we truly consider meeting with that individual in Dubai?" Cynthia tilted her head thoughtfully and frowned. "Isn't it a bit too coincidental? You receive a business proposal right after the agent reaches out to you? Could they be in collusion?" Her reasoning struck a chord with White, prompting him to ponder the possibility of such a conspiracy. The food company could very well be a front orchestrated by that agent to showcase his capabilities. "Perhaps I could enlist Kevin's agent to inquire further. Andy is quite adept in this domain," White suggested. Andy Miller, a prominent figure in the league and the agent of White's good friend Kevin Garnett, was indeed a reliable ally. Cynthia, seated on the bed, earnestly addressed White. "James, you truly require an agent. Had you had one previously, matters at the draft would have been clarified on your behalf. There are numerous rumors circulating about your potential change of teams. The fans in San Antonio are quite uneasy. With an agent, there would be someone to hold a press conference for you, to handle many things you would rather avoid." Cynthia then proceeded to make calls to her friends in California, seeking information about this person. Autumn Dubai. White leaned against the headboard of his bed, opened his laptop, and logged onto the official website of California State University. He searched for all available information regarding Duchio Dubai. This elderly gentleman, whose surname is derived from an Arab nation, is indeed a prominent figure at California State University. He serves as the administrative director of the university's flagship program, maintaining intricate connections with numerous luminaries in the business world. Furthermore, he is a doctoral advisor and also acts as an agent for several legislators in California. The information they had uncovered was identical, and White looked at Cynthia, blinking in astonishment. This man has quite the impressive background, but why is he personally seeking to promote himself as my agent? Doesn't he seem to be in need of financial assistance? After much contemplation, they could not fathom why this Californian celebrity would approach them to become an agent. Perhaps, White mused, there was something about him that exuded a legendary charm. At 10:30, White arranged to meet the elderly gentleman for coffee. In the CAF, they reached a preliminary agreement. White would hire Duchio Dubai as his agent, but with a probationary period of 1 quarter. This meant that if Dubai's performance satisfied White within the next 3 months, they would formalize their contract. During the probationary period, Dubai would receive 20% of the profits from any business he secured for White. True to his esteemed reputation in California, Dubai managed to secure a spokesperson role for White with a travel company within a single afternoon. Over the next 2 years, White would be required to shoot at least 4 advertisements annually for this travel company, which would pay him a total endorsement fee of $5 million, $2.5 million each year. While this was indeed a commendable figure, comparable to what typical sports stars earn, White felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of the annual sum of $250,000. It was not particularly appealing to his ears. The initial tranche of the endorsement fee, amounting to $1 million, had already been deposited into White's account. The fees were disbursed quarterly, with the first quarter yielding $1 million and subsequent quarters providing $50,000 each, settled at the beginning of each quarter. With winter rapidly approaching, White would soon need to film an advertisement focusing on winter tourism for the company. White was preoccupied with the upcoming match, as he was set to face the Sacramento Kings at home alongside his Spurs teammates. The Spurs dedicated an entire afternoon to practice in preparation for the Kings. a team they had encountered multiple times each season, thus not particularly concerning themselves with the challenge ahead, despite the Kings' illustrious name, which might lead casual observers to mistakenly believe they are the reigning champions of the NBA. The truth is that the team has seen better days. The legendary Shaquille O'Neal once jested after a game against them, suggesting that instead of being called the Kings, they might as well be named the Queens, as they lacked any semblance of dominance. Of course, O'Neal was quite young at the time, and in his youthful eyes, no team could truly embody the essence of power. His playful remark still resonates among interior players, yet it does not hold the same weight for perimeter players, especially with the presence of a formidable defensive force on the Kings, Ron Artest. Known as the Beast, Artest instills dread among all perimeter players in the league, for his defense is both fierce and effective. White had never anticipated that after training earlier that afternoon to confront this formidable individual, he would come knocking at his door that very evening. Just as dinner was being prepared, a sudden knock resounded. Cynthia opened the door to reveal a towering figure clad in a baggy hip-hop shirt who strode in uninvited. As White was carrying out the dishes prepared by Cynthia, he froze at the sight of this imposing man, none other than the renowned NBA star, Ron Artest, with a fierce glare directed at White. Artest pointed a finger at Cynthia and demanded, "Boy, would you kindly enlighten me as to what this woman is doing here?" He recognized Cynthia, whose beauty as the captain of the San Antonio cheerleading squad was equally celebrated in the NBA. White cast a perplexed glance at Artest, pondering which act he was performing. What was this fellow doing in his home? Was he here to preemptively knock him out to prevent an onslaught of points the following day? White remained bewildered by his words, yet he was acutely aware that the other party certainly had no intention of engaging in a casual tea chat. White positioned himself protectively behind Cynthia, furrowing his brow as he cast a glance at Artest. "Ron, is there a purpose to your visit?" he inquired. "If not, I kindly ask you to leave. We are about to dine." Artest slammed his fist onto the table, his already dark visage darkening further, as if it might weep. "I am Megan's brother. Our families were neighbors in our youth," he spat through clenched teeth. As Artest struck the table, White braced himself, ready to engage in a real confrontation. However, upon hearing Artest's words, his confidence waned, and Cynthia's once defiant glare began to waver. Only the battered second-hand table bore the brunt of the tension, its surface already marred by cracks at the time of purchase. Could it truly be my brother-in-law? White pondered, bewildered. He could not fathom how Artest, hailing from the Queens of New York, could possibly be a neighbor to Fox, who was born in Rockwood, Tennessee. It suddenly made sense why Fox had mentioned having friends in New York to assist him after he was cut by the Pacers. He had assumed she referred to the New York Knicks, but she had indeed meant friends from New York. "I merely came to prepare dinner for James," Cynthia interjected nonchalantly. "As for you, Mr. Artest, it seems you were trespassing." She was not one to be trifled with. When it was time to stand her ground, she would do so. "You insolent trespasser, I am here at Megan's home. James, do not cower behind a woman. Tell me, is this not Megan's residence?" Artest bellowed, his hands flailing. Though he was irritable, he was not foolish. He had observed the women's discarded lingerie on the bed and was not convinced it belonged to Fox. White felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him at Artest's words. He scoffed. "Ron, are you seeking a fight with me? I assure you, I am more than willing to oblige." Having watched videos of this man brawling at the Palace of Auburn Hills in a past life, White would not have dared to be so audacious upon his arrival. Yet, after 3 months of training, he had gained 20 pounds of muscle, making him no easy opponent. At Artest's challenge, his face contorted into a menacing scowl. White recognized that the situation was spiraling out of control. Artest was convinced he was caught in an affair with Fox, which, in truth, he was. "Please, return home," White urged Cynthia gently. "I will have a proper discussion with Ron." Cynthia resolutely shook her head. Both men possessed volatile tempers, and a mere disagreement could lead to blows. She did not wish to awaken the next day to hear news of White's career-ending injuries. Observing Cynthia's steadfastness, White whispered, "Your presence will only provoke this fool further. Trust me, I will resolve this matter impeccably. I will not allow you to suffer." He believed she feared that if she left, he might transform into a coward, shifting the blame onto her, claiming he had erred due to her temptation. "I fear for your safety," she retorted. Tears welled up in Cindy's eyes, for she was acutely aware of Atheist's formidable combat prowess. He had trained in boxing during his youth. "Fear not, I shall persuade this fool," White asserted with confidence. After much coaxing, he finally managed to send Cindy on her way. As soon as her crimson BMW exited the courtyard, White coldly remarked, "Please have a seat, Ron. I am here on behalf of Megan to attend to you." Atheist retorted with a mocking laugh. Did you not claim you wanted to fight? Rookie? Why do you wither the moment that woman departs? Upon hearing these words, White struck the table with his fist, and with a resounding crash, the surface shattered into fragments, sending the soup splattering in all directions. Atai gasped in astonishment. This fellow was evidently a tough character from the streets. He had previously tested the sturdiness of the table, crafted from solid peachwood, and despite his own forceful punch only causing it to wobble, this novice had effortlessly reduced it to ruins. Surely, his own bones could not be harder than that table. A fierce enthusiasm flickered in Atai's eyes. Yet he refrained from initiating an attack. What a splendid table it was, now irrevocably lost. White felt a pang of regret, aware that the table already bore cracks. And after Atai's blow, it had been on the verge of collapse. Now, his own strike had undoubtedly rendered it entirely useless. The clatter of plates and bowls echoed on the floor, startling both men. With a sigh, White lamented, this was Megan's favorite table. What a pity, enough of that nonsense. Tell me what that woman is doing here. Atai ferociously redirected the conversation. White disdainfully remarked, why should I share this with you? Don't assume I am unaware that Megan spent her childhood in the Tyro district of Rockwood. Your home is certainly not in Tennessee. My grandmother's house is situated right in Tyro, where I resided for 5 years during my youth. Atheist, with a proud sneer, declared, let me inform you, rookie, that Megan is my sister. If you dare to toy with her emotions, I can only say, rookie, your fate is sealed. White was taken aback by this revelation, pondering that Atheist must have harbored a crush on Fox during their childhood. Just imagine, Fox must have been an enchanting little beauty, captivating the hearts of young boys. While Atheist undoubtedly belonged to the precocious type, I swear before the sacred signs of God, I am wholeheartedly devoted to Megan, White proclaimed, his gaze unwavering, akin to his focus on the direction ahead. Those who believe it are in for misfortune. Though Atheist was rebellious, he was a devout Christian, and he reluctantly inquired, then tell me, what is that woman here for? White was just about to concoct a plausible excuse for why this was not the appropriate moment for revelations, when he pondered whether it would even be possible to address this reckless man when the time came. His mind raced, yet he had yet to devise a suitable rationale. When suddenly the phone on the bed rang, he hurriedly picked it up, instinctively tucking away the exposed undergarments and stockings into the quilt. Upon receiving the call, White's expression instantly soured. It was Fox on the line. Oh, Megan, how I've missed you. What a pleasant surprise to receive your call today. Am I troubling you? No. No, God knows how much I long for you. Yes, Ron is indeed in our little love nest. What? You want him to answer? Very well. White sweetly spoke into the receiver, casting a discontented glance at Atai before reluctantly passing the phone to him. Atai shot him a fierce glare and exited the bedroom with the phone, undoubtedly to lodge a complaint. White glared back, feeling vexed. He could surmise that Cynthia, fearing a confrontation between him and Atai, had promptly called Fox as soon as Atai left. Fox must have guessed about White's clandestine antics with Cynthia. The details of their conversation remained unknown, but when Atai returned, he handed the phone back to White and, puffing heavily, plopped down onto a nearby stool. James, go get something to eat. I haven't had a bite yet. White, uninterested in Atai's demands, lethargically tossed the phone back at him and replied, I'm tired. If you want food, order it yourself. He was still pondering how to explain to Fox why Cynthia was at his home so late. Atai's expression darkened as he abruptly stood, intending to teach this disobedient brother-in-law a lesson. However, White's cold laughter halted him. You'd best behave yourself. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will call 911 without hesitation. Don't think that I want to deal with you just because Megan is here. Atai's face turned ashen with anger, his hands clenched tightly, yet he remained motionless, not out of fear of White's threats, but rather due to Fox's admonitions outside. Setting aside their petty grievances, White had a certain fondness for Atai. To White, Atai was the kind of player who regarded basketball as a passion rather than merely a lucrative profession. He poured his heart and soul into every game and practice. White believed that the team needed players like him, those who yearned for victory. Current players could learn much from Atai's fervent attitude towards the game. Like Iverson and Marbury, Atai had clawed his way up from the depths of poverty, fully aware of the struggles faced by the underprivileged. They shared a fear of failure and discrimination, their veins coursing with a rebellious spirit, competitiveness, and resilience that White lacked. Setting aside Atai's fiery temperament, White genuinely wished to befriend him. In fact, the current team members, Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker, were all men of admirable character, gracious, loyal, and generous. This was evident as White. Even as a rookie, was afforded numerous opportunities to shoot on the court. However, to speak candidly, White finds it challenging to connect with them. Perhaps it is due to his upbringing as an orphan and a life of poverty in a previous existence. He feels a stronger affinity with those who hail from the slums, such as Horry, Finley, and Bowen. Of course, one cannot dismiss the influence of race, as White currently has only one white friend, Roy. However, to be fair, Ginobili and Duncan have shown him considerable support on the court, and prior to stepping through the same door, Parker was quite amiable towards him. If friendship were to be considered, any of the three would make an excellent choice. Go fetch me something to eat, quickly. Otherwise, I will immediately call Megan and inform her of everything I observed in the room, Attai exclaimed, visibly exasperated, his stomach growling with hunger. He had rushed over immediately after landing and had yet to have dinner. Upon hearing Attai's initial remark, White initially dismissed it. But the subsequent two statements caused him to leap to his feet in surprise. What did you say about Megan? He asked, his excitement palpable. Attai proudly raised his head and replied, she didn't ask, so why should I say anything? I'm not like you. I'm not a blabbermouth. White harbored no doubts about whether the other party had deceived him. Atheist was the quintessential tough guy, one who took responsibility for his actions and would never stoop to engage in petty gossip. Such a person exuded a certain assassin-like allure, reminiscent of the phrase, once the storm settles in the past, the cold blade of the rivers and lakes laughs in triumph. White picked up a coat and hurriedly dashed out with his credit card in hand. Arteist, observing his hasty retreat, chuckled softly to himself before retrieving his phone to call Fox. I didn't mention it to her earlier, but now I can, Arteist mused with a sense of satisfaction. However, recalling the two threatening remarks he had made to White, he hesitated, unwilling to be a person of insincerity. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately set the phone down. Eventually, I must tell Megan, he continued to converse with himself, but today we'll have to wait. It's too late. And Megan is likely winding down for the night. With that, Arteist reluctantly concocted a justification for refraining from contacting Fox, then began to wander around the house in search of something. White directly proceeded to a nearby esteemed restaurant to order a lavish dinner. Upon his return to the house, he discovered Arteist rummaging through the place. What are you doing? White expressed his displeasure. This room was organized by Cynthia. Arteist glanced at him before continuing to survey the room, muttering, where's the alcohol? Why is there no liquor in your room? Since the last time he was incapacitated at the Hilton, Fox had enforced a strict sobriety upon White. After all, his previous drunken escapade had led to a regrettable encounter. Who could predict what mischief might ensue during his next bout of inebriation? She certainly would not be inclined to linger beside such a lecherous man. However, White refrained from disclosing such an embarrassing situation and vaguely replied, I don't have any alcohol here. Athletes shouldn't indulge in such vices. It's detrimental to one's health. With a hint of disappointment, Arteist sank back into his chair and retrieved his phone, dialing a number and whispering something. White strained to eavesdrop, discerning that the call was likely not to Fox, as Arteist displayed a distinct lack of respect towards the person on the other end, his tone decidedly brusque. Although the restaurant was bustling with patrons, the efficiency of the kitchen was commendable, and soon a service cart arrived bearing the dishes. Prior to that, a slender young man with dark skin had delivered 2 bottles of wine, 1 vodka and 1 red wine. White recognized the young man, likely a rookie recently drafted by the Kings. There are unspoken rules everywhere. Observing the young man's submissive demeanor, White felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing his current status far surpassed that of these newcomers. Cheers, Arteist exclaimed as he raised his glass, swiftly downing half of the white liquor. In a previous life, White was also quite the connoisseur of spirits. Although he had succumbed to inebriation on one occasion, it may well have been an exception, considering it was shortly after he had recently traversed into this new body. Without hesitation, White downed half a glass of wine, his demeanor unruffled and exuding an air of generosity. Adis nodded in approval before lowering his gaze to devour the dishes before him, for he was ravenously hungry. Just prior to Adis' arrival, White had intended to dine, but his meal had been thwarted when the table collapsed, ruining the food. He, too, felt the pangs of hunger after several hours of rigorous training, specifically designed to target the formidable figure seated across from him, resembling a grizzly bear. With a toast, White raised his glass first, prompting Adis to follow suit, both indulging in another half glass. Unbeknownst to them, the 2 bottles of wine had nearly been consumed by the pair, and with the alcohol flowing, their rapport significantly softened, especially as both men were spirited drinkers, their personalities harmonizing effortlessly. With a hearty belch, Adis felt the effects of the wine surge within him, and he waved his hand grandly, saying, "James, you are quite the jovial companion. However, I implore you to treat Megan with a bit more kindness in the future." White nodded slightly, his vision somewhat blurred. He sensed that he had indulged a bit too much, yet observing Atesha's demeanor, it appeared that the latter was even more intoxicated than himself. "You may look quite masculine, but your capacity for liquor is rather lackluster," White mused inwardly with a sense of quiet satisfaction. White nodded affirmatively, saying, "Of course, I will treat her well." "You need not worry." "Worry? How can I not be concerned?" Adis stood up, hands on his hips, and continued. "There was a man who once said the same to me, but in reality, that wretched scoundrel ended up abandoning Megan. Are you aware of the tattoo on Megan's body?" Adis inquired, belching as he spoke, appearing somewhat inebriated, at least becoming more loquacious. White, in a state of bewilderment, inquired, "Which tattoo?" This confusion was not unwarranted, for Fox was an aficionado of ink, adorned with 8 tattoos in total. Among them, a line of Shakespearean verse graced her right shoulder, while a Chinese phrase adorned her neck. The inner side of her right forearm bore the visage of Marilyn Monroe, and the inner side of her right ankle featured a symbol of the moon and stars. Additionally, a mark symbolizing inner spiritual strength rested on the nape of her neck. However, it soon became apparent to White that the tattoo in question was the one inscribed on her left ribcage, which read, "There once was a little girl who never knew love until a boy broke her heart." This particular tattoo was the largest on her body, and White had previously inquired about its significance. At that time, Fox had merely smiled and remarked that it was a matter of the past, one she preferred not to revisit. Now, on the brink of uncovering the answer to a riddle that had long eluded him, White felt a surge of excitement and promptly closed his mouth, preparing to listen attentively as Adist recounted the tale behind it. Though Adist had indulged a bit too much, he was not yet inebriated. He regarded White, whose expression was one of eager anticipation, and with a mischievous grin declared, "I simply want to tell you, rookie. I just want to." White, filled with fury, cast a discontented glance at the arrogant artiste before climbing into bed, yearning for a restful slumber. His mind, clouded by drink, longed for the solace of sleep. Artiste squeezed in beside White, clutching a blanket as they shared the bed, 2 tough men together for the night. Unbeknownst to them, 2 women in the distance were fretting over their relationship. Yet, even if they were aware, what could be done? White was simply too exhausted. In the hotel, the head coach of the Kings glowered at the empty room of Artiste, seething with indignation. This scoundrel was out gallivanting the night before a crucial game. Such a toxic presence could no longer be tolerated within the team. Early in the morning, 2 sports cars cruised side by side along the streets of San Antonio. Passers-by waved at one of the imposing SUVs, which belonged to the king of San Antonio sports, Tim Duncan. Duncan, preoccupied, paid no heed to the onlookers as he followed closely behind a red BMW, speeding along with fervor. "Nora, it's futile to rush, slow down a bit. If the traffic officer catches you speeding, you'll only prolong your delay," Ginobili cautioned nervously, astonished that a woman could possess such a fervor for speed. Perhaps even more than himself. "I'm so sorry, Manu. I am just so anxious," Cynthia replied, easing off the accelerator, then turning to Ginobili with an apology. "I'm genuinely frightened that Ron and James might clash. Both have such fiery tempers." Ginobili offered a wry smile, having just arrived at the gym. He was still trying to piece together the situation when Duncan summoned him into the car. He later learned that White, a training fanatic, had yet to arrive for practice, which was highly unusual for him. Cynthia had learned from the landlord, who answered her call, that last night, basketball star Ron Artest had visited White's apartment, resulting in a raucous disturbance that lasted until the early hours. Both Cynthia and Duncan were concerned that a disagreement could erupt into conflict, prompting Duncan to rally a group to investigate early that morning. Duncan believed that aside from the media, no one wished to see reports of the Spurs' promising young talent. James White, embroiled in street brawls, certainly not the venerable Coach Popovich. In truth, Duncan was naively optimistic, aside from the players of the Spurs and Kings. All other 28 teams in the league were likely keen to learn of any scandal involving White. As Cynthia opened the apartment door, which was unlocked, the sight that greeted them was chaos. Alcohol permeated the air, and the room was in disarray, with furniture overturned and the table in the center dismantled. If these individuals had ever watched Chinese martial arts films, they would certainly recall a vivid scene. 2 burly men glaring intensely across a table, each grasping a leg of the table, and with a tremendous pull, the table splinters into fragments. The two then wielded the legs as weapons, engaging in a fierce duel. However, upon entering the bedroom, the expressions of the onlookers transformed into a peculiar mix of surprise and bewilderment. There, sprawled across the expansive bed, were two hefty men soundly asleep, which would have been unremarkable were it not for the fact that White's arm was draped around the muscular neck of Adist. Adist's thick, hairy thigh rested comfortably upon White's waist, creating a scene that was nothing short of shocking. It turned out this fellow harbored such peculiar inclinations. Parker, who had accompanied them, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally come to believe that the rumors of shared car doors were merely gossip, albeit he had strayed in the wrong direction. Yet had uncovered the truth. Horry and Finley shuddered slightly, but upon observing the intact clothing of the two men, they felt a quiet sigh of relief in their hearts. Perhaps they had simply drunk too much the previous night and had fallen asleep fully clothed. It must be said that the elder was indeed more experienced. At least they had surmised the truth of the situation. But how on earth did White come to know this peculiar creature, Adist? Today marked the first encounter between the Spurs and the Kings. They should not have crossed paths before. Horry stepped forward to gently extricate White from Adist's grasp. White, rubbing his eyes, murmured, "Nora, not like this. Let me sleep a bit longer. Last night was not as easy for me as it was for you. I had to endure." The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically once more, and they all cast a strange look at Cynthia. Even the most oblivious among them recognized the underlying tension between the two. Cynthia felt a weight in her heart, but thankfully, the only ones present were players, not team staff. She picked up a glass from the bedside and poured cold water over White's head. She internally chastised herself for bringing so many people along. The impact of the cold water was enough to rouse White from his stupor. He gazed incredulously at the assembly surrounding the bedroom. Rubbing his eyes, he stammered, "Why are you all here so early? Is there something urgent?" He cautiously probed, his mind racing like a sticky mess, trying to recall what significant events had transpired at this hour in his former life. Yet, no matter how hard he strained, his mind remained a blank slate. "There's nothing pressing. Let us proceed outside," Duncan replied calmly, his expression perpetually serene and disinterested in gossip. When the elder spoke, no one dared to defy him. Horry and the others exited the room with reluctant expressions. At that moment, Adist was also stirred awake. Upon seeing Cynthia, her eyes red-rimmed, and the bewildered Adist beside her, White finally grasped the situation. "In truth, there is no need for you to worry. Do you still not trust me?" White softly reassured her, offering a tissue for her to wipe her face. Cynthia's golden hair cascaded gracefully around her cheeks, illuminated by the sunlight, rendering her as beautiful as a goddess. Adist mumbled a few phrases in African-American vernacular before sauntering off in search of the restroom. "What did I just say?" With trepidation, White inquired, sensing that the words he had uttered upon waking felt rather amiss. Cynthia regarded him with a complex gaze before responding, "You have exposed the nature of our relationship. Now everyone outside is aware of it." Upon hearing this, White's heart tightened momentarily, only to subsequently relax as he acknowledged the reality. It was likely that when Cynthia had contacted Fox the previous evening, he had surmised the truth as well. This revelation brought him a sense of calm. The clandestine affair with Cynthia had weighed heavily on him in recent days, not solely due to the betrayal of Fox, but also out of a profound sense of guilt towards Cynthia. Dubbed the Flower of San Antonio, she now found herself clandestinely entangled with him, an arrangement that felt exceedingly unjust to her. With a serene smile, White rose and calmly remarked, "It is of no consequence. Nora, trust me, I will manage everything. I shall not allow you to dwell perpetually in the shadows." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Is Tony also outside? That could prove somewhat troublesome, should he have a loose tongue." The public revelation of their relationship was, in fact, what Cynthia desired, being a proud woman. She was certainly reluctant to remain under Fox's constant suppression. Upon hearing White's words, Cynthia felt a wave of relief wash over her. She playfully tapped White with her small fist and said, "Do not underestimate Tony. He is not such a man. In truth, you should have a conversation with him. He is quite agreeable, and the two of you merely have some misunderstandings." White contemplated the situation, acknowledging that Parker indeed maintained a harmonious rapport with the other team members. However, a direct conflict of interest existed between the two, both vying for the most opportunities to shoot from beyond the arc. This matter concluded for the time being, as White extended his apologies to Popovich, and life resumed its usual course. To be candid, this was merely a minor episode in the grand tapestry of life, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, which may create ripples momentarily, yet soon the surface returns to its serene state. No one paid heed to this trivial occurrence, for at 8 o'clock that evening, the match between the Sacramento Kings and the San Antonio Spurs commenced. The San Antonio fans approached the game with a relaxed demeanor, eager merely to witness how their team, on a 9-game winning streak, would dominate the Sacramento squad. No one harbored doubts about the Spurs' victory, and the rationale was simple. They currently held the top position in the Western Conference, having recently vanquished another formidable opponent, the Mavericks. Since the departure of their superstar center, Chris Webber, the Kings swiftly transitioned from a regional powerhouse to a mere shadow of their former self. Indeed, it is noteworthy that the Kings have been a part of the NBA since 1948, distinguishing themselves from other newer teams by demonstrating formidable prowess immediately upon joining the league, achieving commendable results early on. However, frequent relocations earned them the moniker of the Traveling Kings. In the initial years following their entry into the NBA, the team, originally known as the Rochester Royals, was a strong contender, even securing the NBA championship in 1951. Yet thereafter, they were unable to taste the sweetness of victory again. In 1957, the team relocated to Cincinnati and rebranded as the Cincinnati Royals. Fortuitously, they drafted the legendary Oscar Robertson, known as the Big O, whose arrival instilled a renewed hope in the franchise. Nevertheless, the Royals could never surmount the seemingly insurmountable obstacle that was the Boston Celtics, who dominated the NBA during this era, claiming 11 championships in 13 seasons. In 1972, the franchise moved westward and became known as the Kansas City Omaha Kings, and in 1975, they were simply referred to as the Kansas City Kings. In 1981, the Kings advanced to the Western Conference Finals, but ultimately fell to the Houston Rockets with a 1-4 series defeat, marking their best historical achievement up to that point. In 1985, the Kings relocated to their current home in Sacramento, California, adopting the name Sacramento Kings. From 1982 to 1995, the Kings' performance was dismal, with only a single playoff appearance in 1986, which resulted in a swift exit in the first round. It was not until the 1995 to 1996 season, when the Kings assembled a core of young talents, that they finally returned to the NBA playoffs. Though they were eliminated in the first round, their playing style had begun to evolve and mature. In 1998, the appointment of coach Adelman heralded a new era for the Kings, who became formidable contenders with the addition of Chris Webber, the flamboyant white chocolate Jason Williams, and the Yugoslavian duo of Divac and Stojakovic. In 2001, the acquisition of Mike Bibby through a trade, alongside the arrival of Christie, further strengthened the roster to unprecedented levels. Beginning from the 1998 to 1999 season, the Kings made the playoffs for 4 consecutive seasons, consistently achieving remarkable results and shattering both franchise and NBA records. In the 2001 to 2002 season, the Kings entered the playoffs with the league's best record of 61 wins and 21 losses. In the Western Conference Finals, they engaged in a thrilling 7-game battle against the defending champions, the Los Angeles Lakers, ultimately succumbing in a heartbreaking overtime loss by a mere 6 points. Following the glory of the 2001 to 2002 season, the team's performance began to decline, as many key players from their prime transitioned to other teams or retired. Presently, the team relies heavily on the tenacity of Ron Artest and the scoring prowess of Kevin Martin, yet their performance has been dismal, rendering them far from the caliber of the Spurs. 1, 2, 3, let's go, the Spurs players shouted, raising their hands above their heads in unison. James White remains in the starting lineup, having established himself through consistent performance and balanced offensive-defensive skills. While he may lack the experience of Finley, his talent, stamina, and overall vision far exceed that of the former Spurs starting shooting guard. We must secure a perfect start with 10 consecutive victories, in a decisive and resolute manner. Popovich conveyed his thoughts. However, White sensed that the competition would not unfold so easily. One could discern this from Artest's current demeanor, as the team's 5 consecutive losses and a disheartening record of 6 defeats in 8 games have profoundly stirred this insatiably victorious beast. The Spurs made slight adjustments to their starting lineup, with Duncan taking the center position and Horry replacing Francisco in the starting role, returning to his familiar power forward position. The current roster for the Spurs is as follows: center Tim Duncan, power forward Robert Horry, small forward Bruce Bowen, point guard Tony Parker, and shooting guard James White. Meanwhile, the Kings starting lineup consists of center Brad Miller, power forward Sharif Abdurrahim, small forward Ron Artest, shooting guard Kevin Martin, and point guard Mike Bibby. Today's commentators invited by ESPN include Charles Barkley, along with his longtime partner, former Rockets star Kenny Smith. Miller, who is of comparable height and age to Duncan, finds himself outmatched as Duncan's leaping ability surpasses his own, allowing Duncan to seize the ball with ease. Parker, having secured the ball, held it close, mindful of the lesson he learned when Roy snatched it from him previously. Bibby trailed Parker as Parker's fast break was undeniably intimidating. Artist, with an air of arrogance, shadowed White, declaring, "Rookie, today I shall impart a lesson to you on the essence of defense." White, filled with indignation, murmured, "Ron, do not underestimate others. Moreover, you dined on my meal yesterday, occupied my bed, and left my home in utter disarray." His words trailed off as the first defensive play concluded. Parker passed the ball to Duncan, who deftly maneuvered past Miller and scored with a bank shot. Bibby, controlling the ball, sought out teammates making their runs, while White closely shadowed Artist, continuing his unfinished discourse. "You even had breakfast in my home and took a shower in my bathroom. Enough with your nonsense. Are you not weary of this?" Artist retorted, his patience wearing thin. He regretted having dined and slept at White's residence the previous day, feeling burdened by such a significant debt of gratitude for merely sharing a meal. Artist advanced to seize the ball, clutching it while locking eyes with the ever-watchful White. Feigning a jump shot with a subtle shrug of his shoulder, White maintained his unwavering gaze upon the man before him, unflinching, as he silently questioned the absurdity of his opponent's belief that he could shoot with the same ease as Yao Ming, who could seemingly evade defense without leaping. Realizing that his feigned maneuver had been seen through, Artist resorted to backing down White. In the past, White had adeptly employed this tactic against numerous players he faced, such as Sean Battier and Jerry Stackhouse. Today, however, it was Artist's turn to reciprocate. With a physique reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal's, Artist began to assert his strength from beyond the three-point line. Fortunately, White had undergone an intense 3-month fitness regimen, or he would have truly struggled to withstand this formidable force. With both hands pressed against Artist's robust waist, White engaged his knees against Artist's legs, striving to limit the other's leverage. Nevertheless, Artist's strength undoubtedly ranked among the top 5 in the NBA's forward and guard positions. Only the likes of the King LeBron James could claim to effectively overpower him. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, White found himself unable to halt Artist's relentless advance. "This Ron fellow is quite impressive, a shadow of my former self," Barkley remarked with a hint of vanity, though his posterior lacks the requisite size. "And his footwork is not as swift." Smith scoffed dismissively. "Charles, please pay attention to the game. Why didn't you speak so boldly during your playing days? Moreover, this backing down tactic is hardly novel. Observe how that rookie from the Spurs has completely stifled Ron." This comment was made in jest, for Barkley's backing down technique had indeed once reverberated throughout the NBA, compelling the league to amend its rules and introduce the 5-second violation for backing down regulation. As the two engaged in their playful banter, the other Kings players spread out, granting Artist the space to operate. Thankfully, the league's 5-second rule prevented Artist from simply driving forward unchecked. After taking 3 or 4 steps, Artist paused to dribble the ball, causing the referee, who was prepared to call the 5-second violation, to restart the count. Upon noticing Artist's shift in focus, White cast a grateful glance towards Barkley, who was observing the game from the sidelines. It was fortunate that this veteran had come before Artist, prompting the NBA to revise the rules regarding backing down. Otherwise, White might have found himself in a perilous predicament. With renewed determination, Artist turned to face White, dribbling the ball before once again thrusting his posterior forward. Inching his way closer, White's complexion instantly changed, a look of disbelief crossing his face. "Have you truly no shame?" he exclaimed, gritting his teeth with determination. He summoned all his strength to firmly restrain Artist. Frustrated by his inability to break through, Artist's impatience grew, as he relentlessly pounded his rear against White's abdomen like a battering ram. White felt as though his body were being assaulted by a frenzied bull. Yet he resolutely braced himself, determined not to allow Artist to advance any further. The two engaged in a fierce and unadorned struggle that rendered the onlookers speechless. Martin inhaled sharply, his gaze filled with admiration as he regarded White, who, despite not possessing an imposing physique, exhibited remarkable strength. Artist then launched another forceful charge, and as White leaned forward to push back, Artist swiftly pivoted and darted past him, effortlessly executing a layup that sent the ball soaring through the hoop. In a moment of disarray, White stumbled and nearly lost his balance, taking 2 unsteady steps before he turned back hurriedly, only to witness the basketball being deftly guided into the hoop. "Damn!" White exclaimed, swinging his fist in frustration, This offensive maneuver took a mere 20 seconds, almost resulting in a 24-second shot clock violation. "Rookie, this is your first lesson," Arteas proclaimed with an air of arrogance, though internally he felt a twinge of concern. This young player possessed considerable strength, likely comparable to his own. White gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely, determined to show no mercy to Fox and to teach Arteas a lesson. He had never experienced such humiliation since entering the NBA. Being physically dominated like that was a blow to his pride. Was this rookie truly selected in the second round? Barkley gasped in disbelief, noting that, aside from everything else, the sheer strength, indomitable spirit, and fearless approach to physical confrontation were more than enough to secure a spot in the lottery. Smith swallowed hard, reminiscing about the days when he had last witnessed an outside player engage in such a fierce contest, ever since their generation had retired. Back to the basket plays had become the exclusive domain of interior players, whereas in earlier times, it had been a hallmark of perimeter players. Jordan, Pippen, and Isaiah Thomas all excelled in this area. I once studied James White's profile. During his college years, he was indeed rather unremarkable and had not participated in training camps. Fitting the mold of a second-round draft pick, Smith concluded after perusing several documents. Barkley scoffed, dismissing the notion that he was unremarkable. Nonsense. Just look at him. This kid is bound to become a formidable force. Those damn general managers would be justified in selecting him as the number 1 pick. The two began to bicker over this topic, while White remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the focal point for viewers at home. As he waited for Parker to pass the ball, he positioned himself to claim the ball from Arteas. He was determined to reclaim his territory. Duncan and Horry exchanged intrigued glances before instinctively retreating from the paint, granting the two players space for a one-on-one battle. Parker, setting aside his previous bias against White, was eager to witness this unconventional duel of guards. Upon seeing White demand the ball, he promptly executed a bounce pass to him. Upon receiving the pass, White executed a swift turn, casting a keen glance at Arteas before rapidly pivoting to press his back against him. He took a moment to glance at the clock. 18 seconds remained, ample time for him to engage in a solo play. Although White uttered not a word, Arteas discerned the rookie's intent. He was signaling for caution, indicating that he too would employ his back-to-the-basket technique for an individual effort. Arteas inhaled deeply, channeling his strength, and stood firm against White. To be candid, he found himself growing fond of this novice. He believed Fox had made a commendable choice, having selected a man aptly named the Tough Guy. White dribbled the ball against the ground before delivering a powerful blow with his back, reminiscent of ancient battering rams assailing city gates, exuding an indomitable spirit. Arteas gripped his waist, spreading his legs to firmly brace against White's thighs, effectively stifling the offensive force. Yet, the sheer ferocity of White's assault momentarily caused Arteas's body to sway under the pressure. As Arteas adjusted his stance, White unleashed another devastating strike, biting his lip and letting out a muffled roar as he pressed forward. Countless spectators watched anxiously on the large screen, their hearts racing with the struggle between the two men. Each time White collided forcefully backward, men in the stands raised their arms in fervent excitement, while every retreat by Arteas elicited a collective cheer. After nearly 5 seconds, White spun abruptly, shaking off Arteas, and surged forward with remarkable speed, as if his body propelled itself with each lift of his foot, covering a meter in what seemed a mere tenth of a second. However, he had evidently underestimated Arteas' defensive prowess. As White's shoulder shifted, Arteas swiftly retreated, perfectly repositioning himself to block White's advance, compelling him to halt his forward momentum. As White surveyed the court, realizing there were no opportunities to break through, he let out a furious roar. Then let's go again. He turned and charged once more into the formidable body of Arteas. Bang! Like a meteor colliding with the earth, White astonishingly sent Arteas flying. In front of the television, two beautiful girls gasped in unison. One, a blonde with enchanting blue eyes, murmured, "James is so strong, Nancy, I really like him." The other girl, also lovely but less striking, impatiently pushed aside the blonde who obstructed her view and retorted, "Emma, can you please focus on the game? If you like him so much, go find him in San Antonio. I wouldn't mind having another stranger in my bed on a lonely night." How could this be? White himself was taken aback, unable to fathom that he possessed such strength to send that beast flying. In truth, he believed no player had the capability to knock Arteas off his feet. His intuition proved correct when the referee blew the whistle, signaling a foul for charging. Damn it. White looked up at the big screen and saw that Arteas had actually halted his movement, positioning himself to absorb the impact, anticipating White's next move. He had remained still, allowing White to collide with him, and as a result, he soared, his feet lifted off the ground, flying a full 2 meters, and then sliding 3 or 4 meters across the floor. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What immense power that must require. They did not question the referee's decision, as slow-motion replays confirmed White's foul. Yet, none could have expected his strength to be so great that he could launch the player who prided himself as a beast. "You coward!" White seethed, his head gleaming in the arena lights. It was evident he longed to confront Arteus directly. "Did you not wish to engage me in a fair contest of strength? Why resort to deceit?" Arteus, using his hands for leverage, sprang back to his feet, prompting Martin to take a cautious step back, wary of being inadvertently caught in the fray between two beasts. Had that collision occurred to him, he would surely have been sent to the hospital for urgent care. As Martin retreated, he noticed Parker, his defensive counterpart, also stepping back warily. They exchanged awkward smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. The referee hurriedly interjected, positioning himself between the two to prevent any further escalation. He shot a reproachful glance at White. Perplexed by such audacity, how could he provoke the very player he had just collided with? As if blaming Arteus for being thrown off balance rather than acknowledging that it was White who had initiated the contact? Arteus cast a haughty glance at the referee before passing the ball to Bibby. With a disdainful smirk, he remarked, "Use your brain, rookie. This is basketball, not wrestling. Sheer brute force is not enough." Bibby passed the ball to Miller, who held it aloft while shielding it from Duncan, before distributing it to the advancing Martin, who executed a layup to score. The center facilitated the distribution, while the perimeter players interwove, a quintessential manifestation of the Princeton offensive system. White received the ball passed by Duncan, then pivoted his body to create space between himself and Arteus. Lowering his stance, he charged into the paint. Arteus twisted his waist, swiftly turned, and followed closely behind White, lunging to knock the ball from his grasp. Raheem retrieved the ball and tossed it to Bibby, who initiated a fast break. Martin shook off Bowen and joined him, creating a 2-on-1 situation, ultimately scoring with a bank shot. The score was now 4-2. White had committed 2 errors right from the start, an unprecedented occurrence. "I'm sorry. I was too eager." White raised his hand to acknowledge his mistake. Duncan nodded in understanding and gave him an encouraging pat on the back, saying, "It's all right. We'll recover. You're doing great." Although Duncan was not particularly skilled at offering comfort, White felt a sense of gratitude. At least his teammate still had faith in him. After receiving a pass from Parker, Duncan once again distributed the ball to White on the perimeter. White took the ball and calmly regarded Arteus before him. "Rookie, do you want to learn another lesson? For Megan's sake, I won't charge you tuition," Arteus sneered. As Arteus spoke, White shifted his body, appearing ready to back in for a strong play. Arteus quickly crouched, lowering his center of gravity. But White twisted his body and leaped for a jump shot, with his right hand cradling the ball and his left guiding it. He launched it with force from both hands. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. The elegance of the shot was remarkable. In that moment, as White twisted, his limbs extended gracefully, exuding an indescribable beauty reminiscent of Tracy McGrady's shooting style. "We've taken the lead by 1, White quipped, giving Duncan a thumbs up to signify a well-executed pass. A faint smile appeared on Duncan's usually stoic face as he nodded in acknowledgement. Arteus, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "Coward, are you afraid to drive past me?" His expression betrayed a flicker of embarrassment. White had managed to deceive him with a feint. Was this kid really selected in the second round? How could the rookie chosen in the first round be lacking compared to this one? With a smile, White retorted, "We are playing basketball, not wrestling. This is a formal match, not an all-star weekend skills challenge." Arteus was rendered speechless by these words. He was never adept at verbal sparring, and his so-called trash talk merely consisted of greetings to his opponent's immediate family. However, White's relationship with Fox complicated matters. For to insult him would be tantamount to insulting Fox, a notion he could not bring himself to voice. Yet, White was not inclined to let this man off the hook so easily. Grinning, he continued, "Ron, you see, Bibby here isn't passing you the ball. Perhaps because he looks down on you for being black. Go teach him a lesson. Show him what you're made of. I can assist you in dealing with him. After all, his actions are a form of racial discrimination, which is illegal. Go confront that son of a." White spoke rapidly and incessantly, leaving A-Tai unable to comprehend his words. In a fit of anger, he shouted, "Silence! You insufferable novice, I shall teach you a lesson," with a triumphant smile. White was about to say something further when Arteus suddenly dashed beyond the three-point line. As White attempted to follow suit, he collided with a towering figure, leaving him to watch as Artest received a pass from Martin and effortlessly elevated to shoot from beyond the arc, scoring a three-pointer. "Rookie is just a rookie," Artest taunted, wagging his finger at White with an air of arrogance. White glared at Raheem, seething. "If you dare obstruct me again, I'll run you over." Horry received a pass from Parker following a drive, leaping to take a shot, but Raheem jumped the contest, causing the ball to miss its mark. Miller secured the rebound, and Bibby, controlling the ball, advanced slowly before ultimately passing it to Miller, who executed a hook shot under the basket with finesse. Parker attempted to penetrate past Kevin Martin, but his shot was swatted away by Miller. Artest seized the ball and passed it to Martin, who, in a fast break with Bibby, drove to the basket. White, pursuing from behind, delivered a spectacular block, sending the ball directly into Bibby's path, who then effortlessly executed a mid-range jumper. The officials at the scoring table scratched their heads, uncertain whether to credit White with an assist. After some deliberation, they decided to record it as such. The crowd was left in a state of amusement and bewilderment. White's block was indeed impressive and powerful, yet it fortuitously landed in Bibby's hands. White rolled his eyes in frustration, never anticipating that his first assist of the game would come in such an unexpected manner. Duncan, with the ball, isolated against Miller, powered through for a successful layup. Kevin Martin followed suit with a graceful fadeaway jumper that found the net. White's long-range shot missed, and Raheem seized the rebound, passing it to Martin. In a swift counterattack, Martin advanced, but White was quick to follow, blocking Martin's layup once again. Horry's distant attempt also failed, leading Duncan to grab the rebound. During his putback attempt, Miller committed a foul, resulting in Duncan making one of two free throws. Artest executed a pick-and-roll with Miller, driving towards the basket while White maneuvered around Miller in pursuit. Duncan effectively obstructed Artest's advance, leaving Miller momentarily unguarded. Artest returned the pass, and Miller scored with a jump shot. Parker delivered the ball to Horry, who then transferred it to Bowen. However, Bowen's shot clanged off the rim once more. Artest collected the rebound and embarked on a solo fast break. White closely shadowed him, intending to block his layup, but as Artest leaped, he secured the ball with both hands. In a twist of fate, White's hand inadvertently struck Artest instead of the ball, resulting in a foul. Artest converted both free throws, and White retaliated with a fast break, penetrating the paint for a powerful dunk. Martin followed suit with a successful jump shot. White was feeling disheartened. The Spurs players seemed to struggle with their shooting today. Even Duncan failed to convert a single shot off the backboard beneath the basket. At the end of the first quarter, the Spurs found themselves trailing the Kings by 8 points, with a score of 24-32, leaving the fans at a loss for words. As the second quarter commenced, White intercepted Bibby's pass intended for Artest and executed a sudden stop and pop jump shot to secure 2 points for the Spurs. However, shortly thereafter, Artest backed down and drew a blocking foul against White, who now found himself burdened with 3 fouls, an unusual predicament. It is worth noting that White had played with remarkable intelligence in previous games, averaging nearly 2.8 fouls, yet here he was, only early in the second quarter, already burdened with 3. Popovich decided to substitute White, bringing in Finley in hopes that his experience could help orchestrate a counterattack. Yet, he underestimated Artest's determination to win. Artest, with the ball, backed down Finley, while Miller pulled Duncan away from the paint. How could Finley possibly withstand the force of a bulldozer like Artest? Consequently, Horry had no choice but to switch on to Finley, but taking advantage of their exchange, Artest passed to Richard, who scored with a layup. Finley aggressively drove towards Artest but was deceived into committing a charging foul. Artest received a pass from Martin and forcefully attacked Horry beneath the basket. Despite Horry's status as a power forward, Artest's strength was formidable, yet Horry's experience proved invaluable. After a brief struggle, Artest suddenly passed to Richard. As Horry closed in, Richard returned the pass to Artest, who then scored with a mid-range jumper. White sat on the bench, draped in a large towel, watching the game. After a while, frustration set in. Was it an extraordinary performance by the Kings, or a collective slump by the Spurs, excluding the Mavericks? This marked the second occasion where the Spurs found themselves swayed by the tempo of their opponents. Despite Coach Popovich calling a timeout midway, it proved ineffective. Duncan, undeniably one of the finest interior players in the NBA, rose to the occasion, scoring 4 points with 2 consecutive mid-range shots. Parker, attempting to control the pace, found himself at odds with the Kings, who shifted from a rapid tempo to a sluggish one. Although the Kings exhibited a poor sense of rhythm, today, by mere happenstance, They managed to stifle the Spurs' tempo. Unknowingly, Parker accelerated the pace, resulting in a significant increase in both team scores, yet the Spurs found themselves without a lead. Pass the ball to Tim, Popovich shouted from the sidelines. Everyone on the court recognized the Kings' weakness in the paint and understood the importance of delivering the ball to the interior. However, on this day, both Horry and Duncan struggled with their shooting, frequently missing mid-range attempts. By halftime, the Kings maintained an 8-point lead, with Duncan's fierce individual efforts preventing the Spurs from falling too far behind. As the final whistle blew, White stood in disbelief, as did the home fans, collectively stunned. The once indomitable San Antonio Spurs, the Kings of the West, had astonishingly succumbed to the underdog Sacramento Kings on their home court. White gazed at the scoreboard in a state of confusion, the glaring 104 glaringly chronicling this humiliating match, where the Spurs fell to the Kings by a staggering 14 points. A disgrace, an unprecedented disgrace. As the game concluded, the Kings players swiftly surrounded Artest. The Beast was indeed the monarch of the day, the architect of this triumph. Throughout the match, he executed 28 attempts, netting 13th, achieving 35 points along with 8 rebounds and 2 blocks. Duncan's expression, usually stoic, now betrayed disappointment. His performance remained steady, with 10 successful shots out of 22 attempts, accumulating 26 points, 14 rebounds, and 2 blocks. He cast a lingering glance at the scoreboard before following Popovich to the press conference. White concealed his face with a towel. Feeling utterly dissatisfied with his performance today, he spent 26 minutes on the court, managing to score only 15 points with 5 successful shots out of 13 attempts, alongside 6 rebounds and 4 assists. However, he did achieve the most blocks and steals on the court, with 3 of each. Yet, what did that matter? It could not salvage the team's disheartening defeat. As he observed the disappointed fans exiting the arena, a surge of frustration welled up within him. The feeling of having their 9-game winning streak abruptly halted was undeniably unpleasant. The atmosphere in the locker room felt somewhat tense. There was no one to blame today. Not even Duncan, as everyone's performance fell short of expectations. Eva was embracing Parker, who stood with his head down in the locker room. "Hey, what's with everyone? You all look like a bunch of emasculated calves," Horry remarked, playfully patting people on the shoulder, his laughter echoing. "It's just a regular season game. We're still at the top of the Western Conference. Come on, folks, why the long faces? Let us perk up. We're heading to Miami the day after tomorrow to teach our defending champions a lesson." At Horry's words, laughter erupted among the group, and James, shaking off his earlier gloom, chimed in, "Michael, I remember that night when we took down Dallas. You promised to take everyone out for a celebration. What's this? Are you going back on your word?" Finley was nestled next to Alberto, who laughed heartily. "If this guy dares to backtrack, I'll take care of him." But did he really say that? Finley recalled that only White had mentioned it, and at that moment, only White and the nearby Cynthia were aware of it. After the game ended the previous night, Cynthia had pulled him back, leaving White unable to indulge in banter with Finley. Upon hearing Alberto's inquiry, White nodded affirmatively, prompting a chorus of cheers from the group. "Golden Years, Golden Years, Golden Years." The Golden Years is a distinguished nightclub in San Antonio, renowned as the second-largest strip club in Texas, following Houston's Colorado Club. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Finley wore a look of exasperation, a sentiment mirrored by Parker, who stood beside him. Eva interjected, "Oh no, Longoria, you can't keep such a tight watch on Tony. Don't worry, we're just going out for drinks. Let him go." Horry, noticing Parker discreetly nodding at him, approached with a smile. Eva, with a charming smile, suggested, "How about we go to our villa? We have a spacious yard there." This house was awarded to Eva as part of the settlement during her divorce last year, and it was indeed a luxurious villa. Horry raised an eyebrow, momentarily at a loss for words. White pondered for a moment before chiming in with a grin that might not be convenient, after all. "That's your love nest with Tony. We wouldn't want to intrude. Besides, you know there's a bit of misunderstanding between Tony and me. Tonight, I'd like to have an earnest conversation with him. You must understand, bars are always the best places for men to connect." Parker looked into White's sincere eyes and nodded gravely, sharing a smile that marked the end of their unfounded grievances. Beneath the dim light of the moon, a smile dissolves all grudges. Eva was not entirely opposed to Parker's escapades at the bar. She too possessed a spirited nature. However, she could hardly encourage Parker to frequent such establishments. If that were the case, she could forget about enjoying a tranquil life, as the women arriving at her doorstep in search of a father for their children would surely drive her to distraction. After hearing White's words, she nodded with a smile. aware that her presence was causing some discord between White and Parker. "Let us depart," Hori exclaimed, leading the way into the elevator that would take them to the parking lot. White greeted, "Shall we wait for Tim?" Ginobili replied, "You know too little about Tim. His sole desire after a game is to return home to be with his wife and children. Having been teammates with him for so long, I have yet to witness him step foot in a nightclub." With a self-deprecating smile, White followed Ginobili into the elevator, simultaneously sending a message to Cynthia, informing her that he would be accompanying Hori and others to the nightclub that evening, urging her to return home alone. To prevent Arteist from seeking refuge at his apartment in the middle of the night, he felt compelled to dissuade Cynthia from staying at his place. White had no intention of indulging in frivolous escapades at the nightclub, thus, he candidly shared his itinerary with Cynthia. He never deceived his partner in this regard, as he harbored no intentions of engaging in anything that would betray her trust. He was acutely aware that each lie necessitates a multitude of others to sustain it, and a single misstep could lead to exposure. Cynthia offered him a word of caution, yet chose to say no more, confident that her allure far surpassed that of the nightclub sirens. A line of luxurious sports cars awaited at the rear entrance of the Golden Era, where the manager, having received prior notice, was ready to greet them. The proprietor of the Golden Era was a formidable figure in San Antonio, and with no journalists lurking about, it was considered a relatively secure venue for an evening out. However, to mitigate any potential risks, Hori led the players through the back entrance. Should any media outlet report that the Spurs players had retreated to a nightclub after a loss, they would face the wrath of the league. They reserved a private room, and a throng of burly men surged inside, leaving White and Parker lingering at the door. Exchanging a glance, they shrugged and followed suit. Once inside, they ordered drinks in the company of hostesses, gathering to engage in conversation. The women summoned were there solely to provide companionship, not to engage in illicit activities. Of course, should mutual interest develop, couples were free to seek accommodations elsewhere. However, such conduct was strictly prohibited within the Golden Era. Additionally, the hostesses were bound by discretion regarding the clientele, and any breach of this trust would be addressed by the nightclub's management. White chose a tall Mexican woman with a chocolate complexion, and after exchanging a few pleasantries and introductions, he guided her to sit beside Parker. To his surprise, Parker's companion was also of French descent, suggesting a long-standing acquaintance between the two. This elicited a quiet smile from White, as he suspected that Parker was not as subdued in front of Eva. With the two women seated together and White and Parker side by side, White raised his glass and addressed Tony. "Not long ago, our interactions were rather unpleasant due to my actions. I propose a toast to atone for that." He then tilted his head back and downed his drink, prompting the two women to laugh and applaud in unison. What they consumed was less akin to liquor and more a light alcoholic beverage, as they were athletes who needed to be mindful of their alcohol intake. Hence, Finley had ordered low-alcohol drinks, ideal for enjoyment without compromising their performance. Parker also followed suit, finishing his drink, after which White refilled their glasses and continued, "You see, I still don't have a car. The other day, I was training late and happened to cross paths with Langley, who kindly offered me a ride home." Parker waved his hand, indicating for White to cease his recounting. In an apologetic tone, he replied, "My apologies, James. I understand this was a misunderstanding. However, I have been dealing with some matters that left me quite displeased, and I regrettably vented my frustrations on you. I owe you an apology." With that, he finished his drink as well, and White joined him, reassured by the knowledge that these were not spirits and would not intoxicate them. "James, you are undoubtedly one of the finest shooting guards I have ever encountered. Keep pushing forward. It won't be long before you rival that formidable Bryant." With the air cleared, Parker felt a sense of liberation, embracing his new role as a pure facilitator, leaving the scoring responsibilities to those more adept at it. White shook his head, unable to suppress the memories of today's match. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Tony, you flatter me excessively. My performance today was utterly dismal. I played like an absolute novice." Parker chuckled heartily. "You cannot expect to be the standout player in every game. You performed admirably today. But that Ron fellow was truly blessed today. It was undoubtedly his finest display since the season commenced. Furthermore, our shooting was not on point today. Otherwise, your assist would have shown brilliantly." White had delivered numerous exquisite passes, yet his teammates struggled with their shooting, turning his efforts into mere clangs against the rim. Engrossed in their spirited conversation, they momentarily overlooked the two girls beside them, until the Mexican girl accompanying White suddenly inquired, "Whose phone is ringing?" White was momentarily taken aback, suddenly aware that his phone had been ringing for quite some time. However, the cacophony around him rendered the sound nearly inaudible, and his animated conversation with Parker had engrossed him. Upon retrieving his phone, he discovered that it was a call from Arteist, who had attempted to reach him 5 times. Once he answered, he learned that Arteist was inquiring about his whereabouts. White felt a surge of relief that he had not invited Cynthia back to his apartment, for otherwise she might have encountered Arteist. After gathering information from others, he provided his location, inviting Arteist to join them. White held a favorable impression of Arteist and his circle. Despite Arteist's somewhat volatile demeanor, his loyalty and camaraderie were commendable. During their time in Sacramento, Arteist had personally invited them to partake in recreational activities, earning him their private admiration. Horry was belting out hip-hop lyrics into a microphone, twisting his hips with a flair reminiscent of Jay-Z, eliciting laughter from the others who were enjoying his comedic display. Just as the group was reveling in Horry's antics, the door suddenly swung open with a resounding bang. Ron Arteist. Earlier that morning, Mr. Dubai had invited White to a CAF, where he expressed his elation over a lucrative business deal that had netted him $500,000 in one fell swoop. Although he had several political figures under his purview, their potential for endorsement was limited, yielding modest financial returns. This was the impetus for his uncharacteristic willingness to promote himself, a decision that proved worthwhile. He had earned $500,000 on the very day of signing, a remarkable profit. James, if all sports brands sought you for endorsements, which brand would you prefer? Dubai inquired, pulling out his notebook to jot down notes, insights that would prove valuable in future negotiations. White exclaimed in astonishment, Dao Chiu. Is it possible that all sports brands are now vying for my attention? This cannot be true. I am merely an exceptional novice, not a dazzling star. The Dubai Khan, with a bemused expression, replied, Not at all. In a few days, I intend to proactively reach out to those companies on your behalf to secure some advertisements. You may express your intentions, as this will allow me to focus my efforts effectively. White, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, Is that really necessary? Once I establish my reputation, I doubt anyone will hesitate to seek me out for endorsements. By offering it to me now, they will certainly drive the price down. How then shall I secure a lucrative contract? A slight headache throbbed in his temples, a consequence of the previous night's revelries. After Arteist's arrival, the atmosphere had spiraled into a frenzy. This character, feeling that mere soft drinks were insufficient, requested a dozen beers. He insisted that while others might abstain, White had no choice but to partake, for he was the brother of Fox. Sensing an opportunity, the others eagerly encouraged White to indulge, resulting in his inebriation once more. This morning, it was Dubai who roused him, or else he would have surely slept through the evening, missing his flight to Miami for the game. Business is not as straightforward as you might imagine, Dubai remarked with a wry smile, spreading his hands. Discussing this with you seems futile. Tell me, which brand do you favor? Rest assured, our interests are intertwined now, and I have no intention of causing you harm. Americans differ from the Chinese in this regard. When Chinese engage in business, they often lead with personal connections, whereas Americans see business as purely transactional. A mutual alignment of interests is what sustains enduring partnerships. I am indifferent. I will work with whoever offers the highest bid. White replied, acknowledging the truth in his own words. Dubai nodded thoughtfully, making a note in his ledger before stating, Very well then. Should anything arise, I will reach out. Additionally, James, I believe you will find this information quite intriguing. He retrieved a stack of newspapers from his briefcase and gestured to a few articles within. White took the newspaper, expecting to encounter a barrage of criticism and speculation from various media outlets regarding the Spurs' defeat the previous day, or perhaps personal attacks directed at himself. However, the reality was quite different. The first article was from the Memphis Sports Journal, where a columnist asserted that Gasol was demanding a trade to a more formidable team, and it appeared that the Grizzlies were inclined to entertain such a notion. Local fans were clamoring for the acquisition of a promising new talent to rebuild the team, clearly dissatisfied with Rudy Gay's performance. As the journalist concluded, both the team's management and the local supporters seemed to have their sights set on the Spurs' prodigious rookie, James White. White was taken aback as he hurriedly flipped to the second publication, the Minnesota Sentinel, a flagship sports newspaper of Minnesota. The paper claimed that due to the fans' outrage over missing the opportunity to select Brandroy, the Timberwolves were preparing to trade Kevin Garnett. This Minnesota hero was also inclined to join a team with championship aspirations, and currently, the Timberwolves were in discussions with multiple teams. The third newspaper was the Philadelphia Cavalry, a respected authority in Philadelphia's sports scene, which reported that in order to restructure the team, the 76ers might trade their star player, Allen Iverson. The team intended to rebuild around little AI, Andre Iguodala, hoping to acquire players who could support Iguodala in exchange for Iverson. Was the entire league in disarray? The remaining newspapers echoed similar sentiments. After perusing the articles, White slumped back in his chair, according to his recollection. Most of these events were not expected to transpire until next year. Why then were they unfolding so prematurely? After much contemplation, White arrived at a singular possible conclusion: the championship. With his arrival, the Spurs had become extraordinarily formidable, and it was widely believed that they were now the frontrunners for the title. Although the Spurs had previously lacked a long-range artillery specialist, they were not without vulnerabilities. However, White's presence had left their opponents in despair. This rookie, whom no one had deemed significant, turned out to be an exceptionally potent swingman, particularly highlighted by his game-winning shot against the Mavericks in the closing moments, which instilled fear in everyone. As Popovich stated at the press conference yesterday, the current Spurs were immensely powerful and no team could bring them down. White pondered this carefully, and indeed, the Spurs during the 2006 to 2007 season were not formidable in the regular season. It was in the playoffs and the finals that they demonstrated their resilience. During the regular season, most regarded the Spurs as lacking threat, certainly believing they could not clinch the championship once more. Yet the current Spurs evoke a sense of despair, especially now, with uncertainty surrounding White's future with the team. Should he remain with the Spurs, a roster featuring Duncan, Parker, Ginobili, and a more seasoned White would emerge as the sole favorite for the championship in the coming years. Presently, those stars can only regroup to practice blocking the Spurs individually. They cannot thwart the relentless momentum of the Spurs machine. Are these newspapers merely chasing shadows? Observe, these reports are relegated to the corners, suggesting they are mere whispers of gossip. White feigned indifference, yet he was aware that these seemingly absurd rumors would eventually bear truth. Gasol would join Kobe next year, the big ticket, alongside Truth and Gentleman Ray, would form the Celtics triumvirate, and Iverson would team up with Anthony to create a backcourt duo. This is some useful information I have gathered for you this week. Seeing White's disbelief in the Dubai rumors did not dishearten him. He pointed to the newspaper and continued, "I believe all of this will eventually come to pass." Do you not believe so? Share your reasoning. White, non-committal, expressed that he felt like an interviewer, while Dubai resembled a college graduate seeking employment, a rather exhilarating sensation. Dubai chuckled and replied, "There are two reasons. Firstly, the entire league operates as a business. If the stars under its banner fail to generate profit or do not meet the requisite standards, they will be traded away." Noting White's nod, he continued, "Secondly, the championship. Everything is aimed at the championship. They are exceedingly eager for it." White nodded in acknowledgement. Recognizing the truth in the old man's words, "Though I am not old at all, it is a misunderstanding in Dubai. It is surprising to see that this elderly gentleman possesses a degree of insight. What relevance does this have for me?" White inquired, genuinely perplexed this time. "It is of utmost importance," Dubai replied earnestly. "Do you truly wish to spend your entire career playing basketball in San Antonio? This place does not suit you. You require a broader stage to showcase your talents." White sat upright, attentively listening, realizing that the San Antonio Spurs were indeed not the right fit for him. He yearned to be the leader, yet as long as Duncan remained, it was impossible for him to ascend as the king of this city. Furthermore, under Popovich's rigorous regime, his creativity would merely be stifled, much like Andrei Kirilenko, who, despite his brilliance as a rookie in the NBA, withered under Sloan's stewardship. Essentially, Popovich and Sloan were akin in their coaching philosophies. Which team should I go to? White inquired earnestly, recognizing that pondering this question at this juncture was premature. As merely a tenth of the season had elapsed, he had ample time to deliberate. Clearly, Dubai shared this sentiment. He responded, "There is no rush. I need to conduct some assessments. At the latest, I will present you with my findings by the conclusion of the regular season." White's phone rang. It was Parker calling. Following their conversation from the previous night, the two had remarkably formed a friendship. Dubai had quietly departed, and White took a taxi straight to the airport. As they were to board a private jet to Miami to challenge the reigning champions, the Heat. "Hey, LeBron, those ladies last night were quite something," Horry remarked with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "It's a pity you were so intoxicated that I had no choice but to escort you home." White forced a smile as he glanced at his self-satisfied teammates. The previous night's inebriation was largely attributed to their influence. He suspected that Artest had succumbed to the effects of alcohol as well. These individuals were notorious for their prowess in persuading others to drink, and Artest, with his generous nature, would never refuse a drink. "Gentlemen, I trust that once we arrive in Miami, you will behave yourselves. I have no desire to visit the police station to bail anyone out. As everyone gathered, Popovich spoke with a smile, yet White discerned little mirth in his eyes. This military-bred elder always maintained an air of authority. Miami, nestled in South Florida, boasts a warm, humid subtropical climate, with only occasional cold spells during winter. Even in the coldest season, Miami remains the warmest city in the continental United States. Due to its excellent air quality, abundant vegetation, clean drinking water, tidy streets, and comprehensive citywide recycling programs, Miami frequently earns accolades from Forbes as one of America's cleanest cities. Last year, it was ranked by UBS as the third wealthiest city in the United States and the 22nd wealthiest city globally. Notably, this city is home to some of the most beautiful beaches in the nation and is renowned as one of the states producing stunning women. The nightclub scene in Miami is exceptionally vibrant, attracting beauties from around the world. Consequently, when teams visit Miami for away games, players often venture out in search of entertainment, leading to numerous escapades. The Miami Heat was established in 1988 when it joined the NBA. During its initial 7 seasons, despite having a prolific scorer like Glenn Rice, the team never achieved more than 50 regular season victories and only made the playoffs twice. In 1995, Pat Riley became the Heat's president and head coach, bringing in All-Stars Alonzo Mourning and Tim Hardaway to form a tenacious and resilient team. However, following Mourning's severe kidney disease diagnosis in 2000, the Heat underwent a new rebuilding phase. In the 2003 draft, they selected Dwayne Wade from Marquette University with the 5th overall pick. In 2004, they traded for Shaquille O'Neal from the Los Angeles Lakers. During the 2005 to 2006 season, O'Neal and Wade led the Heat to their first appearance in the NBA Finals, overcoming a 0-2 deficit to defeat the Dallas Mavericks and claim the championship. Nevertheless, as O'Neal aged and a cadre of resilient veterans retired, the Heat's competitive edge noticeably declined. In the season opener, the Heat suffered a staggering 108-66 defeat to the youthful Chicago Bulls, marking the most significant point differential for a defending champion in an opening game in history. Today, as one examines the league standings, the once mighty Celtics have seen their fortunes wane. The Lakers find themselves at the bottom of the Western Conference, while the Eastern Conference is dominated by 3 formidable teams. And the Western Conference is rife with contenders, all striving for the ultimate championship. Similarly, those struggling underdogs, despite their dire circumstances, still harbor hopes of a resurgence in the future. The Miami Heat currently yearns for their revival. Presently, the team is engulfed in turmoil, grappling with misfortune. With a roster riddled with injuries and a lack of adequate depth, the Heat possess numerous justifications for their current predicament, based on their present performance. It seems that this season they must lie low. However, perhaps in the future, their flame will reignite fervently. Yet, it remains uncertain. This season, the Heat have not resigned themselves to mediocrity. Although their early record was dismal, the team rallied with tenacity, and by the conclusion of the season, they secured a ticket to the Eastern Conference playoffs. While seated on the bus, Parker gazed out at the scenery and couldn't help but exclaim. He pointed towards a large promotional poster depicting the O'Brien Trophy, remarking, "Last season, the Heat unexpectedly seized the championship, yet this season, they have surprisingly descended into such disarray." Nodded thoughtfully, recalling how veterans like Mourning and Walker had fought valiantly last season, embodying a mindset of success or perish as they embarked on the playoffs. As you are aware, those individuals have aged. Last season represented their final opportunity to grasp the elusive championship. Failure would mean the end of their dreams for a title. Ultimately, they triumphed, securing the coveted ring, which has now led these seasoned players to consider retirement. Yet, how could a team relying on so many elders achieve victory? He does not belittle the veteran players. In fact, anyone familiar with the NBA understands their paramount significance. Veterans serve as the stabilizing force, lending their experience and composure to guide a tumultuous team through critical moments. However, if a team is composed entirely of older players, it lacks vitality and ambition, rendering it hopeless. The team had booked accommodations at the Delano Hotel, situated in the picturesque Miami Beach area, renowned for its exquisite views and exceptional service, ranking among the finest hotels in Miami. Upon arriving in his room, White first indulged in a hot shower, having consumed too much alcohol the previous night. He hadn't the chance to cleanse himself before being summoned by Dubai. After a long flight, he felt quite uncomfortable. Emerging from the shower, he was greeted by Horry and Bowen, who entered clad in their vibrant beach attire. James, shall we venture outside and see how many lovely ladies await our attention? Finley, as always, remained true to his flamboyant nature. White was disinclined to pay attention to the two lecherous old men. Instead, he sought to delve into the details concerning Wade, as he would be facing this former finals MVP in the match tomorrow night. Meanwhile, Ginobili, noticing the attire of the two, retreated to change into beachwear, treating the day as a leisurely excursion. The Heat's record thus far stands at 1 win and 8 losses, placing them in a tie with the Trailblazers for the lowest rank in the league, rendering them no match for the Spurs. As for their shocking defeat against the Kings yesterday, it was indeed an upset, though such occurrences are not likely to be frequent. This predicament is also attributable to the caliber of opponents the Heat have encountered early in the season. The Mavericks, Rockets, do not underestimate the Rockets' prowess during the regular season. Pistons, Cavaliers, and Jazz. Duncan, similarly tormented as White, is set to face the big shark, Shaquille O'Neal, tonight. Although the shark has aged, his imposing presence remains formidable. Particularly, his weight has surged with the passage of time, causing immense hardship for every interior player forced to contend with him. Facing O'Neal is akin to confronting a mountain of flesh. White, clutching his notebook, sought out Parker, eager for insights, as they had previously competed against one another. Upon entering Parker's room, he was taken aback to find Parker donning beach attire. "Are you not preparing for the match?" White inquired. Parker scoffed dismissively, retorting, "Do you even know who my opponent is? Jason Williams. If this were 2 years ago, I might have regarded him with some respect. Back then, he was indeed a formidable opponent, capable of outsmarting you with ease, much like yourself. However, now he has been utterly diminished by that bureaucrat, Pat Riley. He merely dribbles the ball past half court and then hands it off to Devin. What more preparations could I possibly need against such an adversary?" White fell into a pensive silence. More than one media outlet has drawn comparisons between him and White Chocolate Jason Williams. Both possess extraordinary athleticism and remarkable creativity, relishing in the art of outwitting opponents and igniting the wild enthusiasm of the audience. However, upon joining the Miami Heat, Williams's creative flair seemed to vanish. While he achieved the pinnacle of success by securing a championship, he appeared to have lost a part of himself. The electrifying White Chocolate who could elicit gasps from the crowd faded away, replaced by a conventional white point guard. White returned to his room, somewhat disheartened. Yet he found himself unexpectedly grateful to Popovich. Despite his stern demeanor, the old coach had always treated him fairly, allowing his creativity to flourish and permitting him to express himself offensively. In contrast to Williams, White suddenly grasped a realization. Perhaps the venerable coach had already surmised that he would not remain with the Spurs next season, yet he continued to rely on him. This was not solely due to the firepower White brought to the team, but also because the NBA was devoid of players with true creativity. Greats like LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Kobe Bryant possessed extraordinary talent, yet they lacked the imaginative flair. If they chose to, these players could easily score 30 or even 50 points per game. But their points came through conventional methods rather than the dazzling, inventive approaches White employed. The old coach aspired to leave a glimmer of hope for the NBA, yearning for someone to craft enchanting plays reminiscent of Magic Johnson. He wished to restore the league's status as the premier basketball association in America and reignite a passion for the sport among global fans. Wait, forget him, tomorrow night. I shall outshine him. White shut his laptop and lay down, wrapping himself in a blanket, utterly exhausted. He had spent half the night vomiting and had scarcely slept. At 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, the game between the Heat and the Spurs commenced. Despite the team's poor record, many fans came out to support the Heat, as they had won the championship the previous season and deserved encouragement. Many spectators attended with a sense of hope, wishing their team could surprise the Spurs much like the Kings had. This was not an impossibility, provided the veteran players could muster the same determination and vigor they had displayed in last season's finals. Yet, the question remained, did those seasoned players still possess such spirit and drive? As the Spurs players were met with a cacophony of boos upon taking the court. This was merely a tradition, and few paid it any heed. White stared absently at the opposing player tunnel, awaiting the entrance of that formidable young man, his greatest adversary, indeed his sole rival. Upon seeing Wade make his entrance, White smiled faintly and turned to practice. He recognized that, like himself, Wade was merely an ordinary individual. Wade also noticed White. After applauding with his teammates, he confidently approached, saying, "Hi, James, your recent performances have been impressive. I even mentioned you during a call with LeBron last night." White and the young Emperor James share a close friendship. While the young Emperor is also good friends with Wade, White puffed out his chest and gently collided with him, akin to a handshake between ordinary individuals, serving as a ceremonial gesture. However, neither exerted any real force during the impact. It was merely a subtle attempt to gauge one another, marking the commencement of their competition. "We are here to seize victory," White declared with a smile as he turned and launched the ball, successfully sinking a three-pointer. Wade chuckled heartily. "Oh, that was no easy feat. While someone may have accomplished it before, it was merely due to our own oversight that we let victory slip away. Tonight shall be different. Shaq and I will ensure you are well taken care of." White followed his gaze, and there stood a colossal figure smiling at him, none other than Shaquille O'Neal, one of the most dominant centers in the annals of NBA history. Facing Yao Ming may instill a sense of fear, yet confronting O'Neal evokes a feeling of despair. His sheer size and strength are overwhelming, and his imposing personality can stifle your performance. However, this dilemma is one that Duncan must grapple with. Considering Duncan's nerves are akin to steel, White remained untroubled, for he had never witnessed Duncan exhibit fear towards any opponent. Unbeknownst to him, when Duncan first entered the NBA, he was resolute in his refusal to play center, having previously held that position at Wake Forest University, primarily to avoid the daunting task of matching up against the monstrous O'Neal. Nevertheless, it seems that aside from the prime years of Kemp and Olajuwon, few are willing to engage in battle against O'Neal. "We are destined to win." Wade seemed to be either reassuring himself or attempting to undermine White's confidence. With a proud smile, White declared, "Then come at us. You stand no chance of victory." The Battle of Champions commenced as Duncan won the jump ball for the 11th consecutive time. White received the ball and promptly passed it to Parker. They exchanged knowing smiles, and White darted off into a dynamic cut. As the jump ball concluded, the game officially began, with the commentators in the booth seizing their microphones to narrate the unfolding action. The Spurs retained their starting lineup from the previous match, with Duncan positioned at center, and Horry taking over for Francisco at the power forward spot, returning to his familiar role. Thus, the Spurs lineup consisted of center Tim Duncan, power forward Robert Horry, small forward Bruce Bowen, point guard Tony Parker, and shooting guard James White. Meanwhile, the Heat starting lineup featured center Shaquille O'Neal, power forward Haslam, small forward James Posey, shooting guard Dwayne Wade, and point guard Jason Williams. Williams harassed Parker, yet to no avail. Parker effortlessly handed the ball to Duncan, who used his body to push O'Neal into the paint before scoring with a graceful hook shot. In this contest of former number 1 picks, Duncan, the 1997 draft's top selection, took an early lead. O'Neal wore a look of resignation. Despite his best efforts, age was not on his side. Having entered the NBA in 1992, while Duncan had only begun his journey in 1997, Williams dribbled past half court before passing the ball to the awaiting Wade. White observed Williams calmly guiding Parker away, feeling a twinge of sorrow. However, he dared not lose focus, as he was currently defending against a man renowned as Flash. He understood that Wade would attempt to isolate him, for he was the current leader of the Heat. Wade controlled the ball, beginning to drift, his body swaying heavily as if he might collapse at any moment. White stepped back, arms outstretched, intently watching him. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Wade scoring from distance, for Wade's long-range shooting was still lacking, far inferior to White's own skills in that regard. Indeed, Wade planted his right foot on the floor, bending his body to initiate a drive. White swiftly shifted his left foot to intercept Wade's path. Yet, Wade thrust his knee forward, shoulders swaying dramatically, transferring the ball to his left hand before darting past White's right side. Such speed, in a single stride. Wade closed the gap between them, showcasing the swiftest acceleration White had witnessed since entering the NBA. It was worth noting that while Parker and Harris possessed considerable speed, neither compared to Wade's explosive first step. Did he think he could bypass me so easily? He underestimated me. White growled internally, repositioning his body to obstruct Wade's advance. He was grateful for that earlier retreat. Had it not been for that brief distance, Wade would have already surged past him. Wade inevitably collided with White, having just begun his acceleration, unable to alter his course. White initially believed he could thwart Wade's advance with his physical presence, but to his astonishment, he found himself pushed aside. Wade resembled a fervent young bull, robust and swift, as he drove his broad shoulders against White's chest, forcefully creating a gap and charging through the defensive opening. White felt a searing pain in his chest, as if he had been forcefully pushed aside. It was not that White lacked strength or physical prowess, but rather that he was retreating defensively, rendering him somewhat vulnerable. In contrast, Wade surged forward with a momentum fueled by his own strength and weight, augmented by the impact of his acceleration. The combined force was simply insurmountable for White to withstand. As Wade burst past him, White instinctively cradled the ball, taking 3 strides forward. Horry, having released Haslam, charged in to block Wade's shot. With a deft twist of his waist, Wade seized the opportunity to halt his motion, having already completed his 3rd step. To stop now would risk a traveling violation, while attempting a layup would likely result in a block from Horry. What appeared to be a dead-end situation was effortlessly navigated by Wade. He sprang off the ground, aligning himself directly towards the hoop, and with the ball in one hand, executed a powerful one-handed dunk reminiscent of a rocket's launch. The crowd erupted in exuberant applause, enchanted by the beauty of the play as Wade deftly maneuvered past 2 defenders and delivered a thunderous dunk that secured 2 crucial points for his team. "How do you like this gift?" Wade inquired with a beaming smile, clearly pleased with his recent performance. White chuckled while rubbing his chest. "It's acceptable. I shall graciously accept this gift, and in due course, I shall reciprocate." Parker maneuvered past Williams and surged into the paint, with Williams relentlessly pursuing him from behind. As Parker leaped in the restricted area, he drew Shaquille O'Neal's defense and deftly passed the ball to Duncan, who executed a bank shot with precision. After crossing half-court, Williams handed the ball to the awaiting Wade. White could no longer contain himself and disdainfully remarked to Wade, "Once, White Chocolate was an extraordinary player. And now look at him. Devin, you are truly oppressive. He has entirely lost his ball control to you." Wade, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. This was the strategy prescribed by the coach, and Williams' role was merely to advance the ball across half-court to conserve Wade's energy. Wade, undeterred, attempted another aggressive drive, but this time White anticipated his move and thwarted his charge, forcing Wade to pass the ball to O'Neal. Although no longer in his prime, O'Neal's athleticism and strength remained formidable. As he seized the ball, both Horry and Duncan sharpened their focus, particularly Duncan, whose previously impassive expression now bore a serious countenance as he braced himself against O'Neal's formidable presence. O'Neal bent forward and forcefully collided, causing Duncan to stagger. After all, O'Neal still held the title of the NBA's most dominant force with an imposing weight class. Seizing the opportunity as Duncan lost his balance, O'Neal leaped and executed a hook shot. Do not underestimate O'Neal as merely a player reliant on physical prowess. The 1992 draft pick possessed the most sophisticated offensive repertoire among current centers. The basketball spun away from O'Neal's hand, but merely inches after its release, a large, dark hand suddenly emerged from the side. Smack. The basketball was swatted away. It was James White. Wade watched in astonishment as White descended from above. Impressed by his blinding speed, remarkable court vision, and incredible leaping ability, White had been closely monitoring him, but when O'Neal forcefully collided with Duncan, White abruptly released Wade and sprinted toward the baseline. As O'Neal jumped, White followed suit, delivering an emphatic block. The ball was sent soaring back to half-court, where Parker quickly pursued it and effortlessly converted a layup. "This is not my gift. It is simply a serendipitous act," White arrogantly declared to Wade, with O'Neal trailing behind. Overhearing his words, "Rookie, you have provoked my ire," O'Neal stated, his anger apparent, yet his demeanor bore a comical air, giving the impression that he was smiling even in his fury. White shrugged indifferently. The shark had aged. Had this been the prime of O'Neal's career, such words would have undoubtedly caused White considerable distress, for an enraged shark was a force that no one could withstand. However, O'Neal was no longer the indomitable giant beneath the rim. Wade once again secured 2 points with his signature drive and floater. In a swift retaliation, White executed a sudden jump shot, scoring 2 points after deceiving Wade and stopping in front of O'Neal, which incited O'Neal's ire. The rookie's audacity seemed to deliberately irritate him. Subsequently, O'Neal unleashed his fury, overpowering Duncan with a two-handed dunk after receiving the ball. In response, Duncan quickly inbounded the ball, while O'Neal hung on the rim, vociferously celebrating. White and Parker seized the opportunity to fast break, with only Wade managing to react. In a 2-on-1 situation, White outmaneuvered Wade and passed to the approaching Parker, who scored with a floater. James Posey's long-range attempt missed, allowing Horry to secure the rebound. Parker spearheaded another fast break, and as O'Neal caught up, he witnessed White sinking a three-pointer over Wade. Under Parker's leadership, the Spurs transitioned into a rapid offensive style, with White and Parker forming a formidable duo. White's shooting and penetration wreaked havoc on the Heat, while Wade's defensive prowess was commendable, rivaling that of Arteist, yet he lacked Arteist's ability to thrive in chaotic situations. When closely guarded, White would drive. When given space, he would shoot. Defending against White proved to be a significant challenge for Wade, as the rookie exhibited cunning beyond his years. At the end of the first quarter, the Spurs led 26-18, with Wade contributing half of the team's 18 points, scoring 9 himself. White managed to apply some pressure, but completely containing Wade was an impossible task. Fortunately, both Wade and White shared a similar physique, characterized by remarkable speed, leading to an exhilarating back-and-forth competition. Wade possessed greater experience and a more refined ability to penetrate, while White excelled in long-range shooting. In the Battle of the Paint, the Spurs held the advantage, with Duncan scoring 8 points through his signature bank shots and hooks, while Parker also added 8. And White chipped in with 7 from long range and 2 aggressive drives, collectively amassing 23 points. The relentless fast breaks in the first quarter left the Heat players struggling to keep pace, with beads of sweat cascading down O'Neal's face, as he found it increasingly difficult to match the tempo of the youthful players. The second quarter unfolded similarly, with Pat Riley's attempts at substitutions failing to halt the Spurs' formidable offensive onslaught. The pace of the game had been firmly established by the Spurs, and although Wade frequently penetrated the paint to score, it did little to alter the overall deficit faced by his team. The Spurs erupted offensively at the start of the second quarter, with Horry sinking 2 mid-range shots in succession and Bowen hitting a long-range three-pointer. Seizing the moment while Wade was distracted by Parker, White received a pass from Parker and effortlessly drained another 3. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the Spurs entered the locker room with a commanding 16-point lead, leaving behind a disheartened O'Neal, a grim-faced Pat Riley, and an unwilling Wade. While Riley harbored dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs, he found himself devoid of effective solutions, as the Spurs displayed an unwavering consistency that rendered their weaknesses nearly imperceptible. Regarding the San Antonio Spurs, unless they encounter significant issues such as a collective loss of shooting touch among the players or internal discord within the team, or unless an opposing player suddenly becomes extraordinarily formidable, victory against them is a daunting task. Presently, the Spurs players are exhibiting commendable shooting prowess, boasting an overall accuracy exceeding 40%. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat lack a player who can unleash an unmatched performance. Dwayne Wade has shown promise, scoring 18 points along with 5 rebounds and 5 assists by halftime, yet such an achievement is insufficient to overcome the Spurs. As the third quarter commenced, both teams substituted their main players. The Heat introduced last season's championship veterans, Gary Payton and the indomitable Alonzo Mourning, who, as season allies, quickly stabilized the game. Coach Greg Popovich responded by bringing in Finley and Francisco, creating a matchup of veterans that, while lacking in youthful exuberance, exuded a sense of composure. Nevertheless, the Spurs still possessed the extraordinary talent of Manu Ginobili, whose presence not only imbued the team with steadiness but also injected an element of enigmatic vitality, a quality the Heat could not replicate. When Parker exited the game, the Spurs lost a point guard capable of countering Payton's influence, and Mourning's offensive and defensive capabilities were undeniably beyond Francisco's reach. Mourning frequently attacked the paint, while Payton orchestrated plays from the perimeter with remarkable efficiency. The Spurs relied on Finley's precise mid-range shooting and Ginobili's unpredictable drives, resulting in a captivating contest where neither side could gain a definitive advantage, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a stalemate. Recognizing an opportunity, Coach Riley promptly reintroduced Wade, who disrupted the equilibrium. Ginobili struggled to withstand Wade's aggressive plays, allowing Wade to score 4 consecutive points, surpassing the 20-point mark. Popovich signaled for White, who was engrossed in a lively conversation with Horry about the alluring Miami ladies and contemplating an evening out. Parker joined the discussion, contributing his own lively remarks. The trio occasionally glanced at the game, gesturing animatedly, leading outsiders to believe they were fervently dissecting the match, although many spectators were puzzled by White's incessant hand movements, as if signaling some strategic maneuver of the Spurs. Duncan observed the game with a detached demeanor, occasionally leaning in to catch snippets of conversation, though he typically refrained from voicing his thoughts, preferring to listen. "James, Greg is calling for you," Duncan remarked, as White and Horry were deeply engrossed in their dialogue. Oblivious to Popovich's repeated summons, White was taken aback, then hurriedly scurried before Popovich, realizing that he was about to be sent onto the court. Having expended a considerable amount of energy during the first half, he felt somewhat fatigued. After all, any player matched up against Wade would undoubtedly be drained. That fellow relished in aggressive ball handling, Seizing the opportunity during Ginobili's free throw, White was substituted in, all the while grumbling about Popovich's frequent reliance on him. Oblivious to the eager glances of the 10 or so bench players who were anxiously awaiting their chance to play. Back again, rookie? Wade teased. Now wary of this young fellow, whose performance in the first half had been impressive. Ginobili missed his final free throw, allowing Mourning to secure the rebound and pass it to the waiting Payton. Payton, with a playful glint in his eye, taunted Ginobili while Wade roamed near the three-point line. White, shaking off Wade, suddenly darted towards Payton, aiming to intercept the ball. His intentions were noble, yet he underestimated this elite NBA guard. Just as White lunged in front of Payton, the latter swiftly pulled back the ball and passed it to Wade, who, unguarded, charged in for a two-handed dunk. Ginobili passed the ball to White, who now assumed the role of point guard, while Finley moved into the small forward position. Payton raised his hand, signaling for Wade, and personally approached to guard White. "What's this? Did you want to steal the ball from me just now? Such a naive little guy. Come on. Let Uncle Gary show you how it's done," Payton chattered incessantly upon his arrival. White maneuvered past Payton during a fast break. Payton exerted himself, yet he could not keep pace with White. Fortunately, at that moment, both Wade and Mourning had firmly established themselves in the paint, ready to fortify the defense. White surged into the lane, soaring towards Mourning, who responded with a cold smirk, extending his massive hand to leap in tandem. "Rookie, you underestimate the art of dunking," he seemed to convey. Mourning's exceptional leaping ability and keen awareness allowed him to time his jump perfectly, aligning their arms in midair. Wade positioned himself behind White, thwarting any attempt to pass to the open Finley. Surrounded by formidable adversaries in front and relentless pursuers behind, White found himself ensnared in mid-flight, rendering the situation seemingly hopeless. As if his only recourse was to draw a foul. With a peculiar smile, White unexpectedly withdrew his fiercely extended right arm and then forcefully hurled the ball downward. The sound echoed as the basketball struck the ground, ricocheting between Mourning's spread legs and landing behind him. Francisco seized the opportunity, catching the ball and executing a powerful two-handed dunk, a cathartic release of the frustration that Mourning had imposed upon him. "What a splendid play, a remarkably creative pass," DJ reluctantly praised, noting how the pass had toyed with both Wade and Mourning, allowing his teammate an effortless score. The Spurs players rose in unison, cheering exuberantly, while Parker and Horry animatedly discussed something, waving their towels. Though it appeared they were discussing the assist, White knew they were undoubtedly gossiping about the ladies of Miami. White turned back and smiled at the approaching Payton, remarking, "Old man, are you paying attention? I'm teaching you how to pass." Payton sneered, his expression reflecting simmering anger. He clutched the ball close to his body, attempting to surge into the offensive zone, but White firmly positioned himself, blocking Payton in the backcourt as the referee began counting seconds. The entire court was under pressure. From the moment he entered the game, White initiated the Spurs' counterattack. Ginobili diligently shadowed Wade, ready to intercept. Had Payton been younger, he would have effortlessly navigated such full-court pressure. However, age had dulled his competitive edge. And following last season's championship, his desire to win was no longer as fervent. With a shrug of his shoulder, Payton executed a deceptive crossover, yet White remained unfazed, using his imposing frame to obstruct Payton's path. "Damn it," Payton cursed, resorting to a series of quick changes in direction to finally shake off White, hastily crossing half-court as the clock ticked down to 7 seconds. Just past the half-court line, White resumed his pursuit, pressing his body against Payton while taunting, "Mr. Glove. Perhaps it's time for a name change to Condom. Has Miami's beauty drained your stamina? You seem unable to keep up." With no other recourse, Payton reluctantly passed the ball to Wade. Indeed, the energy he had expended during those two swift directional changes had left him depleted, rendering him incapable of further penetration. Scanning the court, Payton's intentions were clear, prompting White to close in, obstructing his line of sight with one hand. Payton leaped to pass the ball to Wade. His release hurried. While the aim was accurate, the force was lacking. Ginobili leaped to snatch the basketball, darting past Wade for a fast break. White followed closely behind, as Ginobili charged into the paint and lofted the ball skyward. White leapt with grace, executing a powerful dunk, scoring 4 consecutive points. He showcased his prowess with an assist and an emphatic slam, distinguishing himself from the mere rookies newly entering the NBA. He had undeniably evolved into a star player capable of standing on his own. "This kid is impressive," Mourning marveled. Noting his straightforward nature, he spoke his mind without reservation. Payton cast a disdainful glance in his direction before retorting with a scowl, "He pales in comparison to my younger self." If I were 5 years younger, I would have left him searching for his teeth today. The blame for the earlier turnover lay primarily with him. His pass lacked sufficient force. And had it not been for White's aggressive defense, such mistakes would not have occurred. "What's up, veteran?" White teased, gazing at Peyton, who remained unfazed. Having spent over a decade in the league, his experience could easily surpass that of White's grandfather. He waved a finger dismissively. "Rookie, you have a long way to go. See? I just passed you." He swiftly pivoted, dribbling the basketball from his left hand to his right, sidestepping White and darting forward. Mourning received the pass and scored with a mid-range jumper, narrowing the deficit for the Heat by 2 points. "Let us get this ball in. Offense." White encouraged his teammates, exuding a commanding presence. Wade stood at the three-point line, arms spread wide, prepared to capitalize on White's play. With no defenders in sight, White engaged his lower body, propelling himself forward with the force of a rocket, skillfully controlling the ball as he surged ahead. White moved with such astonishing speed that Wade barely had time to blink before he dashed past half-court. Observing White's thunderous advance, Wade remained composed as he assessed White's trajectory. Just as White took another bold step forward, Wade deftly retreated 2 steps, crouching slightly within the three-point line. He crossed his arms over his chest, signaling his lack of intent to engage. It was evident to him that White was charging forward with reckless urgency, unable to halt his momentum. Wade positioned himself directly in White's path, leaving him with 2 options, either to make a hasty pass or to collide with Wade, resulting in an offensive foul. White leaned to the side, dribbling the basketball low, his speed and frequency remarkable as he charged towards Wade, gritting his teeth. Wade had anticipated this moment perfectly. It was an inescapable path for White. At this velocity, halting abruptly would wreak havoc on his joints. Everyone stood transfixed, watching the 2 muscular figures draw ever closer. Wade remained steadfast as a mountain, while White moved like a thunderclap. The impending collision seemed akin to a meteorite striking the earth. Wade's eyes widened as he prepared to retreat the moment White made contact, maximizing his chances of self-preservation. Journalists aimed their cameras at the duo, eager to capture what promised to be the wildest physical confrontation of the match. The referee, too, focused intently on the pair, ready to signal an offensive foul. Peyton lingered beside Ginobili, poised to protest White's alleged foul to the officials. Yet, contrary to their expectations, nothing of the sort transpired. White maintained his speed, and as he drew near Wade, he deftly pressed the basketball down with his right hand, sending it thundering to the floor. Like a kitten evading a stranger, the ball slipped between Wade's legs. With a swift twist of his waist, White spun past Wade's right side, extending his hand to reclaim the ball, charging into the paint with unyielding momentum. Mourning and Francisco, stationed in the paint, stood dumbfounded, anticipating a cataclysmic clash, only to be met with a gentle breeze sweeping over the hill, a jarring contrast that rendered them momentarily speechless. This fleeting moment, brief enough for the audience to blink, was all it took for White to leap into the air. With a mighty roar, White's powerful physique launched him upward. At the pinnacle of his ascent, he paused momentarily, a split second that afforded him ample opportunity. His body leaned forward, straddling Mourning and Francisco, as he arched the ball in a grand semicircle before crashing it down upon the rim with great force. Seizing the moment before Mourning could regain his composure, White quickly descended back to the ground. This audacious player, fiery as a comet, would not allow anyone to challenge him without consequence. The audience, over 10,000 strong, gazed in disbelief at the massive screen, their collective gasp echoing through the arena. The sequence of White's actions was nothing short of electrifying. Just as spectators braced for impact between him and Wade, he executed a remarkable behind-the-back pass, sailing past Wade. And when they expected a layup over Mourning, he instead delivered a thunderous dunk that left the crowd in awe. The audience had never witnessed such an extraordinary display of agility and sheer power, the shock of this visual spectacle causing them to clutch their chests in astonishment. They pressed their hands tightly against their chests as their hearts thumped restlessly within, akin to tanks equipped with roaring engines, yearning to break free from the confines of their ribcage, much like a basketball that continues to bounce on the ground. Aspiring to leap into the realm of freedom, Duncan led all the players of the Spurs to their feet. Together, they traced a cross over their hearts, seemingly beseeching the divine, questioning whether, in that fleeting moment, God had indeed possessed White. With that, the game concluded, and Pat Riley shook his head in resignation, recognizing that this rookie had shattered the spirit of their adversaries. As White sprinted back to the half-court, he cast a serious glance at Jason Williams as he neared the Heat's bench. Williams met White's gaze but remained silent, lowering his head in contemplation. Once, I too was capable of such gestures. Those days long past. Just as Riley had surmised, the Spurs effortlessly clinched the victory, with each player exhibiting remarkable tenacity, including those who came off the bench. The final score was 102-92, marking a hard-fought away win for the Spurs while the Heat faced their fifth consecutive defeat on home soil, their ninth loss of the season. In truth, the Spurs could have secured a greater margin, but in the last 5 minutes, Coach Popovich substituted all his key players. Mindful of the following day's game against the New York Knicks, he needed his starters to conserve their energy, unwilling to see them falter against a team like the Knicks. Even in a back-to-back scenario, as the game concluded, Wade exchanged jerseys with White, and the two embraced. Wade extended an invitation for White to visit his home, to which White gladly agreed. Subsequently, Wade exited the court with a somber expression, accompanied by veterans like Mourning and Payton. Their streak of defeats had incensed these proud champions. Unbeknownst to all, this match marked the beginning of the Heat's resurgence. White had not anticipated that his arrival would begin to alter the landscape of the league. The Heat commenced their revival a month early, defying historical trends that typically saw them rise only post-All-Star break. "Well done, young man," cheered Horry, Finley, Bowen, and others, as they playfully nudged White, a gesture of encouragement. Noticing Wade about to leave, Horry suddenly dashed after him, calling out, "Devin, Shaq, I need to discuss something with you." White perused the data sheet, noting his remarkable performance today: 26 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks, far surpassing the achievements of the other rookies who entered the league alongside him. Outside the locker room, a throng of reporters gathered. White opted to bypass the locker room, aware that entering would mean he could not escape their clutches. Oberto kindly retrieved his clothing for him. Instead, White made his way directly to the parking lot to change, as he intended to ride home with Wade. Wade's vehicle was a 2006 Dodge Ram, resplendent in its white exterior, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. The truck housed a 5.2-liter V8 engine, renowned for its ability to deliver substantial torque, reaching a peak of 440 Newton-meters at 3,200 RPM. Moreover, the engine operated with remarkable smoothness, rendering its presence virtually inaudible within the cabin. The truck remained unlocked. In this locale, none dared to steal the vehicle of the Miami King. As White marveled at the safety of Miami, he opened the door and slipped inside. The truck was custom-made, significantly elevated and elongated, providing a spacious and comfortable seat. Shouldn't he also possess a vehicle? At that moment, White began to envy the lifestyle of those who owned cars. After all, he was now a millionaire. Acquiring a fine automobile should pose no challenge. Just as he contemplated enlisting Dubai's assistance in selecting a suitable car, Dubai called him, leading White to believe they shared a telepathic connection. He answered the phone, only to hear Dubai's voice. "Hi, James, hope your road trip has been enjoyable. I watched your game. You performed admirably." White modestly shifted the conversation to the crux of the matter. "James, I have secured a rather commendable contract for you to serve as a guest for a draft event. This opportunity could significantly enhance your visibility, and the profits are quite promising." "Serve as a guest for a draft?" White hesitated momentarily before declining. "No, I believe I do not require any additional visibility. I am already a highly recognized player within the NBA." He had his priorities straight. His sole focus was on playing basketball, leaving little time to engage with amateur individuals. "James, I understand your reservations, but I genuinely believe this venture holds great potential. Please allow me to elaborate. You are aware that the caliber of this year's draft class is generally lacking. However, you are an exception. Many teams have failed to secure the rookies they desperately needed. Consequently, the league has partnered with Coca-Cola to create a program that will select young men aged 18 and over to compete in matches. These young men are all talented basketball players." White conveyed all this in one breath, leaving an impression of eagerness lingering in the air. White was momentarily taken aback as he recalled a program from his previous life, a show on Shandong television titled Mingyo NBA Ultimate Basketball Apprentice, which bore a resemblance to the current endeavor. He surmised correctly, this initiative was a brainchild of the league's secretariat. The United States is home to 4 major sports leagues: the National Football League, NFL, Major League Baseball, MLB, the National Basketball Association, NBA, and the National Hockey League, NHL. Among these esteemed leagues, the NBA ranks 3rd overall and 2nd to last. Aside from the 1990s when the NBA briefly surpassed the MLB to become the 2nd most popular league in America, it has consistently held the 3rd position. Particularly since Michael Jordan's retirement, The NBA has witnessed a significant decline in viewership, with an increasing number of youths gravitating towards the NFL and MLB. In a bid to alter this trend, Stern resolved to not only continue the NBA global strategy but also to implement domestic initiatives. Thus, the draft program was placed on the agenda. The primary intention behind this draft initiative, aptly named the National Basketball Star Big Draft, NBSD, is to inspire more young individuals to channel their athletic passions towards basketball and to redirect attention towards the NBA. The current plan aims to conduct the draft across the entire United States, with aspirations to elevate the program to a national scale, akin to the All-American Supermodel contest. The proposal has already been submitted to the league's board of directors, with results expected to emerge next week. According to Dubai speculations, this decision should gain approval within the board, as it represents a new strategic approach to the development of the NBA. Upon hearing this, White truly felt that there was some merit to the statement. He inquired with curiosity, if that is the case, then this draft must be of considerable significance. Why then? Has the role of guest fallen upon me? It was a valid point, if this draft were indeed held in high regard by the league officials. The guest should undoubtedly be a superstar of the NBA, someone capable of capturing the public's attention. On the other end of the phone, Dubai chuckled and replied, in fact, the concept for this program has been in existence for quite some time. Do you know why it has only now been brought to fruition? White contemplated for a moment and then comprehended, chuckling as he remarked, is it because of me? I am merely a second-round rookie. Yet my current performance could easily rival that of a first overall pick, wouldn't you agree? Players like White and Langdon, who were selected in the later rounds of the draft, have demonstrated, through their prowess, the considerable shortcomings of the selection process. Indeed, it is precisely due to the emergence of exemplary figures such as yourself that many young individuals are now questioning the legitimacy of the official draft, believing that they too could excel in the NBA. Dubai smiled with satisfaction, realizing that his organization is not merely comprised of muscle-bound fools. Furthermore, each episode features a different guest, as the draft does not occur in a single city. Participants must compete across numerous cities to prove their worth. The current concept is to select 60 young talents following a preliminary round, and then, commencing from the first city, eliminate 6 newcomers in each match while introducing 2 new contenders until the final showdown. In this ultimate event, 30 scouts will identify the 5 most outstanding players to be promoted to the NBDL, and, with a stroke of luck, some may even be chosen for the NBA. Dubai added, thus elucidating the fundamental rules of the draft. White hung up the phone, delighted to receive good news from Dubai.